Chapter -177. Here it is. Grindelwald seemed to have anticipated Dumbledore's visit, so he leaned languidly against a wall in a deserted corner, looking forward to his arrival. His face, dimly radiating danger and charm in the darkness, made Dumbledore's heart skip a beat, even after all these years, drawn to the man he was. But there was an unbridgeable chasm between them, and their current ages only widened it. Dumbledore, with difficulty, he tore his gaze away from Grindelwald's youthful face and slowly asked in German, "What is your true purpose? You've already obtained everything you wanted." "Really? Then why doesn't my daughter call me Dad anymore?" Grindelwald grinned, leaned forward and moved towards Dumbledore again. Dumbledore quickly changed his pace, moving away from his aura, not giving the man a chance to get close to him. "She's joking with you. I can't control Anna's mind. You'll still be her father, but she can only stay by my side." If Dumbledore tried to warn Grindelwald, but before he could finish, Grindelwald took the glasses off his nose. "Want to be young, Albus?" The man's long index finger pressed against Dumbledore's lips. Dumbledore squinted, full of scrutiny, as he couldn't see clearly. He would no longer trust the man in front of him. "If you have any delusion of taking Anna away, I advise you to abandon that thought. The Ministry of Magic certainly wouldn't want a Dark Lord's defense against the dark arts," Professor Dumbledore threatened while snatching back his glasses. "That's too bad. She's already been taken by me." Seeing that Dumbledore didn't take his bait, Grindelwald chuckled softly and retreated. "What?" Dumbledore was visibly flustered for a second, but quickly calmed down. "I won't fall for your trick to lure the tiger out of its mountain lair." "Then I can walk with you." With that, he walked towards Anna's room with his hands in his pockets, looking dashing. After a few steps, he saw Dumbledore still standing there in thought, so he very gentlemanly extended his arm, but of course he received no response. "You'd better pray she's safe." Dumbledore had already gripped his wand. On the other side, Anna and the fake Harry, whose identity was unknown, fell into a time tunnel. This magic, which only goblins mastered, Anna had experienced before, but the person opposite was clearly experiencing it for the first time, screaming so loudly that Anna's ears went deaf. However, the dramatic part was that the person kept holding her hands tightly, as if afraid of being separated from her. "Hey, keep your voice down, and you're hurting my hands." Unfortunately, the wind in her ears was too strong, and Anna's words couldn't reach the other person's ears. But the person opposite apparently thought she was scared, and with great effort, pulled her into his arms. The moment they embraced, the fake Harry finally stopped screaming, seemingly filled with a sense of security, and stammered, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Huh? Anna really wanted to complain. Who was protecting whom? But she had to admit, the person was thoughtful. Anna probably guessed who it was by now, only that cowardly yet eager, a show-off fellow, Draco Malfoy, could be like this. Finally, after an unknown period of time, they landed steadily on a plain. By now it was completely dark, but with the illumination of the moon and Zing Zing star, they could still see a brightly lit building in the distance, not tall, but grand and majestic. "Where exactly have we arrived? And how do you know this spell?" Draco looked shocked at the girl, who was using a toy wand provided exclusively by Dumbledore to cast lumos, illuminating each other. "Look, there's a building. We should go there and ask." Anna consciously ignored Draco's shock. She was too lazy to explain why her magic had progressed by leaps and bounds. This was just the beginning. If he knew she could also cast unforgivable curses, would his jaw drop? "Yes, you're right, but it looks like quite a distance to walk." Draco climbed onto a large rock, pretending to be calm, wanting to show off his heroic demeanor as an older brother. He even gestured with his hand to estimate the distance, earnestly formulating a plan. But Anna pulled out her flying carpet from her portable spatial pouch, pressing her forehead with a speechless expression. "Are you coming or not?" "When did you?" Draco silenced himself, saying too much would make him seem unworldly. He of course knew about Anna's flying carpet, and what a spatial pouch was, but at such a critical moment of crisis, she could actually take it out and use it. Draco felt a sense of defeat. He should have brought his own things too. But then he remembered that Anna wasn't good at flying, and Draco immediately perked up, moving to sit in front of Anna. He coolly turned back and told Anna, "Hold my waist." Then, with lightning speed, he took off, deliberately making Anna bump into his back. How childish! Anna touched her small nose. Never mind, seeing how protective he was, she would let him be the hero, and she embraced his waist. Their flight was smooth, and the cool night breeze was pleasant. They also observed that this was definitely not near Hogwarts, because Hogwarts did not have such a vast plain, and their forbidden forest, which occupied a huge area, had vanished without a trace. Then they saw a flat-topped castle, which, though not as towering as Hogwarts, still looked very majestic, seemingly very familiar to both of them. "That's right. I remember, I've been here before when I was very young. This is a school." Draco suddenly got excited. His parents had taken him to visit before, it was definitely it, but he couldn't remember which school it was specifically. Anna also felt a strong sense of familiarity. It seemed to be from Grindelwald's blood. If so, then, there was only one possibility, Durmstrang Tilda. Grindelwald's alma mater. So, was Dobby's appearance a coincidence, or was it his doing? What benefit would bringing her here have for him? She could go back on her own, right? Yes, that's the school. How did you know? Draco was so excited that he almost forgot to pilot the flying carpet, causing their carpet to lurch in the air and almost fall. Just then, a boy with a powerful voice yelled at them. His voice was between that of a man and a boy, clearly having just entered puberty, but Draco couldn't understand what he was saying. However, he instinctively accelerated. It was an alertness ingrained in his bones. To be safe, it was better to run first. But Anna could understand. It was German. Immediately after, a burly teenager easily blocked their path. Draco piloted the flying carpet over his head. It was so thrilling. "I'll say it again, stop." The teenager seemed to be enraged. "Did you guess correctly, haha? Changing maps, randomly taking a handsome guy with us." Chapter 178. Victor Krum. Anna's DNA, derived from Grindelwald, helped her understand the young man's warning. She hugged Draco's waist, making him stop, and then shouted loudly at the agile young man, "We are not bad people. We are lost and need help." "What?" The young man also seemed to notice that the two little runts in front of him were dressed very strangely, definitely not their Durmstrang uniforms. Moreover, they were wearing too little. How were they adapting to this severe cold? It is well known that Durmstrang spends most of its time in winter, with only a short month in summer. The young man stepped aside but continued to scrutinize them. Anna could even feel his tense muscles and nerves, knowing that if they made any move to escape, a magic spell would strike them down. "What the hell are you talking about? Do you speak German?" Draco had actually studied German as a child, but after his parents gave up on sending him to Durmstrang, he stopped practicing, so he had long since forgotten everything he learned. Later, he regretted it immensely, and frantically started catching up on German. Don't forget Dumbledore knows dozens of languages. I was adopted by him, so of course I'd learn too. Anna's words dispelled Draco's doubts. At Anna's persuasion, they slowly descended onto the lawn, though it was all yellow now. Victor Krum breathed a sigh of relief after they stopped. He had been practicing Quidditch by himself in the evening. After a while, he had a sudden urge to fly a few more laps, and unexpectedly encountered sneaking out lower-year students. It should be known that Durmstrang operates under military-style management. Students below the third year are forbidden from leaving the castle after dark without special circumstances. They had violated the rules, which was a very serious matter, and could very likely lead to suspension and being sent home for reflection. And they were even flying a magic carpet, which made it even more suspicious. But when Krum approached, he was stunned. How could two Hogwarts lower-year students appear here? The school emblem was really conspicuous. Oh wait, the little girl next to him wasn't wearing a uniform and didn't look old enough for school. However, her face made Krum, who usually only thought about Quidditch, perk up. What a beautiful little girl she was. It was Krum's first time seeing such a beautiful girl. Even though she looked only about 10 years old, every frown and smile was exceptionally captivating. It made Krum unable to stop his gaze from lingering on her face. After a long time, it was equivalent to staring blankly. It wasn't until Draco blocked his view that he snapped back to reality, his usual sharp gaze returning. Such hair and outstanding appearance, coupled with an air of self-importance, made it hard not to associate him with the Malfoy family. But the girl also had blonde hair, and it was well known that the Malfoy family had no girls. Damn, seeing the girl, he couldn't help but let his admiring gaze linger again. She truly was an angelic little girl. He wondered if her temper would be good. Anyway, the female army at their school were all formidable. Especially when they always tried to get his attention, they were always a bit crazy. Krum frowned. He seemed to be paying too much attention to this mysterious girl. He forced himself to concentrate. "Why are you here?" We don't know either. Anna's selfish reason was that she didn't want to implicate Dobby. He was a good elf. It's all Dobby. When I get back, I'm going to tell my father to hang him from the ceiling. Even though Draco didn't understand German, he now realized what had happened. That Dobby fellow was a traitor. He was secretly protecting the savior. If he hadn't used Polyjuice potion to become Harry Potter, Dobby would have succeeded. No, he had now caused him and Anna to come to this godforsaken place. Anna was also quietly observing the young man. No, rather than a young man, he was a strong man. Although she could feel he was no older than 16, his calf-like physique and the invisible oppressive aura he exuded made Anna feel he was no ordinary student. With a pair of cold, handsome eyes, a hooked nose, and a sharp buzz cut, Anna remembered someone, but she didn't know much about this character. Could it be that future Quidditch world champion? What is he saying? Crumb, who had difficulty with English listening, speaking, reading, and writing, was equally confused. He said, "Thank you for saving us. Can you find a way to send us back to Hogwarts?" Anna would never translate Draco's words. "Come with me first," Crumb said as he took off his military-style overcoat and wrapped Anna completely in it. With one hand, he lifted her onto his broom. In Crumb's opinion, the boy in front of him couldn't properly control a flying carpet. So he would do it. Before Draco could even react, Crumb had already disappeared into the sky with Anna. Draco was absolutely furious and flew at the fastest speed he had ever achieved. Put her down. Unfortunately, in front of a powerful future world champion, second-year Draco still found it difficult to catch up to Crumb, but not being left behind was already quite an achievement, earning him a second look from Crumb. Anna nestled in Crumb's arms, then noticed his ears had turned pink. She hadn't expected such a tough guy to get shy from contact with a little girl. "Thank you." Anna's words floated into Crumb's ears amidst the wind. Crumb replied in his broken English, "You're welcome." Then, with one hand, he pulled Anna's hat down properly, not letting her feel any cold. At this point, the warming charm Dobby had used on them should have disappeared, but she didn't feel any cold at all. She didn't know if it was because Crumb's embrace was too warm or if the clothes had a temperature-regulating magic. However, Draco's nose and ears were almost frozen off. Upon reaching the castle, he immediately rushed to the fireplace, almost letting Anna see that his tears had frozen out, which would have been too embarrassing. Crumb stood behind Draco, holding Anna, whose little face was flushed red like a peach. He really couldn't bear to put her down. She was so well-behaved and adorable. He deliberately walked very slowly. Draco, while warming himself by the fire, unleashed a barrage of words at Crumb. "She can walk by herself. And take your dirty hands off my sister's head. Are you a snail, walking so slowly? Why didn't you wait for me on the broom earlier? You did it on purpose, didn't you? I'll tell my father to withdraw your school's sponsorship." Finally, Draco, having recovered, immediately pulled Anna back from Crumb's arms. He poked Anna's forehead with his index finger. "Aren't you afraid he'd sell you? Where's the ability you used to deal with me? Ride him, push him, bite him." Anna was speechless from the lesson. "Crumb isn't as asking for a beating as you are." Chapter 179, Karkaroff. Draco and Anna walked through the corridors of Durmstrang, led by Crumb. The empty corridors, shimmering with green fireflies, indicated that it was already past curfew. Crumb's exceptional Quidditch talent granted him special privileges, allowing him to train as long as he wished. Anna disliked the gloomy atmosphere and instinctively leaned closer to Draco. Compared to Hogwarts, this place felt like a medieval haunted castle, with spiderwebs draped over a suspended skeleton above. Grotesque hieroglyphs were carved into the recesses of every fireplace, and even the stair railings were shaped like skulls. The suits of armor in the corridor practically screamed, "Long live the dark arts!" Their footsteps echoed crisply on the reflective floor, and Anna worried a vampire might suddenly jump out. Draco was also scared. He remembered attending a banquet there with his father, a school board member, when he was 5. He got lost on his way to the restroom, and was teased for a long time by a group of female students who had secretly drunk alcohol. Consequently, he vehemently resisted attending school here and had deliberately suppressed his memories of the place. But now, with Anna by his side, Draco refused to lose face in front of her. He was a sponsor, after all. So, he bravely took Anna's hand and led the way. Anna and Draco were taken directly to the principal's office at Durmstrang, where the Death Eater Karkaroff was. The moment Karkaroff saw Draco, his initial irritation from being woken up immediately vanished. Isn't this young Master Malfoy? What brings him here? I apologize for not welcoming him sooner. Karkaroff deliberately ignored Anna beside him, assuming she was Draco's attendant or something similar. The Malfoy family had no daughters, everyone knew that, so she must be an insignificant person. He easily pushed Anna aside, and eagerly guided Draco to the main seat. Anna almost fell, but Krum caught her. Anna gave him a grateful smile, and Krum immediately scratched the back of his head, nodding shyly in response, as if to say it was nothing. Draco finally found an opportunity to put on airs in front of Krum, seizing the chance to get back at him for constantly chasing them, almost making him and Anna fall from the flying carpet, and then making him chase them so frantically after taking Anna away. Therefore, Draco began to complain to Karkaroff about what had just happened. Karkaroff certainly wouldn't let Krum hear such things, so he dismissed him. Although Krum knew Draco was going to badmouth him, he couldn't be bothered to argue. After a cold glance at Draco, he turned and softly asked Anna, "Would you like to get something to eat?" He extended his calloused hand, a testament to his daily work with a broomstick. Sure, Anna certainly didn't want to watch the big and small Death Eaters get along, but Draco wouldn't let her leave. "No, where are you going? You must stay with me until my father comes to pick us up." Anna realized he was right. It would be troublesome if she wasn't there when it was time to leave. So, Anna could only wave goodbye to Krum, bidding farewell to her late-night snack. After Krum left, Draco became incredibly impolite, treating the place as if it were Malfoy Manor. Anna also made herself comfortable, sitting on the sofa to watch the show. Karkaroff had always been a cunning fellow, otherwise he wouldn't have been one of the few Death Eaters acquitted, always knowing how to adapt. Seeing Draco was like seeing a god of wealth. He had arranged for Draco to be admitted through the back door that year, but something went wrong, and Draco decided not to attend Durmstrang, costing him a crucial school board member and leaving him with an insignificant sponsor. The money donated by a school board member was far more than a sponsor's contribution. Karkaroff was waiting to make a fortune from the Malfoy family through Draco. He was practically ready to fetch Draco's foot-washing water. Anna watched their empty pleasantries for a while, then, feeling sleepy, she simply lay down on the sofa, pulled out her pillow and blanket from her spatial pouch, and fell asleep. It was then that Karkaroff remembered Anna. "This is my sister. Keep your voice down," Draco shushed him. Only then did Karkaroff truly look at Anna, and he instantly froze. Why did this little girl look so familiar? But no, so many years had passed, she couldn't be this age. It definitely wasn't her. Perhaps she was a distant relative of the Malfoy family. Karkaroff didn't think much of it, but he did show a tiny bit more consideration for Anna, though his attitude only improved slightly. Karkaroff finally promised to make Krum reflect thoroughly, punishing him by forbidding him from touching a broomstick for a week. Only then did Draco reveal a satisfied smile. He carried the sleeping Anna to the room Karkaroff had prepared. It seemed it was too late today, and they would have to stay overnight. He had already written to his father, and they should be able to return tomorrow. Although Draco still looked like a cute little boy, he was 2 years older than Anna, so carrying her petite figure was more than manageable. He walked steadily, ensuring he wouldn't wake her. As they stepped out, Krum was still waiting there. Karkaroff angrily chased him away. He had just managed to cheer up the young master, and now Krum was causing trouble again. Krum had no choice but to leave, even though he wanted to help. Draco and Anna's rooms were adjacent, connected by a door, likely a family room specially prepared for guests. Draco had never served anyone, but he had seen his father help his mother remove her cloak and coat, and even massage her legs by placing them on his own. He recalled this, and gently placed Anna in the bed, helping her remove her coat, shoes, and socks. He suddenly remembered he hadn't removed the clips from her hair, but they were already pressed against the back of her head. Draco, annoyed, helped her sit up again. To save effort, he let Anna rest her head on his shoulder, as if sleeping on him, grumbling as he removed the countless small clips, but his actions were exceptionally gentle. "Damn it, why are there so many clips? What did you eat? Say. I won't say another word. You sleep." At that moment, a touch of sweetness suddenly welled up in Draco's heart. He felt that life should be like this. The next second, a groggy Anna delivered a left hook, bruising his eye. You, giant monster!" Draco's good mood was instantly ruined. Chapter 180. Admission. What happened to your eyes? Anna had no idea what she had done to Draco. She had slept exceptionally soundly, and when she woke up the next morning, she saw Draco looking at her with a resentful expression, sporting a black eye. He shouldn't have had any expectations of her. He had even fantasized that Anna would feel guilty and heartbroken, and come to comfort her brother. Don't be ridiculous, it was already good if she wasn't grinning widely. Why don't you ask yourself? Last night? Draco's words were self-explanatory, so Anna was smiling with pursed lips, afraid of making the young master even angrier. Sorry about that. How about I heal you? Anna was very confident, as her magic had improved by leaps and bounds. No need. Draco was still sulking, completely rejecting Anna's overtures. He wouldn't take her back later. Therefore, when Crumb appeared at their door early in the morning, he regretted it again. Draco also wondered if he had nothing else to do. Was he chasing them every day? Even though Draco's hood covered half of his face, Crumb still noticed it. After all, he was a Quidditch seeker, and his dynamic vision was excellent. What's wrong, Malfoy? Is your sister all right? Nothing. She's even more fine, Draco yelled, pulling at his hood, desperately praying that his father would come pick them up soon. Unfortunately, on the night they left, something terrifying happened. Someone left blood-written words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened again, someone would die, and everyone should be careful, and a Slytherin student had been petrified. This incident caused widespread panic, because 50 years ago a Muggle student had also died. Pure blood wizards and their families weren't as panicked, believing they were safe. The professors had sealed the Chamber of Secrets, but now even Slytherin students weren't safe. The fuse for all of this was Riddle's diary Ben-Jun, which Anna had forgotten. It had changed hands to Ginny, and when diary Ben-Jun communicated with Ginny as usual that night, he learned of Anna's disappearance again and went berserk. Despite not yet being fully powerful, he prematurely enacted the plot from the original story, right at the beginning of the school year. Consequently, Malfoy's parents began to consider whether to bring Draco back in this situation. And Grindelwald had not expected such an event to occur. He had originally intended to prank Dumbledore and use Anna's whereabouts as leverage to gain some benefits for himself. So he had brainwashed Dobby a little, but now it seemed things might not be so simple. He also became serious. Dumbledore initially thought it was Grindelwald's prank, but his attitude made Dumbledore realize that there were others manipulating this matter. Anna is safe in Durmstrang. Until you solve the Chamber of Secrets murders, I will not allow her to return, Professor Dumbledore. Professor Grindelwald's eyes were not kind. He couldn't bear to think if someone were to target Anna. If his little sweetheart suffered any harm, he would make all of Hogwarts' students pay. Someone might not create another child with him again, and even then, it wouldn't be Anna. Dumbledore also hadn't expected Grindelwald to get angry, which prevented his own anger from being vented. Wouldn't that make him no different? Now, he even had to thank Grindelwald for taking Anna away. However, hearing that Anna was in Durmstrang, Dumbledore felt relieved. Although Karkaroff was once a Death Eater, he was easy to control. Dumbledore immediately called a house elf to send a letter to Anna, telling her to stay in Durmstrang for now and not worry. Coincidentally, Lucius thought the same. He hadn't yet had time to settle scores with Dumbledore about why his only son, the sole future heir of the Malfoy family, had inexplicably disappeared during school and then reappeared in Durmstrang. Now he had to consider whether he should even thank him for helping his son avoid danger. Moreover, he had always advocated sending Draco there for school. It was his mother who had always been reluctant for her son to go to such a distant place to suffer. Now with Anna accompanying him, he should be able to stay for a while. He dared to bet that old busybody would absolutely not let Anna return at this time. Sure enough, Lucius, who went to Hogwarts to arrange his son's transfer, saw a frantic Dumbledore and a new professor who looked ready to kill. It was the first time Lucius had met this new defense against the dark arts professor, and he felt a spark of interest. This man seemed to be very profound. If he could serve him, his natural imposing deterrence could make collecting his business debts much easier. So, Lucius, who had been somewhat impatient, suppressed his urge to get angry and initiated a conversation with Grindelwald. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Grindelwald." Professor Grindelwald stood up with great presence and shook his hand. "And you?" The two exchanged glances, a silent contest, probing each other's strength. Finally, at Dumbledore's gentle cough, the contest ended. Lucius also dismissed the idea, This man was not simple, not someone he could control, and he wouldn't genuinely follow him. So he gave up. The three men, each with their own thoughts, sat together to discuss the Chamber of Secrets. Soon, Professor McGonagall and others also joined them. Thus, Anna and Draco, far away in Durmstrang, did not receive a summons to return from Lucius or Dumbledore. Instead, they received notification that they had been granted the qualification to be exchange students at Durmstrang and could continue their studies there. Anna didn't understand. She wasn't even old enough for school, yet she could be an exchange student? Why didn't Dumbledore bring her back? What happened? Draco was also very annoyed. He didn't want to stay in this place where he understood nothing for another day. Besides the principal Karkaroff and Anna, he seemed to have no one to communicate with. Later, even when Krum learned English for Anna, he would deliberately pretend not to understand him in front of him, forcing Draco's German to improve by leaps and bounds. Seeing Draco's face turn ashen, Karkaroff immediately stated that he would make proper arrangements for them and wait for Mr. Malfoy to pick him up. Draco, however, looked at Anna, wanting to see what she thought, only to find her face pale. He thought she was scared, thinking Dumbledore no longer wanted her. He immediately put his arm around Anna's shoulder and promised her, "Don't cry, I'll take you back." But not now. He needed to survey the terrain before making a plan. Huh? Anna was thinking about what Dumbledore was thinking, her mind elsewhere, and she vaguely answered Draco, not taking his words to heart at all. So at the age of 10.5, Anna finally officially became a first year, but she took third-year classes because Karkaroff said that young Master Malfoy needed her as a translator, so he arranged her into the third-year classroom. Chapter 181. Became a student. Anna had no problem attending third-year classes. With her current strength, she could even handle 8th-year classes. However, with her height, standing among the well-developed European boys and girls, she looked like a kindergarten child who had wandered into an elementary school. Wearing a specially made mini Durmstrang uniform, Anna was introduced to everyone in the school hall. Awkwardly, there was a small stool under her feet. Otherwise, students sitting at the back might not have been able to see her head. Thanks to that small stool, she looked as tall as Draco. Karkaroff first grandly introduced Draco Malfoy, almost showering him with flowers. When it came to Anna, he gave her differentiated treatment, merely mentioning, "And this is Anna." At that time Karkaroff didn't know that Anna was the one he truly needed to curry favor with. If he had known, he would have rushed back to slap himself twice. She was a girl who stood at the top of any food chain. Anna was quite happy with this differentiated treatment. She couldn't be bothered to deal with that hypocritical fellow. She'd rather spend her time looking at handsome boys. Draco always pretended to be calm, but the slight upturn of his lips, revealing a proper dignified aura, clearly showed his pride. Wearing a military uniform with a stand-up collar, Anna felt like she had become cool too. Especially under the gaze of all the teachers and students, she was a little nervous, her small hands placed neatly along the seam of her trousers, feeling like a flag bearer under the national flag receiving a salute. Karkaroff wouldn't want her to be under military style management too, would he? Anna's small, cute appearance instantly melted the hearts of these Germans. The birth rate of children in the wizarding world was already low, and it was rare to see such a beautiful, cute, and rosy, cheeked little girl. Most importantly, she was shy. Heaven knows how long it had been since they had seen a shy little girl. Their girls were all iron ladies who would punch and shout, understood. The proportion of girls was also getting smaller and smaller. The hearts of these Germans were almost shattered by Anna. So, at the end of the dinner, Anna was directly lifted over their heads by the older boys and girls, who introduced her to the school. And Draco? He was completely squeezed outside the human wall. Although they also welcomed this guest who came by chance, they were all wary of Draco's surname, and the principal had repeatedly cautioned them not to neglect him. So, everyone simply decided not to provoke him. After Draco called Anna's name a few times, he received no response because those guys were loudly singing a song describing a cute younger sister, so loud that he couldn't interject a word. Although a heartwarming song was forcefully sung with the momentum of a battle anthem, Anna was still very happy. She finally got to feel triumphant for once. Her charm was indeed still intact. After Anna was carried around and fed, she was stopped by Krum. He and his few younger brothers standing there were a sight to behold. Even if there were 10 times more people in front of him, his imposing aura did not diminish in the slightest. "Everyone stop. It's time for class. The principal told me to take her to class," Crum's words were very effective. The laughing and lively crowd immediately stood at attention, passed Anna around like a hot potato into Crum's hands, saluted, and then turned and marched away. Crumb returned a salute in the direction they left. Everyone knew that Crumb was Principal Karkaroff's confidant, and his words carried extra persuasion. "Are you okay? They didn't scare you, did they? They just liked you too much. I hope you're not afraid." Crumb very gently smoothed Anna's ruffled hair back, hoping she would understand. He really didn't want her to have bad memories of Durmstrang. "I'm fine. It was a very interesting experience. I saw many interesting classrooms." "That's good. I'll take you to your classroom now." After saying that, he just picked Anna up and carried her, completely forgetting that she could actually walk. The brothers who had known Crumb for many years next to him stared with wide eyes in shock. They never expected Crumb to be so secretive, actually being a sister complex daughter lover. They had different opinions among themselves, but they all shared one thought: the usually serious Crumb could actually laugh. When Anna was led into the classroom, Draco was already waiting there, and had saved her a seat in the first row. Of course, it was also possible that it was Karkaroff's special treatment, and she benefited as a translator. Draco saw that it was Crumb again, and with a look of disdain, he pulled Anna to their seats. Crumb spoke to a junior there, asking him to take care of Anna, and then they quietly left. Anna also began her first class, and she discovered that Durmstrang was indeed completely different from Hogwarts. Hogwarts had defense against the dark arts class, while they directly had dark arts class. Of course, they wouldn't directly say they were learning dark arts. They used advanced magic spells to refer to it. But, upon opening it, which one wasn't dark arts? However, it suited Anna's taste perfectly because they were all very practical. She loved practical spells. For example, today's bone. Softening palm no weight, dissolving charm, which could easily turn a chicken into a puddle of blood. This was quite brutal and disgusting. Draco kept dry heaving, his face pale. Luckily, he hadn't eaten much for breakfast. Anna, on the other hand, practiced very diligently because once she learned the spell, she could drink fresh fruit juice anytime, anywhere. Moreover, this was simply an excellent spell for murder and treasure hunting. Couldn't it completely destroy bodies and evidence? However, the pungent smell did make her a little nauseous, so she vigorously cast several freshness charms in the air. Draco looked at her with admiration in his eyes. Draco hadn't expected her to know even such a spell. Spurred on by Anna, Draco practiced even harder. Soon, he could turn the dead chicken into a meat paste. Pinching his nose, he proudly showed off to Anna. However, when he looked at Anna's tray, the chicken was already gone, leaving only a puddle of blood. He was stimulated again. How could he not even compare to little Anna? No way. Draco's eyes turned red from practice, or perhaps from nausea. And so, Anna's Durmstrang life began. Although it was perplexing, it wasn't unacceptable. Chapter 182. Exposure. Anna and Draco began their studies at Durmstrang, but everyone at Hogwarts knew nothing of Anna, and became extremely anxious. They thought Anna had been captured after the Chamber of Secrets opened. Although Draco had also disappeared, they all naturally assumed Lucius had taken him. The Golden Trio, in particular, had already made finding Anna their personal mission. Of course, Fred and George also joined their team, and for this, they invented extendable ears and other useful magic tricks. Bill, when he didn't have classes, would explore the Forbidden Forest for traces of Anna, with the Centaur Kessie as his guide. They formed a small group to search for Anna's whereabouts. Dumbledore also didn't want anyone to know Anna's whereabouts, seemingly afraid that the power behind it would follow the clues. He didn't even tell Professor McGonagall, only Lucius and Grindelwald, and they even used a Fidelius charm with each other. Only then did he feel at ease. Everyone at Hogwarts was in a state of panic, worried that they would be the next target of Slytherin's heir, knowing that he was now ruthless enough to even deal with his own people. But Riddle, in the diary, received no news of Anna, and became increasingly agitated and restless. At the same time, the fear from the outside world made him even more powerful. He gradually gained his own body in control, and then he found a new vessel for himself. However, Anna's presence at Durmstrang didn't remain a secret for long, as everyone soon discovered it because of Crumb. He had passed the selection for the Bulgarian Quidditch team, becoming the youngest candidate in history. The Bulgarian team decided to cultivate him carefully, calling him the most promising player in 1,000 years. When this news appeared in the newspaper, His award-winning photo clearly showed Anna's radiant smile. He stood beside Crumb, looking at him with an expression of adoration. Crumb also looked back at her very gently, then picked her up, sharing the honor with her. If you looked closely, that golden head in the corner was Draco's. He had turned away, not wanting to see his rival's moment of glory. Although Draco had gradually come to understand what a Quidditch prodigy Crumb was, and even couldn't help but admire him, otherwise he wouldn't have followed Anna to watch his tryouts. But on the surface, he was still that arrogant guy, always mocking his accent. Crumb, of course, had long since realized this and didn't take Draco's jokes to heart. He treated him like a younger brother, always inviting him and Anna to watch his training. Anna didn't accept every invitation, but Draco, without fail, came every time under the guise of representing Hogwarts to give him face. Anna was indeed not interested in Quidditch matches, even if it was the exclusive training of a future Quidditch World Cup C player in front of her. She couldn't muster any interest. Crumb's speed was too fast, making her eyes hurt, so she would take out her flying carpet. Then enthusiastic upperclassmen and women would actively gather around to guide her. Sometimes Crumb would too, but it gradually turned into pure patting her head, pinching her cheeks, and carrying her in circles. So, she just gave up? His stay couldn't be avoided. It was the final tryout. She was arranged by Crumb in the friends and family section, along with Draco and Karkaroff. Sitting in the front row, right next to the main platform, it was hard for her not to be noticed. It was here that Karkaroff realized Anna's importance. Because when a group of reporters with their cameras and notebooks rushed towards Karkaroff, he cleared his throat, struck a pose, waiting for them to interview the coach of the top seed player, which was himself. But the leading female reporter actually bypassed him. She aimed her camera at the girl he had deliberately squeezed into the corner. "Excuse me, are you the young writer whose portrait album sales broke Lockhart's record?" The female reporter's eyes were practically sparkling. She was so cute, she dreamed of having a daughter like her. Anna gave an awkward laugh. "I suppose so," the reporters whispered. "It really is Anna Dumbledore. That beautiful blonde hair." Anna could only nod. How was she so famous even in Germany? She had no idea that this was a plan Dumbledore had laid out long ago, so that no matter where she was, someone would recognize her and spread the word, and he would surely find her. "What, Dumbledore?" Karkaroff's voice, amidst the crowd, was as loud and startling as a wild pheasant. What had he done? He had actually been excluding the only acknowledged daughter of the greatest white wizard of this century? Moreover, Anna Dumbledore's even more crucial identity was that she was the girl who had spent his entire life searching for. How could he forget all those days spent searching for the blonde girl? No, why was she still this age? It shouldn't be. No wonder. He couldn't find her, couldn't recognize her, because the girl hadn't grown up at all. But this realization was like a sudden blow to Karkaroff's head. He had actually offended such a distinguished young lady. So in the next second, Karkaroff gave up his prime position, enthusiastically put his arm around Anna's shoulder, and began to introduce how Anna had played an important role in Crumb's journey to becoming a national player. Thanks to Anna's encouragement, Crumb was able to perform so brilliantly. Anna looked at Karkaroff, who was gushing beside her, and inexplicably felt that he had shrunk a head shorter in front of her, in every sense of the word. Both in attitude and demeanor, Karkaroff had deflated a notch. Thus, Anna's role as Crumb's lucky Zing Zing star was hyped up by Karkaroff, drifting all the way to the Daily Prophet at Hogwarts. Bill held the newspaper, his fingers clutching it until his fingertips turned white. He muttered, "So that's it. She's there." His eyes were firm, as if he already had an idea. Snape saw Karkaroff smiling sinisterly in the corner and couldn't believe Dumbledore would entrust Anna to a traitor like Karkaroff. She could be betrayed at any moment. He crumpled the newspaper into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and angrily went to the principal's office. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's office was unusually lively now. It seemed all the professors had come, especially Hagrid, who kept wiping away tears with his rag-like handkerchief. "Please bring Anna back quickly. Look how thin our poor little Anna has gotten." And Anna's good friends. Kessie was so emotional that he accidentally kicked Professor Flitwick, who was standing nearby. Chapter 183. Office Restlessness. Harry Potter, of course, took Hermione and Ron to wait in Dumbledore's office, eager to know when he would bring Anna back. Would it be tomorrow? Or tonight? Could they go with him? Professor McGonagall's face was stern. She knew Dumbledore must have been aware of this matter, but she was very displeased that such a significant event hadn't been communicated to her. She hoped for a reasonable explanation from Dumbledore. Percy also stood there. He was worried about Anna's safety, but more so, he feared his foolish younger brothers would cause a ruckus in the principal's office, bringing shame to the Weasley family or getting a detention that their mother would find out about, or even affecting the principal's impression of him. But strangely, Fred and George didn't appear here. Instead, they went straight to the point. They would fly to Durmstrang themselves to bring Anna back. They asked a house elf to send them back to the burrow, then got into Mr. Weasley's flying car, hidden in the barn, and set off. Along the way, they met Bill, who was also riding a broomstick under the cover of night, heading to Durmstrang. Bill had no choice but to bring them back to Hogwarts for punishment before continuing his own journey. Meanwhile, in the noisy office, Dumbledore tried to calm everyone down. Grindelwald stood in a corner, arms crossed, watching with interest how he would handle the situation. It was quite an amusing sight. Was he flustered? Unfortunately, the old bee was still the old bee. He first reassured Harry and the others, telling them that he and Karkaroff, the principal there, were friends and Anna was safe. At this point, Snape snorted coldly. Dumbledore continued without a pause, "I believe Anna will have a very pleasant exchange and study experience there." Exchange and study? Hermione's ears perked up. Anna went there as an exchange student? Yes, perhaps there wasn't time to inform everyone. After all, the selection of candidates is handled by the school board. Dumbledore pushed the blame onto Lucius, practically implying that he used his connections to get her in. Hermione immediately took the bait. So Malfoy is also gone. Lucius took him to Durmstrang for school. That's right, Draco would definitely ask his dad to take Anna with him too. That coward! Ron couldn't help but call Draco a coward, and then Snape warned him, "Watch your language, boy." Snape and Lucius still had their friendship. So the Golden Trio and Ginny agreed with Dumbledore's point of view and obediently left the office. Of course, this was only on the surface. Hermione even eagerly expressed that she also wanted to be an exchange student. Behind the scenes, they held an urgent small meeting. They needed to solve the riddle of the Chamber of Secrets to get Anna back sooner. After they left, Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and looked at Neville in the corner. "Do you have any other questions, Mr. Longbottom?" You haven't said when she's coming back." Neville surprisingly saw through Dumbledore's attempt to change the subject, causing Dumbledore to look at him again. Was this the legendary great wisdom in seeming foolishness? That depends on her study progress. I also hope she can return soon after completing her studies. Dumbledore said some more unhelpful words. I hope so. Neville gave Grindelwald in the corner a deep look and then left. But he hadn't gone far when he encountered Zabini and Nott, who had been waiting there. They, as Slytherins, would never rush to the front but would choose to approach from the side, starting from the weakest link. They were waiting to interrogate Neville, that perpetually timid fellow. But even with Zabini and Nott standing right in front of him, Neville's gaze made them suddenly forget what they wanted to ask, and why they were even there. "Is something wrong?" Neville asked calmly. No, Nott was also very confused. Why was he and Zabini blocking Longbottom here? A pair of crimson eyes flashed in his mind. Was he hallucinating? Then I'll head back to my dormitory. Good night, everyone. Neville, uncharacteristically, didn't stutter in front of the Slytherin students. Instead, he strode past them. Zabini annoyedly hit himself on the head. What was he doing? By the time they realized it, they had already walked back to their own dormitories, and it was past curfew. The students had all left, making Headmaster Dumbledore's office much quieter. Even the simple Hagrid believed it, proud that Anna could be an exchange student, but then, realizing he wouldn't see her, he felt a bit disappointed. But who among those present besides Hagrid wasn't a sharp one? They all knew these were just Dumbledore's words, yet Dumbledore also didn't seem to be the one who directly sent her away. This was indeed the school board's arrangement. I only found out later, Dumbledore said sincerely and wearily. He and Lucius had discussed for a long time, without any refreshments. Seeing Dumbledore looking so tired, everyone found it hard to say anything more. But there's always someone who can't see the current situation. Hagrid still couldn't help but press for answers, wanting to know when Anna would return, when he could see her. He truly would miss her. However, this time, before Dumbledore could think of a way to appease him, Hagrid was chased away by Grindelwald's few words. Everyone else also dispersed, but they all knew the matter wasn't over. The immediate priority was to solve the Chamber of Secrets problem. Otherwise, let alone bringing Anna back, the entire school might be shut down. This was something Snape would absolutely not allow to happen. Finally, only Dumbledore and Grindelwald remained in the office. This is what you wanted to see, isn't it? Dumbledore couldn't help but show some vulnerability when only Grindelwald was present. See what? Grindelwald walked over and sat beside him. See the chaos here. Dumbledore was utterly exhausted. Of course not, Grindelwald replied sincerely. I wish for things to be good here. I don't believe you. Dumbledore averted his gaze from Grindelwald's beautiful face, constantly telling himself not to trust him. Truly, isn't this what you care about most? Grindelwald smiled, a very sincere smile that made Dumbledore's heart feel as if it had been scalded. He was deceiving himself again. Dumbledore mercilessly chased Grindelwald out, leaving himself alone to ponder in front of the mirror. Chapter 184. Very lively. Everyone at Hogwarts was a bit apprehensive, but they acted with a unified goal, especially Fred and George. They wished they could kidnap a few Slytherins every day based on their investigations and interrogate them. They used their magic tricks to bewitch suspects, then dragged them to a broom closet in a corner, secretly using truth serum borrowed from Professor Snape's private storage to interrogate them. For several days in a row, even Slytherin began to spread rumors that the Chamber of Secrets suspect had started randomly kidnapping students and then leaving them in the corridors. Harry Potter and Hermione gathered in the library every day to research the Chamber of Secrets, and during this time, Grindelwald was invited to their meetings multiple times. That's right, within just a few weeks, Grindelwald had completely become the most popular professor at Hogwarts, even surpassing Dumbledore, thanks to his charisma and strength. Because many Slytherins looked down on Dumbledore but fully supported Grindelwald, an elegant and refined pureblood. Moreover, he wasn't as rigid as Snape. He turned a blind eye to student violations and didn't pursue them. And in his defense against the dark arts class, he didn't teach defense, but true dark arts. At first, Hermione noticed that the new Professor Grindelwald was strange. The magic he taught was not written in books. But she had to admit that the magic he taught could indeed defend against attacks very well. It was just within the realm of the dark arts. So Hermione hesitated. Were the dark arts really as bad as Ron said? But she had personally used those spells, and they were truly effective. Harry Potter also realized this, but his fondness for Grindelwald was because he seemed genuinely concerned about Anna. Harry was called by Grindelwald more than once to recount Anna's stories at Hogwarts. Was she eating well? What did she like? Had she fallen in love with broomstick flying? Were there any annoying boys constantly sticking to her? When he got to this part, Harry choked, swallowed with difficulty, and nervously kept touching his scar. No, not really. Looking at Professor Grindelwald's playful gaze, damn it, how could he be so charming? Due to Professor Grindelwald's excessive concern for Anna, Harry naturally regarded him as one of their own, just like Hagrid, inviting him to their gatherings to discuss strategies. And Grindelwald, with mischievous intent, deliberately reminded them, if the Chamber of Secrets was ever opened and something bad happened, there must be a record, right? As soon as he said this, Hermione, being clever, didn't need Grindelwald to continue and already provided the answer. At the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic will have records. Hermione looked at Grindelwald and received his half-smile, which further strengthened her conviction. Plus, Ron mentioned that he had indeed heard from Mr. Weasley that the Ministry of Magic archives might have something. Now they were even preparing to trespass into the Ministry of Magic. Of course, they wouldn't discuss it in front of a professor, but Grindelwald knew they would likely go, and he left satisfied and eager for chaos. What interesting little minnows, like playing with small pets. Meanwhile, Bill successfully arrived at Durmstrang. Due to his continuous journey day and night, although he used warming charms and didn't feel particularly cold, his eyelashes and hair tips were already frozen with ice shards. It was already night when he arrived at Durmstrang, and by a strange coincidence, he was stopped by Krum again. Krum had been training non-stop recently. Even though he had been selected, his daily routine training was essential. However, during the day, Krum wanted to spend more time taking care of Anna, that adorable little girl. She hadn't adapted to school life yet. After all, she was the youngest here and had no peers to play with. Although Karkaroff exempted her from daily runs and many fixed trainings, Krum always felt that Anna was pitiful without friends and family accompanying her, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for the cute little one. So, he put all his daily tasks in the evening, and during the day, he would accompany Anna to classes, and such, which frustrated Draco, who couldn't say anything. This was because ever since Karkaroff learned Anna's identity, he almost wanted to accompany Anna to class himself, and he specifically instructed Crumb to take good care of Anna. So everything seemed perfectly reasonable. Crumb, while training hard at night, found Bill again. Bill's appearance clearly made Crumb more vigilant, as this time it wasn't two small children, but an adult man who looked agile at first glance. So Crumb and Bill sparred briefly, and finally, Crumb stopped when he heard Anna's English name. "You're looking for Anna? Who are you to her?" Bill's German wasn't good. Although he had a brief work experience in Germany, he only understood simple phrases. Coupled with Crumb's newly learned broken English, the two finally connected. Although he learned Bill's background, and that he brought a letter of recommendation from Headmaster Dumbledore forged by Bill himself, he didn't want to bring this guy to Anna right now and disturb her rest. So he first took him to the principal's office. What Bill didn't expect was that Snape was also there, apparently reminiscing with Karkaroff. Clearly, neither Bill nor Snape wanted news of their encounter to get out, and they tacitly skipped over the topic. Karkaroff breathed a slight sigh of relief when Bill appeared, wiping away his cold sweat. The person he least wanted to face was Snape. The first time he saw him, he thought that person had returned. It scared him so much he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Snape seemed to only be there to warn him, don't even think about using Anna. Would he dare? That was the Dark Lord's treasured girl. He wouldn't dare even with 10 times the courage. As soon as Bill entered, the oppressive feeling from Snape greatly subsided. He seemed not to want people to know that he came to Durmstrang for Anna. So Snape gave a few vague instructions, and then left. Bill guessed that Professor Snape, like him, was worried about Anna. But he had no standing to expose him. "Are you also here for Anna? Aren't you going to see her before you leave?" There was no need to cause trouble for himself. So, the next morning, Anna was picked up by Crumb, and taken to the principal's office, where she saw Bill waiting there early. He looked worn, but his eyes were still bright when he saw Anna, with a smile and doting expression. "Did you sleep well? Did you miss me? Sorry everyone, no update last night because I suddenly got positive again, crying. I don't know why my throat suddenly felt uncomfortable, and I suddenly got a fever. I tested positive today. Woo woo, thank you to all the darlings who have been tipping me and watching ads. I will work hard, even though I still have a fever. I will still try my best to update. Love you all, mua mua mua." Chapter 185. Meeting Acquaintances. Anna's legs truly went soft when she saw Bill. It was the feeling of security one gets from seeing family after being in an unfamiliar environment for too long. She instantly jumped into Bill's arms, hugging his neck tightly, her legs wrapped around his narrow waist like a koala. "You finally came to pick me up." Boo-hoo-hoo. The overwhelming feeling of grievance at seeing her family made Anna choke up instantly. Having not seen her for days, Bill naturally missed Anna terribly. He should have hugged Anna tightly and shared the joy of their reunion, but during these days apart, Anna seemed to have suddenly shot up. Perhaps it was truly a case of different environments nurture different people. During her time in Germany, Anna had suddenly shot up like a sapling, shedding her childish innocence and developing the curves of a young girl. Her entire demeanor had undergone a qualitative change, filled with the sweet and pure aura of a maiden, which enveloped Bill's senses. That sudden change made Bill feel somewhat at a loss. His hands, which should have caught Anna, didn't know where to rest, fearing he might offend the young girl. It was strange, why hadn't he noticed Anna was a young girl before? How fast time flew. In the blink of an eye, Anna had transformed from the tiny tot who used to sleep on his belly and rest her head on his chest into a graceful young woman. Bill's chest was filled with a mix of sorrow and helplessness. He carefully placed Anna back on the ground. "Anna is a big girl now, Tilda. She shouldn't be too intimate with the opposite sex casually, Tilda," he said apologetically. Anna was dumbfounded. Why was he starting to play this game with her? Was he in love? The thought of Bill becoming distant after getting a girlfriend made Anna feel very wronged, even more like crying. "What's wrong? Your girlfriend won't allow it?" Anna's wronged and cautious look almost broke Bill's heart. He quickly cast aside all his previous worries and concerns, picked up the little girl, and comforted her by spinning her around. Karkaroff covered his face, watching the scene. Didn't he know who he was hugging? How could he be so bold? Wasn't he afraid of being silenced? Never mind, Karkaroff covered his eyes. He didn't see anything. If anyone accused him of not protecting that little girl, he still hadn't seen anything. On the other hand, Crumb, who was nearby, found this scene very jarring. Were they still brother and sister? Why were they so ambiguous? Crumb felt that this so-called brother had no sense of boundaries, so he immediately stepped forward to stop them. No, no, no. Unfortunately, Crumb's English was still poor, and he kept repeating no for a long time without making any sense. He could only fume at his poor English. Anna also hadn't expected Bill to simply check on her without any intention of taking her back. What? You said the Chamber of Secrets has been opened? Anna almost bit off her tongue. Was the plot developing so quickly? That's right, a Slytherin student has been petrified. The situation at Hogwarts is a bit complicated right now, so it's best if you stay here for now. Once things are resolved, you can go back. Bill combed Anna's hair as usual, only this time he wasn't holding her in his arms, but standing beside her. How could it be a Slytherin student? Anna was stunned. How was this so different from the original story? Had Riddle gone berserk? But why? That's right, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape are continuing their research. I believe you'll be able to return very soon. If not, I'll apply to be transferred here. Bill gently stroked Anna's smooth hair, speaking with immense tenderness. But Anna was still angry about his earlier coldness and continued, You should go find your girlfriend. Don't worry about Anna. The result was that Bill had to comfort her for a while longer, assuring her that he didn't have a girlfriend and wouldn't, putting Anna at ease. He then personally made her breakfast before reluctantly leaving. Before he left, he repeatedly confirmed that Anna wasn't angry with him, and promised to write to her before getting back on his motorcycle and departing. During this time, Crumb constantly monitored their social distance. Whenever they got within 15 cm, Crumb would actively approach Anna and strike up a conversation, increasing their distance. In Crumb's eyes, Bill's attire made him look anything but a respectable person. He didn't want him to corrupt the innocent and lovely Anna, so Crumb remained on high alert. Finally, Crumb saw Bill off and immediately pulled Anna aside, asking if she hadn't been taken advantage of. His shy and awkward demeanor made Anna think he was about to confess to her. Frightened, she quickly made an excuse and slipped away, and continued to avoid him afterward. Anna had already sent information about the basilisk to Hermione via Owl, hoping she would figure it out, but the attacks in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts seemed to have abruptly stopped, with no further activity. Just when Anna thought she could rest easy being so far away, the appearance of one person completely shattered her understanding. She actually saw another exchange student, Neville Longbottom. He stood stiffly in front of Karkaroff, his small hands constantly twisting the corner of his clothes, only daring to steal a glance at Anna before quickly lowering his head. Apparently old Mrs. Longbottom had always wanted to send Neville to Durmstrang for some training, otherwise he would remain as weak as a little girl every day, but she still couldn't bear for Neville to suffer. But now that the Chamber of Secrets incident had occurred in the original story, the heir of Slytherin would kill all Muggle-borns, which Neville was not, so old Mrs. Longbottom would have been a little relieved. He was safe. However, the news now was that the Slytherin heir had not even spared pure-blood students. This instantly caused old Mrs. Longbottom great panic, so she frantically decided to send her only grandson away. This is why Anna saw Neville Longbottom at Durmstrang, but Anna very sensitively felt that the person's gaze towards her was off. If Neville's gaze at him was always timid and submissive, now his eyes were filled with possessiveness. Considering the plot, it was very possible that Neville Longbottom was now possessed by Diary Ben Jun. That was Riddle at 16. Anna perked up, wanting to find an opportunity to test him, but Diary Ben Jun acted even faster. That very night, she found Riddle's diary under her pillow. Chapter 186. In the diary. Anna returned to her dormitory with mixed feelings. It was still the room connected to Draco's, but he was probably sneaking off to watch Crumb train. That boy was always saying one thing and meaning another. He clearly wanted to play Quidditch with Crumb so badly, yet he always found various excuses to refuse Crumb's invitations. Every time Crumb trained, Draco would secretly go watch him. Anna wondered what he was being so reserved about, but it was good. With Draco gone, Anna finally had time to write back to her friends. If Draco had been constantly pestering her, she wouldn't have had any chance to write. Draco would see her writing to them and constantly chatter in her ear, "You're writing to them? Why aren't you concerned about the injury I got in class just now?" But when Anna looked, his wound had already healed. He always had countless reasons to distract her. Now, she could happily write to Harry Potter and the others. She first wrote to Fred and George, hoping they wouldn't lose their heads and do anything outrageous. She also wrote to the Golden Trio, as well as Bill, the Centaur and Aberforth. Seeing Dumbledore's letter, Anna hesitated and ultimately didn't pick up her pen. She was still a bit angry. Dumbledore hadn't come to see her or taken her away. Although she knew Dumbledore might be busy or trying to protect her, she still felt a sense of abandonment. Coincidentally, she didn't have any owls to use. Karkaroff had even lent her his own owl to curry favor, and with Dracos and crumbs, it still wasn't enough. Anna simply went to bed. She would reply to Dumbledore tomorrow after receiving replies, or if Dumbledore apologized to her. Anna lay back in her comfortable and cozy bed, naturally reaching her hand under her pillow. Then she touched something hard. Anna pulled it out and looked, her face as if she'd seen a ghost. Was this Riddle's diary? Why was it under her pillow? Had the 16-year-old Riddle controlled Neville's body to put it there? Before Anna could throw the diary, then run away, the black notebook had already opened its flyleaf automatically, rapidly flipping through pages in a flash of white light, making a rustling sound. Long time no say. The familiar and elegant handwriting appeared before Anna. She could even feel his good mood when he made his final stroke, because the stroke was upward. Didn't we just meet? Just last year. Anna quickly closed the diary, picked it up, and was about to throw it out the window. The result was a 16-year-old Riddle in the prime of his student life suddenly appeared by Anna's window, blocking her movement. Is that so? To me, it's been a long, long time. Anna. The 16-year-old Riddle stood tall like a young poplar, but he had a heavy aura of gloom about him. His pale, bloodless face made Anna feel he was like a vampire ready to ascend at any moment. You, how did you get a physical body? Anna recoiled in terror to the bedside. She remembered Riddle shouldn't have gained a physical body so early. What? Shouldn't you be happy for me, Anna? Riddle floated like a phantom in front of Anna. His pale hand slowly caressed Anna's face, and Anna instinctively dodged. Anna's resistance, however, made Riddle, who had been somewhat joyful, frown deeply. You're afraid of me. At the same time, the objects in the room began to shake as if an earthquake was coming, gradually intensifying until the ink bottle on the table was knocked off. Are you human or ghost? Why should I believe you won't harm me? Anna summoned her magic wand. Her vigilance, however, calmed Riddle's anger. You're absolutely right, you do need to understand. As he spoke, the diary behind Anna opened again. The ghost, like Riddle, flew towards her, directly tackling her onto the bed and pulling her into the ominous diary. Since that was the case, she might as well see what happened after she left. Anna was absorbed in a trance, never expecting that she would ultimately be unable to escape the fate of being entangled by the Dark Lord, even though she had hidden abroad. In a hazy state, he seemed to travel through time, returning to that era, Riddle's student days. The 16-year-old him stood proudly at the corner of the staircase, gazing at her so affectionately. Even though Anna knew he couldn't see her, his demeanor and aura perfectly explained why so many people were willing to submit to him. If those deep eyes simply gazed at you so affectionately, it was truly too unfair. Standing next to Riddle seemed to be Abraxas, and they were discussing something. A group of young girls shyly walked past them. Even just a glance or a nod from Riddle could make them scream with excitement, on the verge of fainting. Abraxas stood there teasing Riddle. They were like ordinary teenagers making some youthful jokes. I heard that black family girl is quite infatuated with you. Unfortunately, you understand me. Riddle reined in his elegant smile. It seemed his earlier humor was all a facade. He was truly too lazy to interact with those noisy women, and was more interested in researching magic related to immortality and soul transference. Abraxas understood. How could he not know that his friend liked blonde girls? He was always looking for a blonde girl, but the only ones who met his requirements were from the Malfoy family, and the Malfoy family didn't have any girls. Then you'll just have to wait for me to have one for you. Riddle glared at him, seemingly not wanting to waste time with him, and bid him a polite yet distant farewell. He had more important things to do and plunged back into the library. He paid no attention to the girls around him who were always trying to get his attention. In his mind, apart from Anna, those women were all ants, only bringing him endless trouble. Anna didn't know why Diary Ben-Jun was making her watch all this, but in the diary, she was very strictly confined, only able to stay within 5 meters of him. So Anna followed him to the Slytherin prefect's dormitory, which was much larger and grander than all the other dormitories. What puzzled Anna was that in other people's dorms, there were punching bags, musical instruments like pianos, or easels. These were privileges for prefects. Why did Riddle's dormitory have an entire open-plan kitchen? And there was also a special oven for roasting meat, with a whole roasted lamb constantly turning on the spit, like a tempting trap. If anyone touched that roasted lamb, a net would fall from the ceiling. He wouldn't think this was enough to catch her, would he? Was the Dark Lord that naive? Chapter 187. Diary Memories. Although Anna was unwilling to believe everything in front of her, she had to admit that Riddle was indeed bothered by her disappearance, and was constantly searching for her whereabouts in his own way. There was even an old, somewhat worn-out small pillow on Riddle's bed. That should have been the small pillow she used in the orphanage back then, and it still seemed to carry her scent. It was placed right next to Riddle's pillow. Riddle's entire room was impeccably clean, except for one corner where countless dolls of all kinds were piled up, like a private doll collection. It seemed Riddle had collected them little by little, and it was likely many of them were borrowed from others. Anna could already imagine Riddle seeing a cute doll in a girl's arms that he thought would be perfect for her to hold, then using magic to get it, even though he didn't actually like dolls himself. So, he just left them there, waiting for her to appear. Riddle, looking tired, collapsed onto the bed, then thought better of it and sat up. He pulled a new doll from his pocket and tossed it into that corner, then re-seasoned his barbecue and sat at his desk, opening his diary. Anna stood behind him watching him write, word for word, the things he should have said to her into his diary. "It's a good thing you weren't here today. Some foolish woman thought she could replace you and wanted to be my friend, but she's afraid of snakes and still wants to be my friend. Ridiculous." Anna wanted to see what else he had said to her, but Diary Ben Jun seemed unwilling to reveal the rapid changes of his new life and quickly switched the scene. The scene shifted to a banquet. It seemed to be a small gathering, still at Hogwarts, but the host was Professor Horn. Yes, that professor who particularly loved fame, and who had once taught Riddle. She remembered he had once held her, praising her beauty and saying she was destined for great things. Riddle stood calmly in a corner of the banquet, watching Abraxas, like a colorful butterfly, gracefully dancing in the middle of the ballroom. What was he thinking? He wasn't thinking about how to dance with her, was he? Then, the younger Professor Horn enthusiastically pulled Riddle over to introduce his excellent student to others. Riddle once again put on his usual charming and deceptive performance. The adaptable Riddle quickly gained the appreciation of a group of outstanding graduates. He was truly handsome. After the banquet, as expected, Riddle stayed behind to have a private conversation with Professor Horn. "So, you're saying there's really a way to travel through time?" "Of course, by using a time turner. Haven't I already given you one?" Professor Horn, slightly tipsy, had no idea what kind of being the student in front of him would become in the future. At least for now, he was completely willing to impart all his knowledge to him. "That's not enough. Nowhere near enough." Riddle was somewhat frantic. Of course, he had tried the time turner, but that amount of time was simply not enough for him to cross the span needed to find Anna. At most, 3 days, and he would have to return to the present time. Of course, it's absolutely enough to help you complete your studies. What about immortality? Riddle once again turned the conversation to Horcruxes. In his view, if he couldn't find a way to travel back in time to find Anna, then he would infinitely extend his own life, and one day he would surely meet her. So, at that time, Riddle was determined to conduct his research. Of course, this conversation ended inconclusively, not very pleasantly, but Riddle was not discouraged. He had already found his own starting point. Next, Anna saw a displeased Riddle taking out his frustrations on the poor Hagrid. During the day, he had kindly reminded Hagrid that his beard could be kept smooth using a newly invented magic. After gaining Hagrid's goodwill, he then, in the middle of the night, released Hagrid's spider and reported him for secretly keeping dangerous creatures. How could Riddle allow such an unstable element to exist at Hogwarts? What if that little idiot came back and was carried off by a spider? She was so light that even he could lift her with one hand. Watching the crowd scatter and flee in all directions because of the suddenly appearing giant spider, Riddle, satisfied and confident, held his wand, walking against the flow to protect the other students. He showed a sincere smile. "See, Anna, Hogwarts is really interesting. Hurry and come back." Anna's spine chilled looking at Riddle's brilliant smile, as if he really saw her. It made Anna particularly uneasy, but considering all the circumstances, Riddle didn't seem to want to kill her. Instead, he was truly and earnestly searching for his only companion. Since Riddle did not have Nagini as a pet in this world, he had a trace more sincerity towards Abraxas. But it was only a tiny bit. Most of his affection was placed on the disappeared Anna. Sometimes Riddle would even talk to the air, as if Anna was still by his side. This was very strange, but Abraxas had long been used to it. Perhaps all geniuses are a bit different after all. Riddle was indeed a rare genius, even Dumbledore thought so. Riddle, of course, often ran to Dumbledore's office. Since he was branded as his child, why had Anna been missing for so long without any reaction from him? Therefore, Riddle felt even more strongly that Anna's disappearance was likely related to Dumbledore, and his hatred for Dumbledore grew more severe. Every time he tried to subtly bring up Anna's matter in front of Dumbledore, he would always be met with vague answers. This made him even more convinced that Dumbledore was not truly fond of Anna. He would find her, and then they would be a family. The concept of family appearing in Riddle's mind was strange, but he couldn't think of a better word to describe his relationship with Anna. They were kindred spirits, and should be together every day. Abraxas said this should be a family relationship. Then so be it. Riddle was indifferent to these concepts, but he knew Abraxas had said one thing very correctly: she is very important to him. A darling said they wanted to see Riddle, so here's a little something. Chapter 188. Step out of the diary. So Riddle delved into his research, even more frantically, reading and taking notes sleeplessly through the night. Anna watched as time passed, but his figure sitting at the desk grew increasingly isolated. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She had never imagined that Riddle would care so much about her existence. Anna couldn't help but place her hand on his shoulder. "I'm right here." Unfortunately, it was all just a memory. Her hand passed right through Riddle's shoulder. Just as she complexly withdrew her hand, another hand from that void tightly grasped hers. "What? Now you remember who I am." As he spoke, Anna realized she was back in her room at Durmstrang. To her left was the open diary, Ben Jun, and her right hand was tightly intertwined with Riddle's, who still maintained the posture of pinning her down. "Tom Tilda, is it really you?" Anna couldn't keep up the act anymore. Of course, she knew it was him. No one else could possess such an imposing aura. "It's me, Tilda, 16-year-old." Riddle smiled, not a false smile, but a genuine, radiant one like a young boy, which Anna found somewhat overwhelming. "How did you get here?" Anna felt a chill from Riddle's cold touch, and coughed twice softly. "Diary." Ben Jun frowned, then raised a hand to stoke the fire in the room's fireplace, making it burn brighter. "It's all thanks to that foolish long bottom, otherwise I might not have found such a perfect opportunity to find you." Riddle slightly widened the distance between himself and Anna, wistfully twirling his fingers, still savoring the feeling of touching Anna just now. It was wonderful. It had been too long since he had touched a human. Of course, he disdained the touch of others, but Anna was different. He didn't dislike it. On the contrary, he yearned for more contact. So Riddle simply pulled back the duvet, enveloping both Anna and himself, and hugged Anna, letting his thoughts run wild. At the same time, he wasn't satisfied with this. He needed more power to become more like a human. Anna, nestled in Riddle's embrace, didn't know what he was thinking, but she was genuinely curious. "Did you open the Chamber of Secrets again?" "No, it came to me on its own." Diary. Ben Jun seemed to have no guard against Anna. All that filled his mind were thoughts of how to devour other Horcruxes and become even more powerful. "I heard you killed a Slytherin?" "No, he was petrified, just his bad luck." Diary. Ben Jun recalled that day. That Slytherin boy had come to tease the red-haired girl, mocking her as a poor wretch who only used second-hand notebooks. He happened to catch the basilisk's eyes reflected in a mirror, and was unluckily petrified. Anna realized that this young Riddle, or rather Diary Ben Jun, was very different from the one in her memories. Perhaps this Diary Ben Jun recorded a lot of Riddle's affection for her, making him feel much more human. Sometimes Anna even thought he was a normal teenager. But when she saw how he treated Krum, she no longer thought so. Krum, having been selected as a member of the Bulgarian team, needed to go to Berlin for unified training. Thus he wouldn't be able to see Anna for about a month, which made Krum extremely sad. He wondered if Anna would return home when he came back, or if she would forget him. So, before he left, he treated Anna to a hearty meal in their nearby magic village. Unfortunately, he couldn't shake off Anna's little tails, Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy. Malfoy was easy to deal with. He hadn't just started seeing Krum as an imaginary enemy. Krum had long since figured out Malfoy's little schemes and confidently promised to help him get signed photos from other team members. Malfoy immediately beamed, but tried to hide it by covering his mouth with a coffee cup. "You said it, I didn't ask you, all right." He quietly nudged Anna's arm and whispered, "I told you he wants to curry favor with the Malfoy family, didn't I?" Anna was also quite bewildered. Why was Draco always so confident? However, she didn't have the heart to burst his beautiful bubble. He still seemed very cute like this. But regarding Neville Longbottom, Krum instinctively felt very resistant to that child. In his opinion, Neville Longbottom always looked shy like a little girl, but the way he looked at Krum alone sent shivers down the big man's spine. How could there be such a strange child? Compared to him, simple Draco was only bad on the surface. That boy was truly unfathomable. Was it because his parents were driven mad by who when he was young, causing his own mind to become twisted? So, while Krum was wary, he still felt some pity for Neville. Krum had no idea that an evil spirit, watching him covetously, was hidden inside the little boy in front of him, observing his every move with a captivating gaze. Anna deliberately avoided Krum's attempt to feed her a small biscuit, but it still earned her the resentment of Diary Ben Jun. Krum, unaware that Anna was helping him avoid risk, sadly, and carefully placed the biscuit back on her plate. And when all the teachers and students gathered to bid him farewell, Krum gave the soft Anna a final hug, then patted Draco's shoulder. "Take good care of her for me." He then turned and flew off on his broomstick amidst everyone's cheers. Draco was left behind, stumping his feet in annoyance. "Who said I'd take care of her for you?" "No, what do you mean take care of her for you? She's my sister, it's only right that I take care of her." Unfortunately, the cheers were so loud, they completely drowned out Draco's complaints. The playful chatter in the crowd was out of place with Neville, who stood in the corner. He flashed a wicked smile, and Anna, who happened to see him, immediately felt a bad premonition. When she looked up at the sky again, she indeed saw Krum with an out-of-control broom. The broom seemed to be controlled by Riddle, completely unresponsive to Krum's commands, suddenly ascending and descending in a straight line at an alarming speed, giving no time for reaction. Thanks to Krum's incredible physique, even when his entire body fell off, he managed to remount the broom using his arm strength. Anna immediately turned her head to use her magic to help him, hoping to calm his broom. But her height was not an advantage, and tall people always stood in front of her. Riddle's resentment was too powerful. Even Karkaroff noticed and joined in, but he was old and his vision was dim. Ultimately, Krum still fell, and now he couldn't go to training for a while. He was sent directly to St. Mungo's, personally escorted by Karkaroff. Anna began to regret that she should have blocked Riddle's line of sight immediately. However, to prevent Riddle from continuing to pursue Krum, she stepped forward and actively pulled Neville away. "I need to talk to you." Diary Ben Jun withdrew his gaze and obediently followed Anna back to Durmstrang's castle, leaving Draco staring at them in shock. You two, when did you get so close?" he exclaimed, looking as if his entire worldview had collapsed. Chapter 189. Night Break into the Ministry of Magic. Anna pulled Diary Ben Jun aside and thoroughly explained her relationship with Krum, talking until she was hoarse. But that guy listened as if it were a story. "Then seriously," said Anna, "the more you say, the more interested I become in him." Diary Ben Jun's hand once again stroked Anna's face. The touch was unpleasant, not as good as his original body. The thought that he was touching Anna with that foolish Longbottom's body ignited a fury in his heart, making him want to burn his hand. Fortunately, reason kept him in check. He still needed this body. So, before Neville's fist became a bloody mess, Anna hugged him. "I won't say any more. Calm down." "All right." Diary Ben Jun licked the back of his hand. It tasted of blood, which made him clearer. He'll needed to take Anna back to Hogwarts to get more Horcruxes, and then swallow them one by one. "Your hand." Anna wanted to shout, "Stop messing around, okay?" Neville was going to be a herbology professor in the future. How could he grow herbs if his hand was crippled? But she didn't dare to shout it out. If she did, it would probably be cut off immediately. "Want to go home?" Riddle looked towards the distant plains, his eyes revealing a determined resolve. Home? Which home? Anna was truly stumped by the question. Was her home Hogwarts or the orphanage? "Our home." Riddle bit his lip again, drawing blood, and his eyes began to glow red, looking a bit frightening. "The home at Hogwarts." Riddle increasingly felt that Hogwarts was very suitable for him and Anna to live in. She grew up there, and he also wanted to make up for the student years Merlin owed him, together with Anna. Just like that, Anna soon received the notice that her exchange student period was over, and Dumbledore would bring them back as soon as possible. The efforts of Fred and George and Harry were indispensable in this. While Anna and Draco were studying with Krum at Durmstrang, Fred and George, on another dark and windy night, drove the flying car hidden in the Forbidden Forest, carrying Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ron to the Ministry of Magic. With the help of the centaurs, the flying car was very well maintained in the Forbidden Forest, so they successfully evaded everyone's scrutiny using the invisibility system. Hermione also took out the Polyjuice potion she had developed, and Fred and George took out Mr. Weasley's clothes. In deserted corner, they whispered. "Are you sure this will work?" Ron trembled, holding the potion. Why was he so unlucky to draw the short straw? No choice. Who told Fred and George to steal all of Professor Snape's stock? Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she had known they could steal potions from Snape's private stash, why would she have gone through so much trouble? Who knew they had used it all up? Don't be so pessimistic, Hermione Tilda. Exactly. At least your potion looks just like that old bat's. Yes, better than the original. Fred and George, with playful grins, hooked Hermione's shoulders. They had no idea Snape would upgrade his security system. If they had known, they would have conserved it. They had used plenty of Polyjuice potion to infiltrate Slytherin and investigate in their search for the heir of Slytherin. All right, Hermione, we all believe in your abilities. That's true. Hermione confidently tossed her hair. She was, after all, the most intelligent witch at Hogwarts in 50 years, according to Dumbledore. Anna was in 500 years. Hermione was left upstairs to act as a lookout. Harry wore his invisibility cloak. Fred and George drank the Polyjuice potion and transformed into Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, while Ron transformed into Old Diggory. Why am I Old Diggory? Ron really didn't like him. Perhaps you want to be a mom? George mimicked Mrs. Molly, putting his hands on his hips. Ron involuntarily shivered 3 times. No thanks. Hermione almost burst out laughing in such a serious setting, but Harry spoke up in time. We need to hurry, or the potion will wear off. The group quickly composed themselves and headed to the Ministry of Magic archives. Harry Potter's invisibility cloak could actually cover 2 people, but if they had to escape, one might be exposed, so they opted for the Polyjuice potion method instead. They had a bit of bad luck that night, encountering one of Old Diggory's creditors who demanded money. Ron, looking aggrieved, was held back, while Fred and George chuckled and continued on. But then they encountered the security system. Mrs. Molly, as a family member, was not allowed into the back office area. No matter how much George flirted or even took out his emergency pocket money, he couldn't get her through. Therefore, only Harry Potter and Fred reached the archives. They immediately began their search, and their efforts paid off. They finally found the records from that year. Fred used his copying trick to duplicate a copy and quickly left with Harry. On their escape, they picked up George, Mrs. Weasley, and then dragged away Ron, who was still making up stories and looking utterly dejected. They ran out of the Ministry of Magic and met Hermione, who had driven the car to the main entrance. "I knew you would come out here," Hermione said, delighted and proud. "No time to explain. Take off quickly." Open the door quickly. You who hadn't transformed back into themselves squeezed tightly into the small car. Hermione, without any prior training, effortlessly learned to drive and easily took the car into the air. Harry, in the passenger seat, quickly helped her turn on the invisibility button, otherwise, they might have ended up on the Muggle Morning News the next day. It was a great success. Perfect. Fred and George had by now lost the effects of the potion, revealing their true selves, and joyfully high-fived to celebrate their great success. That was really great. Hermione was also happy for them, only Ron was still immersed in the interrogation by the old fox and couldn't recover for a long time. Unfortunately, wherever Harry Potter was, there was always a bumpy destiny. Their flying car still malfunctioned as it approached Hogwarts Castle. The invisibility system failed and became difficult to control, and upon landing, it lost control and, just like in the original story, crashed straight into the Whomping Willow. And so, Snape, who had stayed up all night solving the Chamber of Secrets problem and had just closed his eyes, was awakened by this incident. Chapter 190. Voluntary Labor. Snape was having a terrible headache at the moment. He had been dealing with a flood of complaint letters from the Ministry of Magic and parents, all on behalf of Dumbledore, staying up until the early hours of the morning. He had also checked his private storeroom once more for any signs of theft, and then sat down again to read Anna's letter reassuring him of her safety. He finally managed to crawl into bed, falling asleep with his clothes on. However, he was also extremely grateful that he had slept in his clothes, as it allowed him to rush to the Whomping Willow the moment he received the house elf's notification, saving those foolish trolls. Another moment later and the consequences would have been unimaginable. They might all have had their heads lopped off by the enraged Whomping Willow. What exactly had they done? They had appeared at Hogwarts with a Muggle car. You'd better have a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, this might be your last day at Hogwarts, Snape said, holding Hermione, who appeared to be the most injured, and gripping Harry Potter's collar with his other hand. Harry swore that if looks could kill, Snape would have already killed him countless times, but he still stubbornly tried to defend himself. We accidentally. And is Hermione all right? Accidentally? You dare to call such damage to the school's precious property an accident? Hurry up and follow me. Snape's rapid pace suddenly halted as he noticed the Weasley twins, who were limping and supporting Ron, slowing down, seemingly trying to sneak away. He immediately stopped them with a sharp voice. Fred and George could only give up, sullenly following Snape to first take Hermione to the medical wing. After the group received simple bandaging, Snape then dragged Fred and George, who had been trying to smooth things over, Ron, who was feigning unconsciousness, and Harry, who had been deliberately silent, to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. This time, he wanted to see how Dumbledore would favor his Gryffindor darlings and future golden sons-in-law. The thought of Dumbledore entrusting Anna to one of the people present made Snape's anger levels skyrocket. He unintentionally kicked over a trash can, almost pointing his finger, and yelling, "How much more do you want to harm Anna? Or do you want to dismantle Hogwarts now? If you don't want to attend school, just get out. Don't interfere with his work." He was already exasperated by the Chamber of Secrets, and now they had caused this mess. So, without knocking, he threw the group into the principal's office. But why was Professor Grindelwald here too? He and Dumbledore, in the same bed? Snape's gaze swept up and down like a searchlight, but Grindelwald showed no sign of panic. He even rested his arms behind his head, watching Dumbledore as if enjoying a show. It wasn't that someone kept refusing him, otherwise he would have succeeded and left long ago. "Why are you here?" Snape couldn't help but question him again when he saw Grindelwald's frivolous attitude. "Why are you here? I'm like you." Grindelwald winked at him, and Snape wished he could stab him with his wand. "You should ask your good students. Headmaster Dumbledore." Snape pointed the finger at Dumbledore again. He was so shocked that he almost forgot why he had come, and Dumbledore's clothes had also changed slightly, with his collar turned up as if to hide something. "My poor children, come here and let me see." Dumbledore automatically ignored the awkward atmosphere spreading in the room, kneeling down to check on Harry and Ron, who had fallen to the floor. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry felt guilty and a little embarrassed. Had they stumbled upon something? What did that strange atmosphere between Dumbledore and Professor Grindelwald mean? It couldn't be what he was thinking, could it? He choked for a long time before he could speak. "We didn't do anything. We're victims too." Ron was completely oblivious to the awkwardness of the moment, still hoping that Headmaster Dumbledore would back them up. "Oh, did I force you into that Muggle car and crash into the Whomping Willow? Or did someone hold a wand to your neck and make you do it?" Snape seemed to have calmed down, his voice returning to its low, cello-like tone. He was this old, he had seen everything, hadn't he? "You rode in a Muggle car? Why would Hogwarts have a Muggle car? What were you doing at the Whomping Willow?" Dumbledore was also slightly surprised, but the immediate priority was to clear up the misunderstanding. So he pulled Harry and the others up and conjured a few chairs for them. He turned to Grindelwald and said, "Thank you for the hypnotic therapy, Professor Grindelwald. Let's stop here for today. Could you please call Professor McGonagall for me?" Dumbledore's demeanor was so natural that no one could find fault with it. It was as if Professor Grindelwald was just someone with mysterious magic who could help cure insomnia, unaware that he was the real culprit behind Dumbledore's sleeplessness. Seeing that there would be no good show to watch, Grindelwald slowly got up from the bed and picked up his coat. "Of course, my pleasure." Headmaster Dumbledore, as he left, His gaze towards Snape was completely different from Dumbledore's, almost as if it could be drawn out. Dumbledore deliberately avoided Grindelwald's ill-intentioned stare, carefully adjusting his collar. He began to inquire about the whole story. Of course, none of them would admit to trespassing into the Ministry of Magic. They all claimed in unison that they were going to Durmstrang to pick up Anna, but had crashed before they could successfully depart. The group was surprisingly united in their silence, making Snape want to try Legilimency or Veritaserum, but Dumbledore stopped him. He stated that he had absolute trust in his students. However, they still needed to cooperate with the professors to complete compulsory labor service, which Fred and George were very familiar with, as they were often assigned to it. But Snape was still not giving up, so he specifically chose Ron, who was the easiest to deal with, for an interrogation in his office. Unfortunately, Ron was a Gryffindor after all. He would never betray his friends, so he just kept making up stories. Snape's Veritaserum had been completely stolen, so he could only give up. However, their group had already found the crucial clue to the Chamber of Secrets, such as the only Muggle female student who died that year, Myrtle, who was always in the plumbing. They also found the abandoned girls' lavatory, and with Harry's Parseltongue, they truly found the Chamber of Secrets. At that moment, they had a disagreement. Some felt that it would be best to leave it to the professors, and that they didn't need to take such risks. But others believed that the Chamber of Secrets' appearance was suspicious, and if they revealed it to the professors rashly, it would be difficult to explain how they discovered it. It would easily expose their night raid on the Ministry of Magic. That would make things even more complicated. Chapter 191, Take Home. Anna, far away in Durmstrang, knew that Harry Potter and his friends seemed to be working on the Chamber of Secrets to facilitate her early return, but she never expected them to actually dare to outwit the basilisk. After Hermione researched the basilisk's abilities, Fred and George developed a pair of glasses. Wearing them had the same effect as a periscope. The basilisk couldn't look directly into their eyes. Even if they accidentally saw the basilisk's eyes through several reflections, they would only be petrified. To attract the basilisk's attention, Fred and George even deliberately looked into its eyes when it was about to attack them, turning to stone to escape danger. Harry and Ron also helped each other retrieve Gryffindor's sword from the Sorting Hat, bravely stabbing the basilisk from behind. Without Diary, Ben Jun's control, the basilisk's lethality was much lower than in the original story. Hermione, with Professor Snape, arrived just in time to save all of them. The boy who lived once again went through a trial, but this time with the accompaniment of more of his friends. Meanwhile, in the Durmstrang library, Anna sat writing a reply to Krum, while Neville dictated mischievously, "Keep writing, tell him that if he's busy with training, he doesn't need to write to you. You're very busy." Riddle cunningly lured Draco away, then made Anna write a reply to Krum, determined to make that German stop bothering them with letters. "What could I be busy with? This is too fake. You might as well say I've returned home." "Right as I say," Riddle tapped the table, clearly impatient, but the next second, he curled up on the table in pain, clutching his chest. Anna watched Neville's eyes change from suspicious and scrutinizing to clean and foolish. Neville's true soul had taken control of his body. Anna knew what had happened. Could it be that Harry Potter and his friends had defeated the basilisk? Anna was so excited she wished she could apparate back immediately, but unfortunately, there were enchantments between the castles. Only Neville Longbottom suddenly found himself in unfamiliar surroundings. He instinctively shivered, but thankfully Anna, whom he recognized, was opposite him, giving him some courage and a sense of security. "Anna, what happened to me? Has the Hogwarts library been redecorated?" Looking at Neville's clear eyes, Anna couldn't bring herself to tell him that he had been possessed by the Dark Lord. She could only patiently explain why they were in Durmstrang. "But don't worry, we should be able to go back very soon." "What?" Neville was even more confused. How did he get to Durmstrang? But Anna said they would be able to go back soon, and he miraculously believed her, perhaps because she was a Dumbledore, and he instinctively felt she wouldn't harm him. After comforting the unlucky Neville, Anna quickly returned to her dormitory and saw that the diary, Ben Jun, which should have been on her bedside table, had disappeared. Could someone have come into her room and taken the diary, Ben Jun? Impossible. Ever since Karkaroff found out she was a Dumbledore, he had elevated her status to almost that of a queen. He was so afraid a male mouse would appear in her room that he had people constantly patrolling near her dormitory. She highly trusted Durmstrang's security system. Even a fly would be stopped. So there was only one possibility. Diary. Then Jun itself felt threatened and disappeared, which meant something had happened to the basilisk at Hogwarts. Sure enough, early the next morning, Anna saw Dumbledore, who seemed to have been up all night, in Karkaroff's office, along with Grindelwald, who was elegantly waving at her. "Long time no see, Anna. Are you having fun here?" Grindelwald was like a parent picking up their child from summer camp. Before Dumbledore could hug Anna, he took the initiative and hugged her first. "I'm having a lot of fun. Why are you here too?" Anna was puzzled. Had something major happened again? "Consider it a reunion. I'm quite familiar with this place." Grindelwald picked up Anna and weighed her twice. Not bad, she'd gained some weight, which meant she was doing well here. Karkaroff had been boasting to Dumbledore and only then realized the presence of another person. But he instinctively felt a slight apprehension towards the smiling tiger-like man in front of him. Even though he was smiling, Karkaroff was a shrewd man. In an instant, he knew they couldn't be enemies and guessed he was no pushover. So, he respectfully greeted him, then turned around and vigorously searched the wizarding world to find out who this Gellert Grindelwald truly was. "Principal." Anna was initially a bit angry that Dumbledore hadn't come to see her, but seeing him looking so haggard, she couldn't bear to leave an old man awkwardly holding out his hand. So Anna broke free from Grindelwald's embrace and rushed into Dumbledore's. Dumbledore held her tightly in his arms, kissing the top of Anna's head. "I'm glad you're safe. I've come to take you home, Anna." To outsiders, their family of three had a harmonious yet strange atmosphere. If Krum were there, he would surely ask what their relationship was. But Karkaroff knew some of the inside story, always thinking that Riddle had stolen someone's daughter and was raising her. Karkaroff once again demonstrated his astonishing ability to turn a blind eye. Draco Malfoy then rushed into the office. "What about going back to Hogwarts?" "I don't agree. My father didn't tell me that the exchange student program was ending." Draco actually enjoyed the opportunity to be dependent on each other with Anna and Durmstrang, because without others, they spent most of their time together. And now that that annoying Krum was gone, he didn't want to go back so soon and share Anna's attention with Potter. "Don't worry, you can continue to stay here and take Durmstrang's courses." Dumbledore smiled kindly, leaving a bewildered Draco and Durmstrang. That's right, Dumbledore was retaliating against Lucius Malfoy for taking his Anna away. Now, if he wanted his son to transfer back, he'd have to wait for the Ministry of Magic's application. Because Anna had not yet reached the legal school age, it didn't matter and wouldn't affect her academic record. Draco watched Professor Grindelwald about to follow, and immediately grabbed his sleeve. He was glared at, and that glare was terrifying, completely unlike his usual gentle self. "Is there anything else that's unclear, Malfoy?" Chapter 192. The End of the Matter. "Is there anything else you're unclear about, Malfoy?" Draco immediately withdrew his hand after Grindelwald's glare. How could he look at him like that? As if he were some kind of scum. But when he tried to confirm that look again, the man had returned to his elegant and gentle demeanor, patting Draco's shoulder. "Take care of yourself." He made to leave. Draco finally recovered from the earlier shock. "Wait, I need to go back too. Can't leave me here alone." Draco was anxious. If Anna wasn't here, who would want to stay? "You can cultivate your relationship with Longbottom." Grindelwald remembered the boy whose body he had once borrowed and couldn't help but sneer. That fellow who wet his pants, he. Who wants to cultivate a relationship with that idiot? Draco, hearing that Neville Longbottom was also here, wanted to stay even less. He didn't want to constantly clean up after Longbottom, although he seemed much more normal lately. Who knew if he would suddenly act up again one day and come crying to him about missing home? Grindelwald covered his mouth. "It's best to keep such things to yourselves." This was a piece of advice from Grindelwald as an elder. He still thought highly of this Malfoy, feeling he was like a little pet raised by his daughter. It was quite amusing to see Anna constantly tease him, and Draco was completely powerless to fight back. So Grindelwald didn't do anything about Draco's disrespect. After all, leaving him here was already the best punishment for him. Anna leaned on Dumbledore's shoulder with some anticipation, yet also great apprehension. "Is everything resolved? The Chamber of Secrets problem and the basilisk?" I didn't expect her information to spread so quickly. Dumbledore was a little surprised at how fast Anna knew everything, but he patiently answered her questions. The basilisk was eliminated under Professor Snape's leadership, and the Chamber of Secrets has been sealed by the professors. There will be no more danger. Snape, didn't Harry and his friends kill the basilisk? This wasn't what Anna had imagined. Professor Snape must not have seen the residual image of diary Bin Jun left on the basilisk, right? Yes, that's right. In this adventure, Harry and his companions showed astonishing courage and ability. I am very proud of them, but I hope that when you encounter such situations, you will find an adult to solve it, Dumbledore said earnestly. He couldn't forget seeing the Weasley family lying on the ground after he entered the Chamber of Secrets, and the giant snake coiling around them, and Snape holding the unconscious Harry. It was unforgettable, and he was immensely grateful that Anna wasn't there. Otherwise, given their relationship, it might have been Anna lying in Snape's arms. And so, the Weasley brothers and the Golden Trio added many points to their house, and also lost many. Thus, the Chamber of Secrets incident, which should have plagued the entire school year, ended. Anna had been very uneasy, wondering if diary Bin Jun would suddenly rush out one day and ask her, "Did you miss me?" Fortunately, this didn't happen. Instead, when Krum, who had returned from training camp in Berlin, excitedly brought gifts to Anna, he only saw Draco scolding Neville Longbottom like he was training a dog. So he stopped him. "Stop! You shouldn't do that!" Krum, who had been practicing English diligently, was becoming more and more fluent. "It's none of your business, superstar," Draco also retorted in fluent German. In Anna's absence, Draco had practiced German day and night, fearing he would make a fool of himself, and Neville, ignored by him, also started to work hard. But today, he received a letter from Anna that wasn't delivered to him immediately, so he had to teach him a lesson. He didn't expect that annoying Krum to return, looking even stronger and more radiant. "I'm not a star." Tilda Krum clearly disliked that address, but he did have a favor to ask, so he waved for Neville to leave quickly. Neville, as if he had found a treasure, hugged the letter in his arms and left. "Is something wrong?" Draco still had a proud demeanor, but in front of the strong, he was willing to give Krum some face, otherwise he would have chased after Neville already. Where's Anna? I haven't received her reply." Krum was eager to know how Anna was, if something had happened, why she hadn't written back. So he had completed his training early, even exceeding it, and rushed back. She went back. Hearing that name, Draco felt even worse. Did he think he didn't want a reply? He hadn't received one either, only that idiot Neville Longbottom had. This was simply an insult to him. They didn't know that Anna had absolutely no time to write to them, because she was either being dragged out for night excursions by Fred and George, or being blocked by Snape for studies, checking what she had learned at Durmstrang, or she was being caught by Dumbledore for emergencies, sleeping between him and Grindelwald. It truly left her with no time to spare. So Krum had no choice but to personally find Hogwarts. Karkaroff also came along. Dumbledore personally received them. For his reckless student, Karkaroff had to find an excuse, the Triwizard Tournament, to visit Dumbledore. Krum finally got to see Anna. It was then that Anna realized many letters had been intercepted by people with intentions. Anna explained, and Karkaroff left with Krum. Karkaroff also didn't expect Dumbledore, that old fellow, to actually agree to his casual suggestion of restarting the Triwizard Tournament. He didn't have time for that now. He needed to properly train Krum to make a name for him. Dumbledore really did put the matter on the agenda, and Draco, not long after, also pestered his father to death to get him back. Neville was the same. His grandmother visited him once, found her precious grandson so thin he was unrecognizable, and immediately begged Dumbledore to send him back. So Anna spent a peaceful and harmonious school year, except for the strangely ambiguous relationship between her two fathers. Sometimes they would naturally sit together discussing the Triwizard Tournament, and other times they would ignore each other. Anna was made to be a messenger, and sometimes she would find them kissing. Of course, it was always Grindelwald who initiated it, but it was hard to judge. And so, it was time for summer vacation again. Just like in the original story, the Weasley family won a big prize and was going on a family trip to Egypt, inviting Hermione and Harry along. Hermione's family also went, but Harry couldn't, as he still couldn't escape his Muggle aunt and uncle. As for Anna, both of her fathers disagreed with her going. Chapter 193, Ordinary Life. During the holidays, Godric's Hollow, specifically a dilapidated little house, seemed to have recently come alive. From its usual deadness, it gradually showed signs of revival, with even owls perching there. Without a doubt, this was where Dumbledore, Anna, and an ever-present Grindelwald were staying during the holidays. Protected by magic, outsiders couldn't tell that the decaying house had actually been made very cozy inside. Many fresh touches had been added to the existing foundation, such as a fish pond specifically dug for Anna, a swing under a tree, and beautiful roses in the yard. Although it was certainly lovely here, Anna even had several bedrooms with different themes. Dumbledore seemed afraid she wouldn't like them, preparing several backup plans, with one room even appearing to be underwater. However, compared to all this, Anna wanted to go to Egypt with her friends even more, especially Bill, who had even handmade her an ancient Egyptian-style dress. The strings of bells and metal decorations at the waist made a delightful sound when she walked, and she was really looking forward to it. But her two guardians actually disagreed, and Anna couldn't understand why. "Why won't you let me go? I can use my own pocket money." This was true. It was no exaggeration to say that the galleons she had received since childhood could buy several shops in Diagon Alley without a problem. Dumbledore, while embroidering Anna's name on her school uniform in a rocking chair by the window, gently reasoned with her, "I remember that it seems to be the Weasley family's family trip. Perhaps they prefer to spend this short, wonderful time with their family. But Hermione is going too. Her parents are going with her." Anna became unreasonable, acting truly like an 11-year-old, pouting by Dumbledore's knee. "I can go with her, Hermione." "Then poor little Harry will be waiting for your letter at home." Dumbledore was unmoved, "and Fred and George will probably have some exciting adventures." He couldn't let them take Anna to dangerous places again. The ancient Egyptian pyramids contained too much dark arts and too many secret passages and mechanisms. He was worried that his Anna might go and not return. Besides, Dumbledore glanced at the fellow sprawled ungracefully on the sofa with his legs crossed. He didn't want to face him alone either. "I swear I absolutely won't run off with Fred and George." Anna seemed to understand Dumbledore's concerns and was almost about to make a solemn vow, but facing Dumbledore's half-smile, Anna felt guilty. She couldn't be sure if the Weasley twins would cause trouble after all. They were too good at it. She even worried that they might secretly peel off murals from the pyramids to sell, or secretly carry off a small mummy, and then get cursed. Seeing that Dumbledore was unyielding, Anna immediately changed direction to coax Grindelwald, running to the sofa where Grindelwald was lying, and transforming the cup on the table into a fan to fan him. "Daddy, will you send me? I promise I won't cause any trouble." Anna's voice was almost strained from trying to sound sweet. "Send you to those rascals?" Grindelwald seemed to be aligning with Dumbledore, sitting up abruptly and moving out of the fan's range. "Listen to your father. I don't think highly of those rascals. Only the Malfoy family, and not our barely acceptable Tilda." Grindelwald stroked his goatee, as if genuinely pondering the question. Apart from their family backgrounds being suitable for their Anna, one of those two boys was easy to manipulate, and the other, always lurking in the shadows, was a potential stock with composure. "What are you talking about? We're friends. Why is not involved?" Anna was bewildered. How was this completely different from what she imagined? Why are they already picking out sons-in-law? How old is she? Why are they worrying about this? "Our daughter is growing up, and her thoughts are becoming sensitive." Grindelwald jokingly pulled a long white dress from his pocket. "These few rags, who are they meant to be worn for?" The jingling sound made Anna look more and more familiar. Wasn't this the one Bill made for her? It just showed her back and shoulders, and had a slit up to the thigh. Wasn't Egyptian style always like this? These old-fashioned old men. As Grindelwald spoke, Dumbledore finally deigned to look towards Grindelwald, saw the dress, and the needle in his hand suddenly bent. Dumbledore said with a smile, "This might cause sunburn. I'd better help you find a few dresses to wear." "Then you agree to let me go?" Anna looked overjoyed, completely oblivious that the white dress had vanished into thin air. "No, but you can wear those beautiful dresses and walk around Godric's Hollow, especially in the evening. It's very suitable." "How can you?" "Ah," Anna wailed, "then can you two come with me?" This was her last resort. "Sorry, Anna. I will make time to take you alone if you're really interested. I have several old friends in Cairo who can take us through secret passages into the pyramids. Not many wizards know about them." Dumbledore's implication was that he wouldn't travel with Grindelwald. Grindelwald, on the other hand, had long yearned for their family of 3 to live alone, with every day being warm and cozy. Although Dumbledore still harbored hostility towards him, wasn't life getting better day by day? And the most important point was that he needed to help his old friend find his youth again. So he shrugged and maintained his original answer. "Sorry, you're not under my care right now, Tilde. you have to listen to your father." Anna completely gave up. It seemed this trip to Egypt was destined to be out of her reach. Then, that night after Anna fell asleep, Dumbledore was forced into that Egyptian-style dress, his hands tied behind his head. Grindelwald said teasingly, "Indeed, this dress suits you better." Dumbledore closed his eyes in humiliation. He didn't know what his feelings for Grindelwald were now. They were becoming increasingly complex. However, what was certain was that he too was immersed in the illusion of this family of three life, unable to extricate himself. And so Anna obediently lived with her two fathers in the renovated house, happy and fulfilled every day until the plot arrived. Sirius escaped from prison. Anna clutched the poster with Sirius's handsome face, her heart thumping. How could someone look so wild and handsome even in a mugshot? The gears of fate began to turn once again. Chapter 194. Tavern Reunion. How could Anna's subtle expressions escape Grindelwald's eyes? The person who had been tormenting Dumbledore's flowers by the window suddenly appeared in front of Anna, snatched the newspaper from her hand, and, with a cigar dangling from his mouth, blew a smoke ring. "Oh, Tilda, so it's him. You know him too, Daddy?" Anna didn't know Grindelwald would know him. Logically, it shouldn't be possible as their timelines didn't overlap at all. "Oh, cough, cough, cough. I've heard of him. From the Black family. You see, Tilda, Grindelwald would never admit that he had already examined Dumbledore's memories in a pensive. Of course he knew this fellow. He was one of his favorite students, just like James Potter. At this thought, Grindelwald became a little annoyed, pulled out his cigar and tapped Anna on the head. "Tell me, who's more handsome, him or your daddy?" Grindelwald held the newspaper up to Anna again. "Of course Daddy is the most handsome." Anna was, of course, very good at this, but honestly, they were two different styles of handsome men. After all, Sirius was Aunt Rowling's #1 handsome man. It was Anna's perfunctory answer that made Grindelwald use his cigar to burn Sirius's face on the newspaper. "I hope you truly think so." Soon after, Dumbledore rushed back from the Ministry of Magic. He was dusty and hurried, wanting to take Anna away because he had just finished an emergency meeting about Sirius's escape, and countless more meetings awaited him. However, he couldn't leave Anna and Grindelwald alone together. So Dumbledore decided to entrust her to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. After all, the little girl had been talking about her good friends all summer. School was about to start, and it was time for them to reunite briefly. Moreover, Harry Potter was also there, so they could all be protected together. "I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to choose your wand. I'm very sorry, but I swear someone will complete this sacred moment for me." Dumbledore was so guilty he almost knelt on one knee. He had too many things to do. "Then Daddy will accompany me." "I'm afraid not, my child. He also needs to discuss some matters." Dumbledore cut off all opportunities for Grindelwald to take Anna away. Grindelwald was well aware of Dumbledore's vigilance, but instead of arguing, he went along with it, saying, "Yes, indeed, who made me Hogwarts principal's assistant now?" "Sorry, my dear daughter." He ambiguously hooked his arm over Dumbledore's shoulder. Dumbledore dismissed him with an expressionless face. "I haven't given you any position, Mr. Grindelwald, I'm afraid." "Then, give me back the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor position." Tilda Grindelwald wrapped himself around Dumbledore's neck again like a ball of cotton. "I'm sorry, a new candidate has already been chosen." Dumbledore persistently moved away from Grindelwald. Tusk tusk. Another beloved student, Anna couldn't stand the longing in Grindelwald's words anymore. "All right, I know, I'll take care of myself. You two go and be busy. Stop showing off your affection in front of me." And so, Anna was sent to the pub in Diagon Alley, where a still shaken Harry was receiving care from the Weasley family. Grindelwald looked at the pub's environment with disdain, while using a cleaning spell. "You're letting Anna stay in a place like this? It's just a temporary measure, and it's safer." Dumbledore would never say he was being considerate of the Weasley family's financial situation. Grindelwald pouted and said no more. He would get Malfoy Manor for his daughter sooner or later. Just as Harry was surprised to find everyone had arrived, Bill was the first to spot Anna standing at the door. He rushed over and embraced her. "You're finally here." The others who had been gathered around Harry also surrounded her with surprise and delight. "Anna! It really is Anna!" Fred and George circled, trying to pry Anna out of Bill's arms. Did Headmaster Dumbledore finally let her out? Ron, as always, brought up an awkward topic. Everyone had been sad and disappointed for a long time because Anna couldn't go to Egypt with them. He had even seen Bill visibly dejected. Yes, we finally meet. Anna struggled to poke her head out from Bill's embrace and looked at Harry. Are you all right, Harry? You haven't been bullied, have you? Harry Potter was almost moved to tears. Anna must have stayed behind to keep him company instead of going to Egypt, and now she was immediately showing concern for him. Unable to speak, he just nodded, afraid he would embarrass himself if he opened his mouth. Hey, isn't anyone going to care about us? Nah, no may. Fred and George pushed Harry aside, finally finding space to talk to Anna. Seeing Anna's little face squashed, they couldn't keep a straight face and were full of smiles. Quick, let her go. No May is going to turn into N-O-N-O May. Only then did Bill reluctantly release Anna's little head, his hand still not forgetting to rub her head back and forth. It looks like she's grown a little taller. Hermione and Ginny finally squeezed in. Excuse us, it's the girls' turn. With their combined glares and Mrs. Mullis, Anna finally got to catch her breath safely in their embrace. You won't find partners treating girls so roughly. Mrs. Molly couldn't help but complain, but Fred and George just looked at each other and snickered. Bill thoughtfully averted his gaze and only Ron replied. It has nothing to do with me. I wasn't rough with him. He held his hands above his head, looking innocent, which made Mrs. Molly worry about him the most. Quick, sit down and eat something. Mr. Weasley warmly greeted Anna, and secretly pulled Harry aside for a private conversation. Anna already guessed what they would talk about. However, she didn't have time to think about the future's direction, because everyone now wanted to tell her about their experiences in Egypt, and her head was about to explode. Please wait, ladies first. Anna was truly overwhelmed by the noise and decided to have them tell her one by one. And so, Anna heard their legendary stories. Fred and George indeed tried to sneak something away, but were discovered by the Pharaoh's ghost, then chased to an unexcavated tomb. Mr. Weasley took them away before the Muggles arrived. There was also the time when, while riding camels, Mrs. Weasley got into a fight with a local over the price. She hadn't expected that even in the wizarding world, there were tricks like 10 galleons before riding, 10 galleons per minute after riding. This even attracted Muggle police, but thankfully they managed to muddle through with confundo, and didn't spend much extra money. Even more outrageous was that Hermione almost missed the boat because she was copying ancient Egyptian magic from inside the pyramids. But when Anna received Hermione's entire notebook of neatly organized notes, she almost knelt before her. This was truly a top student. It was even translated into English. And Anna also received more gifts from Egypt. If any darlings like Jackie Chan adventures, feel free to check out my bookshelf. I have a novel on Huoban that has been transferred over. It's all about Jade CPs, very sweet. I've written about Ziyu Shengju and Julan. There's bound to be something you like, though there are many typos and old habit, cries asterisk. Chapter 1, 195, Receiving Gifts. Anna also received 2 small, exquisitely wrapped boxes, carefully chosen by Fred and George. Perhaps to save on materials, they used the same wrapping paper, but each of them personally drew and embellished it with different patterns. Unfortunately, their tastes were far too similar, otherwise in the original story they wouldn't have dated and married the same person. So Anna received 2 identical armbands, made of a special material and engraved with various Egyptian hieroglyphs. They were very beautiful, and wearing them gave one an Egyptian flair. However, these are typically worn individually, and now Anna, with one on each arm, looked like a female warrior. But she didn't show any displeasure, instead thanking them joyfully. I absolutely love this gift. It's truly beautiful. But Fred and George were almost coming to blows. You copied me. I was the one who paid at that shop first. If anyone's copying, it's you copying me. Nonsense. I was ahead of you. Ron nearly fell under the table laughing. These are the carefully chosen gifts from you too? Ha 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 ha. Anna wanted to stop them, but Ginny indicated to just let them fight. Then Anna received a small black cat from Ginny, a palm-sized sculpture that would walk around in her palm. It was truly adorable, and it had a golden inverted V on its neck. Anna adored Ginny. Percy also squeezed in to give her a book of his own poetry. He even wanted to read it aloud, but Bill directly pushed him back. She'll read it slowly. It's my turn. Bill took out a necklace, strung with various small crystals and gemstones he had collected from the markets in Egypt. Even in such a dim place, it sparkled and shone with a unique brilliance. Anna was overjoyed, her eyes reflecting the same light. Quick, help me put it on. I love it so much. Bill smiled slightly. He knew Anna would love it. The corners of his mouth curved upwards uncontrollably, filled with pride. He truly was the grand finale. Harry, who had just returned, was originally feeling down, contemplating his situation with Sirius, but seeing this scene, he immediately cast aside everything, only wanting to give her his gift. He had also prepared some presents. They were some pretty hair clips from the Muggle world. He swore he had never seen such styles in the wizarding world. Anna took one look and confirmed they were indeed much more fashionable than those in the wizarding world. There were star-shaped clips that even Hermione and Ginny found very appealing. So Anna generously shared some with them. They wore the same clips, looking incredibly harmonious. However, after the fun, everyone couldn't help but discuss Sirius's situation. Hermione had even prepared in advance, pulling a clipped newspaper article from her backpack. It was the article describing Sirius back then, and also about Peter Pettigrew receiving the Order of Merlin. It was then that Anna remembered Scabbers, the rat hiding in the Weasley family over the new year. Excuse me for interrupting, but where's Scabbers? He's just hiding because of Hermione's stinky cat. Ron rolled his eyes as he spoke. It has nothing to do with Crookshanks, and she's not a cat. Hermione began her argument with Ron again. It seemed Peter had not deviated from the plot, just like in the original story, which made things easier. Anna decided to expose Peter as early as possible and clear Sirius's name. She needed to find a situation where everyone was present, ideally with her two dads there too, so he could be caught effortlessly. As for Sirius, how could she help him and Harry meet early? At the very least, she could ensure he was well fed. The thought of him living in the Muggle world as a dog, eating rats and scavenging through trash, made her feel unbearable. So Anna decided to go for a walk with Harry, to see if she could run into that big black dog. But she forgot that it was a sensitive time, and they would absolutely not let Harry run around. But I have to buy a wand, Tilda. Anna had a perfectly valid reason to leave the pub. That's true, Tilda, I can go with you. Before Mr. Weasley could finish, Bill interjected, I'll go with Anna. I'm perfectly capable of protecting her. Bill's words were very convincing, though Harry was extremely disappointed. Anna had only invited him, and it was all because of that damned Sirius. Fred and George tried to sneak away again, but Mrs. Molly grabbed one with each hand. Bill can go, you two aren't allowed to cause trouble. Mom! This isn't fair. We can protect no Mei too. We need human rights too. No you don't. Go help me carry the trunks upstairs. Mrs. Molly knew her two sons too well. Dumbledore had finally entrusted Anna to her care, and no more dangerous incidents could happen. So, staying away from Fred and George ensured safety, and Bill was very trustworthy. Mrs. Molly would even trust Bill with her life. Thus, Anna's shopping trip became Bill's domain. This year was her official age to start school, but Dumbledore and Grindelwald had been considering whether to let Anna skip grades, as the lower grade curriculum was too simple for her now. Originally, the other professors had agreed, but the proposal was vetoed by Snape, whose reason was that he didn't want to see the Savior and Malfoy fighting over her and not paying attention in his class. So Dumbledore thought it over and decided against it. He wanted to keep Anna for a few more years, so Anna still needed to start from first year. Anna actually had plenty of other things she needed to buy, especially the back-to-school gifts from Hogsmeade and the gifts celebrating her enrollment, which were overflowing. She only needed a wand and a new school uniform. Although she could wear the ones Dumbledore and the others had prepared for her, Madame Malkin insisted she come by, as she wanted to give her a new, improved uniform. Passing by the pet shop, Bill held her hand and asked what kind of pet she still wanted. Her brother could get her anything. Anna thought for a moment and decided she might need a real cat to catch rats. Peter. Bill made a mental note. Okay, I'll definitely find you the best rat-catching cat in the world. Just like that, at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, Anna met a familiar face again. Draco Malfoy? Why didn't you go to Egypt? So, you went too. Darlings who love Jackie Chan adventures must check out that book on my bookshelf, Tilda. Although there are a few typos, it has my true favorite CP but cute Arabic wow. Chapter 196, Magic Wand. What? You went to Egypt too? Draco Malfoy's face flushed red when he heard this. He glared fiercely at Anna. He had heard her conversation earlier and deliberately gone to Egypt to wait for her. For this, he had even waited several days under the pyramids, even encountering the Weasley family. He hadn't seen any trace of Anna, and then Ron Weasley, laughing so hard his stomach hurt, told him, "Didn't Anna tell you? She didn't come." This made Draco want to rush back to Hogwarts immediately to question Anna about what was going on. For this trip, he had even given up a vacation in beautiful southern France to come to this hot and dirty place. It infuriated him. "You lied to me, you unprincipled woman." "Huh? When did I promise to go to Egypt with you?" Anna vaguely recalled that she had never said such a thing. "When I asked you last time, you clearly nodded." Draco clenched his fists. Bill strongly disliked Draco's attitude towards Anna. He wouldn't even raise his voice at her. Who was that detestable Malfoy to question her? So Bill stepped in front of Anna, shielding her, and with a somewhat forceful tone, began to question Malfoy. "Is this how you address a professor? Perhaps I should write to your father and inquire if this is the upbringing of the Malfoy family." It was then that Draco suddenly realized that Professor of Care of Magical Creatures was standing beside him. Although he was from the family Draco disliked the most, he still somewhat recognized Bill's ability and teaching level. "Good morning, Professor Weasley. I apologize, I didn't notice you just now." "It won't happen again." He reluctantly bowed to Bill, then changed the subject. "Is Professor in charge of purchasing for the new students?" Bill raised an eyebrow, something like that tilde. He didn't know what Malfoy was up to. He just wanted to leave with Anna now. "Then after you're done, I'd like to invite you for a drink to make up for my earlier mistake." Draco had his own little plan, but Bill saw right through it and refused him. Draco found several more excuses, but they were all rejected. So, in the end, he just threw caution to the wind and followed them. "Then I'll just buy a few more wands, all right?" He insisted on coming along. Bill had no choice but to let him follow. Anna looked at Draco's haughty demeanor, both annoyed and amused, and simply let him be. It was just that his gaze always fell on her back, making him seem a little pathetic. Ollivander's wand shop was still dusty. Bill waved his wand, clearing a clean space for Anna and himself. Anna was very much looking forward to her wand. Unfortunately, all the wands she tried seemed afraid of her. Most of them gave off signals of resistance. Some trembled wildly, while others flew directly out of her hand. It took so long that Draco even started to curse on Anna's behalf. "Do you even have a wand for Anna? Do you not want to do business?" Anna pulled Draco's sleeve, stopping him. Was it because her magic was too powerful and no wand dared to claim her? But the mini wand Dumbledore gave her was very comfortable to use. Finally, old Ollivander held up Anna's small wand and praised it profusely, implying that she already had a faded wand and didn't need to find another. Anna felt he was trying to preserve his last bit of dignity. "Wasn't this just a toy wand? Isn't this just a toy wand?" Anna had always thought so. "Oh no, of course not. Toy wands only do one or two specific things, like spray water or streamers. Those are toys for children," Bill explained very clearly. Anna was truly shocked now. So, this was a wand Dumbledore personally made for her, and, for years to come, she would always be wielding a pink wand? How embarrassing. Ollivander carefully waved Anna's small wand and accurately stated that its core was a phoenix feather, specifically a few hairs from Fox's head, not just one, so it could carry and convert immense magic. It turned out Dumbledore knew everything her magic and the problems she might encounter. After all, she wasn't a normally born child, and Ollivander might not be able to find a suitable wand for her. He had made all the plans for her early on. Anna really wanted to hug Dumbledore's big belly and act spoiled now unfortunately, she could only settle for second best, burying herself in Bill's arms, silently moved. Bill, understanding her perfectly, pulled open his cloak to shield her. Draco, unable to see Anna's expression, was a little anxious. "Why are you crying?" "If this lousy shop doesn't have one, we'll go somewhere else. I'll have my father order one for you from France." Draco's words met with resistance from old Ollivander, who used a spell to throw them all out. "Don't mention those Frenchmen in my shop." The door of Ollivander's wand shop slammed shut with a bang, shaking the open sign off the door and onto the floor. "Thank you for your kindness." Bill whistled, unsure if he was genuinely thanking him for his concern for Anna or being sarcastic about being kicked out. In any case, Bill finally had a reason to part ways with Malfoy. "I'll wait for you at Hogwarts." Draco didn't reply to Bill, only said something to Anna, shoved the gift he brought from Egypt into her arms and left. Anna pulled herself out of Bill's embrace and saw an Egyptian black cat doll in her arms. Suddenly, she wasn't sad anymore. What a cute black cat, with its adorable, innocent eyes, but there was a tag around its neck that read Anna Dumbledore. She wasn't a cat. No, this also meant it was Anna's cat. Anna hugged the black cat tightly. Now, she suddenly felt a little sorry for Draco. He didn't seem so hateful after all. Just as Anna and Bill were walking hand in hand, preparing to meet up with Harry Potter and Fred at the pub, they heard a commotion ahead. It sounded like someone had lost something. It's that damn black dog again. Next time I catch him, I'll skin him. A vendor at a cauldron cake stall waved his hat, expressing his anger. It turned out his cakes were always being stolen. The commotion in the crowd was also because a large black figure was swiftly moving between people's legs. Anna instantly perked up when she heard black dog. As the black figure entered her sight, she shrank the black dog to palm size. The black dog was also very clever, immediately finding several large jars nearby and hiding in the gaps between them, waiting for the vendor to leave. Anna also pulled Bill to a stop. Wait, I found my new pet. You saw it? Is it a black cat? Bill certainly wouldn't stop her, because Anna had seen the culprit. Chapter 197, Black Dog and Pets. You saw it? Was it a black cat? A black cat? Haha, it really looks like one, but it's a little puppy. Anna waited for the crowds to disperse before hurrying to the jars, squatting down, and reaching out to pet the little black dog. Anna was bitten hard, and the little black dog, taking advantage of the gap, darted into the crowd like lightning. Oh no, I shouldn't have transformed into a smaller size. It's even harder to find now. Anna. Bill immediately grew anxious. He quickly lifted Anna from the ground, holding her small hand up to his face to examine it. Due to their height difference, he bent down as much as possible. Bill quickly tended to Anna's wound, first putting it in his mouth to disinfect it, then carefully observing the size of the wound. He used several spells, held Anna in his arms, pulled out some cool potion from his pocket, applied it, and then bandaged Anna's little finger. The series of actions flowed smoothly, and the method, refined through countless experiences, was so professional that Anna was astonished. You're amazing, Bill. It's all thanks to Professor Hagrid. Bill couldn't very well say it was because his assistant, Hagrid, always suggested he keep dangerous creatures, and after so many times, he couldn't always refuse. Then, one or two unlucky students would always appear in his class, and he quickly developed a knack for first aid. But what about my pet? Anna couldn't help but feel a little sad. What a great opportunity, and it was all her fault for being too careless. Perhaps I can get you some cute little kittens. Bill was very worried about a dog that would attack people. It's cute too, it just got scared. Mistake. She hadn't even seen the dog's face, only a shadow. You're right, perhaps we should give him a chance. Bill had no resistance to Anna's small request. So Anna watched as Bill pulled a necklace from his embrace. He chanted some unknown spell, and the top-like object began to spin rapidly, finally floating in the air. Bill pulled Anna along, chasing in the direction the top's tip pointed. They actually spotted the black figure on a rooftop. A dog that can climb roofs? That's certainly interesting. Bill suddenly became interested in the dog too. Seeing that the dog would rather jump off the roof than be caught, Anna quickly shouted at him, "Don't go! I'll introduce you to my friend the Savior Harry Potter." Upon hearing Harry Potter's name, even people around them turned their heads, not to mention the little black dog. His black beady eyes instantly lit up. The dog, which had been growling and threatening them moments before, instantly lowered its posture in a friendly manner, wagging its tail frantically, almost jumping directly into Anna's arms. And it actually did. Woof! With a single bark it flew down from the 2-meter-high eaves. Bill quickly reached out to catch it to prevent it from falling on Anna. Finally, they got a clear look at the black dog's appearance. It was evident that the dog had suffered from long-term malnutrition with dull matted fur. Its fur was very coarse, and it had a large tail that constantly brushed against Bill's arm, pawing at his chest, trying to burrow into Anna's embrace. What a fickle dog. Bill didn't dare hand it over to Anna immediately. He still remembered that Anna had been bitten by it, and it was too dirty. Even after Bill used several cleaning spells, its fur was still matted and had a certain smell. He can only play with Anna after I've taken care of him, okay? Bill pulled out a rope and quickly tied the black dog into a caterpillar, slung it over his back, and led Anna away. Now, Anna saw Sirius's only movable tail coiled into a propeller, slapping against Bill's back with a rhythmic thud. She wondered if he would be so excited upon seeing Harry that he might faint. Let's give him a name, Anna Tilda. Let's call him Zing Zing Star. Anna was terrible at naming, and could only think of Sirius, star. What a lovely name. His eyes are like stars tilted in Bill's eyes. Anna was the best. The name she chose must also be the best, leaving Anna unsure how to react. At the pub, Fred and George took out their extendable ears, hoping to tie them to Crookshanks to see why Anna hadn't returned yet. Now they felt the extendable ears were no longer enough for their needs. They desperately needed clairvoyance to constantly monitor Anna's movements. Although it felt a bit difficult, it wasn't entirely impossible. So the two of them put down Crookshanks, rushed back to their room, and began their research. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She would have felt too awkward to refuse them if Fred and George had asked, as she often borrowed the extendable ears for listening to lectures, which made them incredibly clear. And with her suggestions, the improved version could even record now. Harry and Ron were playing wizard's chess in the pub's main hall. They even had a wager. Whoever lost would have to play truth or dare. They had already chosen the question. Whoever lost would have to ask Bill if he had a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Because they seemed to have never seen Bill in a relationship, which was too abnormal. In fact, he had so many friends, but they couldn't recall him being particularly close to any female friends. Even Percy had female friends he chatted openly with, but their excellent and handsome older brother showed no signs of romance, making Mrs. Molly quite worried that Bill might be interested in the same sex. Of course, if he truly liked men, they would still love him, but it would require some time for adjustment. Even Hermione was curious. She was even a little eager to join the fray and openly ask the question. Seeing Hermione's impatience, Mr. Weasley thought she really wanted to play, so he kindly invited Hermione to play wizard's chess with him. Hermione hesitated but agreed. As it turned out, Mr. Weasley had no idea what her purpose in playing wizard's chess was. There was no dare, no gossip, no truth. The winning Mr. Weasley asked Hermione 10 questions about the Muggle world, making Hermione so frustrated she almost threw up. Mr. Weasley misunderstood even further. Don't be sad. You'll definitely win the next one, I swear. He still thought she was disappointed that he kept winning against her. It's fine, no need. Hermione was too disappointed. Chapter 198. The Stars Are Coming. When Anna returned with Sirius, she was greeted like a hero. Of course, some were because they didn't want to play wizard's chess anymore, some were eager to know the results of truth or dare and wanted to ask Bill, and some truly missed her. However, the appearance of the little black dog still attracted everyone's attention. Bill originally wanted to take it to Xing Xing Star for a bath, but with his strength, he couldn't hold the dog back at all. The black figure, like a flash of lightning, pounced on Harry, completely unstoppable. Harry was directly knocked off balance by the black dog. Anna, you're finally back. Harry, be careful. Where did this black dog come from? No, little sister is finally back. I thought you only wanted to play with Bill. That's right, it's not fair. Fred and George, in unison, pushed Bill aside and encircled Anna from the crowd, completely enveloping her under their influence. Sirius enthusiastically placed his paws on Harry's chest, vigorously licked his face, his tail wagging rapidly, and even shed tears of excitement. Is it crying? Hermione, with Ron's help, helped Harry up. Harry seemed a bit bewildered, straightening his glasses, somewhat worried that he had lost face in front of Anna, his cheeks starting to flush again. He didn't know if it was psychological, but he felt Anna was laughing at him. However, the black dog completely ignored his attempts to ignore it, fawning over him and licking him. This is a dog we met on the way. I named it Xing Xing Star. If you like it, you can keep it. Anna had gone this far. Sirius should thank her properly. Xing Xing Star. I'm sure I haven't seen it. I did see a black dog once, as big as a wolf, and exceptionally fierce. Harry recalled the black dog he encountered when taking out the trash in the neighborhood that day. After he said this, the Xing Xing Star in his arms suddenly quieted down, lowering its dog head. Why did it feel so guilty? Maybe it was a coincidence. How could Anna forget that Harry had actually seen Sirius's dog form? Didn't she have to constantly maintain Sirius's current form? Oh right, Bill, Ron has a question for you. Finally, just before Hermione saw Bill preparing to take the black dog for a bath, she changed the subject. What? Bill only wanted to help Anna with her new pet, preferably trimming Xing Xing Star's claws and filing its teeth. Hermione nudged a pale-faced Ron beside her. Ron was very annoyed. How could he have lost to Harry? He must have cheated. That's right, Ginny must have secretly helped him. that sister who always sided with others. Though extremely reluctant, Ron still stammered out the question, it's just that, Bill, are you in love? Huh? Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Ha 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 ha. Bill burst out laughing, perhaps to cover his embarrassment. Of course not. How could he have time for romance? He still had to take care of everyone, and take care of Anna. Then you, seeing Ron silenced by Bill's laughter, Hermione couldn't help but blurted out for him, then do you have a girl you like? Of course, Bill almost blurted it out, but he quickly realized that saying this might lead to deeper thoughts, so he added, and Ginny Mum, and of course a Miss Granger. This kind of all-purpose answer clearly failed to convince everyone, but Bill's mouth seemed to be locked, and no more questions could be asked. Anna guessed correctly, this black dog was indeed Sirius Black. He was initially very wary of this girl, because he had seen too many children who were young but extremely cruel, encountering incidents of being hit with stones or deliberately set on fire too many times. Therefore, he was exceptionally vigilant. But when he heard that she would take him to see Harry, he was willing to brave it, even if it was a trap, because he longed to reunite with Harry, his only godson. Now that he was truly in Harry's arms as he wished, how could Sirius not shed tears, even if he had forgotten how to cry? During these years in Azkaban, he had forgotten how he survived. Perhaps his hatred was the only thing that kept him going. Finally, the wheel of history turned to a new chapter. After meeting Sirius, school started. This time, Anna still went back to school with everyone on the Hogwarts Express, because she knew in advance that they would encounter Dementor attacks on the way, so she had prepared scarves, hats, and gloves for everyone early on. She also pulled Bill from the professor's compartment, so this compartment was packed with Harry Potter, Ron, Hermione, and the squeezed-in Fred and George, plus Ginny. How about Anna comes with me to the professor's compartment? There's lemon juice there too, Tilda. Compared to his noisy younger brothers, Bill still wanted to monopolize Anna. No, wouldn't that defeat the purpose? Anna realized she might have spoken a bit loudly. We agreed to play cards together. With that, Anna simply sacrificed herself and sat on Bill's lap. Then Bill was satisfied, and no longer mentioned taking Anna away. Then let's start. Bill tightened his arms, making sure Anna wouldn't fall out of his embrace, and enthusiastically organized the game more than anyone else. This isn't fair. Fred and George were almost dying of jealousy, rubbing their hands, wanting to pull Anna over, but were blocked by Bill's long legs. Anna chose me, sorry, Weasley. Bill adopted a professor's demeanor, and Fred and George could only give up. What kind of cards? Are they like playing cards? Only Hermione was genuinely eager, her studiousness making her particularly enthusiastic about this activity. Are you really not a Ravenclaw? Ron couldn't help but retort. A Gryffindor, no doubt about it. Hermione raised her head, imperious like a little queen. Ron noticed that the black dog was actually laughing at him, its eyes narrowed. How dare you laugh at me, you stinking dog? Ron began to complain that it was already crowded enough, and now there was a dog and a cat, which made his scabbers afraid to come out. It was strange that the black dog and Hermione's stinky cat were surprisingly polite to each other, but at the same time, they were hostile towards his scabbers, as if they wanted to eat it. It was truly bullying. Therefore, he intensely disliked those two animals. It was a very old card game, a gift Anna had received from someone. The gameplay was similar to Sanguosha, except the characters were various great wizards from history, even Grindelwald and Dumbledore, which was interesting. Everyone quickly got into the game with great enthusiasm. Anna even got the character of Grindelwald once, and her spells were very powerful. As time passed, the temperature in the compartment gradually dropped, and condensation and frost even began to form on the windows. Chapter 199, Dementors. Bill was the first to react to the sudden drop in temperature, but holding Anna, he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he was sweating profusely. He himself was fine, but he wrapped Anna up in his own jacket. Why did the temperature suddenly drop? Bill casually mentioned, then felt the little one in his arms stiffen, her body trembling slightly. He tenderly touched Anna's forehead. Are you still cold? Of course, Anna couldn't say it was because she was afraid of Dementors. He could only shake her head, snuggling tighter into Bill's embrace. Leaning against Bill's warm chest, Anna finally felt a bit more secure. Let's stop playing for now. Everyone's tired, let's rest. Bill appropriately interrupted the game. Anna gratefully rubbed the back of her head against his chest, and Bill pressed a heavy kiss on her hair. It's so strange, it's not even winter yet. Hermione also hugged Crookshanks tightly, feeling much warmer. Good thing I have the scarf Anna gave me. Harry, in his usual goofy way, wrapped himself in the scarf and smiled. At first, he had wondered what Anna meant by giving him a scarf this season. Did she want a birthday present like this? Now, she probably knew the temperature would drop today, looking happy and content, which made Ron roll his eyes. He'd say it was definitely his mom who taught her to knit, and Anna had nowhere to put them, so she gave them to everyone, but it just so happened they came in handy. And gloves too, so thoughtful. Fred and George also praised Anna without reservation. Just then, the train suddenly braked hard as if it had hit something, almost sending everyone flying from their seats. Thankfully, Bill had been holding Anna the whole time. Bill stumbled, protecting Anna's head. Screams erupted from inside and outside the compartment. Anna became even more terrified. Although her patroness charm was already very proficient, she didn't seem to have a specific patroness, only a large cloud of smoke. Was it because she had no one she loved? Or was it because she was created by magic? Did she not meet the conditions? She also wondered if its power was sufficient. However, Anna had already clutched her wand. Bill immediately pushed Anna between Fred and George. Stay here, I'm going to check. As a professor, it was his responsibility. Don't go. I'm scared. Anna panicked for a moment when she left Bill's embrace, fumbling to grab his collar. This deeply hurt Fred and George, who felt Anna didn't trust them. A flicker of hurt crossed their eyes, but they were always proactive. We'll protect no may. Don't worry. Fred and George pried Anna's hand from Bill's. Bill also squeezed Anna's wrist and patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll be back very soon. The black dog also barked a few times as if in agreement, wagging its tail to lick Anna's hand. Anna came back to her senses, pushing the black dog's head away, wondering if black dog blood could ward off evil and if it would work against Dementors. Sirius hadn't felt cold just now, but now he felt an icy wind blowing, making him shiver all over. At that time, everyone hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. If they had known, Bill wouldn't have left, even if the sky fell. After Bill left, Anna quickly told Harry to lock the door. Now, everyone was grateful they were squeezed together, as it was much warmer, and in the dim environment outside, it seemed much cozier. Just as everyone silently waited for the train to restart, urgent banging on their door broke the quiet. Open the door quickly. But no one dared to open the door. Fred and George exchanged glances and shook their heads. Hermione and Ginny hugged each other. Ginny kept looking at Harry, hoping to get some comfort from him. But Harry's gaze seemed to move back and forth only between the door and Anna's face, as if to ensure their attitudes were consistent. It's me, open the door. Draco's voice sounded from outside, but it didn't make anyone relax their guard. How do we know you're really Malfoy? Let Anna Dumbledore come out. She knows me. Dream on. Fred and George were the first to retort. No way would they let Anna leave their embrace. Prove yourself. Anna calmed down. In the original story, only Dementors appeared, with no other dangerous factors. I brought her back an Egyptian god doll from Egypt last time. Only she and I know about it. Is that enough? Draco's tone began to grow impatient, very much like him. Everyone looked at Anna for confirmation. Anna suddenly felt an awkwardness, like a secret relationship had been discovered, but there was nothing between them. It was clearly a black cat. That is their god. Idiot. Draco was practically fuming. Everyone began discussing in low voices. Someone so arrogant must be him. No one else would dare call Anna that, unless they wanted to die. I think he wants to die right now. It must be Malfoy, no doubt. Suddenly. Draco let out a scream, and the sounds from the door ceased. Anna opened the door immediately and cast Expecto Patronum. Sure enough, a ghostly black shadow stood at the doorway. Breathing felt difficult in its presence, making one's mood heavy and chest feel blocked. Fortunately, Anna's spell was very successful, and the Dementor shrieked and flew away, leaving only Draco collapsed on the ground. The moment Anna rushed forward, Fred and George also sprang into action, only their movements were so synchronized that they crashed into each other and fell. Harry also reached out to pull Anna, hoping to bring her back, but instead saw an incredibly radiant figure. She was truly strong. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. Now with the cold wind blowing, they shivered. Ginny even fainted, while Harry, because his attention was entirely on Anna, didn't seem to focus too much on the Dementor, so he was fine, and could even help Anna pull Draco up onto a chair. Now everyone was panicking, terrified that another Dementor might appear. Ron was pale and terrified, repeating, "How can there be Dementors? Damn it, it's Dementors! Are you all right? No one got hurt, did they?" Just then, a man with a scarred face appeared at the door. Chapter 200. New Semester Begins. The man who appeared was none other than Professor Lupin, who was supposed to help Harry and his friends in the original story. However, unlike in the original, though he looked haggard, he wasn't disheveled. His clothes resembled something Bill once wore, exuding the air of a bounty hunter. Everything was well-fitting and sharp, conducive to combat, and unlike the original, he bore many more scars from battles, such as a fresh scar on his forehead left by dark arts. Indeed, for a long time he had become a bounty hunter, a suggestion Anna had made. Sometimes she needed some special magic spells, and would write to Lupin for help in finding them, using it as an excuse to give him some sponsorship. Lupin, of course, wouldn't accept, but it inspired him with a new way to earn money. He didn't need long-term employment, and sometimes, because of his werewolf identity, it was easier to obtain information and benefits. By helping people find contraband, gather intelligence, and so on, he was finally not so down and out. Lupin attributed all of this to Anna, believing that this child was Merlin's gift to him, sent to rescue him. With Lupin's help, the children in the compartment finally settled down. Draco was given some potion by Lupin, and his complexion instantly brightened considerably. "Who are you? Are you from the Ministry of Magic?" Hermione was the first to ask. Meanwhile, Lupin, who had finished dealing with Draco's issue, was already hugging Anna. "You two know each other?" Hermione was dumbfounded. "Of course we're old pals." Anna hooked her arm over Lupin's shoulder, looking like two brothers. Lupin was so excellent because she had cultivated him herself. Well, she had guided him. "That's right, Anna and I are old friends." Lupin pulled out a large chunk of chocolate from his pocket, broke off half, and handed it to Anna, then divided the remaining half equally among everyone else, finally popping a small piece into his own mouth. "Eating some chocolate will make you feel better." "Why did she get so much?" Ron couldn't help but ask. "She could have had it all," Tilda Lupin said nonchalantly, stating his favoritism so clearly. Another Anna brain. Tilda Ron gave up, already able to convince himself. Harry Potter at this moment was unusually silent because he was a bit struck. He had wanted to protect Anna, but he hadn't expected Anna to be so strong. No, he had always known Anna was strong, but he hadn't expected her to be this strong. He had to work hard. He also wanted to learn that spell. Harry gazed intently at Anna's profile, clenching his fists. Bill also arrived quickly. He seemed to know Professor Lupin as well. After a few brief exchanges, he kept asking Anna questions, making sure she hadn't been frightened. No one noticed the little black dog hiding under a chair, not coming out. Sirius was worried Lupin would recognize him, but looking at Lupin's figure, he still couldn't help but reminisce about their beautiful, innocent student days. Finally, they arrived at the station. Dumbledore was waiting anxiously on the platform, and it wasn't until he saw Anna safe and sound that a smile appeared on his tired face. After the feast, Remus Lupin was introduced as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, Hagrid as the professor for the care of magical creatures elective, and Bill as his assistant. Thanks to Dumbledore's introduction, everyone now knew that Dementors would be stationed at Hogwarts due to Sirius's escape. Grindelwald scoffed, "You at the Ministry of Magic certainly have your ways. Next time, will you be using trolls and centaurs too?" Grindelwald didn't want his daughter living in a place with Dementors. His daughter wasn't a criminal. "I wish to see this scene least of all." Dumbledore also seemed a bit angry. No one loved Hogwarts more than him. Seeing Dumbledore's serious face, Grindelwald relaxed. "Indeed, Hogwarts is your love. We can't compare." Tilda, he whistled, preparing to go talk to his daughter. After the dinner, everyone crowded into the Gryffindor common room hall, listening to Fred and George recount how brave Anna was and how much of a coward Draco Malfoy was. Of course, their performance contained elements of exaggeration. They added a lot of embellishment to him before he fainted, making everyone burst into laughter. It was then that Anna realized Sirius was gone. Thinking back, they hadn't seen him since they got off the train. Oh right, because Dumbledore's greeting echoed in her mind, she knew he was there to pick her up, and she had gotten off the train, forgetting her luggage. So Anna found an excuse to sneak out of the party before Grindelwald found her. Everyone thought she had gone to the restroom, but they didn't know she had secretly slipped away to find Kessie. Because Anna knew that Kessie as a centaur had much keener senses of smell and hearing than her, and he could do divination, so he might be able to give her some direction. Kessie was also delighted that Anna came to find him, as a whole summer had passed without them meeting, although they often exchanged letters that could only express emotions and couldn't console him. You want a little black dog? Kessie thought Anna wanted a pet, and he was excellent at that. He could find the most suitable pet for her from the Forbidden Forest. It's not that I want one, but I already have one, and he's lost. Can you help me look? Okay, do you have any of his belongings? I can sense his scent. This stumped Anna. She should have knitted a few scarves for Sirius too. They could only wander around Hogwarts hoping for luck. Kessie happily took small, quick steps. He didn't choose to carry Anna on his back to save time, because he wanted to spend more time with Anna, so they walked as if strolling. Their figures quickly entered Nut's sight. He seemed to have been waiting for Anna to appear, or perhaps he knew what Anna was looking for. To Anna's surprise, Kessie didn't mind being with Nut. If anyone else had appeared, Kessie would have picked her up and run, but now they could even chat a bit. You two know each other? Anna was truly curious. What charm did Nut possess? A holiday had passed, and Nut had grown considerably taller, completely like a teenager, and his voice had deepened a lot. She couldn't call him a Shota anymore. Anna couldn't help but frequently turn her head to look at him. Sort of. He's still a good one. This was already a very high evaluation for Kessie, and she didn't know what had happened between them to make the scent or have such a good impression of Nut. Just then, screams erupted from the portraits, one after another. Ah, 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 ah. Sirius has appeared. Ah, 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 ah. Chapter 201. Alerting the enemy. Ah, 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 ah. Sirius Black has appeared. Quickly hide. The figures in the murals gathered from their respective paintings into a giant portrait. Some hid inside houses, those without houses hid beside the great mage, and others hid beside warriors. They were all huddled together but still gossiping about what had just happened. Anna was desperate to understand the whole situation, but they were chattering so loudly that she could only hear snippets. Finally, Kessie drew his bow and threatened them, saying he would shoot through their paintings if they didn't stop. Only then did they cover their mouths and quiet down. When the world finally fell silent, Anna pointed to a woman who seemed relatively calm. How do you know Sirius is here? I heard it from Myrtle. She said she saw his back. He was chasing some creature. That creature hid in the sewers, and he was so furious, he blew up a toilet in a washroom. And you? How did you know? I heard it from Peeves. He said he saw a very fierce wolf tearing at something. How could there be a wolf with dragon fruit juice? It must be Sirius. A Chinese letter with a crooked hat explained, peeking his head from behind an ox. And you? Anna finally asked the fat lady. Shouldn't she be on the door of the Gryffindor common room? How did she end up here? I heard it from the Bloody Baron. It was truly terrifying. Oh my goodness, what could cause such a thing? How could Dumbledore let him in? What are those Dementors even for? Upon hearing this, Anna already had her rough idea. It seemed Sirius had indeed encountered Peter, who had transformed into a rat, and chased him all the way to a certain washroom. Along the way, he couldn't help but transform into human form and use powerful magic. Myrtle happened to see him. Given Myrtle's preference for handsome men, it was very likely that Myrtle had been deeply impressed by Sirius when he was young, so the first portrait's words were not false. Now Anna needed to find Myrtle. Anna still remembered the disused girls' washroom. She had been there when she went to the Chamber of Secrets, so Anna quickly found her. Logically, Kessie's personality would never allow him to enter a girl's washroom, even a disused one. But for Anna's safety, he still broke through the washroom's frame and squeezed in. His physique was now similar to an adult centaur. Therefore, in Anna's opinion, he was truly putting himself out. Under Myrtle's guidance, Anna learned that they had gone through the Chamber of Secrets to the Shrieking Shack. Or rather, Peter had fled there, and Sirius had chased after him. This made Anna uneasy. Sure enough, Sirius was as impulsive as in the story. she was just one step away from helping him catch Peter. Now if Peter really escaped Hogwarts, it would be difficult to catch him again, so Anna gritted her teeth, determined to help Sirius catch that rat tonight. So she asked Cassie to tell Dumbledore about it, and asked not to inform Professor Snape. She personally chased them through the secret passage. He had been to the Shrieking Shack more than once and was confident she could find it and help Sirius. Unfortunately, she underestimated Hogwarts' speed or underestimated the boy's attention to her. Not long after she ran out, Draco, who had received the news, stopped her in the corridor, with Zabini accompanying him. "Don't tell me you didn't hear the commotion outside." Draco gave Anna no chance as he and Zabini cooperatively grabbed her arms and quickly took her with the crowd to the Great Hall. "I suddenly remembered I forgot something. Let go of me." Anna initially didn't want to use brute force to break free, as under these circumstances, it was very likely to make them fall. "What did you forget? Miss Dumbledore's brain?" Zabini couldn't believe she was still worried about her foolish friends at this stage. What a warm-hearted girl. "Don't go. I won't let you go." Draco didn't want to explain too much, just straightened his face and increased his speed as much as possible. Goyle and Crabbe were clearing the way for them, so they were much faster than other students. Anna knew she had to exert herself, otherwise, it would be difficult for her to get out once they reached the Great Hall. So Anna used magic, even flying, but she didn't expect Draco and the others to keep following her in the opposite direction. "When did you learn that trick?" Draco didn't know whether to be angry or admire her. "She's much more powerful than the Savior." Zabini also expressed his sincere admiration. "You guys hurry to the Great Hall. I'm very strong." Anna was anxious. She was worried about Peter's situation and also worried that they would get hurt if they followed her. As Anna flew in the sky and they chased on the ground, a man smoking a cigar appeared in front of them. "Having a lot of fun, aren't we?" With a glance from Grindelwald, Anna fell down, landing right in his arms. "Professor Grindelwald." "Hello, Professor." Draco and Zabini looked at the suddenly appearing Grindelwald as if they had seen a relative. "Professor, I have something urgent." Anna looked at Grindelwald with pleading eyes, hoping he would let her go. "What urgent matter is more important than life? Go to the Great Hall immediately." Grindelwald's words carried a hint of sternness. Draco and Zabini immediately turned and ran back. Grindelwald held Anna and ran unhurriedly behind them. For Draco and them, entrusting Anna to Professor Grindelwald was very safe. For Grindelwald, he wasn't afraid of Sirius Black at all. He just didn't want a certain father to worry. Now that his daughter was in his arms, he wasn't in a hurry to gather. Anyway, he wouldn't get the reward tonight. But thinking of what Dumbledore had promised him, Grindelwald exhaled a smoke ring with satisfaction. Anna saw Grindelwald's indifferent and completely out-of-the-loop demeanor, and admired his composure. But she had to reveal the truth. "Sirius is innocent and Peter is still alive. He's that rat Scabbers. We need to catch Scabbers to clear his name. If I don't get there quickly and he runs away, it will be difficult to catch him again." "Oh Tilda, what does that have to do with me?" Grindelwald sneered. Chapter 202, Sorting Memories. "Oh, what does it have to do with me?" This Anna was truly stumped by the question. It really had nothing to do with him, and it seemed to have nothing to do with her either. So why was she sorted into Slytherin? She looked more like a Gryffindor. This made Anna recall what happened during the sorting ceremony earlier. She had almost forgotten that she still needed to be sorted. Perhaps it was from living at Hogwarts for so long, or perhaps from spending every day with Fred and George. She had long since assumed she was a Gryffindor. So she obediently sat on the Gryffindor bench, swinging her legs, and exchanged glances with Draco across the hall, communicating through their eyes. He seemed very displeased with her performance on the train earlier, signaling with his eyes for her not to speak of it. Then Anna was called away by Professor McGonagall. He had actually forgotten that she still needed to be sorted, so he rushed back to stand outside with the new students. But by that time, she was already very conspicuous, because she was the only student Professor McGonagall led over. Anna braced herself, wanting to stand behind the crowd, but Professor McGonagall held her back. "No need to go, you'll be the first in a moment." This wasn't because Professor McGonagall was playing favorites. By alphabetical order, Anna's "it" was indeed first, but this was enough to make the other bewildered new students whisper amongst themselves. "Okay, Professor McGonagall." Anna felt a prickle of unease. This was too conspicuous, wasn't it? Why was her name Anna, and not something like Serena or Linda? Now it was settled. After Professor McGonagall called out her name, Anna Dumbledore, she completely solidified the rumor of using connections to get special treatment. Those people still looked at her kindly, even with emotion. Professor McGonagall even teared up again, looking proudly at the graceful Anna, who obediently walked towards the Sorting Hat. "Oh, Tilda, is that you, my lovely little Anna? Is it finally your turn?" The Sorting Hat seemed very excited, wriggling in Professor McGonagall's hands. "I am honored to perform the test for you. Are you ready?" Anna nodded. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the eager gazes of the professors behind her. She could only see the new students in front of her looking even more nervous than she was. Even more nervous were the boys at the Gryffindor table. Harry was almost biting through his lip, and the usually boisterous Fred and George were holding their breath. "You'll be one of us, right?" Even Ron in the tense atmosphere forgot about Scabbers' earlier bullying. "What are you talking about? Anna always has been." Harry would absolutely not allow anyone to speak ill of Anna, not even Ron. Of course, she's more like a Weasley family child than I am." Ron shrugged and looked at Bill Weasley at the professor's table, his hand gripping the armrest of his chair, almost ready to rush down and help Anna with her sorting. He truly couldn't understand what kind of spell Anna had cast on him. Looking at Fred and George nearby, he decided not to look anymore. The Sorting Hat on Anna's head continuously marveled at her abundant magic and profound knowledge. "You're hardly like a child. Your magic will make you an excellent wizard. It's so strange. Your magic seems to have appeared out of nowhere, but it flows so naturally within you. Ravenclaw and Slytherin would both be suitable for your development." Slytherin? No Gryffindor? Anna hadn't expected to be sorted into Slytherin. Ravenclaw, she could understand. After all, Grindelwald had downloaded so many spells, magic, and history into her mind like a program. But Slytherin? Was it because she was created by Grindelwald, so her bloodline leaned more towards the dark arts? "That would be a better choice for you, oh, Tilda." Then the Sorting Hat directly announced its decision. Slytherin. The moment this news was announced, everyone's expressions were initially bewildered. Dumbledore's adopted child actually entered Slytherin? Even Bill excitedly stood up, seemingly doubting his own ears. "Slytherin? There must be a mistake." The simple Hagrid couldn't even help but blurt out his subconscious thought, only to be glared at fiercely by Snape. "Is there something wrong with Slytherin House, Professor Hagrid?" Hagrid fell silent, looking somewhat helplessly at Dumbledore, but it seemed he didn't get the response he wanted. Dumbledore only paused for a second, then led the applause with the most enthusiastic clapping, as if he supported any of Anna's developments. No matter what she was like, he loved her. Grindelwald also raised his glass in satisfaction, signaling to Anna. His all-night talk with the Sorting Hat beforehand had not been in vain. It seemed it wouldn't need to retire early. The Sorting Hat trembled slightly when no one was paying attention. Fred and George absolutely couldn't accept this. They had long planned to show off Anna to their friends, so they stood on their benches and shouted, "Foul play," because they saw Snape proudly stand up and lead the applause, believing he must have tampered with something. Harry Potter's expression was almost tearful. He couldn't be in the same house as Anna, and it was his most hated Slytherin house. Why was it arranged this way? But he quickly adjusted his mindset, slapped his cheeks, and maintained his expression. Even if Anna went to Slytherin, she would still be his good friend. Probably only Draco Malfoy and others were happy. Draco even led the Slytherin students in applause, cheering for Anna's arrival. Goyle and Crabbe even pulled out a banner from who knows where that read, "Welcome Anna to the Slytherin family." Draco also held a cheering horn and kept blowing it at them. Every step Anna took towards the Slytherin table felt heavy. Then she received a hero's welcome from Slytherin. I knew this day would come. Before Anna even reached them, Draco proactively pulled her to sit beside him. At this time, Draco was already a handsome young man with countless fangirls. His golden hair, with a few stray strands, slightly covered half of his face. Anna didn't know when he stopped being so insistent on slathering thick hair gel on his hair. Now, he had a somewhat melancholic and hazy beauty, but in front of Anna, he still seemed like a child. "Thanks, Tilde." Anna's words were always a little downcast. She truly had never thought she would be in Slytherin. "No problem. I'll show you around later." Now, the one who could show off was Draco. Similarly, Anna also felt the girls' venomous stares, especially from Pansy Parkinson. Before, most people treated her as a child, but now the girls realized she was their love rival, because after this summer, Anna had truly grown a lot. She was no longer that chubby little tot. "I'm so sorry, my dears, I forgot Anna's sorting ceremony, and I'm adding it now." "Ah ha ha ha." Chapter 203 Arrest. Even now Anna, who was sorted into Slytherin, still couldn't understand why she ended up there. If Slytherins truly believed in minding their own business, why was she so determined to help Sirius? Anna snapped out of her thoughts. Grindelwald was about to carry her into the Hogwarts Great Hall, and more students were gathering. If she didn't leave now, it would be too late. But honestly, anyone with a slight sense of justice wouldn't want a criminal to go free and an innocent person to suffer. So Anna began to plead again. Grindelwald had promised Dumbledore to bring Anna to him safely and quickly, so he could receive his deserved reward. Between the man and his daughter, Grindelwald thought for a moment. "I'm sorry, Anna my dear, I promised your father." So Anna was immobilized by Grindelwald's magic and carried over his shoulder towards the Great Hall. In desperation, Anna even resorted to a lie, because Sirius and Dad seemed to have something going on. These words, Grindelwald, who was about to step through the Great Hall doors, suddenly stopped, lowered Anna from his shoulder, and stared at her with burning eyes, asking word for word, "Are you saying Sirius Black and Dumbledore are having an affair?" Anna was like a small quail, firmly clutched by an eagle. She regretted her nonsense. I was just talking nonsense, but clearly the suspicious Grindelwald didn't think so. I see, this time, Grindelwald personally changed direction, carrying Anna, and accurately finding Sirius's location. Anna felt both relieved and anxious. What should she do? Would Grindelwald just silence him? Whether he is or not, we'll see. At this moment, every word from Grindelwald made Anna feel suffocated. He was moving very fast. She didn't know what method he used, but he accurately found the secret passage, the one leading to the Shrieking Shack. "I said that because I wanted you to help me. He's my friend." Anna continued to try and salvage the situation along the way. "Oh, a friend you met in Azkaban?" "No. I also went back in time, and I knew him when he was in school." "Help!" One lie needed countless more to cover it up. How could she have met Sirius when he was in school? Who would save her? "Oh, Tilda, while I was away, they've been so fond of each other for so long, it seemed to add even more fuel to the fire." No, they really just have a teacher-student relationship. Sirius likes women. He likes Lily Evans." Anna didn't even know what she was saying anymore, but Grindelwald had stopped replying. He was probably fuming, judging by his heavy breathing. Grindelwald now truly had to catch Sirius. Whether it was because of his relationship with Dumbledore or to prevent his daughter from living in Azkaban, he took action. But what they didn't expect was that Professor Lupin was also there. They were already fighting in the Shrieking Shack. Lupin, at first glance, had guessed Sirius's true intention from the descriptions in the portraits. He was one of the few who knew about Sirius's and Peter's animagus forms. If he didn't know their animagus forms, how could he think the appearance of a dog and a rat was such a coincidence? So he followed their tracks all the way to the Shrieking Shack and just happened to see them fighting. However, since Lupin couldn't yet decide whom to help, the three of them fought each other. Fortunately, Lupin instinctively felt that Peter was also suspicious, so he didn't let him escape. And now Grindelwald joined in. "Anna? Professor Grindelwald? How did you get here? Quickly, take Anna away, it's dangerous here." Lupin saw Grindelwald immediately, carrying Anna. He wasn't happy about the arrival of reinforcements. Instead, he was very worried about Anna's safety. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the only truly dangerous one here was Peter. "Don't worry." Grindelwald instantly bypassed Lupin and locked on to Sirius. "Are you Sirius Black?" Sirius, who was trying to restrain Peter, had no idea he was being targeted, and by a Dark Lord at that. "Quick, Remus, help me tie up that beast." Sirius was still in a fierce battle, but Grindelwald immobilized him with a spell. He glared furiously at Grindelwald, wanting to bite him for interrupting him at such a critical moment. Therefore, Anna had to rely on herself. She used all her magic to break free from Grindelwald's spell. Then, she grabbed her death Barbie pink wand and cast a spell at Peter, who was trying to escape. Peter, focused on escaping, didn't notice his own head or the presence of a small child behind him, so he was tripped by Anna's spell and fell heavily to the ground, giving Anna time to control him. Peter turned around and realized it was a brat who had ruined his escape. His face immediately turned sinister, and he tried to punch Anna, but he was simultaneously attacked by three men. If Anna hadn't been so close to him, Peter might have lost half his life on the spot. Finally, with Lupin's help, Peter was tied up. Sirius was also tied up. But seeing Peter captured, Sirius also gave up resisting. Remus, you saw it. It was all Peter, that traitor. He tricked me into changing the secret keeper. If I'm lying, why would he fake his death and live hidden in the Weasley family? I only trust the Ministry of Magic's judgment. Justice will not be delayed. Lupin hesitated, but he was always upright. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first? Grindelwald finally had time to confront Sirius. I hear your relationship with Headmaster Dumbledore is a bit unusual, isn't it? Grindelwald deliberately said this to make Sirius think about Dumbledore, then immediately and without hesitation used legilimency. So, from Sirius's eyes, he saw Dumbledore and their interactions. Indeed, Dumbledore was very caring toward Sirius, but that was also based on him being a Slytherin who betrayed his house to join Gryffindor. As for any intimate contact, the most they did was pat each other on the shoulder. It seemed that little girl had indeed tricked him. At this moment, Grindelwald didn't know how he should properly reward his dear daughter, but it didn't matter. The son pays the father's debt, and vice versa was also true. Grindelwald, holding Sirius and Peter captive, went to find Dumbledore under Professor Lupin's escort. Chapter 204. The Truth is Revealed. When they appeared in the principal's office, Anna saw Dumbledore's gaze towards Grindelwald was truly thought-provoking. It wasn't the gratitude and joy of someone who had been greatly helped and had caught Sirius, but rather an accusation that he had put her in danger. Come here quickly and let me see. Dumbledore immediately snatched Anna from Grindelwald's hands, carefully checked her for injuries, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Go inside and rest for a bit. I'll explain everything to you later. Bill is very worried about you. Tilda. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, Bill burst out of the inner room. Sorry, Professor, please leave Anna to me. His eagerness made Grindelwald frequently observe him. Another one? Grindelwald sneered, and Dumbledore didn't know what he found so funny. I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Bill. Tilda. Grindelwald, however, had already decided that he would absolutely not let that stubborn fellow off easily tonight. He simply found a seat, sat down, and smoked a cigar, not moving even when Dumbledore gestured for him to leave. Sirius had been clamoring that he was innocent and about the matter between him and Peter, but Grindelwald, annoyed by the noise, cast a silencing charm. Peter, on the other hand, pretended to be pitiful, looking at Dumbledore with fawning eyes. I'm the one who's been wronged, Principal. At this moment, Snape also arrived with Veritaserum. He held personal grudges against both of them, so the scalding, utterly disgusting fresh potion, made from the most foul-tasting recipe, was mercilessly poured down their throats by Snape. They had largely pieced together the truth of the matter before the Ministry of Magic personnel arrived, but it would still take a long time to help Sirius gain true exoneration. Anna was pulled by Bill into the room inside the principal's office, which was where Dumbledore kept his pensive. Anna often secretly jumped in to play and watch old memories. However, Dumbledore only allowed her access to memories about her, but even those were quite numerous. She liked staying there alone, but she didn't know why Bill was also there. Why are you here? Before Anna could even clearly see Bill's face, her own face crashed into his strong arm, and then she was hugged so tightly it felt like she was suffocating. I was waiting for you, Anna. Promise me you won't go on adventures again. Don't leave my sight. Bill's voice was still trembling, and heaven knew that when he found out Anna had been taken by Professor Grindelwald to catch Sirius, his heart had stopped. He should have stayed by her side all along. How could he have let his guard down just to go to the bathroom? I'm sorry, I made you worry. Tilda. Anna was hugged so tightly by Bill she couldn't breathe. Her answer was meant to reassure Bill, but instead, she was hugged even tighter, almost suffocating. Answer my question, Anna. Promise me, don't go on adventures again. But Bill seemed possessed, absolutely determined to get Anna's answer. Anna had no choice but to pull her arm out of his embrace and wrap her arms tightly around Bill's back. Bill almost thought his waist would break at that instant, but thankfully he finally calmed down. Bill finally let go of Anna, supporting his lower back, and straightened up. He finally realized that Anna was not as fragile as he had imagined. On the contrary, she was very strong. He had reacted a bit too intensely, but it was in that very moment that he truly felt like the sky had fallen. Perhaps he really needed to calm down. Bill decided to lull Anna to sleep first. Although Anna really wanted to tell Harry and the others the good news, she looked at Bill's crestfallen face and felt he couldn't handle any more, so she obediently fell asleep beside Bill. But Dumbledore was suffering. During the day he had to run around for Sirius's injustice, and at night he was physically punished by Grindelwald. Sometimes, if he was delayed, he even had to use a time Turner to make it to the morning hearing. And when Professor McGonagall asked him why he walked with a limp, he awkwardly replied, "It might be my hemorrhoids. Don't worry, it'll be fine soon, Tilda." This made Professor McGonagall too embarrassed to inquire further, even though she was still curious why Dumbledore was wearing a high-neck sweater on such a hot day. Snape had long been accustomed to Dumbledore's eccentricities. He was also very busy because he was also teaching Professor Grindelwald's accursed alchemy elective. Goodness knows why Dumbledore made him stay an extra year and specifically opened an alchemy elective, and even after opening it, he often took leave. Snape absolutely hated it when he filled in for Professor Grindelwald, seeing the disappointed faces of the students. Ah, why is it the old bat? Where's Professor Grindelwald? This always made Snape's face darken to the point of randomly scaring a few Hufflepuffs to death. If you ask what Grindelwald was doing, of course he was at the Ministry of Magic monitoring a certain someone to make sure he wasn't flirting with Black. Therefore, Anna had truly noticed lately that Professor Snape's temper was getting worse and worse, probably because he had to teach his own classes, Grindelwald's classes, and occasionally Lupin's classes. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived, and Sirius was finally acquitted. Now his majestic figure was everywhere, transforming from a prisoner into a pitiful, melancholic, and handsome golden bachelor. He was highly sought after in the circles of noble women. They were not only attracted by his looks, but also cried red-eyed over his plight. Even Madame Zabini was inviting him to balls. Anna knew this entirely because one day, as she passed through the corridor, she happened to overhear a few older Slytherin students teasing Zabini. "Zabini, I heard your mother has been very close to that Black recently. Are you getting a new father?" "Shut your dog mouth." Zabini initially didn't want to bother with them, as he had seen too much of this lately and couldn't be bothered to argue. But they became more aggressive, blocking his way. "What? Are you going to change and join Gryffindor like him now?" Zabini finally erupted, fueled by the anger of the past few days. Although 13-year-old Zabini was much sturdier than children his age, more like a 16-year-old, he was still at a disadvantage when compared to 4 or 5 16 or 17-year-olds. After all, he had always been very popular with women, and these older students were being so mean to him because the girls they liked were infatuated with Zabini or Sirius. Anna initially thought she wouldn't do anything, but seeing Zabini's defiant eyes, even as he was pinned down, moved her, and she intervened. So, was she really not a Gryffindor? "Stop, Professor Snape is coming right now." "Ooh, I'm so sad, my darlings. Someone gave me 1 star, so this book's earned 8.5 became 8.3. I'm heartbroken. Everyone, prepare yourselves, let's end this. It's okay, I'll write a few more books." Chapter 205. Take Someone by Surprise. "Stop, Professor Snape will be here any minute." A clear girl's voice made everyone perk up. When the older Slytherins saw it was Anna, they all reined themselves in. Who didn't know who was the most untouchable person at Hogwarts? Last time, someone in Snape's class spoke ill of Anna Dumbledore, and as a result, that person was taken by Professor Snape to Madame Pomfrey to test potions. In their dean's words, such a dirty mouth just needs disinfecting. There was even less need to mention Dumbledore, who couldn't stop talking about Anna Dumbledore. Other professors were also absolutely gentle and kind to Anna. If a class happened to have Anna attend, that lesson would surely be incredibly fortunate. So, even if some girls were a little jealous of Anna, they only dared to grumble behind her back. No one dared to do anything to Anna. Now that Anna Dumbledore had seen them ganging up on Zabini, they were indeed somewhat wary and quickly laughed it off, retreating. "We were just messing around. Don't overthink it, little princess." After they left, Anna could finally crouch down to get a good look at Zabini, whose hair was disheveled and who looked a bit disheveled, but was still very charming. With a somewhat dazed expression, he casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of one hand, used the other to brush his messy hair back, shook off the dust from his clothes, and then turned and walked in the opposite direction. He didn't want Anna to see his disheveled state. He had his pride. Anna was a little angry. She saved him, and he didn't even say thank you. Anna, unable to stand it, rushed forward and kicked him. Zabini merely stumbled, his back held very straight, showing no intention of stopping. Seeing him like that, Anna's heart softened again. Forget it, they were even now. She still had to rush to Hogsmeade. Today was the day Sirius and Harry Potter would reunite, and she didn't want to miss it. Just like in the original story, Harry Potter, due to his guardians, couldn't openly go to Hogsmeade with his classmates. So, Fred and George passed the Marauders map to Harry Potter. This way, Harry would be able to reunite with his godfather under the protection of the invisibility cloak. The previous black dog didn't count. This time, he absolutely had to give Sirius a big hug. He was his only family. Anna was also very curious about the Marauder's map, because Fred and George, those two rascals, never let her play with it before. They always felt that if Anna had the map, she wouldn't need them anymore. To ensure Anna took them on every adventure, they deliberately didn't let Anna see it. So this time, Harry generously showed Anna the map and taught her how to use it. Anna happily looked at the strings of footprints. It was so interesting, until she saw Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's footprints overlapping in the principal's office, which made Anna unable to look directly. Fortunately, Fred and George later no longer needed the Marauder's map to find secret passages. They knew them all by heart and could find them with their eyes closed, so they didn't discover the matter of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. At this moment, Anna realized that she couldn't return this map to Harry Potter. To help her two fathers keep their secret, Anna, with a sly smile, after telling Harry how to get to Hogsmeade through the secret passage, quickly disappeared from his sight with the Marauder's map. "Merlin, help me. I didn't mean to steal his map." Anna decided to hide the map in her room. At the same time, she deliberately avoided acquaintances by watching the footprints, but suddenly she stopped in front of a wall. Anna rubbed her eyes hard, unable to believe what she was seeing. What did she see? Tom Riddle's footprints were behind this wall. Why was he here? Anna impatiently scratched her ears and cheeks, pacing back and forth in front of that wall, and then suddenly, an ancient and elegant door appeared out of thin air on that wall, with a pure copper handle and a carved nameplate. Anna suddenly remembered something: the room of requirement. After hesitating for a while, Anna still decided to go see what exactly Riddle was doing. She was somewhat relieved that Harry Potter hadn't come into contact with Diary Ben-Jun, so he didn't know that Tom Riddle was Lord Voldemort. Even if he saw it on the Marauder's map, he wouldn't react much, at most being curious why there was a room appearing out of thin air here. Anna nervously gripped the doorknob, her other hand tightly holding her small wand, and slowly turned the doorknob. The door was only opened a crack by her when a mysterious force instantly sucked her in. The door behind her slammed shut and locked. An astonishing scene appeared before Anna. This room was surprisingly similar to when she and Riddle lived in the orphanage, except the space was much larger, and outside the window was not the orphanage scene, but the Black Lake where Anna, Fred, and George often appeared. He had been monitoring her all this time. "Tom, that you?" Anna was sucked in but didn't see Riddle's figure. Little did she know, he had already stood ghost-like behind her, suddenly hugging her from behind. "We meet again, Anna." Ah. Anna thought she had seen a ghost and screamed, clutching her head, but Riddle's arms tightened, making Anna feel the scent of fresh blood. She was a little scared and quickly pushed him away. Turning to look, it was still Riddle from his student days, around 16 years old, now completely in physical form, with flesh and blood, though his complexion remained unnaturally pale. "Hush!" Riddle stepped forward again, and put his index finger to Anna's lips. "Listen." Under the spell of Riddle's magnetic voice and his deep black eyes, Anna truly began to calm down. Then what did she hear? The unusual panting sounds between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? Anna instantly covered her ears, her face flushing to the roots of her hair. Who the hell wants to eavesdrop on their own fathers? No, is this Dark Lord sick? Unfortunately, Anna misunderstood Riddle. As Riddle, who had almost zero emotional comprehension, he truly didn't understand what Dumbledore and Grindelwald were doing. He just instinctively knew that this was absolutely not a good thing. So he was going to record this sound to threaten Dumbledore. Just thinking about it was interesting. If you ask how he recorded it, it was an improved version of an extendable ear that he had somehow acquired. Anna gritted her teeth. He was quite good at playing. "I don't want to listen anymore. I'm leaving." Anna felt that coming here was a very unwise choice, completely failing to consider why Riddle chose a room of requirement that could monitor the entire castle. His target was only her. "Thank you for your support, darlings. Tilda, don't worry, it won't be a bad ending. Even if it ends next month, I can still write tens of thousands of words, no need to worry. I can't wait to write new stories, Tilda. I've only written 9,000 words for the sci-fi one I want to write, and only 1,400 for the new Harry Potter one, but it doesn't matter, I'm as prolific as a sow, because one book was removed in June and my current score is not high, which makes me a little sad. But it doesn't matter, if I write more books, one will eventually become popular. Letter 1, 5, 5, 5 letter 1, 4, 1, B letter 1, 5, 5. 7 Transform. Chapter 206. Friendly Meeting. Riddle certainly wouldn't let her leave so easily. He once again blocked the doorway like a ghost, leaving her nowhere to escape. He casually waved the extendable ear in his hand. This thing is really good. The Weasley family does have some uses, don't they? At least their brains are decent. Riddle took a step forward, a bit boastfully, and bent down to meet Anna's gaze. Anna was once again immersed in his captivating eyes. She needed to snatch it, that extendable ear. She had to, for the dignity of her two daddies. Riddle frowned, staring at Anna for a long time. How could she still be so short after so long? Was Headmaster Dumbledore not feeding her well? Riddle pouted. It seemed she still only liked to eat the roast meat he made. That wasn't a problem. At this moment, Riddle was already considering a trip to the kitchen later. Just then, Anna leaped up, using her strange strength to forcefully knock Riddle over, snatched the extendable ear from his hand, then opened the door, and ran into the corridor in one smooth motion. Anna didn't stop for a single step, afraid of being caught, as if a ghost was chasing her. Then she met Fred and George, who had come looking for her. The two of them had waited at the secret passage entrance for a long time, but hadn't seen Anna. They were almost kicked out by the shop owner. Suddenly, they remembered that Anna didn't need to abide by the rule at Hogwarts that only third-year students and above could go to Hogsmeade. It was like her second home. So they ran to wait at the village entrance, waiting until they couldn't wait any longer. Worried, they ran back and just happened to bump into Anna. After seeing Anna, the two of them skillfully grabbed one of her arms each, lifting Anna off her feet once again. Help, why is she still so short? Got her. Miss Snail. No, Mame is really too worrying. She deserves a spanking. Fred and George dropped their guard the moment they caught Anna, happily carrying her towards Hogsmeade. Only then did Anna dare to look back for Riddle. Sure enough, he had hidden again. Anna didn't know how powerful Riddle was at this time, but she didn't need to be perfunctory this time. She planned to tell Dumbledore and Grindelwald right now. Wait, Anna recalled the embarrassing sound from earlier. Never mind, she'd wait. It would be awkward if she went now. So Anna still followed Fred and George to Hogsmeade. Although Sirius had been cleared of his charges, he was still busy fighting for Harry Potter's custody. He still seemed very busy every day. This meeting with Harry was also private, otherwise, those crazy ladies would definitely disturb his wonderful reunion with Harry. Sirius came not only to see his godson, but also to thank the little girl properly. He recalled how she had helped him meet Harry, and he had even bitten her and brought her into a dangerous situation. So he specially brought a gift for Anna, but she still hadn't appeared. He, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were in the private room of the Three Broomsticks pub, and they had already drunk several tankards of butterbeer, but Anna still hadn't shown up. They didn't know that as soon as Anna stepped into Hogsmeade, she began to greet everyone individually, hugging all her non-blood-related uncles, aunts, grandpas and grandmas, which indeed took some time. Fred and George poked their heads out of the secret passage again, and were immediately met by the shop owner holding a rolling pin, looking displeased, as if they were disturbing his business. Fred gave an awkward laugh, shifted his body, and revealed Anna's head at the opening. The owner immediately dropped the rolling pin, wiped his hands on himself, and with a smile like a sunflower, he picked Anna up from the tunnel. Anna's here? Why didn't you tell everyone? I haven't even changed my clothes yet. Let Uncle see if you've lost weight. The owner carried Anna to the counter to get her some candy, completely forgetting about the others in the tunnel. Uncle? An old uncle? Fred and George looked at the owner, who had a beard similar to Dumbledore's, and couldn't bear to watch. But they couldn't snatch Anna from his hands. They still wanted some free candy. Anna was rubbed by the owner's beard again and again. She almost forgot her lethality here. Soon, Anna became the owner's bragging right, and gradually more and more villagers gathered, even starting to argue, especially the landlady of the Three Broomsticks pub. It wasn't until Aberforth arrived, and with an absolutely overwhelming victory, carried Anna away. There was nothing they could do. After all, they were both Dumbledores. Fred and George also followed, as they had no fondness for that grumpy old man. With Aberforth's help, Anna finally entered the private room of Three Broomsticks. Behind the open door was a warm family atmosphere with everyone sitting around the sofa, Sirius and Harry in the center, chatting and laughing. Everyone was happy to see Anna appear. Anna also officially saw Sirius's appearance. He looked even more dashing and handsome than in the wanted posters. His deep features and good fashion sense made him look like an elegant nobleman. Anna really wanted to bring Dumbledore to see if he could dress like that too. While she was still dazed and lost in thought, Sirius had already opened his arms and moved towards her, ready to give her a warm hug. "Anna, you're finally here, my friend. Keep your distance, Black." Aberforth stood in front of Sirius, very displeased with his excessive enthusiasm. "You are?" "Her uncle." Aberforth somewhat regretted agreeing to Anna meeting some friend here. A friend that old? In Aberforth's opinion, an impulsive and reckless Gryffindor like Sirius would lead Anna astray. So, he didn't stay long before taking Anna away from there. Anna, however, accepted the gift from Sirius. Because she still had Riddle's matter on her mind, she didn't linger and quickly followed Aberforth back to Hogwarts. Upon entering Headmaster Dumbledore's office, Aberforth saw the disguised Professor Grindelwald and snorted coldly, clearly annoyed. What a persistent fellow. Grindelwald showed no sign of enemies meeting with heightened animosity. He deliberately had Anna call him Daddy in front of Aberforth, which directly angered Aberforth and made him storm off. A disgrace to the family. Humpies. Dumbledore gave an awkward laugh. He was very glad that Anna and the others hadn't appeared earlier, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain to his brother why he— "Thank you, darling, for your encouragement. I will work hard, and thank you, darlings, for rating me again and helping me get my score back up. Everyone is so amazing, ha ha ha." Chapter 207. Oops. Dumbledore and Grindelwald immediately went to the room of requirement after learning that Riddle had made a comeback, but by then Diary, Ben Jun had already left, and their carpet-like search yielded no clues. Anna guessed that Diary, Ben Jun became powerful possibly by absorbing the Horcrux hidden in the room of requirement, the Ravenclaw diadem, which made him so strong and even gave him a physical form. So, would he still be looking for other Horcruxes? Anna's guess was correct, so Sirius was in danger at this time, because the Slytherin locket was hidden by Sirius's brother, and his brother had already sacrificed himself. Riddle could only point the finger at Sirius. In Riddle's eyes, Sirius was an absolute traitor, a disgrace to purebloods, an existence more unforgivable than the Weasley family. After all, they still had some use for the wizarding world's population, but what about him? A guy who betrayed his family, and a member of the Dumbledore-aligned Order of the Phoenix. Any one of these reasons would make him a thorn in Riddle's side. Of course, Anna was currently immersed in the identity of a first-year student, attending classes on time every day, occasionally skipping grades to play in Harry's classes. The professors would also turn a blind eye, as they all wanted Anna to stay in their class. Of course, there would also be scenes of Anna, who was in her biology class, looking at magical plants, being dragged back to potion class by Professor Snape. Snape was such a hypocrite. Anna could skip class to attend his, but she wasn't allowed to skip his. So Anna was dragged back by Snape again to make hair-growing potion. Darn it, that wasn't a potion a first year needed to complete. Snape's demands on her were a bit too strict, so much so that even Grindelwald couldn't stand it and would sometimes watch Anna make potion. Firstly, to prevent Snape from making rude remarks and calling his daughter a stupid troll, and secondly, to secretly help her when necessary. Therefore, Anna was barely getting by. It was strange. She had an abundance of theoretical knowledge and magic, but her practical skills were a bit lacking. Was it because she had been pampered too much and her self-care abilities were too poor? She almost cut off her own finger while cutting plant stems. Luckily, Grindelwald reacted quickly and blocked it with his wand. For a moment, all three of their expressions were not good. Anna was scared, Grindelwald was speechless, and Snape was furious. Should I take a break first? Anna slowly put down the knife in her hand, and the two excellent men, who could be written into history books, showed expressions of pain. How could his daughter, a student, be so stupid? Just then, a student rushed into the classroom, appearing to be a third year, his panting and terrified expression giving Anna a bad feeling. Not good Dean Malfoy, he was kicked. He was kicked by what? Snape, annoyed at being interrupted, grabbed the boy's collar, making him look up and meet his gaze. It was the hippogriff. What? Snape felt his head was about to explode. Why would there be such a creature at school? He felt he was not far from resigning. Study first. Snape abandoned everyone and rushed to the medical wing. Is Draco all right? Anna immediately wanted to follow, but Grindelwald grabbed her braid. None of your business. Keep practicing chopping vegetables. It's not chopping vegetables. It's chopping potion ingredients, Anna mumbled, feeling underestimated. Oh, I don't see any difference. Grindelwald pouted, bit his cigar again, and began to consider whether to transfer Anna to an all-girls school. Otherwise, she might be abducted by some brat at any time. Under her dear father's care, Anna's knife skills improved a lot. At least her cuts were much more even. Anna saying she wasn't worried about Draco was a lie. After all, they had known each other for so many years, and he had been good to her. Although he was a bit tsundere, she still considered Draco a friend. So after class, she also found an excuse to go to the medical wing, but she was careless again. Draco had been transferred to St. Mungo's, reportedly at his strong insistence. Now Anna remembered everything. Yes, he was that kind of person. If she didn't go quickly, the wound would heal. Anna needed to ask an adult to take her to see Draco. When she returned to the Great Hall, everyone seemed to be discussing what had just happened. From their conversations, Anna learned some details, such as why Harry and Draco had a dispute. It was actually about who would accompany her back to Hogsmeade for a visit next weekend, which led to a bravery contest. They used Buckbeak as the condition to see who was braver. Just like in the book, Harry was very humble and successfully rode Buckbeak. When it was Draco's turn, even though he knew bowing was the correct choice, he didn't want to repeat the same action as the Savior as if he were imitating Harry Potter. So Draco's arrogant attitude immediately angered Buckbeak, and he was kicked out, reportedly actually flying through the air. Anna's mind flashed with that scene, and she worried that Draco was more seriously injured than in the original story. So she left Neville, who wanted to chat with her. Sorry, Neville, I'm a bit busy right now. She quickly found the most reliable guy in her mind, Bill Weasley. Anna originally thought she would need to use some persuasion, and had even prepared a bottle of crying eye drops from Fred and George beforehand so she could cry convincingly. But unexpectedly Bill agreed readily. Looks like it has to be me, your big brother. Bill led Anna to his motorcycle, took out a helmet with rabbit ears from the trunk, and put it on Anna's head. I've been expecting this day. You've been expecting Draco to go to St. Mungo's? Anna joked. Of course, it's about taking you to skip class. Bill didn't mind tapping the top of Anna's helmet. This is popular in the Muggle world. I reinforced it with a spell and decorated it. Not bad, right? Excellent. Anna couldn't wait to see Draco, and didn't care about her current Meitu and delivery guy look. However, being cared for by Bill like this always filled her heart. Sitting in the cockpit next to Bill, Anna felt truly happy right now. She had two fathers who loved her, and brothers and friends who loved her. She couldn't let Riddle destroy her current happy life. Anna now decided to confess about the Horcruxes. With Grindelwald around, she felt she had a great chance of success, and could definitely protect her current happiness. In the dark of night, a motorcycle streaked across the night sky and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 208. Visiting the Sick. When Anna and Bill arrived at St. Mungo's, Draco was in Narcissa's arms, elegantly eating grapes. She hand-fed him, his uninjured hand toying with a jade pendant, while Lucius handled official business nearby. The family was all together, perfectly fine. Anna suddenly felt she had overreacted. Of course, even though Draco always seemed a bit of a slacker, he was still the future head of the Malfoy family. He would always have some self-preservation, and even if he were truly injured, he would receive the best treatment. Now it seemed his injuries were minor. Did she really need to go in and disturb their cozy family time? Just as she hesitated, a kind healer passed by the door. She immediately recognized Anna Dumbledore, the poster girl, and her shout echoed through the corridor. Anna Dumbledore? The pretty poster girl. Then Anna heard the people in the room begin to wail like pigs. Narcissa, playing along with her son, dropped the grapes she held and grabbed Draco's hand. Be strong, Draco. Those who hurt you will pay the price. Although Lucius was speechless at his son's feigned illness, he understood a man's desire for special attention. So, he put down his quill, adjusted his collar, and personally went to greet Anna, welcoming her inside. Upon reaching the doorway, Lucius was a little surprised it wasn't Dumbledore, but the eldest of the Weasley family. He was shocked Dumbledore didn't personally escort his precious little one, but then thought that Bill was also highly regarded, so he welcomed him with equal enthusiasm. Welcome both of you. On behalf of Draco, I extend our welcome to you. Lucius gestured for them to enter, stepping aside for Anna, but blocking Bill. Professor Weasley, I happen to have some matters I need to consult you about. Lucius's intentions were twofold. First, to create some alone time for Draco, and second, to gather and manipulate evidence to ensure the Ministry of Magic would help him get rid of that imbecile Hagrid after the trial. What is it? Perhaps tomorrow. I'm very sorry, but I cannot wait until tomorrow regarding the children's safety. As a Hogwarts board member, you understand, don't you? Lucius tugged at his tie, using his position to coerce Bill, who could only follow him away. But his gaze remained fixed on the back of Anna's head. I'll come pick you up later, Anna. Don't wander off. Bill left, full of worry. Seeing this, Narcissa, playing along, also abandoned Draco. I'll go get Anna some tea. You two play for a bit but don't fight, all right? Draco. I wouldn't. Draco, dressed in striped hospital pajamas, looked even more delicate and melancholic, as if he might cough up blood, yet his eyes were astonishingly bright. Oh, my arm, he groaned, but his eyes constantly darted towards Anna. Anna's face darkened. How did a warm family scene suddenly turn into a disaster zone? Oh, come on, you weren't like this a moment ago. I saw everything clearly. Hearing Anna's tone, Draco sat up, both annoyed and anxious. Is this how you visit a sick person? Angrily and aggrievedly, he lay back down, turning his back to Anna, pretending to ignore her. Seeing Draco's back, Anna felt a little sorry for him again. Why did she always lose her temper with Draco? It was strange. She also remembered that besides visiting him, she had another purpose, to plead for Hagrid. So Anna sat on the edge of the bed and poked Draco's back with her index finger. Hey! Draco shrugged and ignored Anna. Where exactly are you hurt? Let me see. Anna continued to poke his ticklish spot on his waist. Draco twitched more violently this time but still didn't turn around. However, he couldn't resist answering her. He couldn't bear to give her the cold shoulder, though his tone was deliberately cold. You can go. You don't care about me anyway. If I didn't care about you, why would I come looking for you the moment I heard you were hurt? This time, Anna forcefully used brute strength to turn his body upright. Who knows? Maybe you just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Draco again lamented that the guy's brute strength was like a troll, but his mood had already improved significantly, because he had also comforted himself with the thought that she had indeed come. Don't think so badly of me, all right? Then what did you bring me? Don't tell me you came to visit someone empty-handed? Draco still wanted to make things difficult for Anna, otherwise, he wouldn't share the cookies his mother had personally made with her later. Huh? A gift? Oh, ha. Of course. Anna awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Yes, she should have brought a gift. So Anna's mind raced, and she started patting her pockets, only finding the extendable ear. Anna suddenly had an idea and quietly duplicated one with a spell. Here it is. Anna pulled out the newly duplicated extendable ear and handed it to Draco. Draco's expression instantly became complicated. Ear? Are you saying my ears don't work well? How could I? This is an extendable ear. You can hear news from faraway places, and it even has a recording function, so you can bring the knowledge professor teaches in class back to your dormitory to study. Draco's expression improved slightly after Anna's explanation. I'm not Granger. My brain is good enough. I don't need something like this. He spoke with disdain, but his hand had already carefully put it away in the drawer. Next time, remember to use your brain and think about what I need. Draco was hinting at her, but he himself didn't know what he wanted, feeling strange and unable to articulate it. He could only stare at her intently. Anna felt a chill from his gaze and couldn't help but hug her chest. What are you thinking? Wait, how old was she? What could he be thinking? She immediately put her hands down again. What a silly thought. Do you want some? Draco snapped out of it, pointed to the cookies on the table, and changed the subject. Yes. Anna hadn't had time for dinner because of him, and her stomach rumbled on cue. Grumble tilde. Her face flushed a little. Draco saw the innocent Anna, and finally regained his confidence, attributing his recent foolishness to not having eaten enough. Eat up. No one's stopping you. These are handmade by my mother. Before leaving, Draco also gave Anna the jade pendant he had been toying with. It was a gift he had received by chance, said to be from ancient China, with a warm, lustrous feel. He liked it very much and had been playing with it. Anna noticed it with some interest. How did Chinese jades suddenly appear here? It wasn't common in Europe, let alone in the wizarding world. Chapter 209. Forgot. Soon after Anna received the jade, Bill appeared, but his expression was complex, as if he was suppressing anger. However, facing Anna, he still tried his best to keep his emotions stable. Let's go, Anna. He picked Anna up with one arm, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and strode out of St. Mungo's, leaving no trace, as if not taking a single cloud with him. Even when Draco chased after her, wanting to say goodbye to Anna, he could only see Anna's bottom sticking out from Bill's shoulder, and Bill's hurrying back. "Hey, I'll be back soon. Don't forget." Draco's figure was left behind as Lucius also arrived, blocking Draco's view and forcing him back to bed to continue resting. Their conversation had not gone well. "What happened, Bill?" Anna asked, a little worried. "Nothing, you don't need to worry. Just leave everything to me. And there's Dumbledore, too." Bill would never let his innocent sister think about such dark matters. Malfoy actually tried to trick him into helping get Hagrid expelled from Hogwarts. It was simply wishful thinking. Hagrid was his good friend and an indispensable member of Hogwarts. He was going back now to tell Dumbledore about this and discuss countermeasures with him. Because of the incident involving a magical creature injuring someone, Hagrid was suspended again, and Bill once again became the professor of elective magical creatures. He originally became an assistant to spend more time with Anna, but now he not only had to substitute teach, but also needed to run around for Hagrid, collecting evidence to prove he was a beloved and respected professor. He suddenly became busy, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron were the same. Anna also wanted to do something, so she once again found Draco, who had been discharged from the hospital. At this time, although Draco's arm was still bandaged, everyone thought he had recovered long ago. Classes hadn't started yet, and Anna hadn't expected that this was exactly the time for a class with Gryffindor. She had thought he was watching Quidditch practice on the training ground. Since things had come to this, and she was already at the classroom door, she couldn't not go in. She could only brace herself and go forward. Harry and Hermione silently cheered her on from behind. They had known Anna's idea in advance, and unanimously agreed that the plan was feasible. If anyone in this world could persuade Draco, the first person would be Anna Dumbledore, possibly even more effective than his own father. This was a truth even Ron agreed with. Seeing Anna enter, Draco, who had been making a ruckus in the front row, sitting particularly arrogantly, straightened up. He playfully blew a magic paper crane towards Anna. The paper crane tooted, and pecked Anna's head, making Draco laugh so hard he bent over, almost falling under the desk. I need to talk to you, Draco." Anna grabbed the paper crane in her hand, and threw it back to him. This action made Draco pause slightly, then he beamed and spread his arms. "Come here, quickly." Anna completely forgot the legend that magic paper cranes only fly into the arms of loved ones. "I need to privately." Still confused, Anna was passionately hugged by Draco the next second. I know. His tone was so doting, as if he would pluck the zing-zing star from the sky for her. His hands lingered on Anna's body, sometimes resting on her waist, sometimes on Anna's shoulder, and sometimes stroking Anna's back of the head. "Hey, keep your hands to yourself." Harry Potter slammed his hand on the table, unable to stand Malfoy's intimate gestures towards Anna. Although Fred and George always did this to Anna, he knew they treated Anna like a younger sister they had raised themselves. Even Ginny herself admitted that when Anna was little, they spent much more time watching Anna than themselves, so it was different. "Is it your business again, Savior?" Draco hooked his arm around Anna's neck, turning around like a bully. Anna felt like she was the bully's little sister. How strange. "I'm fine, Harry. I'll be right back." Anna frantically winked at Harry Potter, signaling that she needed to discuss Hagrid's matter with Draco. Hermione also kept tugging at Harry's sleeve. But Harry was reluctant to sit down, his anger boiling as he glared at Draco's hands. Why couldn't his magic surge and burn his hands? Seeing Harry Potter quiet down, Draco felt like he had reached the peak of his life. "Don't be jealous, our relationship is better than yours. Potter, not everyone has to revolve around you." Their little interlude just happened to delay them. The bell rang, and Professor Lupin entered the classroom with the bell. Seeing Anna, he naturally took Draco's arm off Anna's neck. "Welcome to audit my class, Anna. Malfoy, please return to your seat." As Draco was about to pull Anna back to his seat, Lupin pulled Anna first and seated her in his professor's chair. Anna was on the verge of tears. Not only had she failed her mission, but she was also forced to listen to a class. Fortunately, Lupin's class was really good, lively and interesting. She had become immersed in it, and really wanted to know why her patroness charm was just a shadow. After class, Anna even forgot what she needed to tell Draco, completely engrossed in pestering Lupin to teach her how to better concentrate and use the patroness charm. Draco waited for her at the door for a long time, until the bell for the next class rang, and he finally had to give up. That stupid woman. Lupin gladly accepted Anna's admiration, constantly showing Anna his patroness, which turned out to be a cute rabbit. But when the rabbit ran, its muscles were very explosive. What did that mean? Was Lupin in a relationship? Anna began to eye Lupin ambiguously. Remus, are you in love? Is it a very powerful, very changeable woman? Anna knew about Tonks, but didn't know they had progressed so quickly. What? No. What are you thinking about all day at such a young age? Does Headmaster Dumbledore know? Lupin smiled openly, with concern for a junior. Was it really no? Then where did this rabbit come from? Just as Anna was about to press Lupin further, Snape rushed in, all in a flurry. Oh no! Anna had forgotten that this class was potion class. She hadn't fully adapted to her student status yet, still thinking she could drop in on any class. Of course, she still could now, but that didn't mean all professors would turn a blind eye. Snape, for example, was the only one who didn't tolerate Anna skipping his class. Miss Dumbledore, it seems my little potion class classroom is not to your liking? It's not. Woo, I really had a reason. I forgot. What reason? Help, I forgot to find Draco. Woo. A wailing Anna was forcefully dragged away by Snape for remedial lessons. Chapter 210. Knott's Hospitality. Even though Anna forgot her mission that day, she still went to find Draco after her remedial class. This was Anna's first time in Slytherin since Riddle's student days, and she had no idea where Draco's dormitory was, so she had to search door by door. As a result, she happened to see Zabini in a corner, alone in the dark, bandaging his wound with one hand. In the darkness, his eyes glowed like a beast's, startling Anna, who was focused on finding someone. What are you doing skulking here? Anna almost reflexively gave him a black eye. Malfoy's room is at the end of the corridor, on the left. Zabini seemed to have anticipated Anna's thoughts, avoiding her gaze, and subtly shifting his body to hide his injured right hand in a darker corner. Looks like someone needs help. Anna crouched down, thinking he was probably just trying to act tough again. I don't need any. Zabini, who could handle so many older female students with ease, unconsciously leaned back 10 degrees when Anna leaned in. He didn't know what he was thinking. But Anna had no time to be modest with him. She grabbed his hand, removed the loose white bandage, and retied it. Bullied again? Anna's casual joke made Zabini bristle like a lion. Bullied? They're all in the medical wing now. Zabini scoffed, but then realizing he had revealed something, he fell silent, pursing his lips. Leaning against the wall in the dark, he simply watched Anna's gentleness and her exquisitely beautiful profile. Why was it that every time he was at his most pathetic, this little girl saw him? It made him feel helpless, but he knew he didn't dislike it. After all, besides his mother, there was practically no one else in this world who truly cared about him. Anna was very skilled now, so she quickly finished the bandaging, even tying a bow on his arm. Anna patted his arm. All done. Don't get it wet when you shower recently. She wiped away non-existent sweat, very pleased with her masterpiece. Anna only received Zabini's distorted reply and a handkerchief scented with Lass perfume pressed to her face. Hey, you haven't said thank you. Anna chased after Zabini in exasperation. How did this guy manage to say nothing? Was he bullying her for being short? All the way to the end of the corridor, Zabini stopped and gave her a gentle push. Only then did Anna realize it was Draco's dormitory. Had he escorted her here? Anna turned around, and the guy was already gone. It seemed his dormitory was also nearby. He moved so fast, but Anna saw Knott standing by a nearby door, leaning against the frame. Anna's heart sank. He wasn't waiting for her here, was he? Did you see Zabini? Knott nodded coolly. What happened to him? He's probably shy. Zabini shy? That was truly a strange thing. Knott's answer seemed perfunctory, but in reality, it was well thought out. Shy? He's more likely to harm me. Anna didn't believe it at all and started knocking on the door. Malfoy isn't here. You can come in and wait for him. Knott stepped aside, revealing a corner of the door. All right then. Anna walked into Knott's room, but only realized what she was doing the moment she closed the door. How did she end up in another boy's room again? Please sit. Knott used a levitation charm to move a chair for Anna, while he brought over tea and pastries. Thank you, no need to trouble yourself. Anna looked around the dormitory, realizing Knott seemed to live alone. It was very neat and clean, completely unlike a teenage boy's room. Speaking of which, she wondered if they hid any little secrets under their beds. Anna's gaze was too obvious, so not simply explained, I live alone. Is that strange? Of course not. So you can live alone too. I thought they were all four-person rooms. Anna took a sip of tea. It was truly delicious. Anna looked at Not with a hint of looking at a virtuous wife and good mother. You just need to apply. Slytherin doesn't have that many students. Not helped her cut the small cake, serving her very carefully. I see. Suddenly, the air between them seemed to solidify. Anna didn't know what to say to him. What was frightening was that Not didn't find this atmosphere awkward. Instead, he really enjoyed the rare time he spent with Anna. Delicious. The house elf's cooking had improved again. Anna praised it unreservedly. Thank you. I thought I hadn't mastered the heat. Not suddenly touched his nose unnaturally. He didn't know if was this actually made by him? You made this? Tilda, I just tried it when I had nothing to do. Not's gaze shifted around with more difficulty, unsure where to look to make himself feel a little cooler. His ears instantly turned red, and his cheeks glowed with a fiery blush. You're amazing. Whoever marries you will be so lucky. Anna gave him a thumbs up. Not was puzzled, but still explained seriously, Anna, I'm a man. I marry you no. Not felt he was getting more confused the more he explained, so he simply fell silent. As long as you like it, however, after that interruption, the atmosphere clearly livened up, and the air flowed once again. They started chatting about the house elves in the kitchen, and Not surprisingly knew their names. I go there often. That's strange then. I don't know how I haven't seen you. The house elves hadn't mentioned him to her either. Maybe we just missed each other. Tilda Not would never tell Anna that he actually followed her with an invisibility charm, knowing she loved barbecue, desserts, and hot chocolate. By the time he noticed, he had already gotten used to following her and paying attention to her. She was always the most dazzling presence in the crowd. And so, Anna never waited for Draco. It was very late when Not escorted her back to her dormitory, having eaten and taken some food. It was truly strange. She wondered where Draco had gone. The next day, Anna found out what happened. Harry, Fred, and George, in an attempt to prove that Draco was not injured at all, set a trap for him. Not only did it fail to prove he was already well, but it actually caused him to be seriously injured. He's injured again? How? Anna was utterly incredulous and a little angry at Harry and their recklessness. Hadn't Hermione stopped them? Oh right, she probably couldn't stop them. Now Draco would truly never forgive Hagrid, and he held a grudge against Harry Potter and the others too. Occasionally arranging for unpopular characters. Haha. Chapter 211. The Whole Story. Anna immediately met up with Harry and the others. They seemed to have been up all night, their eyes bloodshot, sitting somewhat dejectedly in Headmaster Dumbledore's office. They were waiting for a result, as if Dumbledore wouldn't tell them Draco would be all right, they wouldn't feel any better. Dumbledore really had no choice but to stay with them, constantly comforting the few of them. Hermione even cried her eyes out, leaning on Ron's shoulder, and Ron uncharacteristically didn't say anything to spoil the mood. Anna didn't know how they were feeling, but Grindelwald, who was beside her, was certainly extremely agitated. There were already several cigar butts next to him, indicating that their nighttime with Dumbledore had been delayed for quite some time. Anna's appearance caused the Golden Trio's emotions to fluctuate dramatically again. Anna! Hermione immediately hugged Anna's neck, sobbing again. It's my fault. Boo-hoo-hoo. I couldn't stop them. You're here? Anna. I'm sorry. I acted on my own. Harry was filled with remorse. If he had known this would happen, he would never have agreed to Fred and George's plan. Now, things seemed to have reached an irreversible point. Anna patted Hermione's shoulder. What exactly happened? Let me explain. Dumbledore saw that the children, who had just managed to calm down, were once again on the verge of collapse, so he decided to explain what had happened himself. It turned out that Fred and George had developed a new magic trick that could lock a person's feet. To unlock it, one needed both hands. So, they used Anna's name to trick Draco into meeting them at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Draco indeed fell into the trap, his legs bound. Just as they were about to take photos as evidence, a werewolf suddenly rushed out, and that werewolf, if there were no surprises, was Professor Lupin. Although Fred and George rushed out immediately to help Malfoy, he was still injured. This made Lucius very angry, once again questioning Hogwarts' safety factor, wondering why his son had been injured twice within a short week. Most importantly, he almost turned his son into a werewolf. Lucius was furious, causing a scene at the Ministry of Magic, demanding an explanation. Logically, after Lupin drank the wolfsbane potion prepared for him by Snape, he should have spent this long night in his room, so why did he transform? It made one wonder if Snape had deliberately retaliated against Lupin. But Snape gritted his teeth and refused to admit it. His meaning was that when it came to potions, he would absolutely not tamper with them. He'd swear on his identity as the Dean of Slytherin. Then it was strange, who would want to plunge the school into chaos? Anna thought of Diary, Ben Jun. Could it be him? If so, he was too elusive. Anna was also at a loss at this point, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Lucius didn't know that the werewolf was Lupin, only assuming it was a stray werewolf from the forest. Her mind was a mess, and Dumbledore seemed to notice Anna's state. Finally, he made up his mind, and with nothing to lose, he directly used a sleeping spell to knock out the golden trio. Grindelwald finally showed a slight expression, as if saying it was long overdue. After taking Anna to breakfast, Dumbledore sent them back to their dormitories one by one. He still had many things to attend to. If this matter wasn't resolved properly, the Triwizard Tournament might have to be held at another school. Of course, it wasn't just about the competition. Hagrid and Lupin might both be in trouble and he needed them. Sirius, far away in the Black ancestral home, also heard about this incident. He eagerly wanted to come to Hogwarts to see Harry, to make sure he was all right. Although he was currently at a crucial point in the custody battle and still needed to run around the Muggle world, he still came under the cover of night. After Harry and Hermione had slept, they were forced to drink some potion, and they looked much better. But upon seeing Sirius, their emotions once again collapsed. Anna was also there comforting them, along with Bill. However, Sirius came secretly, having transformed into a black dog and entered through a secret passage. Lupin also came with him. They carefully analyzed the incident together and found that Lupin had indeed discovered some strange things. There were snakes in his room. Snakes? How coincidental, I seem to be encountering snakes a lot lately. Sirius suddenly remembered that he always seemed to be stared at by snakes. Snakes? What kind of snakes? Anna instantly became alert. This was too consistent with Riddle's setup, controlling snake friends to do things. Nothing special, just ordinary snakes, but it's a bit of a headache when they appear while you're showering. Sirius was very happy that Anna was talking to him proactively. He had always thought Anna was a bit cold towards him, and wanted to talk to her more. Are you sure those were snakes? Maybe it was your crazy fans, transformed. Ron reminded Anna once again. You mean animagus? Why hadn't Anna thought of that? Given Riddle's magic, he could totally become an animagus. Although it wasn't written in the original, if it were him, the probability of his animagus being a snake was too high. Who knows? They're all Pretty Chinese letter. Ron still remembered some people even asking about Harry, truly crazy women. They wildly wrote letters to Harry, offering themselves as his new godmother. Ahem. Sirius coughed uncomfortably twice, feeling that discussing these matters in front of the children was a bit awkward, so he changed the subject. Have you thought of anything, Anna? Yes, it made me think of Riddle. He's a Parselmouth, isn't he? Lord Voldemort? He's appeared again? That's unlikely, isn't it? He doesn't even have a human form right now. Sirius immediately dismissed the idea, and Anna, not wanting to cause panic, didn't continue the conversation. Let's hope so. Anna decided to go and check on Draco to see how he was doing. Oh, Fred and George also sustained minor injuries while saving him and were in the medical wing. Anna had visited them beforehand. Thankfully, they were already full of vigor, which relieved her slightly. But Draco was still sent to St. Mungo's. This time, Draco wasn't arrogant at all. He immediately pulled Anna into a hug. Why did you take so long to come? Don't you know you almost wouldn't have seen me again? This completely bewildered Anna. Was Draco this passionate? How could that be? You're so amazing, you'll definitely be fine. That's true. Draco relaxed a bit, but he didn't release his arms wrapped around Anna. I've decided. Huh? What? What have you decided? We're transferring to Durmstrang. Chapter 212, Re-entering St. Mungo's. We're transferring to Durmstrang. Huh? Why? It's so cold there. Anna, using brute strength, poked her head out of his embrace, looking at Draco in surprise. Safety. You don't have to worry about a werewolf suddenly rushing out and eating you, Draco explained very seriously. After that catastrophe, he realized that everything else, fame, fortune, or the Malfoy family's honor, was nothing. None of it could save him. The only motivation that made him want to live and the reason he had to escape was to see his parents again, and this person in front of him. Although she was heartless and always made him angry, at that moment, her face was truly etched into his mind. It was also thanks to her that his mind wasn't completely blank. Thankfully, he survived. He had to work harder to make himself stronger. It was a bit hard to accept, but he had to admit that he might truly be unable to let go of this person. But her purpose in coming must not be pure. Thinking of this, Draco pushed her out of his embrace. I know why you're here. You want me to let go of that stupid giant, and even the negligent Dumbledore is fine. But you must agree to transfer to Durmstrang with me. You must. Anna hadn't expected Draco to know everything. Of course, even if he was a novice, he was still a Malfoy. How could he not guess her thoughts? He actually wanted to use her as a bargaining chip. Why was this so different from the original story? Draco had already investigated. Krum was training every day for the upcoming Quidditch World Cup group stages, intensive training. He had no time to study at school. Karkaroff personally tutored him. So as long as he and Anna went to Durmstrang, they could go back to their dependent life. They could eat and study together from morning till night. There would be no annoying Weasley twins, no disgusting savior, and none of her countless relatives. I didn't say I came to plead for them. Anna tried to change his mind. I really came to see you. Look, I even prepared a gift for you. Anna pulled out the small cake she had specially prepared. Are you sure? Draco put on a standard Slytherin-esque sneer. All right, Tilda, not entirely, but I promise I most wanted to visit you. Then, as an add-on, I wanted to ask if you could. Anna hesitated a bit. Indeed, she had no right to ask him for forgiveness. Although Fred and George used a harmless prank, it was also the fuse that put Draco in a dangerous situation. If they hadn't lured him out, he might not have encountered Lupin, who had turned into a werewolf. So Anna had no way to say anything. Besides genuinely wanting to see Draco, her visit also carried a bit of a gamble. It seemed there was no other way. Anna decided to go back and discuss it with Dumbledore. After all, he was her guardian now, and even if Draco wanted to do something, it would have to be with Dumbledore's consent. This is not up to me. It depends on what Daddy says. He's not your daddy. He can only be called your guardian. One day I will make my daddy your guardian. Draco seemed to genuinely dislike Dumbledore, saying this with a frown. I don't think that's very realistic. Anna really wanted to tell him that they were genuine father and daughter, but she couldn't. Just you wait and see. Draco was also confident in his plan. Thus, Anna found herself in a dilemma. Frankly, compared to Durmstrang, she still preferred Hogwarts. The scenery was pleasant, the climate was normal, and she had her family and friends here. She had long since adapted to life here. However, the Malfoy family, especially Draco Malfoy, was determined to have her accompany Draco to Durmstrang. Otherwise, they would demand Hagrid's expulsion and Dumbledore's suspension for his dereliction of duty. Anna, you don't need to leave. It's all my fault. I should take responsibility, even if it means disappointing Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid cried profusely, his small handkerchief soaked with tears. Don't cry, my old friend. I believe we will find a way, and I will be with you. Dumbledore said it very lightly, as if, apart from Anna and Grindelwald's matters, there was nothing else that could worry him now. Dumbledore patted Hagrid's shoulder, trying to comfort him, but it seemed to move him even more, making him cry even more miserably. Anna once again began to doubt if she was a Gryffindor. Seeing such a scene made her feel uneasy. She pushed open the door, wanting some solitude, only to find Fred and George arriving with solemn expressions. We can drop out of school in exchange for Malfoy's forgiveness. Principal Dumbledore, you cannot leave. Exactly, Hogwarts still needs you. You cannot leave. Anna cannot leave either. Fred and George unexpectedly showed such a sense of responsibility, willing to sacrifice themselves for them to stay. I am very pleased to see your dedication, but the problem now is that the Malfoy family's demand is very clear. They want Anna. Dumbledore tried to persuade them to leave, but it only ignited Fred and George. That's his plot. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Malfoy wants to do bad things, absolutely. He wants to get revenge on us, using Anna. Fred and George, red-faced and red-necked, explained frantically, hoping Dumbledore would believe them. Unfortunately, Dumbledore stunned them all and took them out. Anna knew this wasn't what Dumbledore wanted her to see, but she was still affected. "I'll go." Anna finally made up her mind. "What?" Grindelwald, who had been sitting by the side watching the show, seemed to think he had misheard, and poked his ear. "Did I hear that right?" "I've decided, I'm transferring to Durmstrang." Anna thought of keeping Dumbledore and the others for now, then going back on her word later, by which time the Malfoy family would have no statute of limitations for their pursuit. After this period it would be fine. Besides, the Triwizard Tournament was coming soon, and they would be back quickly. "You truly are self-sacrificing," Grindelwald pouted, wondering how he had given birth to such a hero. "I want to." "Professor Grindelwald, is there a problem?" "Professor Dumbledore is my guardian. As long as he agrees, it's fine." Anna was slightly angry when she saw that her daddy didn't support her and even mocked her. She shouldn't have placed her hopes on him, and she still wanted his help. Forget it, she'd better find herself a new daddy. "Oh, very good. Very spirited." Grindelwald was angry, and the consequences were severe. Dumbledore once again took the blame for his daughter that night. "Who told your daughter to only recognize you?" Grindelwald took out his anger on Dumbledore, causing Dumbledore to have a sleepless night. And so, at Anna's persistent request, she transferred to Durmstrang with Draco. Chapter 213 Transfer, School. When the news broke that Anna Dumbledore was transferring to Durmstrang, everyone was in an uproar, except for Fred and George and Harry, who knew the inside story. Everyone thought Anna Dumbledore was going to change her surname to Malfoy. No, to be precise, the long-lost Anna Malfoy had finally received the recognition of the Malfoy family. Otherwise, why would she be sent away at such a crucial moment? It must be that after Draco's injury, to protect the bloodline of the Malfoy family transferred them. There was no hint of the agreement between the Malfoy family and Dumbledore. Otherwise, with how much Dumbledore doted on Anna, how could he allow her to transfer? He had always wished he could accompany Anna to classes and meals. This also explains why Anna received so much attention from Draco. It must be because she was his sister. Of course, Harry and the others who knew the truth showed immense regret and reluctance. They had actually implicated the lovely Anna, forcing her to transfer. They all believed that Draco was deliberately retaliating against them by taking Anna away, and they expressed their concern for Anna's safety. "Don't cry, I'm not coming back. We can still play together during the holidays, right? And there will be a surprise this holiday." When Anna left before her transfer, they all came to the station to see her off. Of course, this was only told to a few people, so only Fred and George and Harry Potter came to see her off. Neville was already crying uncontrollably, and the girls, Ginny and Hermione, were also in tears, hugging Anna again and again. They truly loved their little sister. She was only in her first year, and so young, yet she had to leave her familiar environment and go to such a distant place to study. Most importantly, she was accompanied by a wolf Draco. They were like mothers, a million times worried, constantly reminding Anna to write to them every day. "You must write to us." "Waiting for your letter." "Okay, I'll write to you whenever I have time." Anna didn't make too many promises, because if she agreed to everything, she would have too many letters to write, from Dumbledore to Hogwarts classmates, and as far as Hogsmeade. She would have no time to rest at all. Today, the usually boisterous Fred and George were uncharacteristically silent. They didn't know how to express their feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Seeing Anna reminded them of all the things they had done, and they kept their heads down, avoiding her gaze. Harry Potter also looked very sad, his eyes red, but because of the girls, he hadn't been able to get a word in, so he could only keep looking at Anna's face, hoping to get a few more glances at her. He even thought about inviting her to his home this summer holiday. By the way, Harry Potter's guardianship had successfully been transferred to Sirius. Because of these events involving Draco, the Ministry of Magic hastily wrapped things up and didn't make things difficult for the current head of the Black family. Anna felt a little sad, watching everyone see her off. She had a feeling of being separated from Hogwarts, a very unpleasant feeling, like leaving home. She had just begun to feel a sense of belonging at Hogwarts, and now she had to leave? She boarded the express train escorted by Dumbledore. The train started, and Harry and the others ran after it for a distance. Anna waved to them. Eventually, she disappeared from their sight. Dumbledore picked up Anna at an appropriate location and apparated, personally carrying Anna to Durmstrang. Such a long distance, Anna was astonished. Dumbledore's stamina was so incredible. Speaking of which, Anna suddenly felt that Dumbledore had visibly aged less, his steps steady, completely as if he had become 10 years younger. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to have lessened considerably. Anna was starting to suspect his romance was going very well. Was he nourished by love? Later, she thought, at that time, Grindelwald had already begun to help Dumbledore regain his youth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a strong physique. Anna was in Dumbledore's arms, apparating together. His arms held Anna tightly with great strength. She followed him with some trepidation as they stepped onto the land of Durmstrang again. "We're here." Anna looked at the empty corridor, very surprised that there was no one around at this time. "That's right, this is the place you've been to before. It's still not too late to regret it, Anna." Although Dumbledore also thought that the Triwizard Tournament would happen soon, and Anna could easily return to Hogwarts, the problem was that he simply couldn't bear to part with Anna. If he couldn't see Anna for a few days, Dumbledore felt he might be unable to control himself from coming to see her. For this reason, he gave Anna a communication mirror, and without allowing refusal, he miniaturized the mirror to the size of a keychain, then personally hung it around Anna's neck, the kind that couldn't be taken off. "Remember to talk to me," Dumbledore reminded Anna once again, and moved her exaggerated amount of luggage into her dormitory, almost making her bed for her. Dumbledore was like a parent taking their child to university, trying every possible way to arrange everything for the child, fearing she would suffer any grievances. Karkaroff personally came to the school gate to pick her up, his old face smiling brightly like a flower, all scrunched up. Anna was sure he had some ulterior motive for her. At least he hadn't been this respectful to Dumbledore. Draco Malfoy had already arrived. He even helped her move things as part of the welcoming party for Anna, moving things back and forth without any complaints. One might have thought he was a senior student sent by Durmstrang to help. Draco was wearing the handsome military uniform of Durmstrang. Anna had never seen him look so tall and straight. She didn't realize she had stared for a moment too long, resulting in Dumbledore gently tapping her head. Draco Malfoy worked even harder. And so, Anna returned to Durmstrang once again. At first, she thought Krum would appear, but she was mistaken. He had been training abroad and hadn't returned to the country for a long time. Strange, hadn't Karkaroff always stayed by his beloved Krum's side? Did he have some new scheme? Anna was a little wary, very cautious of Karkaroff's questions. Fortunately, Draco was completely recovered and hadn't mentioned anything from the past. Chapter 214, Wardrobe. To Anna's surprise, the dormitory she was currently staying in was the same one they had occupied when they first arrived, almost as if it had been intentionally preserved. A house elf cleaned it daily, and even the window sill was spotless. Of course, it was also possible that Karkaroff had gone to such lengths to curry favor with her. But what she couldn't understand was why Draco's room had to be arranged next to hers. Shouldn't they be in the boys' and girls' dormitories? So, Anna expressed her doubts to Draco, and in return, she got a fuming Draco. Are you still staying next to me? If I don't stay next to you, and you get into danger, screaming your lungs out won't help," Draco Malfoy told Anna very seriously, giving her a look that suggested she was making a fuss over nothing. What danger? Anna always felt his words were strange. The danger he spoke of couldn't be himself, could it? What did he want to do to her? What if someone breaks in? You sleep like a dead pig every time. You wouldn't even know if someone carried you away. Draco's gaze was still a bit shifty, as if he himself felt his words were ambiguous, but to make his reason more convincing, he tried his best to pinch the seam of his trousers to calm himself down. How do you know I sleep like? Wait, who sleeps like a dead pig? Anna's eyes narrowed, making Draco's cold sweat trickle down. He couldn't possibly say that he had accidentally seen her before, could he? He quickly changed the subject. I guessed. Anyway, the school must have a reason for arranging it this way. Hurry up or you won't get a good night's sleep tonight. Draco started to find things to do, hanging Anna's piles of dresses and clothes into the wardrobe. Confound it, why were there so many clothes? Draco had always thought his mother had enough clothes, but with Anna, the same dress came in 6 different colors. No choice, Dumbledore thought they looked good, so he bought them all. Who could blame Anna for having countless people buying her clothes? But just then, Draco, who was frantically tidying the wardrobe, discovered a few men's clothes. Yes, they were men's, because the size clearly belonged to an adult man, and the style was very trendy, definitely not that old man Dumbledore's. A bunch of faces instantly flashed through Draco's mind, each one making him feel an inexplicable surge of anger. This was too wrong. Where would a girl's wardrobe have other men's clothes? His mother's wardrobe didn't even have his father's clothes. How could Anna's wardrobe have them? Even if it did, it should be his. No, why would he put his clothes in her wardrobe? Draco was startled by his own thoughts, but he didn't dwell on it. The immediate priority was to find out whose clothes these were. Don't tell me you wear such a large size. Draco's face was so dark it could drip water. What's wrong? Anna was momentarily stunned for a few seconds. Then she remembered these were clothes she had prepared for messing around with Fred and George at night. No, for adventures. She could drink a potion to become an adult and go adventuring in the Forbidden Forest, or cause trouble in Hogsmeade. Otherwise, she was too easily discovered. Anna still remembered borrowing them from Professor Snape and Bill, and never returning them. Also, the first time she used an aging potion and stood before Fred and George, their stunned and shy expressions almost made her burst out laughing. She hadn't expected the Hogwarts pranksters to be so innocent. Even after both had taken an aging potion, they were still as shy as children, not daring to look Anna in the eye for a long time. Now, Draco was clutching those few clothes, questioning her in a way that seemed a bit like a jealous husband. What does this have to do with you? This, what impropriety? You are a lady. This stumped Draco, who could only answer Anna's question indirectly. I'm not a lady, Tilde. Anna was truly speechless, and wanted to snatch back her vest. She still wanted to keep it for next time. Professor Snape definitely wouldn't lend it to her again, and Bill himself didn't have many clothes, so it was quite difficult, wasn't it? She couldn't possibly borrow her father's, could she? You must be. His mother was like that, and his sister should also be a lady, but the words came out a bit forcefully. Sure enough, he secretly piqued at Anna's displeased expression and weakly amended, you can be. Draco subconsciously raised his hand, preventing Anna from reaching the clothes. This would make his arm incredibly sore, but compared to the frustration and depression of those clothes remaining in her wardrobe, this made him feel a little better. How I am has nothing to do with you. Anna, in a fit of anger, grabbed Draco's collar and yanked his proudly raised head down to her face, almost making Draco wrench his neck. But it was this sudden closeness that brought their faces almost to zero distance. Both were stunned, and simultaneously turned their faces away. Anna looked at the boy's infuriatingly long eyelashes, secretly jealous. How could a man have such beautiful eyelashes? Draco, however, was quick-witted, and seized the opportunity to run out with those few pieces of men's clothing. Don't even think about using these clothes for mischief. I'll keep them safe for you. Draco's words made Anna feel a bit guilty. How did he know? Could Professor Snape have told him? Professor Snape knew? Professor Snape knowing meant Dumbledore knew. Anna's head was a mess. She watched as Draco returned to his own dormitory and locked the door, fearing she would snatch the clothes back. And Draco, at the first opportunity, burned those unsightly clothes. The next day, he secretly dug out his largest clothes and stuffed them into Anna's wardrobe, placing them alongside her little dresses so that Anna would see his clothes at a glance. Anna silently watched Draco, who had even deliberately used his cologne. What a strange fellow. Who wanted his clothes? What was the point? Wearing his clothes out wouldn't the Malfoy family crest, which made it impossible to be low-key even if she wanted to, confirm the rumors that she was a Malfoy family illegitimate daughter. And wearing these clothes out wouldn't it be hard to be low-key? She'd also have to worry about them being stolen. Anna quietly tossed those clothes to the bottom of a trunk, but later, new clothes would grow out. When Anna angrily went to question it, she learned it was the house elves. The house elves arranged by the Malfoy family would come daily to check her wardrobe for Draco. Anna was truly defeated. Despite this, Anna quickly adapted to life at Durmstrang, thanks to her previous time there and Crumb's reminders. Chapter 215. Unexpected and Reasonable. Anna kept receiving letters from Crumb, knowing he was incredibly busy, but she couldn't figure out where he found the time to write to her and report on his work. Almost every time, Anna clearly knew his scores and updates. Anna felt that Crumb truly considered her his confidante, almost to the point of telling her his bank card password, if he had one. What touched her most was that he actually instructed his brother's subordinates to look after her. Therefore, even though Anna was a small first-year student, whenever she queued for food, someone would always voluntarily let her cut in line. Sometimes, someone would even pull her directly to the front of the line, and the senior student at the very front would make a large space for her without a word. Other times, when they dueled, Anna would occasionally go to watch, and someone would always enthusiastically pass her like a relay baton to the front row for viewing. What shocked her most was that some people even worshipped her. It was as devout as students worshipping Confucius before an exam. According to Crumb, it was Anna's blessings and protection that allowed him to advance smoothly. Anna was speechless from being worshipped. She wasn't Merlin to make their Quidditch improve, become school team members, or even national team members. But there were still many who bowed to her, made wishes, and offered her food. Some girls even asked Anna for Crumb's autograph. Good heavens, she barely saw him, and had only met him a few times, so how could she have such influence? Fortunately, it was quickly rectified. The girls who wanted to chat with her were all pushed away by the boys. Crumb had given orders, be sure to protect that girl. Crumb was right, she represented their school's honor in hosting guests. They couldn't let the Hogwarts people think they were so harsh on guests. Everyone was on high alert, protecting Anna, afraid she would be bullied. Anna had thought transferring to Durmstrang was already bizarre enough, but seeing Bill appear on the professor's platform here made her even more surprised. "Bill, why are you here, and on the professor's platform?" After the banquet, Anna instinctively ran up to him, and as they both expected, they embraced tightly once again. "You should call me." "What?" Bill looked even more haggard, as if he hadn't slept well in a long time, his eyes bloodshot, and he nuzzled Anna's face from side to side. It felt as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Call you Professor Bill? Aren't you Durmstrang's Professor of Dark Arts and Curses elective now?" "Think again." Bill kneaded Anna's small face, seemingly having no intention of letting go. "Bill, big brother?" Anna hesitated slightly before suggesting, and Bill indeed broke into a bright smile. "Yes," he responded warmly to Anna's call. "What about Hogwarts then? Aren't you teaching anymore? Are you talking about the Care of Magical Creatures elective? Sirius has now taken over my old position." Bill shrugged indifferently. He didn't need a specific job to earn money. As long as he had enough to spend, he preferred to stay with Anna and be happily silly than anything else. Of course, it was also because he could fully support the Weasley finances just by working part-time for Gringotts as a curse breaker. Anna was very happy to be able to study and live with Bill again. But Draco was depressed again. He had finally found time to be alone with Anna, just the two of them, dining together, going to the library together, discussing things together. But now, Anna seemed to prefer that lingering Weasley over spending time with him. He had a reason to transfer Anna out, but he had no reason to control Bill Weasley's actions. He had never expected that he would chase Anna to Durmstrang. Besides, didn't he have a younger sister? Why did he have to compete with him? What made Draco even more distraught was that soon after, more people transferred over, such as Zabini and Nott and even Neville Longbottom. Zabini's case was easy to understand because his mother's rumored lover Sirius Black had come to teach at Hogwarts, and many students already secretly mocked him because of this, and now he had more worries. Therefore Zabini simply went all out, strongly demanding that his mother transfer him to Durmstrang as well. Mrs. Zabini, who doted on her child, naturally couldn't bear to refuse her precious son's request. She truly felt pained that her son's personality was becoming increasingly gloomy. With her experience, how could she not guess why her son was always getting hurt? He must have been bullied. As for Nott, as the future heir of a family no less prominent than the House of Malfoy, and also an only child, no one dared to joke with his life. Not to mention that his guardian was their family's butler, who was even more worried about anything happening to him that would lead to the extinction of the House of Nott, and also to reassure his master in Azkaban, Nott also transferred over. And Neville's transfer was entirely Mrs. Longbottom's idea, firstly, because of the werewolf murder incident, and secondly, because Mrs. Longbottom was determined to make Anna her granddaughter-in-law, and she forced Neville to transfer. Now the school at Durmstrang was becoming increasingly lively. There was even a Hogwarts clique formed by Zabini, Nott, and Draco, who, in front of Anna, got along harmoniously for a rare change. Even when Neville clung to her side, they didn't drive Neville away, they just desperately hoped to get exclusive communication with Anna. Anna now felt a bit like a Slytherin, because she seemed to be playing mind games with these few people, every day, and how to cleverly avoid their conflicts while also securing alone time for herself was Anna's daily required course. Draco, relying on his geographical advantage, waited for Anna punctually at her door, every day. Not would prepare his organized German notes in advance and give them to Anna for her to study. Zabini was more silent this time. He seemed to have never emerged from his gloomy state, always sitting silently near Anna, scaring away all the German teenagers who wanted to approach and talk to her. Even Neville had made a lot of progress, finally daring to ask the house elves serving food questions in his stumbling German. At the same time, they also joined different clubs, and they visibly matured, except for Anna. She felt she also wanted to mature a bit, but they always treated her like a child. Chapter 216 Societies. Durmstrang has many club activities. For instance, Draco and Zabini both joined a dark arts dueling club, often gathering to research dark arts and engage in friendly dueling matches. Draco frequently dragged Anna along to cheer him on, but Anna always found excuses not to go because she disliked the tense and exciting atmosphere, especially in dueling matches where people often got injured and bled. She didn't want to see Draco and his friends get hurt. But even though she didn't participate, Draco would still come to her with his exhausted body after getting injured. "Why don't you go to the infirmary?" Durmstrang's version of the medical wing. This was the third time this week Anna had bandaged him. It wasn't that she found it troublesome, she just didn't want to see the wounds. "What? You want me to go to that German old hag?" Draco walked in with an unreasonable expression, skillfully taking off his shirt to reveal his blood-stained arm and lean, muscular upper body, his muscles faintly visible. Anna initially didn't believe that scrawny guy had muscles and skeptically reached out to touch him, but the hard feel under her hand told her that he wasn't a skinny dog at all. He was genuinely well built. She hadn't expected it. Was he perhaps spurred on by Zabini's physique? Anna would also help Zabini tend to his wounds, but he was much more reserved. He never entered her dorm room. Despite his seemingly flirtatious and charming face, he always maintained the gentlemanly demeanor of not entering a lady's room. He would just wait for her at her door and wouldn't leave. Occasionally, they would collide and meet at the door. Zabini would mock Draco for treating Anna like his mother, and Draco would retort, "She's my sister. We're close. Don't be jealous." So later, they would tacitly arrange to come at different times. The good news, however, was that their injuries were getting lighter each time, indicating they were making progress. For instance, this time Draco seemed to be moving freely, probably only having a scratch on his arm. Anna relaxed slightly, and, as she prepared the bandages, Draco had already very naturally stretched out on her bed, as if it were his own, his uninjured arm propped behind his head, looking quite dashing. From Anna's perspective, his long, straight legs extended to his flat stomach, and his even leaner but muscular. Anna's intense gaze made Draco uncomfortable enough to pull Anna's quilt over himself and burrow in. "Ah, Anna's bed. You've made it dirty. Why are you just getting into a girl's bed?" Anna saw her soft, fragrant bed invaded by Draco and wished she could kick him straight off, but he merely revealed his handsome head, looking perfectly content. "What's wrong? It's not like we haven't slept together before. Don't make such a fuss. At worst, you can sleep in my bed tonight." Draco didn't feel there was anything wrong at all. He even thought it was only natural for them to sleep together, just like his mother and father. "Who wants to sleep with you?" Anna clenched her fist, really wanting to punch him in the face, and she actually did so. But because Draco knew her too well, or perhaps Anna's expressions were too easy to read, Draco grabbed a pillow from beside him to block his face the moment Anna threw her punch. Otherwise, his handsome and brave face would have another black eye. After a thump, Draco pulled off the pillow and, grinning, held out his arm. "Then I'll leave it to you, Tilda." After seeing the wound, Anna first bandaged him, then jumped onto the bed, straddled Draco to torment him, and then kicked him in the backside, driving him out. Draco, scrambling, holding his clothes, shirtless, and with messy hair, running out the door, looked every bit like a man who had angered his wife and been kicked out of the house. Draco and Zabini seemed to be masochistically improving their abilities. New scars appeared on their faces every day, but these made them look like they were about to shed their childishness and become true warriors. Even Karkaroff, who should have been constantly with Crumb, would often guide Draco and Zabini. Anna knew Karkaroff was trying to curry favor with the Malfoy family, but what about Zabini? Did Karkaroff also have a close relationship with Mrs. Zabini? Anna didn't dare to think too much. In any case, it was good that they were busy. Not also joined a club, seemingly related to alchemy, dealing with various potions and metals every day, remaining as silent and invisible as ever. Sometimes Anna wouldn't see him for a week, and other times, she would encounter him all day. She really wondered if he considered following her around as his form of rest. However, Anna did receive quite a few small gadgets not made with alchemy, such as hair clips that glowed automatically at night, hats that could change color, music boxes that could sing on their own, and so on. What Anna didn't expect was that even Neville had joined the club, a herbology research group. Anna had seen them a few times. The people in it were mostly introverted and dedicated to their research, getting along well with Neville. His German was also constantly improving, and because of Neville's talent in herbology, he even managed to get into a relatively core position, even though he was only in his 3rd year. Seeing that they all had clubs, Anna at Bill's suggestion also joined one, the Gourmet Club, but since there wasn't much German cuisine, Anna decided to use the club's kitchen to research Chinese food, nearly overthrowing the club president and becoming the president of the Gourmet Club herself. Bill was, of course, very happy that Anna had something she enjoyed doing, rather than always causing trouble and going on adventures with those naughty boys. Ahem, he certainly wasn't implying anything about his twin brothers. However, they were much more well-behaved now. They had once clamored to transfer to Durmstrang, but their family simply couldn't afford their expenses, which instead kick-started their crazy money-making mode. Now they were simply hoping to behave well, so that when Anna was on summer vacation, they could invite her to the burrow to play. Harry also became depressed for a while after Anna's departure, but thankfully he had many friends to accompany him. Ginny had also told him that even if Anna wasn't there, she was still his good friend, and could be there for him too. But our little Harry completely misunderstood Ginny's meaning, thinking Ginny wanted to replace Anna. He sternly warned Ginny, "You're not Anna, Ginny. She'll be back." This angered Ginny, who called him a lunatic and ignored Harry for a long time. Another thing was that the Scent, or Kessie, also temporarily took a leave of absence after Anna's departure. His tribe had been restless recently, seemingly attacked by rogue werewolves, so he returned to the Forbidden Forest, but he still continued to write letters to Anna. Later, everyone realized that even then, Lord Voldemort had already begun colluding with rogue werewolves to cause trouble. Chapter 217. Celebrate. The entire Durmstrang was recently in a state of excitement because their Quidditch team, led by Victor Krum, successfully reached the finals of the Quidditch World Cup, making everyone incredibly proud. They had no mind for studying, and were all eagerly awaiting the Quidditch World Cup this summer. Suddenly, Quidditch's standing at Durmstrang soared to its peak, even surpassing the dark arts, to become the primary topic of conversation after meals. Anna, of course, was among the first to hear the news. While others were still scrambling and waiting for the next day's newspaper, Anna had already received live photos sent by Krum via enchanted mail, the kind that moved, and even had his autograph. These photos, when strung together, roughly chronicled his final qualifying match. Anna took a look and thought that if those crazy fans knew about it, they might challenge her to a duel. Not to mention, Anna was quite famous throughout Durmstrang now, not only as the only girl Karkaroff would defer to, but also because she was very strong. Last time, when Draco dragged her to watch his match, she was nearly hit by a bludger. She now wished she had been hit, because she instinctively pushed it with her hand, and actually managed to send the ball flying back in the opposite direction. You should know that the force of that bludger was such that even an adult male might not have been able to catch it. Now many boys would chase Anna, wanting to arm wrestle her. Anna was speechless. Was she, a young girl, supposed to spend all her time arm wrestling with them? Later, it even escalated to people sending her duel challenges, wanting to compete with her in dark arts. Now Krum finally got a short break, though only for 3 days, but he still chose to return to Durmstrang to see Anna, and then he would plunge back into endless training. But when he actually returned, it couldn't just be a simple visit. Durmstrang directly organized a ball for him, requiring him to give a speech, lead the dance, and perform his skills in organized competitions. Anna, who had learned the news in advance, felt tired for him and advised him not to come back. Wouldn't it be better to go to France for a few days of vacation and rest, or just lie at home for a few days? But Krum didn't feel tired at all. In his opinion, this was much easier than his training, and he could also see her. He also invited Anna to be his dance partner at the ball. Anna was a bit hesitant because she didn't want to become the target of Krum's fangirl's jealousy, and there was a very important point. She was much shorter than Krum, which would make her uncomfortable. Would he have to bend over to dance with her? Tom gave her no reason to refuse. He had no other female friends. If Anna didn't agree, he would have to dance with a boy. That was true, Anna really couldn't recall him speaking more than a few words to any girl. For the sake of her friend not losing face at the school-wide banquet, Anna agreed. However, Draco, who later received the news, and eagerly came to invite Anna, was not pleased. You said you already have a dance partner? Impossible. Draco had just received the news from his father. Karkaroff was still in Sweden and hadn't informed everyone. It was impossible for anyone in the entire school to know the news earlier than him. That's right, Anna replied decisively. She decided to rebrew a batch of aging potion for herself, which would solve the problem. Those crazy fans wouldn't think it was her, and she wouldn't feel awkward being so much shorter than Crumb. You're lying! No one could have known. Draco snatched the ridiculous wand from Anna's hand. Stop it! This is the first time I've seen you so fond of potion. What's there to lie about? Anna realized she'd have to restart the brewing process anyway, so she stopped, and, seeing how confident Draco was, decided to tease him. Guess why this banquet is being held? Of course, it's because Crumb made it to the finals. There wasn't a single ant in Germany who didn't know about this now. Draco felt Anna was playing with him. Exactly, it's because of him, so why wouldn't I know? Anna clearly saw Draco's face flush red, then green, then purple. Is it him? He told you? Draco hadn't expected Anna and Crumb to have secret meetings behind his back. Yes, he just invited me. Anna snatched back her wand, again lamenting why her wand was so miniature, completely lacking in deterrent power. Would she still have to use this death, Barbie, pink one when she was 80? He invited you, and you said yes? Draco was still immersed in the matter, unable to extricate himself, looking at Anna with such a strange and incredulous gaze, as if he had been betrayed, abandoned. Yes, why would I refuse? Anna was very confused by his look. I can't believe you're such a vain person. Draco was heartbroken, completely unprepared for Anna to be like this. Huh? I'm being helpful, all right. Anna really wanted to punch him again. What do you mean? Draco calmed down again, and Anna simply explained what had happened. Are you telling the truth? Draco finally started to believe Anna's words. His mood instantly lightened considerably, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then he remembered Anna would still be dancing with Crumb, and his lips curled downwards again. What? Are you jealous? Then I'll give this opportunity to you. You go and lead the dance with Crumb. Anna couldn't help but tease him, and sure enough, she saw Draco fly into a rage, as if his dignity had been insulted. Who's jealous of you? Do I want to dance with him? I'm not a pervert, I want to. It's Draco stammered again, but this time he wasn't just hesitant, he suddenly felt that this suggestion wasn't entirely out of the question. Let me dance with Crumb for you? It's not impossible. Huh? What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Anna never expected Draco to actually drink the polyjuice potion, put on her evening gown, and stand flawlessly on stage in the posture of a queen to complete the opening dance with Crumb. Anna, hiding in a corner, was almost dying of laughter watching Draco clumsily walk in high heels. She had deliberately chosen a pair of 10-centimeter high heels for him, explaining that she was too short and needed to be a bit taller so as not to be too embarrassing. Draco actually believed her. You know you're short too? Eat less junk food. Not everyone like me won't mind your height. This angered Anna so much that she hung a few more necklaces around his neck. Chapter 218 Dance Party Anecdotes. Although Draco and Crumb were gracefully dancing in the center of the dance floor, and despite his high heels making him limp slightly, he looked very elegant overall. However, the preparation work had caused Anna immense pain. Where on earth did you get so many ugly dresses? Yes, Dumbledore far away at Hogwarts, sneezed madly. Draco had already rejected countless of Anna's suggestions, finally satisfactorily finding a dress he had given to Anna, and reluctantly putting it on. Anna suppressed her laughter as she watched Draco struggle to zip up the dress behind his back, fuming with anger. Can't you help, gentlemen? Draco seemed to be getting into the Anna persona, starting to retort to her in Anna's manner of speaking. I know, but it's useless for you to wear it now, isn't it? It will fit perfectly once you drink the polyjuice potion, right? Anna stepped forward to help Draco with the dress zipper, and at the same time noticed he was frozen as if stunned. Seemed he hadn't thought of that. Thus, an exasperated Draco stopped all training, picked up the hem of the dress, and stomped back to his room like a muscular Barbie. This was thanks to their rooms having a connecting door, otherwise, Draco's reputation would have been ruined. However, this also meant Draco didn't have time to practice with the high heels Anna had prepared for him, which made his current gait exceptionally strange. His legs seemed borrowed, refusing to obey him. Fortunately, half of the way to the dance floor, Crumb supported him, and the other half, Crumb carried him in a princess carry, preventing too much embarrassment. Crumb probably thought Anna was unaccustomed to wearing high heels for the first time, so he very considerately asked the band to play soothing music with a slow tempo. As the two of them spun and jumped on the dance floor, everyone cast different gazes, some jealous, some watching a show, and some disgusted. Of course, there were also terrified ones. Karkaroff never imagined that after introducing so many excellent girls to Crumb, he would choose none of them, but instead pick the most problematic one. A chill ran down his spine. He felt constantly glared at by his master. More precisely, the small snake coiling around his neck constantly reminded him that Lord Voldemort was always watching him, and he needed to be more obedient. Therefore, during the time Crumb and Anna led the dance, he endured an exceptionally agonizing period. Indeed, in these past days, diary, Ben-Jun had once again followed Anna to Durmstrang and easily gained Karkaroff's allegiance, which is why Karkaroff hadn't been by Crumb's side all the time. Riddle wanted him to monitor Anna at Durmstrang, as well as those who approached her, but now his star pupil was also deeply involved, which made him exceptionally anxious. After Crumb and Anna finished their dance, Karkaroff, disregarding his image, rudely interrupted the band's music. "Stop! Pause! I have something to tell you. Crumb, come with me," everyone else continue. He hurriedly pulled Crumb away. Only a mortified Draco was left standing there, stiffly moving in his high heels. However, a towering man soon blocked his path. Bill Weasley left Draco no escape. "What's wrong, Anna? You wouldn't want to leave your brother without a dance partner, would you?" "Why not? Who would want to dance with a big do?" Draco was about to straighten his back and unleash a torrent of words using Anna's appearance, but Anna quickly and accurately sealed his mouth with a spell. "Big do what? Anna must be a good girl, okay." Bill took Draco's hand, and then playfully pinched his cheek as a punishment. Draco's expression was distorted. He felt like he was about to vomit. Anna didn't know whether to be angry with Draco or to pity him. She really wanted to get something to eat, and then go lie down, but she was afraid Draco would blurt out something outrageous. As she hesitated, a plate full of food appeared before her. "Won't you eat something?" Not suddenly appeared in front of Anna. Anna panicked and crouched down, covering her face and exposing herself like an ostrich. "I'm not Anna Dumbledore." "I know. Anna Dumbledore is dancing with Professor Weasley." Not played along with Anna's little game, deliberately not exposing her. He had always paid attention to Anna's every move and understood her every micro-expression and small gesture, so he immediately noticed something was off with that Anna. He carefully scanned the crowd, and sure enough the real Anna was hidden among them. Thus, the restless heart that had been stirred by seeing Anna and Crumb lead the dance calmed down. He went to get her something to eat. She probably wouldn't be able to show herself to eat. And how could Bill not realize that the person in his arms was an imposter? He had watched Anna grow up since she was a child. How could she dress so flamboyantly? This was completely the Malfoy family's style. Therefore, Bill boldly guessed that the person in front of him was Draco, so he mischievously took large strides and danced, catching Draco off guard and almost making him fall. But Bill would never let him fall, because it was Anna's body. However, such intimate contact was already pushing Draco to his limit. Finally, Draco simply kicked off his high heels and, like a greyhound, flew out of the dance floor, clutching the dress. He was going to find that heartless woman. She promised to save him, didn't she? And she still owed him a dance. But Draco's ordeal was not over. The moment he left, Neville, who had been eagerly watching him from the crowd, immediately rushed over, picked up the high heels from the ground, and chased after him. Thus, Draco, whose potion had worn off, appeared before Neville in an extremely disheveled state. A torn dress, exposed thighs, and messy hair. Neville was greatly shocked. "Anna, you turned into Malfoy? The kind that gives you nightmares." Draco, exasperated, cast Obliviate on Neville. He would definitely settle the score. "And what about our Anna?" Under Not's guidance, she gladly extended an olive branch to him, actively dancing a song with him. Although she was still wearing home clothes and pajamas, covered by a large robe, in Not's eyes, she was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. The most pitiful one was probably Crumb. He finally managed to find time to see Anna, was forced to give a speech, danced only one song with Anna, and then was called away by Karkaroff for a heart-to-heart talk that lasted until midnight. By the time he was released, it was already late at night. Crumb was a bit disheartened, but the thought of seeing Anna first thing in the morning restored some of his spirits. Chapter 219. It's vacation time. The next morning, Anna heard a commotion outside her door. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, opened the door and saw Crumb and Draco arguing. Both were startled to see her appear, and their expressions were unnatural. Draco, especially, flushed red and exclaimed, "Why aren't you dressed?" He quickly spread his robe and wrapped Anna in it. Anna was startled and looked down at her clothes, a camisole and hot pants for pajamas. Isn't that normal? She wasn't revealing anything. Then she remembered that these Wizarding World folks would rather wear antique nightgowns down to their ankles. They were all old-fashioned. "I am dressed. These are loungewear. Everyone in the Muggle world wears this," Anna explained to Draco, but he had already picked her up and tucked her back into bed. Draco paced back and forth in front of her window, sighing and frowning. "You are truly unseemly. Does Dumbledore, that old man, know you dress like this?" "No. Don't tell that man. Even if he's old, he's still a man." His heartbroken expression made Anna a bit speechless. It was as if he was the one who had been exposed, and quite chaste at that. "I don't think it's a big deal. Don't be too upset." "You don't think it's a big deal?" Draco gasped, realizing he was the only one bothered by it. This wanton woman. Draco thought it over and still couldn't swallow his anger, so he simply raised his wand to find Crumb and obliviate him of the recent scene to be safe. As Draco thought this, images of a charmingly naive Anna flashed through his mind, her long neck and her fair skin reflecting the light. Draco took a deep breath. He definitely had to write to Dumbledore to report this matter. Anna had no self-awareness as a girl. He turned and confronted Crumb again. Fortunately, the dueling club matches in recent days had made Draco very proficient in using practical magic like Obliviate. Anna felt that life at Durmstrang was actually no different from Hogwarts. Bill was still watching her, but now she had an additional person keeping an eye on her, Draco. Anna, fully dressed, followed the exceptionally gentlemanly Crumb to the Quidditch pitch. From his family and friends' box, she watched his entire stunt performance. At the end, Crumb gave Anna the golden snitch he used in his performance. Draco, who was in the competing team, saw this scene and bit his lower lip. Always showing off. This was already a celebration prepared for Crumb. It was difficult for Crumb to be low-key. Karkaroff's heart stopped again, this time because he was bitten by the snake on his neck. So Karkaroff quickly called Anna away. This time, he had to give her some hints, lest she drag them all down. "Come, please follow me. MS. Dumbledore." "Huh? Aren't you watching the next Quidditch performance?" Anna frowned. If he wasn't watching, she still wanted to. Later, when Draco and the German seniors started their match, if she didn't watch, Draco would bother her again. Haha, with Crumb here to watch the match, there's certainly nothing to worry about. Karkaroff forced a smile that was uglier than crying. All right then, Anna decided that if Draco bothered her, she would push all the blame onto Karkaroff. Karkaroff acted mysteriously and seemed to be struggling to speak. Anna even thought he was about to confess to her. She sat in the chair, watching him rack his brains to organize his words, afraid of saying the wrong thing. "Well, speak up. What happened?" "It's nothing major. I just hope you can stay away from Crumb. Don't disturb his training, and it's best to stay away from Malfoy too, and also the Knot Boy and Zabini." "And Bill?" Anna now felt increasingly that he secretly liked her. "Exactly." Karkaroff thought Anna understood his meaning. "You understand? Do you know why? That formidable lord, *his *tilde. Before Karkaroff could finish, he painfully clutched his neck. Karkaroff was bitten by a snake. He was shocked, believing he had said too much that he shouldn't have, and immediately tried to rush Anna away. "What bit you?" Anna had just seen something green flash by, It wasn't her imagination, but she keenly sensed something from Karkaroff's words. What lord? Who are you talking about? Could it be Riddle? The more Anna spoke, the more terrified Karkaroff became, until finally Karkaroff ran away in a panic. Now Anna was even more certain. Karkaroff was controlled by Riddle. As for whether it was Diary, Ben Jun, or that inhuman ghost like Lord Voldemort, she didn't know yet, but she knew that Riddle's resurgence was inevitable. Anna's mood suddenly became heavy. It seemed even Durmstrang wasn't safe anymore, but did that mean Hogwarts was safe now? Anna could only comfort herself this way, and quickly wrote down her suspicions and sent them to Hogwarts. However, she only received a reply from Grindelwald, which Dark Lord has returned. The elegant handwriting exuded confidence and arrogance, clearly not taking Riddle seriously at all. Come to think of it, with Dumbledore and Grindelwald working together, Riddle only had an advantage in numbers, which was completely insignificant. Anna also relaxed. Right. Even if the sky fell, her two fathers would hold it up, and she was very strong too. With her mood brightened, Anna felt that life was getting better and better. Soon, her studies at Durmstrang came to an end. It was summer vacation. Anna finally looked forward to the day she would go home. She was already eager to see her good friends whom she hadn't seen in a long time. According to Bill, Fred and George reminded him every day to remember to bring Anna directly back to the burrow during the holidays, and not let Dumbledore take her to Godric's Hollow. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see her again. Unfortunately, although Bill also wanted to take Anna away, he couldn't stand against Dumbledore bringing a host of family and friends to personally pick Anna up to go home. Even at school, Aberforth and Dumbledore had a heated discussion, and finally at Grindelwald's suggestion, Dumbledore took Anna away first, leaving no one a chance to react. Grindelwald then followed closely behind, returning to their home in Godric's Hollow, leaving Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy, who had also come to pick up their child, deeply disappointed. They had already promised Draco to bring Anna back to Malfoy Manor for the summer holidays. Old Mrs. Longbottom had intended to feign illness to keep Anna at her house for the summer holidays, but it was too late. Chapter 220, Blake House. When Anna was taken away, she hadn't even noticed Karkaroff's expression before Dumbledore swept her into his robes and carried her off. She had wanted to see his spectacular face. He took her back to the little cottage in Godric's Hollow. The cottage still looked exactly as it had when she left, and it was even redecorated. There were fresh flowers and fresh fruit. Anna was about to throw a tantrum. She hadn't even said goodbye to Bill and Draco, and she was just kidnapped? How was she supposed to wheedle her way into the burrow for the summer? How was she supposed to complain to Lucius Malfoy? But as soon as she saw the surprises Dumbledore had prepared for her, her anger instantly deflated. This poor old father must have missed her terribly. Dumbledore tried to pick Anna up and place her on his lap again, but Grindelwald beat him to it. The fellow, puffing on his pipe, raised an eyebrow provocatively, and Dumbledore's benevolent smile faded a little. Don't smoke in front of my Anna, Mr. Grindelwald. Splat asterisk. A small jet of water extinguished Grindelwald's pipe. Grindelwald held Anna and sat back on the sofa, shaking his wet pipe. This is grape-flavored. Technically, it's not. Oh right, wasn't someone not going to speak to me anymore? Sitting on Grindelwald's long legs, Anna felt like she had once again become the carrier pigeon of their love. Are you two fighting again? Anna climbed out of Grindelwald's embrace and walked towards Dumbledore, trying to restore his good mood. No, my child, I have nothing to quarrel with him about. Dumbledore focused all his attention on Anna. He felt incredibly guilty about Anna going to Durmstrang for school, and looked at Anna's thin figure with heartache, determined to make Anna gain weight again. And so Dumbledore began to ignore Grindelwald again. Grindelwald then tried hard to find a sense of presence. It turned out they had been arguing because the Weasley family, and even the Malfoy family, had invited Anna to stay with them and take her to the Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore believed Anna didn't like Quidditch, and he also wasn't comfortable with Anna going abroad with Fred and George. He also selfishly wanted to spend a warm summer with Anna, but Grindelwald thought Anna should go out and see the world. Of course, Grindelwald also wanted to join in the fun, and decided to take his Anna to see it, knowing Dumbledore would surely come looking for them then. They argued over this issue, which ultimately boiled down to one sentence: Anna isn't just your daughter. Their struggle continued until Anna, caught between them, became extremely annoyed, and simply ran away from home. Bill came to pick up Anna himself, riding his motorcycle, stealthily landing in Godric's Hollow under the cover of night, without a sound. Anna quickly flew out of the window, and Bill caught her firmly in his outstretched arms. "Long time no see, Nan, no May Tilda. Why no warm hug for me?" "Sage." Bill slapped both of them, and the two figures huddled to the side quieted down, sitting in the compartment, noticeably smaller. What kind of magic trick did they use to shrink themselves? The two of them fit snugly in that compartment. Bill looked at Anna apologetically, silently mouthing sorry. By the time he found them, it was too late. They had not only used a shrinking potion, but also borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. So Anna could only sit on Bill's motorcycle. She had wanted to sit behind him and hug him from behind, but Bill insisted she sit in front of him. "It's safer in front." Although Bill only raised an eyebrow, Anna still understood his meaning. It seemed being encircled in his arms would indeed be much safer. Fred and George, unwilling to be left out, squeezed under Bill's arms to tug at Anna's clothes, hoping she would come to their side, even managing to make a little space to invite Anna. Their actions caused the entire motorcycle to shake violently. Anna was terrified of dying and had no time to pay attention to them. Fortunately, Bill reacted quickly and skillfully controlled the direction. "If you move again, I'll throw you out." He also showed great older brotherly authority, and the two of them quieted down until they stopped on an unfamiliar Muggle street. "We're here." Anna, Fred, and George were about to jump down to find Anna, but Bill covered their mouths. Bill carried Anna, who was soundly asleep in his arms, with a touch of excitement. He could finally return to days of seeing her every day. As the potion wore off, Fred and George were painfully stuck in their compartment, unable to move. "Hurry and help us! My leg!" But the people rushing out of the room walked straight past them and surrounded Bill. "You're back, Bill." "Anna, long time no see." "Sage, Hermione, she's asleep." Everyone lowered their voices, excitedly expressing their longing for Anna, which in turn woke Anna up. A flicker of displeasure, barely perceptible, crossed Bill's face. He carefully placed Anna on the ground, thinking Anna was a baby who got cranky when woken up. "Huh, everyone? Where am I?" Anna was disoriented from sleep. She saw Harry and Hermione standing on a Muggle street. Sirius, wearing an apron, and Lupin were greeting her from the steps. "This is the old Black family home. We'll be here all summer. It's my new home too." Harry, most excited, introduced everything to Anna. That's right, during this period, Sirius finally gained custody of Harry Potter, and they could openly live together. At the same time, Lupin and Sirius began managing the Black family's ancestral property together. Now, they were both in the happiest phase of their lives. "If only you came too, Anna." Harry really wanted to share his happiness and his life with Anna. In a moment of impulse, he seemed to remember something, looked up at Bill, and suddenly couldn't meet his gaze, so he changed the subject. "Let's go inside quickly. It's getting dark." Harry made way for Anna. Sirius also squeezed in at this moment, holding a spatula, looking very domestic, but still infinitely charming. "Welcome to the old Black family home. Be careful of the old things on the walls later. They've all turned to dust long ago, so don't mind them." "And Creature." Harry followed behind Anna, constantly trying not to diminish his presence. "That's right, Creature is our house elf. He's not quite right in the head, so just ignore him." Chapter 221, Mrs. Black. However, to Sirius and Harry Potter's utter astonishment, Anna completely ignored Mrs. Black's foul language on the wall. In fact, she even received her praise and commendation. "You've finally brought a distinguished guest. Welcome to the House of Black. Your arrival illuminates this place." Mrs. Black's portrait smiled so wide her face was almost wrinkling. This was the first time Sirius had ever seen his mother's portrait so happy and polite when greeting someone he brought. Even Dumbledore's visits were met with eye rolls. But Anna was just a child. Well, she could be considered a young woman now, but it still made no sense. Didn't she also have the surname Dumbledore? What they didn't know was that the part of Grindelwald's bloodline in Anna's body caused her abundant magic to overflow, carrying a pure dark arts lineage that was simply the ideal daughter-in-law in Mrs. Black's eyes. He immediately clamored that if Sirius still intended to keep the Black surname, he absolutely had to marry Anna and help the House of Black flourish and prosper. Suddenly, the always gloomy Mrs. Black seemed to find new motivation, constantly calling Anna over for brainwashing sessions. Even Creature's address for Anna became future Mrs. Black and esteemed Madame Anna. His attitude was so respectful he nearly offered to wash her feet himself. He also became Mrs. Black's mouthpiece, often inviting Anna to stand before the portrait. She would talk about how ancient the House of Black's history was, how her son was so handsome and excellent, and that all her jewelry could be given to Anna as an inheritance. Anna truly loved seeing Mrs. Black praise Sirius against her conscience. She probably hadn't said so many complimentary things about him in her entire life, right? So, sometimes, Sirius couldn't help but join in the fun. "This is the first time I've ever known you to approve of me so much." Sirius would always sarcastically expose Mrs. Black, and seeing her collapse into a furious rant actually made him feel better. Because she was usually the one who drove him to despair, he never expected to have a day like this, where he could effortlessly manipulate her. He increasingly felt that having Anna come to stay was an excellent idea. Even Creature stopped bothering him, instead spending every day cleaning and tidying in various ways, hoping to restore the House of Black to its former glory, even preparing a crib for the non-existent little black heir. Sirius nearly died laughing. He and Anna? His godson's good friend? That old hag really dared to dream. How could he snatch someone his junior liked? But in all fairness, Anna truly was a wonderfully good girl, beautiful, intelligent, capable and kind. It was just a pity there was an insurmountable age gap between them. He was born too early. Now he only wanted to raise Harry well, and together with Lupin, manage the family inheritance. Everything else could wait. After all he had been through, Sirius just wanted to live in the moment and spend more time with his family. Anna was also getting annoyed by Creature. Although Sirius was very handsome, he always seemed to be maintaining distance, and it would be awkward for her to proactively pursue him. Moreover, due to some strange actions by Creature and Mrs. Black, Fred and George became very restless, practically wanting to guard her every day, afraid she would elope with Sirius. Fred and George deeply regretted coming to the House of Black. Although it was fun, and there were many places to explore, it just wasn't worth it. Fortunately, the Quidditch World Cup was fast approaching. To escape Mrs. Black and Creature's nagging, Sirius took Anna and Harry Potter to the match venue several days in advance, even before many vendors had begun setting up. Sirius and Lupin rented a very spacious magic tent. Inside, the living room was large enough to host a party. There was a piano, and it had 3 floors accessed by staggered staircases leading to different levels, with over a dozen rooms to choose from. Anna now truly felt that Sirius was indeed the Diamond Bachelor the newspapers described, with an aura quite different from the man who wore an apron in the kitchen making her barbecue. As in the original story, Mr. Weasley and Old Diggory were together. They were supposed to be sharing accommodations, but Sirius had taken most of the Weasley family children, so the small tent only housed Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Percy, and the Diggory father and son. Percy, however, really wanted to move in with Sirius, but then he remembered that as the Minister for Magic's assistant, he barely had time to sleep, so he gave up the idea. He decided it was better to stay with the minister. Finally, everyone felt the whole world was peaceful. They no longer had to endure the torment of Mrs. Black's ear-splitting magic. Anna was also very happy because she had seen many interesting stalls on the way there and couldn't wait to explore them. After quickly tidying her luggage, Anna prepared to find someone to go out with. But as she went downstairs, she saw the entire Weasley family gathered, along with Cedric and his father, chatting with everyone, looking very harmonious. Cedric hadn't seen Anna in a long time either. Seeing her appear, he stood up to greet her, but he couldn't possibly be faster than Fred and George's footwork. The moment he stood up, they had already moved to Anna's side. They surrounded Anna, one on each side, ready for an adventure. "Nah, no May nah, no little sister? This time, big brothers have brought plenty of money." Fred and George patted their chests. They had saved quite a bit for this Quidditch World Cup, planning to get themselves and Anna new outfits. Cedric's enthusiastically extended hand paused awkwardly in midair. He scratched the back of his head and sat back down. Right, she probably had forgotten him long ago. The cheerful big boy felt a little disappointed, but his smile remained bright, and Anna, of course, couldn't help but look a few more times. Then Bill appeared and dug Anna away from Fred and George. "Sorry, no adventures." Heaven knew that on Anna's first day at the House of Black, Dumbledore hunted her down, giving Anna such a loving education that she almost broke down. At the same time, he also put a different kind of pressure and intimidation on Bill, not directly of course, but through very subtle threats, using his teaching career at Durmstrang as an example. He very much hoped to transfer him back, and Karkaroff shouldn't mind. Therefore Bill was extremely careful about Anna's safety. He had promised Dumbledore that he would absolutely not let Anna go on adventures with Fred and George. Chapter 222, Strolling. So Anna's idea of a little stroll turned into a massive group outing, but because everyone wanted to stand with Anna, they were packed tightly together in the crowd, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Anna, surrounded by the group, somewhat regretted telling them she was out having fun. She would have been better off by herself. She figured even going to the restroom now would require them to wait for her, and she felt awkward saying anything. Bill, who had successfully squeezed in next to Anna, noticed her anxiety. He gently tugged her hand and whispered in her ear, "How about we sneak away later? I know a fun place." "I heard that, Bill. Don't even think about taking Anna away alone." Fred and George were the other two who had squeezed in beside Anna, though they would swap places periodically to ensure fair time next to her. "What? Don't tell me you two weren't thinking the same thing." Bill, caught red-handed, didn't panic at all. He tightened his arm around Anna's shoulder, playfully silencing Fred and George. Of course they were thinking the same thing, but they only allowed themselves to do it. The Golden Trio plus Sirius, standing behind Anna, chuckled at Fred and George's discomfiture. They were always getting the short end of the stick from those two, especially when it came to Anna. Fred and George always monopolized Anna, as if she were their possession. Now finally, someone could deal with them. Harry and Hermione gave Bill a thumbs up. Bill scratched the back of his head, not understanding why they were looking at him with such admiration. By then, the area outside the venue was already bustling. Everyone had moved quickly, and most of the tents were already set up. People of all kinds came and went, including some races Anna had never seen before, like the pale-faced fellow who couldn't control his fangs. Bill told Anna that was a vampire. The Weasley family had a vampire family friend, and he could introduce her next time, but she needed to be careful not to get bitten by him. "So what if I get bitten? Will I turn into a vampire too?" Anna was genuinely curious about this, but Bill's response was, "Then I'll just become a vampire too," which was a bit different from what Anna expected. Huh? Don't listen to Bill scaring you. For a vampire to turn a human requires very strict conditions and a lot of magic. Generally, no vampire would do something so thankless and exhausting. Sirius suddenly spoke up, interrupting Bill's joke. Anna realized for the first time that besides being impulsive, Sirius was also very knowledgeable. "Bill, you were teasing me." I was answering your first question. If you become a vampire, I'll be with you. Anna's head was gently patted again. "Then, if I become a vampire, will you be with me, Bill?" Fred, pinching his voice to sound delicate and boneless, leaned into Bill's arms, only to be mercilessly pushed away by Bill. "No, I'd send you a bundle of garlic." "What about me, Bill? Won't you stay with your little brother?" George immediately took Fred's place in Bill's arms. Bill was almost sickened by their fake voices and pushed George away again. "No, I'll personally send you to Egypt." Ginny and Hermione squeezed their way to Anna's side in one go, finally able to whisper to her. "Did you see? That handsome guy has been looking at you." Hermione nudged Anna's elbow suggestively, winking and gesturing towards Cedric in the distance. "Exactly. He's definitely good, but I still support Crumb more. How far along are you two?" Although Ginny also hoped Anna would marry into the Weasley family, with so many brothers, and only one Anna, someone would be hurt no matter who she chose. So she prayed Anna liked someone else, as long as it wasn't Harry or Malfoy. Therefore, Ginny desperately wanted to set up Anna and Crumb. Anyone with eyes could see how tenderly Crumb looked at Anna in the photos. It was practically dripping with affection. The superstar and the campus belle were just too perfect. Hermione, however, thought Anna and Cedric were a much better match. Although Bill was also very gentle, Hermione always felt that Bill treated Anna like a daughter. Their age gap was too big and Dumbledore definitely wouldn't approve. But Cedric could perfectly take Bill's place in looking after Anna, and he was excellent, and so handsome too. Anna had no idea what they were so excited about. Harry, behind them, was scratching his ears and cheeks in frustration, unable to get a word in. Finally, when they paused to wait for Cedric and Lupin, he blurted out, "Anna doesn't want to be with them." After holding it in for so long, Harry finally managed to say that. He felt incredibly brave, but the three girls were already captivated by a stall selling magic chocolate fountains on the roadside and completely missed his heartfelt cry. The chocolate fountain was amazing. It was mini-sized and could be held like an ice cream cone. The chocolate flowed continuously under the influence of magic, accompanied by fruit skewers. You could dip and eat as you walked, and the chocolate solidified very quickly when it touched the fruit, ensuring it wouldn't stain your clothes. Anna, Hermione and Ginny each bought one. Ron really wanted one, but he was short on cash and didn't want to spend his money for team merchandise on this. Seeing this, Harry immediately bought one for himself and Ron. "Good brother, if I get 2 signed photos of Crumb, I'll definitely give you one." Ron was overjoyed. Harry, with his neck hooked, almost wanted to kiss him. Fred and George, being very sly, went straight to Anna and begged to be fed. Anna, of course, wasn't stingy and fed everyone directly to their mouths. Harry saw their smug expressions and turned green with regret. Why hadn't he thought of that? Waiting for Anna to feed him personally, Harry was now utterly unhappy, pitifully and gloomily eating his own chocolate fountain. Sirius, nearby, was almost coughing his lungs out. Why wasn't anyone feeding him? Lupin saw him and thought he had a cold, asking very concernedly if Sirius needed some water. Sirius waved his hand dismissively and bought a chocolate fountain for everyone, making old Diggory so happy he almost linked arms with him and called him brother. He deeply regretted that his Cedric was a boy, otherwise what a wonderful son-in-law. Cedric had also been watching Anna, finding her adorable as she ate strawberries in small bites. Knowing that strawberries were her favorite, he put all the strawberries from his skewers into Anna's chocolate fountain. However, Fred and George shamelessly fished them out. "Thanks, bro. Here, this is for you." The two of them gave him back the cucumber pieces they disliked the most, leaving Cedric utterly amused and exasperated. Chapter 223. Draco's Surprise. As they walked and stopped, browsing, they had almost finished acquiring all the attire needed for the Quidditch World Cup. Sirius was the most exaggerated. He had an entire outfit in the colors of his favorite team, striped no less with face paint, an exaggerated afro wig, and the loudest whistle around his neck. He even deliberately wore glasses twice the normal size, which, in his words, were to ward off the enthusiasm of women. It must be said they worked, but the enthusiasm of men was completely unstoppable. Poor Sirius was once again surrounded by men. In Anna's opinion, weren't these things discarded from Muggle World football matches? The organizers were truly too lazy. Did they just buy them up directly? Bill, Fred, and George were also ignited with passion to dress up Anna, constantly buying accessories to adorn her, until they encountered the Malfoy family. When Draco Malfoy was pretending to shop, but was actually trying to run into Anna, they wouldn't have known that Draco had arrived 5 days earlier than them, just to meet her. And when Draco saw his Anna dressed in such strange clothes by those guys, his temper immediately flared. Anna's hair was tied into twin pigtails, but instead of hanging normally, they were magically styled into triangles, with 2 team flags attached, specifically Crumb's team. Her face was also painted, but with 2 big red lips that Fred and George insisted on putting on her face. The dress she wore looked as if it had patches all over it, and was sparkling. This kind of styling was clearly completely unacceptable to Draco. Where was his lovely, sweet Anna? "What have you done to her?" Draco roared, rushing to Anna, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her as if his worldview had collapsed. "Draco, where are your gentlemanly manners?" Lucius was more shocked by his son's irrationality than by seeing the Dark Lord's woman in such bizarre attire. He deeply regretted going out with Draco today. He should have stayed in the tent enjoying time alone with Narcissa. Instead of believing Narcissa when she said, "Has our son gone mad, running around outside every day?" If Lucius were to speak, it was just that the brat was experiencing his first stirrings of love, but as a man, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only silently accompany his wife, hoping she would realize it soon, unlike his foolish son. Anna didn't feel anything. When it came to such large-scale events, everyone let loose and had a great time. Harry, Hermione, and Bill were all dressed very exaggeratedly, and everyone was happy. She herself was enjoying it. If she didn't go wild at such a time, it would be even less likely to do so normally. But she didn't expect Draco to think she had been bullied, angrily pulling the flags from her hair. "Is this how you let them degrade you? Where's your fierce attitude towards me? You're such an idiot." It seems you've misunderstood something. I wasn't bullied." Anna was confused by Draco's outburst, and seeing the Malfoys pretending not to see them and turning to leave, she felt even more helpless. Weren't they going to control their son? Not bullied? Draco looked utterly incredulous, as if asking, is that really true? Hey, you're getting too involved. Right, you really talk too much. Fred and George could accept Bill commenting on Anna's affairs, but they absolutely could not tolerate Malfoy meddling in Anna's business. They were now dressed particularly gothic, entirely black, themed with smoky eye makeup, which they had gotten at an old queen's stall. They were very satisfied with their current look. They had already scared 2 small children to tears. Seeing their current inhuman appearance, Draco was even more wary of letting Anna stay with them. He tugged Anna, ready to leave. Stay away from these monsters. You're a lady. Who are you calling a monster, Malfoy? Yourself? Harry confidently blocked Malfoy's path. He wouldn't let Malfoy take Anna away. As war seemed imminent, Anna suddenly felt she saw a glimmer of victory. She might be able to slip away amidst the chaos. So she forcefully shook off the hand holding her. How about you guys have a competition? Whoever wins, I'll go with them. It's a deal. Compete in what? Don't be silly, Anna. Everyone unconsciously had different thoughts. Some thought it was a golden opportunity, while others worried Anna might run off with another wild man. But in the end, the minority deferred to the majority, and they held a competition. As for what to compete in, of course, it was broomstick flying. In the period leading up to the Quidditch World Cup, besides betting on who would win, there were also various flying competition wagers. They arrived at a spot and immediately took over the entire track. They needed to ride their broomsticks through an aerial course made of intricate yarn mazes floating in the air, with bells hanging on every string. If you couldn't pass perfectly through the middle, you would hit a bell. A ringing bell would add a point, and the person with the shortest time and fewest points would win. Draco and Harry were eager to start. Draco finally found an opportunity to suppress the savior. When it came to Quidditch, he absolutely refused to admit he was inferior to anyone else. And Harry would not fear Draco. He had never won against him, but what he didn't expect was that Bill also entered the competition, as did Fred and George and Cedric. Only Ron didn't participate. Rather than having a chance to date Anna, he would rather sneak some of Fred and George's chocolate fountain. Ginny was also eager, being a Quidditch fanatic herself. Hermione wasn't interested in Quidditch, and sat with Anna and Ron in the spectator stands. If there hadn't been enough space, Sirius and Lupin would have joined in too. They must have gone to buy drinks. Now that everyone else was preparing for the competition, Anna finally had a chance to sneak away. I'm just going to the restroom, I'll be right back. And then she would never return, quietly leaving under the excuse of not being able to find her way back. Ha 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 ha, she was truly a genius. Darlings, I promised to start writing a new Interstellar Beast man novel when we reached 4K fans, and it's finally starting. Boo-hoo, it begins on September 1st. Pray I can stick with it. If the data is good, I'll write it longer. If not, we'll cut it short and I'll write more Harry Potter later. Chapter 224. Mysterious Witch. Just as the boys were vying for a date with Anna, she finally found an opportunity to slip away quietly, leaving no trace. With her petite figure, she quickly disappeared into the bustling crowd. Everyone was craning their necks, focused on the competition grounds to see who would win among the young contenders, allowing Anna to easily slip out. Following the flow of people, Anna saw many interesting things. Performing dwarfs, scantily clad gypsy women belly dancing, and then suddenly transforming into a snake. This reminded Anna of Nagini, but unfortunately, because of her, Riddle had not become close friends with Nagini. Later, Anna encountered a strangely decorated tent, adorned with sheep skulls, wind chimes, and dream catchers, playing a melodious music. It was odd, as it seemed only she could hear or see it. No one passing by even glanced at it. But a faint, wonderful fragrance wafted from the tent. Anna was curious what kind of incense it was and wanted to buy some. So, she walked in. As she suspected, the interior was decorated in a very witchy style, using spatial magic, making it feel like a tent in a tropical jungle. Anna even saw that another exit of the tent connected to a dense jungle. Was that a leopard that flashed by a moment ago? Anna somewhat regretted stepping into such a place, but the witch in the hood had already spoken. You guessed correctly, only you can see this place. I only receive those with destiny. Finally, the witch sitting at the table raised her head, revealing an old but spirited face. No way, this was too dramatic. I must have come to the wrong place. Sorry. Anna turned to leave, but the witch seemed to genuinely know her identity. Strange, your soul should not belong here. Your body is covered in black mysteries. The witch's words froze Anna in place, and she slowly turned around, stunned. What do you know? Anna felt uneasy. Did she really know about her past, or was she just guessing? You don't have to believe me, but our meeting is destiny. I can give you a piece of advice. The moment the witch looked at Anna, Anna thought she misjudged her face. How did it momentarily turn into a young maiden's? This was too bizarre. But the person's words were very appealing to her. She was both afraid of bad news and worried about missing out on something that could truly help her. So Anna stayed for a while, watching the witch rub the crystal ball, and saw ethereal smoke appear within it. Anna had a feeling it wouldn't represent good fortune. What do you see? Several men. It's too strange, they are all an inseparable part of your life. It's truly magical, the most I've ever seen is only 3 men. What does that mean? Will I have many husbands? No way? Anna was confused. How many? These men may not necessarily become your husband, but they will become an inseparable part of your life. Finally, you must pay attention to a black-haired person. This is very important. I can only say this much. The witch seemed to have seen something terrifying. An unnatural expression flashed across her face, and she prepared to see Anna out. But you haven't answered my other questions. How many? What do they look like? Anna was pushed outwards by an invisible force. Unwilling to give up, she turned back and grabbed the curtain at the entrance, resisting with her immense strength. But the witch just spoke to herself. Here's an amulet for you, Tilda, good luck. A hurricane blew through, sending Anna tumbling out, and the amulet necklace directly landed around her neck. Ah, you can't be so irresponsible. Unfortunately, these words had no deterrent effect on a witch. Anna flew out in an arc, her mind filled with the black-haired person. Why must it be a black-haired person? Not too many. Sirius, Harry Potter, Riddle, and so on, they all have black hair. Why isn't it blonde? Then she would know to stay away from the Malfoy family. But now, she seemed to have forgotten that she was blown away like a ball and fell directly. Luckily, there's always a gentleman to help. Anna was firmly caught by a tall man. The man's hood fell, and Anna stared wide-eyed at him, then screamed, "Crumb, why the hell do you also have black hair?" Anna was completely unaware of how terrifying her words were. The crowd instantly erupted. What did you say? Crumb? Where is Victor Crumb? Crumb is here? I want to see Crumb, don't block me. People were excited by the possible appearance of the star player, Crumb. Although Crumb was puzzled why Anna was suddenly surprised by his black hair, he absolutely could not expose himself having snuck out to find Anna, so he quickly pulled up his hood to cover his face, picked up Anna, and ran into the crowd. Bear with it. Crumb carried Anna directly into their team's quarters, an area only accessible to their own people. Anna's mind was in a mess. Yes, she had also forgotten that Crumb and Snape both had black hair. Targets to be wary of were getting more and more numerous. Being carried on someone's shoulder should logically be uncomfortable, but she felt no discomfort. It seemed Crumb was absorbing most of the force for her. What shocked Anna the most was that he carried her for at least 3 kilometers without getting red-faced or out of breath. Instead, he seemed quite relaxed and reluctant to put her down, looking as if he was about to take her straight to his dormitory. First, put me down. Where are you taking me? Anna struggled a bit. Why did she feel like a chieftain's wife being snatched back to the mountain stronghold? Sorry. I can't let others see you. Although Crumb's tone carried a hint of uncertainty, his steps were swift and firm. It wasn't until they reached Crumb's tent that he slowly placed Anna on his bed. Anna, like a secret agent, quickly rolled to the inner side of the bed, looking at him warily. Speak. What do you want? Sorry. I was worried that my identity being exposed would cause a commotion. Are you all right? You weren't scared, were you? Crumb didn't know how to explain. He hadn't thought. Well, he had thought, but now that it was actually happening, he didn't know how to face it. He could really be alone with Anna now, Tilda, it's just. They were currently in his room, and it was a bit strange. Awkward. I see. So how do I get back? I'll take you. Crumb answered very quickly, but then regretted it a bit, worried she would want to leave immediately. So he quickly stated his purpose. Do you want to watch the match up close? Chapter 225. Invite. Do you want to watch the match up close? Up close? How close? Closer than a VIP box? Since Sirius, the new noble of the Black family, was there, they didn't bother buying the highest price tickets. They simply gave Sirius a VIP box, allowing them to have the same quality viewing stand as the Malfoy family. Although the luxurious box, originally designed for 5 people, now accommodated the Weasley family, Sirius, Lupin, Cedric and his father, and the Golden Trio, it was indeed a bit lively. If she wasn't there, it would save some space, and if she was, they might start fighting at any moment, and Draco would constantly come looking for her. Anna was a bit hesitant, and Crumb, noticing this, confidently assured her that she would have the most perfect experience, and if she felt lonely, she could even bring her female friends along. Upon hearing this, Anna was suddenly tempted. With Ginny and Hermione, the box wouldn't be so crowded, and she wouldn't have to worry about the boys' rivalry and jealousy. So Anna quickly agreed, not for the sake of getting closer to her idol or anything, but simply because she wanted a relatively quiet viewing experience. Seeing Anna agree, Crumb waved his arms, incredibly excited. Suddenly realizing he might have been too enthusiastic, he coughed unnaturally twice. I mean, that's great. This way I'll have cheerleaders. At this, his ears finally turned red. Huh? Almost the entire stadium was his cheerleading squad, wasn't it? Anna didn't want to say more, only to leave. She now realized she had been gone for a while. They must be worried, right? Crumb really wanted to talk to Anna more before the match, like why she hadn't written back to him. Dumbledore had intercepted it, if she had missed him, if she had. But on the surface, he still smiled naturally, and offered to take her back. It was just that as they were leaving the tent, they were coincidentally spotted by Karkaroff, which was truly terrifying. Karkaroff, with a livid face, slapped away Crumb's hand as he tried to adjust Anna's cloak. This is none of your business. Go train quickly. Don't think about being lazy. Then he turned to Anna with a fawning smile and a bow. Let me take you back, Miss Dumbledore. You should return. It's getting late now. If you still want to come and have fun, I can be your guide next time. Oh need. The match starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Anna refused Karkaroff's offer. She didn't know why he was always so against her interacting with Crumb. Could she really eat his precious darling? Yes, this way, please. Tilda. Karkaroff couldn't ask for anything more. He wanted to get this great personage away. He had received instructions from the other party to pay more attention to her. So Anna was escorted back to their tent by Karkaroff, under Crumb's crestfallen gaze. At this time, everyone was outside looking for her. Only Mrs. Weasley was waiting for her in the tent. Upon seeing her, she burst into tears of excitement, holding her and murmuring, "It's so good that you're all right. I thought you were lost." If anything happened to Anna, how would she explain it to Headmaster Dumbledore? What about her sons? Anna hadn't expected everyone to be out, even Percy. She really knew she was wrong. She hadn't realized her little whim would cause such a situation. Anna could only wait uneasily at the tent entrance for them to return. Bill was the first to rush back, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Anna had never seen him so disheveled. In her memory, he had always been calm and carefree. But now he was like someone who had lost a treasure, looking at her as if he had found something precious, as if it had been lost and found again. She was once again held tightly in an embrace, feeling a little breathless. She could clearly feel Bill's chest vibrating, each violent breath accompanied by a sharp pain. What was wrong with him? Mrs. Weasley glanced over, then immediately pretended not to see anything, covering her eyes with a handkerchief and retreating. I didn't see anything. Where did you go? Bill finally came to his senses after a long moment. Sorry, I got lost. Anna was extremely guilty, her voice barely a whisper. This time, she had really messed up big time, making everyone worry. Don't apologize. It's my fault for being too competitive and neglecting your safety. It won't happen again. There will be no next time. Bill murmured, full of self-reproach, which made Anna feel even more guilty. My goodness, he was too good, wasn't he? He was even reflecting on his own mistakes. It's my fault, I shouldn't have run off. Anna wanted to go look for them, but Bill held her tightly, not letting her move, or even leave his embrace. They'll be back. Mum has already sent out an owl. But Anna finally managed to pull her head from his chest. Just then, Fred and George also rushed back. You still remember to come back, No May? Which wild man did No May go off with? Tell us! The two of them were being sarcastic, wanting to do all sorts of things to that non-existent wild man. There was no wild man. Did Crumb count? Anna really wanted to complain, not knowing how their minds worked. Fred and George tried their best to pull Anna out of Bill's arms to interrogate her, but Bill stopped them. Don't talk nonsense. Bill pulled Anna behind him and began to give his brothers a good lecture, telling them not to say such harsh words, not even in anger. Especially not to Anna. I didn't mean it. Me too. Fred and George finally calmed down with Bill's prompting. They had indeed been too agitated. After seeing Anna disappear, they worried she might be abducted by bad people, and even more, they worried she had gone to find another man, becoming so emotional that they spoke disrespectfully. Now they didn't even dare to look at Anna's face. How could they be so cruel to a lost Anna? Fred and George suddenly became defeated lions, unable to lift their heads in front of Anna. Sorry, no May. Don't mind it, we just didn't want to. They couldn't finish their sentence. Although Anna was a bit angry, ultimately, she was the one who had disappeared first, and how could Fred and George not guess her little trick? They were the masters of mischief, so she accepted their apologies, and their mental state improved a little. Feeling like another ending is coming soon, la 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 la. Chapter 226. Excited. The boys returned one after another, all expressing concern for Anna, and at the same time, they were very surprised why Fred and George were in a horse stance on the side, not daring to come over and stick with Anna, which was too out of character for them. If it were before, they would have already clung to her, hanging onto Anna's body to seek attention. But now they were like two abandoned puppies, eagerly waiting for Anna to spare them a glance. Unfortunately, after Anna told them the news that Crumb had invited Ginny and Hermione, everyone became restless. Ron was the first to react. What do you mean? He only invites your female friends. I can be one too? Ron collapsed. Why wasn't he a girl? He also wanted to stay with his teammates. That's a nice experience, so Anna met Victor Crumb. Bill was a bit bothered that Anna had still had contact with stranger males. It was a chance encounter, he just mentioned it. Anna had already seen Fred and George in the distance, craning their necks, eyes wide and ears perked up, trying to inch closer. They had a look of I knew it, disbelieving that their little Anna had gone to find other men misinterpretation behind their backs. Now, in Fred and George's minds, Crumb's image had plummeted from a commoner dark horse and future superstar to a pervert luring away their obedient, no May. His status had fallen sharply, and they even began to prepare to support his opponents. Harry Potter, though also envious of Anna, Ginny, and Hermione, was still happy for Anna, because when Anna was happy, he would unconsciously feel happy and content. That's really great, Anna. Could I trouble you to ask Crumb for an autograph for me? This way, he would have an excuse to invite her to Hogsmeade for a butterbeer. Of course, no problem. She now had many in her room. Everyone can have one. Cedric kept looking at Anna, unable to leave for a long time. He didn't know what he was thinking, but when everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for sleep, he quietly slipped a necklace to Anna. What is this? A prize. For you. I won that flying competition, but I'm looking forward to your award ceremony even more. Cedric winked, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Although he was asking for a reward, Anna didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, she felt a little shy. They really fought bravely for a date with her? Anna could only nod quickly, indicating that she wouldn't go back on her word, inadvertently taking on another considerable trouble. Anna returned to her dormitory, surrounded by Hermione and Ginny. They lived in one room. Despite having so many rooms, the girls still preferred to lie together and gossip until dawn. Therefore, Anna unfortunately suffered their torture. I knew Crumb was interested in you. Absolutely. That's really great. Ha ha ha. Ginny burst out laughing, feeling a sense of satisfaction that her ship had come true. What? No. We're friends. Principal Karkaroff asked him to look after me at the time. Anna vehemently denied it. She didn't want to be pestered by those crazy fans because of Crumb anymore. Exactly. Cedric is better. I saw it just now. He. Hermione smiled suggestively, collapsing onto the bed and trembling slightly under the covers. One might think she had seen Anna and Cedric kissing. In Hermione's opinion, the knowledgeable Cedric was much better than the simple-minded, brawny Crumb. Saw what? Ginny was even more excited than Anna. How could she be the only one not to know such an important matter? Ginny even started shaking Hermione's body, almost driving the little lion crazy. Ha ha ha, I said. Stop tickling me. Hermione sat up, her hair disheveled, but it had a messy beauty to it. Anna sighed, thinking how lucky that scoundrel Ron was. He wasn't thinking about how to dress as a girl now, was he? I saw Cedric slip something to Anna. It must be a love letter, right? Otherwise, Hermione couldn't imagine what he would give Anna. She seemed to lack nothing. Really? No way, Anna? Did Crumb give you anything? Ginny felt that the person she supported couldn't be outdone. Anna simply didn't know how to explain, so she could only pull out the necklace Cedric gave her to show them. She wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but it seemed to make things worse. Ah, he actually gave it to you. This is a necklace symbolizing eternal love. Ginny was so excited she almost fainted. This was what the vendor had explained. No wonder Cedric competed so hard. Huh? Anna was sure that Cedric definitely didn't know the meaning of this necklace, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have given it to her. He would have saved it for Cho Chang, right? Anna remembered that she had seen Cho Chang, who indeed had a graceful demeanor, carrying a cool elegance of an oriental girl. Wait, no diamond suit, she also had black hair. Help, why are there so many with black hair? Anna suddenly felt a bit hopeless and collapsed onto the bed. So, who was it? Which black-haired person? But at the opening ceremony, the next evening, Anna witnessed a scene that left her dumbfounded. That Victor Crumb, riding on a broom, majestically circling the arena, accepting everyone's admiration. Why did he have a head of blonde hair? Could it be that he was provoked because she had blurted out, "Why the hell, do you also have black hair?" Looking like a delinquent youth, yet he was truly imposing. Coupled with his domineering aura, in the coming months, Crumb's fans all adopted blonde hair as a fashion statement. Now, Anna sat with Hermione and Ginny in the lounge area specially prepared for the team members. They were the only ones there who weren't part of the team, making them particularly conspicuous. Draco, far away in the Veggie box, jumped up in anger. "Father, I want to go there to watch the game too. How much does it cost to sit over there?" Draco was worried she would be brainwashed by those Germans. "Draco, don't be willful. Not everything can be solved with money. See, sometimes connections are also needed. Therefore, she can sit there and you can only be in this box." Lucius took the opportunity to educate Draco. There was nothing he could do, Narcissa, and he had protected Draco too well. However, he had made rapid progress recently, and it seemed sending Draco to Durmstrang for some tempering was a good idea. He believed Draco would soon be able to stand on his own, just hoping he wouldn't be swayed by romantic entanglements. "I understand, father." Draco appeared obedient on the surface, but in reality, he was still very unconvinced. If that was the case, he would go himself. With that he slipped out. Chapter 227. An old acquaintance appears. Draco believed that as the son of the biggest sponsor of this competition, they would kick him out. He absolutely had to try and barge in himself, but unfortunately, he hadn't brought Goyle and the others today, so he felt much less imposing. But now he had just run into Nott, so he called him to come along. At first, Draco only wanted to try, because Nott was famously indifferent to fame and fortune, and didn't want to get involved in anything. He didn't hold out any hope at all. But when he said he was going to find Anna, Nott, who had already walked past him, stepped back. "Let's go." He made a very firm choice and even pulled out his wand, ready at any moment. Draco hadn't expected to persuade Nott so easily. Now he had some confidence. The Nott family and Karkaroff were somewhat acquainted, so Draco was convinced the success rate was over 70%. Only Merlin knew he had gone to such lengths for her, to prove himself. He had used every trick in the book to participate in that wretched competition, and because he'd fallen for Fred and George's magic trick, he was hung in the air like a fluttering moth caught in a spiderweb, making a fool of himself. Draco had never been so humiliated in his life. Fortunately, the savior wasn't much more glorious, as he accidentally dropped his glasses and, while picking them up, bumped into Ginny. Anna, both of them fell onto the safety net. He wasn't the worst off. He hadn't seen Anna since that day ended. He had a whole barrel of words he wanted to tell her, now pent up in his chest, itching and making him anxious. Damn that woman. She's hooking up with Crumb again? Unforgivable. While Draco rose in anger and argued with the security guard at that stand, Anna was already captivated by Crumb's spectacular performance in the arena. She couldn't help but cheer him on. She was even so excited that she didn't want to go to the restroom. However, the treatment here was really too good. Other team members and Karkaroff came several times to bring her fruit and drinks, and she couldn't refuse every time. She really wanted to go to the restroom. Finally, during halftime, she could rush to the restroom to relieve herself, but as soon as she entered, she saw a black figure. Before Anna could react, she was swept up by the person's black robe, pulled into their arms, and then fell unconscious. Vaguely, Anna saw a head of thick black hair, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be this black-haired person? She regretted it. She should have endured it a little longer. Anna fell into the embrace of a stranger with black hair. She was certain she had never seen him before. The man licked the corner of his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Master, mission accomplished. A disapparition vanished from the washroom. This time, Anna was truly lost. In her sleep, Anna vaguely felt herself being taken somewhere. It was very cold, but this time Bill wasn't by her side to warm her. Perhaps due to her own powerful magic, she woke up much faster than her kidnapper had anticipated. She found herself in a dilapidated little house, dim and cold. She was only wearing a low-key, but expensive robe, which seemed to belong to the black-haired stranger. Where was she? The entire room was small and moldy, but it looked like an effort had been made to clean it, though there were still some cobwebs on the ceiling. Anna felt her pocket. Fortunately, her wand was still there, so she wasn't too worried. Now she cast an invisibility charm on herself, pushed open the door, and bravely went out to look. Outside the window, it was pitch black, and there seemed to be the cawing of crows. She heard a noise in a room downstairs. She quietly crept over and saw the black-haired man kneeling on one knee, saying something to a person on an antique high-backed sofa, his face filled with devotion and respect. Master, I say, why don't we go and drag Malfoy over now? He certainly wouldn't dare refuse Diamond Suit. Suddenly, another black-haired woman rushed into Anna's field of vision. Her expression was extremely ferocious, but it had to be said that she had a beautiful face, with very Chinese letter and delicate features, and a familiar feeling. Bellatrix? How was she here? Shouldn't she be in Azkaban? So the black-haired enemy was her. She escaped. So the person she called master was Lord Voldemort? Was she now at Lord Voldemort's father's grave? Had he still captured her? Anna suddenly panicked and accidentally pushed open the slightly ajar door. Who's there? Come out! Bellatrix immediately fired a curse. Anna couldn't dodge in time, and her arm was cut, causing her to let out a small whimper. Stop your rudeness. That is your mistress. Lord Voldemort immediately guessed that the little thing had woken up, and with great disgust, ordered Barty Crouch Jr. to punish the one who had harmed Anna. But master, I was trying to protect. Shut up. Get down. Lord Voldemort didn't want to hear why she would harm Anna. He just wanted to catch up with his little one. Remember, there won't be a next time. Barty Crouch Jr. obediently gave Bellatrix a curse. Bellatrix crawled out in pain, but her gaze was so venomous that Anna didn't even want to look at her. Now, she just wanted to slip away, but that inexplicable pulling sensation directly dragged Anna inside. Anna didn't want to see Lord Voldemort's horrifying face, and she was also afraid that if she saw him, he would mind and retaliate against her. So she tightly closed her eyes, even deluding herself into thinking she could reduce her presence. Long time no see, but the voice sounded very normal, even somewhat alluring. Lord Voldemort cast a finite incantatum, making Anna's figure appear. Therefore, even though Anna was burying her head in the sand, she was still pulled in front of Lord Voldemort. What? Are your eyes broken? Perhaps I can help you heal them. Riddle raised his hand, bringing with it a cold wind. Anna knew she had to open her eyes so she could avoid his touch, but the moment she opened them, she froze again. Tom? Perhaps you can also call me Master. Anna was shocked to see a Riddle who was still handsome, with his nose and everything intact. He looked like someone recovering from a serious illness, weak and pale, but he had a body, unlike that lingering ghost. You're alive? Anna's lips trembled slightly. Riddle's cold fingers pressed against them, gently caressing them. He looked down at her, and the coldness in his eyes gradually warmed. This is all thanks to my other self. You mean diary, Ben Jun? Anna suddenly remembered the diary, Ben Jun that had gained a physical form. Had Lord Voldemort absorbed diary, Ben Jun? Is that how he gained a body? Tisk, tilde you even gave him a name? Riddle was clearly not pleased with such intimacy. Babes, do you prefer the mischievous older boy diary, Ben Jun to win, or the mature big boss Lord Voldemort to win? Don't worry, Lord Voldemort isn't the egghead. Chapter 228 Barty Jr. What name? Anna hadn't reacted yet, but then, under Riddle's oppressive gaze, she came to her senses and said with a grin, Oh, that's just a code name. After all, there's only one Tom. Anna subconsciously wanted to act spoiled, to wrap her arms around Riddle's neck and nuzzle him, but her arms hovered in midair. He looked so weak now, just sitting on his lap was worrying enough. Wouldn't a hug break him apart? Anna was extremely worried. But Riddle quickly dispelled her concerns. He actually picked her up in a Princess Carry, and with nimble steps, took her back to the original room. It seemed that room was where Riddle had been staying recently. "Oh, Peach, it seems I should praise you for thinking of me, Anna." Riddle seemed pleased with Anna's answer. Although he knew she was being cunning again, he appreciated her willingness to humor him. Riddle tossed her onto the bed, and with a flick of his finger, Anna was wrapped in his blanket like a silkworm cocoon. She could only roll back and forth, worried she might fall off the bed. "What is the meaning of this? Imprisonment play?" Anna really wanted to complain. She still wanted to watch the match, her party, her fun, but she was more worried that they wouldn't find her and would start to worry. "Play? Not necessarily, but imprisonment sounds like a good suggestion." Riddle licked the corner of his mouth. His almost milky, white skin gleamed with an eerie light in the firelight, though it couldn't compare to the excitement in his red eyes. Anna now felt that being wrapped up like a zombie was a good thing. It gave her a sense of security. She kept praying that Riddle hadn't yet awakened to matters of men and women, otherwise she would really have to diligently practice apparition. Even if she was scared, she'd have to practice. Although she possessed the ability to use all magic, she lacked the courage to use it. She was so worried that she would become dismembered during the teleportation process. As she had imagined, Riddle had imprisoned her, and he even had that black-haired man guard her. She also remembered who that sinister fellow was. Barty Crouch Jr., the legendary, exceptionally talented young man, but exceptionally fanatical about Lord Voldemort, and the son of the Minister for Magic. Most of the time, Anna was arranged on the sofa next to Riddle. As long as she didn't talk about leaving, she could get anything she wanted. Riddle would openly discuss how to quickly defeat Dumbledore and them, and he also recognized Grindelwald's true identity. Riddle had set his sights on the Philosopher's Stone again. He guessed that Grindelwald's rebirth must be inextricably linked to the Philosopher's Stone. For the remaining small portion of time, when Riddle was busy meeting different strange men, Anna would be forced to stay with Barty. He was like a madman, his gaze never leaving her. "Can you stop looking at me?" Anna was so annoyed by his staring. She couldn't even sneak away. She didn't have a minute of alone time. No, the man lounging on the sofa had completely shed his humble and respectful demeanor. He propped up his head, gazed at Anna, and at the same time, fiddled with an exquisite lighter in his hand. He looked like a lazy black panther, perched on a branch, staring at its prey. "Are you going to watch me even when I shower?" Anna grew even more agitated. "You can try." Barty licked his lips again. Why did he seem a little eager? But Anna really had to go to the restroom. Sure enough, as she stood up, Barty also sat up, trailing after her, almost entering the washroom, only to be pushed out by Anna's hand. Barty, who had been pushed, pressed a long, slender hand to his chest and let out an ambiguous hemtilda, a syrupy sound that could be stretched. Anna felt like she had touched something disgusting and quickly wiped her hands on herself. "Can't you just be normal?" Barty leaned against the doorframe again, as if boneless. "What do you mean by normal?" A pair of captivating eyes lowered, making Anna instantly close the door, almost catching his fingers. "So uncute," Barty said softly, but everyone knew he was being sarcastic. Even he himself was aware of it. Anna finally got some brief time to herself. She tried the windows. They were all sealed shut. If she tried to force her way out, it would immediately attract the men outside. But her invisibility was useless, because they could enhance their sense of smell through magic, and thus find her. So, she thought of a feasible method, mastering her animagus form and quietly finding an opportunity to slip out. However, there was a certain risk. She might turn into a tiger or a lion or something, which would probably make it even harder to escape. But later, Anna felt she was overthinking it. After 3 attempts, Anna successfully completed the transformation. Her body instantly became much smaller, her vision narrowed, but her hearing improved. Anna tried flying into the air and saw herself in the mirror. Her fur was ruffled. She was a damn rabbit. This form actually suited her needs, but she hadn't expected her animagus to truly be a rabbit. She was a little disappointed, but looking closely at this cute bunny with its long, fluffy white fur and big, watery eyes, they were still the same sapphire blue as hers. She really was a beautiful rabbit, but if she had to escape, she'd probably have to roll around in the dirt a few times and become a mop rabbit. The rabbit sighed, and suddenly, something flashed in Anna's mind. Oh right, what was Lupin's patroness? I think it was a rabbit too? It can't be that coincidental. Presumably, Barty thought Anna was taking too long inside, and he had already started banging on the door frantically. "I'll count to 3, and then I'm coming in, okay?" There was absolutely no room for negotiation. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. Anna quickly changed back. This was her life-saving trick, and she couldn't expose it prematurely. So, the moment Barty broke open the door, Anna opened it simultaneously. He rushed in, unable to stop, and directly knocked Anna to the ground. Anna clutched the back of her head, revealing a pained expression. She shouldn't have opened the door for him. She should have hidden far away and squirted water at him. Let me see. Barty showed no signs of guilt. He picked Anna up like a little chick, placed her on the bed, and then, like someone looking for fleas on a monkey, rummaged through the back of Anna's head, messing up her hair like a bird's nest. Then he amusingly covered his face with one hand. You did that on purpose. Anna felt she had been teased. Chapter 229. Teasing and Revenge. You did it on purpose. Anna's anger couldn't intimidate Barty at all. On the contrary, in his eyes, she was as cute as a little kitten showing its claws, making his hands itch. He really wanted to touch her himself until she purred obediently under his hands. This was very unusual, because he didn't like cats, and even threw them far away whenever he saw them calling out during mating season. But now, seeing that girl, he suddenly understood why some people would want to keep cats, willing to watch them roll around on them. He could even understand why Master would choose her and pamper her like a pet. It was indeed very interesting. Barty licked his lips, wondering what it would be like to make her angry again, looking forward to seeing her cry Tilda. I don't know what you're talking about. Barty moved his body closer, revealing some danger and temptation. He unconsciously wanted to get close to Anna, wanting to taint the seemingly pure little thing with his scent, even though he knew that this was Master's pet, but he really couldn't control himself from teasing her. Don't get so close to me. Keep a safe distance. Anna pushed him again, but this time the guy didn't make any ambiguous sounds, but directly grabbed Anna's slender wrist and pulled her into his arms. Then, is this a safe distance? Anna was startled by his action and subconsciously punched him in the stomach. This was unexpected by Barty, and what was even more terrifying was that her strength was no less than that of an adult man. Barty fell down clutching his stomach in pain, but what made Anna indignant was that even so, his posture was elegantly evil and maddening. You're not an overbearing president, with furrowed brows and pursed-thin lips, and the exposed Adam's apple and the beautiful lines of her neck. Anna stepped over him. Are you a man? I warned you. Anna wanted to leave to wait at the door, but she was grabbed by the ankle by Barty the moment she stepped out, retaliating. Anna couldn't dodge in time and fell down, but this time she still fell on him. Hearing someone let out a muffled groan, she didn't know what he was up to. Wouldn't it hurt to be hit by her? But in her ear, Barty's chest came a muffled laughter, the kind of happiness Anna couldn't imagine. Madman! Barty rolled over and pinned Anna under him. Anna was already prepared to give him a crotch kick if he made any more excessive moves, but the next second, the hippo-smiling person suddenly changed his face, scrambled up from her body, and pulled her up as well. You should go to bed, Miss Dumbledore. Tilda. His tone was as businesslike as it could be. Huh? I don't need you to tell me that. Anna didn't understand what he was doing again, but she glanced at the watch. It was the same time that Riddle had set for her to go to bed, which was also the lights-out time in the orphanage back then, and he had been using it ever since. Anna got up and walked towards her bed, or rather Riddle's bed. Barty coldly passed her and looked at the little snake on the windowsill, using a killing curse to kill the snake. He needed to be more careful and cautious, and he couldn't expose his little thoughts. Barty closed the door of Anna's bedroom and coldly destroyed the snake's body, erasing all traces. This was Riddle's eye, and he couldn't let it go back to report those things. Anna lay back on the bed, knowing that Barty would not follow her again this time, and directly hid in the quilt and tried animagus again and succeeded again. Now she was just waiting for a chance for someone to leave the house so that she could escape. Anna fell asleep thinking about it, completely unaware that Dumbledore and Bill had gone crazy looking for her during these days she had disappeared. The first people to notice that Anna was missing were Hermione and Ginny. They wanted to share Crumb's heroic appearance with Anna, but found that she had been in the bathroom and hadn't come out. They were worried that she had another problem, so they looked around. Finding that there was no one in the girls' bathroom, they subconsciously thought that Fred and George or Bill had taken her away. After all, the security here was tight and they couldn't walk around, so they decided to help them cover up. But when Draco, Fred, and George really came, they realized they were wrong. What did you say? Anna isn't with you? Isn't she with you guys in the players' waiting area? Fred and George had almost sold all their pants in order to find Anna, and only exchanged them for a bottle of invisibility potion to get through all the obstacles and come here. As a result, they were told that Anna wasn't here. Where did you take her? Draco insisted that Ginny and Hermione had hidden Anna. Could Bill have taken her away? Hermione suggested a hypothesis, but no matter what she said now, it would only provoke Draco's disgust, let alone what she said. Oh, Tilda, you know everything again, Miss Know-It-All. Then why didn't you say you didn't know just now? Did you deliberately collude with them? Draco wanted to rush in and search regardless. I didn't. Malfoy, this is just a guess, do you understand? Hermione was also very irritable. She was also very worried about Anna, and regretted that she should have looked for Anna when she first noticed it. She's not with Bill. Fred and George took out their binoculars, and they could see clearly that there was no sign of Anna in their box, and Bill was cheering there. Where did Anna go? In the panic of Anna's disappearance, even Crumb catching the golden snitch at that moment was no longer important. They began to shovel through the crowded crowd, shouting Anna's name, but how could their voices be louder than the cheers for Crumb's victory? And Crumb did not show his golden snitch to everyone, but excitedly flew to the players' waiting area in one go. He received a hero-like cheer and was carried on the shoulders of his teammates, but he only wanted to bring glory to Anna, but he couldn't see her figure at all. At this time, he heard the news of Anna's disappearance. Crumb also panicked. Why did Anna disappear in their rest area? Crumb kicked away the reporter who was pestering him to interview him, grabbed his broom and flew into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, he used magic to write words in the sky, asking them to help find Anna, and also asking Anna to go to the rest area to wait for him. Everyone didn't know who this girl Anna was. Why would a world champion frantically search for her after the game? Later, they found out that it turned out that Crumb was not the only one frantically searching for Anna. Finally, they found out that Anna was the beautiful girl in the pictorial, and she was missing. I can't help but feel sorry. I feel like we can start dividing the ending. Which one do you guys want to see first? Till the voting starts now. Chapter 230, Coercion. When Bill noticed Fred and George's disappearance, he suspected they had gone to find Anna. He also saw them in the lounge area through his binoculars, but quickly realized their expressions were off, and he completely lost interest in watching further. Bill suddenly had a bad feeling. If Anna wasn't there, where could she be? He quickly looked towards the Malfoy family's box, as well as Zabini's and Knott's, but Anna was nowhere to be seen. Anna is missing. What? What did you say happened to Anna? Harry, who had been excited about Crumb's victory, suddenly felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. You're joking, Bill, this isn't funny. How could Anna be missing? She was just in. Harry raised his binoculars in confusion, looking towards the team's resting area. Where is she? Sirius stumbled and squeezed next to Harry, snatching the binoculars from his neck and desperately looking in the same direction. He found that Anna was indeed not there, and Hermione and Ginny were scattered, seemingly shouting, Anna? Sirius. I can't breathe. Harry was in a bit of pain, choked by the binocular strap. Oh, Tilda, sorry. Sirius's brows were tightly furrowed. He had made a military pledge to Dumbledore, and he couldn't imagine if anything were to happen to Anna on his watch. He might be forever cut off from Hogwarts and Hogsmeade and butterbeer. We need to find her. Now. Sirius finished speaking and was about to rush out himself, but Cedric stopped him. I can help too, but we need to organize. My father and I will go to the east seats, you and Harry can go to the south, Ron and Mr. Weasley to the west, and Professor Lupin and Mrs. Weasley can go to the south. Cedric displayed surprising organizational skills. His arrangements were impeccable and convinced everyone. Soon, they followed Cedric's plan to search for Anna. During their search, they encountered Hermione and Ginny, who were both on the verge of tears. Before Dumbledore and Grindelwald arrived, they had already checked the stadium 3 times. However, due to the sheer number of celebrating people, they were still in the venue when the Death Eaters began their celebration. It wasn't until they saw the smoke rising and heard the horrific screams that they realized something terrible had happened. But they became even more panicked. Anna still hadn't been found. Had she been captured? Or had she encountered? They didn't dare to delay. Except for the girls who Mrs. Weasley led away to the forest, all the other men and boys rushed fearlessly into the smoke and dust. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Fred and George, like mad dogs, charged into the crowd, searching for Anna, roaring her name, completely unaware of how long they had run, even losing their shoes. The Dark Lord's mark above the sky drifted in the wind, unwilling to dissipate, adding a terrifying atmosphere to the camp. Finally, the Ministry of Magic arrived, as did Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore found it difficult to stand steady. Thankfully, Grindelwald secretly supported him with magic. Grindelwald watched the bumbling Ministry of Magic officials arrive late, unable to give him an explanation for why his daughter student inexplicably disappeared from the stadium. Grindelwald stood quietly to the side, his face grim, smoking his pipe. He watched Dumbledore engage in polite but insincere conversation with those people, explaining, clarifying, and promising. Impatiently, he raised his wand, and a golden dragon soared into the sky, coiling around the Dark Lord's mark and directly dispersing it. While people cheered, he was targeted by Ministry of Magic officials. "We are very sorry, but we need to preserve the scene." "Why did you do that?" And Grindelwald, facing the person who stepped forward to question him, coolly blew a smoke ring in his face. "You are not worthy to speak to me." The Ministry of Magic official wanted to take him away on the grounds of obstructing official duties. But seeing Grindelwald's sinister gaze, the man suddenly suppressed his temper. He instinctively felt Grindelwald was dangerous, but he didn't know exactly how, so he had to give up. He turned to pressure Dumbledore, but he chose the wrong person. First, on the issue of Anna, Dumbledore would not soften his stance, even if Merlin himself came. Second, Grindelwald could not stand to see someone bullying a certain person. So Dumbledore did not speak kindly as he had imagined, continuing with platitudes like "I believe the Ministry of Magic will give us an explanation." Instead, he stated very firmly, "If Anna does not return today, then the Ministry of Magic personnel may need a slight change. I believe there will be capable people to handle this matter." His forced smile made the official panic. And Grindelwald? Just by looking at the Ministry of Magic official, the man's legs unconsciously went weak, and he knelt to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. It must have been Grindelwald using silent magic, but there was no evidence to prove he did it. It seems someone has already admitted their incompetence. What a pity. "Be careful," Grindelwald walked up to the kneeling man and seemingly patted his shoulder gently, but the man showed an expression of extreme fear and pain, yet no sound came from his mouth. He was under 1,000 pounds of weight. When Grindelwald wanted to go further, Dumbledore still stopped him, placing a hand on his chest. "Finding Anna is more important right now, Tilda." Grindelwald relented, gave the man a "consider yourself lucky" look, and left with Dumbledore. They met with the Weasley family to understand the situation. At that time Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were so guilty they were almost fainting. Seeing Dumbledore was like seeing both a pillar of strength and a judge. They felt guilty and uneasy but had to face Dumbledore and the others. "I understand. He took Anna. If that's truly the case, Anna will be very safe." Dumbledore finally had to admit that Anna might have been taken by Riddle. However, it seemed everyone except Grindelwald was hearing for the first time that Lord Voldemort had a connection with Anna. "It must be because of me. Lord Voldemort is getting revenge on me, that's why he took Anna." Harry was heartbroken, taking off his glasses, unsure how to relieve his complex emotions, feeling he had harmed Anna. "That's not it, Harry. It has nothing to do with any of you. He has always had a different kind of regard for Anna." Dumbledore once again fell into thought. Yes, Tom had shown a unique dependence on Anna since he was a child. He should have realized it earlier. "We need to find her." Bill stepped forward, said a very definite sentence, and then left alone. He was going to use his connections to find Anna. Chapter 231. Historical Changes. The Malfoy family also gathered around, primarily because Draco Malfoy was eager to understand the progress of the situation. He didn't want to miss any possible trace of Anna. Lucius and Narcissa couldn't refuse Draco, so they had to bring him along, hoping their precious son wouldn't be too impulsive. Draco's presence made the already strange atmosphere even more frost on top of snow. He didn't know what was going on in his head, but right now he only wanted to find Anna immediately, even if it meant using the Malfoy family's connections. For this, Grindelwald gave Draco a high regard. Although a bit foolish, his devotion to his own daughter was truly beyond words, completely disregarding the sincerity of the Weasley family's boys. However, he was the exact opposite of Dumbledore. Dumbledore even suspected Malfoy of participating in Death Eater gatherings, so why would he want him to join? Therefore, when Draco arrived, he didn't speak a single truthful word, only grand and official statements. Things like, Anna was indeed captured, but it's still unconfirmed and under investigation. I will definitely bring Anna back safely. Thank you for your concern, Malfoy compared to the royalist Weasley family. Dumbledore revealed no useful information whatsoever. The imprisoned Anna felt a little sad, wondering how her friends were doing, and if they were frantically searching for her. By now it was already time for school to start, yet she still hadn't stepped out of this house once. But the house itself was visibly becoming more suitable for human habitation, gradually growing spacious and bright, even acquiring a fountain, a large crystal chandelier, and a swing exclusively for her. For this, Riddle had a large tree transplanted into the room, specifically to make her a swing just like the one she had at the orphanage. She still remembered that Riddle didn't like that swing. He didn't like the feeling of swaying, but she loved it. She would always drag Riddle out to play late at night, and even during the day, Riddle would frown and say it was childish while scaring away the children near the swing. Anna was deeply impressed by that swing. Now, she increasingly believed that Lord Voldemort's growing strength was related to his absorption of diary, Jun. Otherwise, she simply wouldn't believe that an old man would be so persistent about her swinging. However, things always take a turn. For example, today Riddle seemed to have left early and she didn't pay it much mind. Now, with Hogwarts starting, Riddle's affairs became increasingly busy. He seemed to want to infiltrate Hogwarts and retrieve the other Horcruxes, especially the one at Sirius's, the one hidden by Regulus. Anna got up as usual and looked at the grilled meat Riddle had left for her, falling into a low mood. Even if she loved his grilled meat, she couldn't eat it every meal. She was almost developing a phobia. She took a few bites and left it there. Anna knew someone would quickly take it away and eat it for her. She wasn't worried at all about Riddle finding out and punishing her. She got up, intending to go to the study to read, and unexpectedly, Barty was nowhere to be seen. This was too unusual. Normally, every time she opened the door, that guy would be lazily leaning on the windowsill by the door, playing with a Rubik's Cube. But today, he was gone. Anna vaguely sensed something, a flash of inspiration, and frantically ran to the weakest part of the house. The skylight opened to let sunlight onto the large tree. It truly gave her an opportunity. It was said that Barty had apparently committed some offense and was punished by Riddle, and was probably bedridden now. This should be like living with a tiger. Even a clever and alert person like Barty would eventually be punished by Riddle. Did this mean she had no one watching her today? As Anna had envisioned, she flew up the large tree, shattered the skylight glass with a single strike, and quickly flew out, hiding in the nearby bushes. She transformed into her animagus form and burrowed into a hole in the ground. Although this was a decaying graveyard, there were many holes dug by wild rabbits and stray dogs. She knew that escaping now was very dangerous. She had to wait until dark to act under the cover of night. Anna didn't know that someone was actually supposed to be guarding her today, and that was Bellatrix. She had intended to deliberately let her leave, then use the excuse of chasing her back to accidentally injure Anna. If she died, all the better. If not, it would at least allow her to vent her anger. Bellatrix was insanely jealous of Anna, who was so highly valued by Riddle. She was just a snot-nosed little kid who couldn't bring the master any benefit whatsoever, and might even defect to that old man Dumbledore at any moment. For the master, for their great cause, she would rather be the one to do this good deed and eliminate Anna. In truth, everyone knew she was doing it for herself. In fact, Bellatrix had tried to trip Anna up many times, but Barty had always thwarted her. This had built up her resentment for a long time, to the point where she had to take matters into her own hands. However, she watched the girl fly out, but she completely vanished. She used various magic detection spells, but couldn't track her. She didn't believe that little brat had such ability, convinced she was hiding nearby. So Bellatrix used the most thorough method. She set a large fire, directly burning away the waist-high weeds and bushes next to the graveyard. Anna, hiding in the tunnel, could hear Bellatrix's deranged laughter from above, and at the same time, the rolling thick smoke choked Anna, making her unable to breathe. She had no choice but to cautiously crawl out of the hole. Bellatrix, with her murderous intent at its peak, was completely insane, indiscriminately firing dark curses, turning every living thing that appeared before her into a corpse. Anna was truly a dusty little rabbit now. Her paws were hot, and she had accidentally burned a patch of fur. If Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Bill were here, how heartbroken they would be. But now Anna could only be strong, holding her breath, and quickly moving through the flames and ashes. Just then, as she ran, she accidentally stepped on a brittle branch that had been burned, and Bellatrix discovered her trace. "Aha, Tilda, is that you, you little beast?" Bellatrix sent a dark curse and Anna was hit, falling to the ground, panting slightly. Was she going to die here? Darlings, starting tomorrow, we'll enter the branching endings. Based on the votes, we'll start with Bill Weasley till the rest are still being voted on. As per usual, this chapter is the turning point. All branching endings will occur from this moment tilde. Chapter 232, Bill Weasley's Ending. Anna, with her paws scalded, rolled on the ash-covered ground, mocking herself that she must have already met the standard of a mop rabbit. Just as she was about to transform into human form to fight the madwoman Bellatrix to the death, an astonishing scene unfolded. A majestic yellow figure suddenly burst out from an unknown corner, tackling Bellatrix from behind and biting the wrist of her wand-holding hand. It was a magnificent lion. Although its fur looked a bit dusty, its roar and its domineering claws were clearly not an illusion. And Bellatrix really let out a painful shriek, dropping her wand and clutching her injured arm, preparing to use silent magic. But the lion gave her no chance to concentrate, feigning a lunge for her eyes before leaping backward and simultaneously kicking the now blinded Bellatrix. Anna suddenly felt the lion's gaze upon her filled with deep pity. This was too strange. Could this be an animagus? Who could it be? Before Anna could figure it out, the giant lion gently scooped her into its mouth. The lion carefully avoided harming Anna, who was still in her rabbit form, and with a single bound, it flashed into the flames, transitioning into the still unburnt thicket beyond. The lion's kick just now had been with full force, hitting Bellatrix squarely in the chest, leaving her breathless and unable to stand. She could only lie on the ground, clutching her chest, crawling towards her wand, and firing a signal into the sky, awaiting help from her companions. Now, Bellatrix had to face Riddle's wrath and punishment, which descended like a dark cloud over a city. Although the lion's fur was slightly singed from passing through the burning flames, it did not hinder its powerful legs as it galloped across the ground. After an unknown amount of time, so long that Anna, with her rabbit head exposed, had fallen asleep in the lion's mouth, the lion finally shook its mane and transformed back into human form. This time he carefully tucked Anna into his arms, fearing she might fall out, protecting her with one hand while using apparition with the other. The young man, no, the man, with long red hair down to his waist and a dragon tooth earring on one ear, looked vibrant despite his tired face. He had finally rescued Anna. Bill Weasley dared not stop, using apparition several times in a row until he reached the Shell Cottage by the sea, the place where his wedding with Fleur took place in the original story. He had always wanted to bring Anna here to stay for a while alone, but unfortunately, he never found the right conditions for them to be alone. He believed Anna would surely love it here, where they could swim by the sea, collect seashells, and fish together every day. After enduring this period of torment, Bill realized that if some things weren't done in time, they would never be done. So, Bill took advantage of this period of evading Lord Voldemort's pursuit to bring Anna directly to this place. Bill Weasley gazed at the little rabbit in his arms with a soft and doting look, unwilling to put her down for a long time. At this moment, his heart was completely occupied by Anna, yet he also felt guilty. He had developed different feelings for the sister he had watched grow up since childhood. However, this also explained why his feelings for Anna and Ginny were different. Compared to Ginny, he preferred to be alone with Anna, and now everything made sense. Bill's thoughts churned, but his hands continued to gently rub the long-haired little rabbit without any pause or mistake. He cleaned the white, long-haired little creature's fur completely before placing her on a soft pillow, and then on his lap. Bill gazed at Anna's sleeping face without moving, until she woke up hungry. Anna opened her eyes, thinking she had transmigrated again. How could there be such a romantic cottage? A sound of waves crashing against the shore filled her ears, and more importantly, how could the hand on her body be so magical, massaging her so comfortably? She struggled to look up and saw Bill. The next second, Anna reverted to human form. Unwilling to jump off his lap, she directly threw herself onto his chest and burst into tears. Wah! I thought I'd never see you all again. Wah! Bill! Bill hugged Anna tightly, one arm around her slender waist, the other continuously stroking the back of her head. No, we'll be together forever. I promise. This was Bill's vow to Anna. Even if she discovered his dirty little secret, he would silently protect her, as a good older brother. How did you know? That was me? Even Anna herself wasn't sure she would recognize that rabbit as her animagus. How did Bill know? Bill let out a hearty laugh. It's simple expecto patronum. He raised his hand and cast a patronus charm at the ceiling. Then Anna saw the ethereal mist condense and take shape, transforming into a nimble rabbit that shot like lightning across the deck and into a crack in the floor. A rabbit. At this, Anna looked at Bill's meaningful smile, and dared not continue speaking. So, he knew because she was his patroness? Then his patroness represented Anna herself? Instantly, Anna's heart felt as if it had been struck by an unknown arrow. Was this what she had imagined? Anna clutched her chest, also bathed in Bill's doting gaze, feeling as if she were melting. Was this a deep affection confession from Bill? Bill, do you mean? Just as the words were about to be revealed, Bill retreated once again. He wasn't ready to be disliked by Anna. So, he got up, placed Anna back on the sofa, and walked to the dining table, putting on an apron. Hungry, aren't you? Just a moment, it'll be ready soon. You can sleep a little longer, Anna. Huh? It's over. Anna was caught off guard by the abrupt end of the topic, but she wasn't angry, because she was indeed starving. Bill understood her too well. Anna sometimes marveled at Bill's thoughtfulness and gentle care. At this moment, he was wearing a tiny, pink apron, and his elegant back looked especially warm. Pink color didn't make him seem feminine at all. Like it, Bill thought. Anna also wanted his apron, so he generously braided a miniature apron out of vegetable leaves for Anna, and tied it on her. So cute. Bill gazed adoringly at Anna with the apron around her waist, thinking of making her a maid outfit next. That should also be very cute. Bill wins, starting with him. Chapter 233. Bill Weasley's Ending Part 2. Bill and Anna spent the happiest time together in the Shell Cottage, but they had to leave because Mrs. Molly, who had been covering for them, had turned against them and told Dumbledore about the place. Dumbledore rushed over immediately and took Anna back to Hogwarts. Bill looked at Dumbledore carrying Anna away, feeling an indescribable sense of loss. He knew he would still see Anna when he returned to Hogwarts, but now he felt somewhat disheartened. His gaze returned to the interior of the cottage, which had been transformed by their joint efforts. Paper butterflies, folded by Anna at Bill's request, flew on the ceiling, and her portrait, in a wooden frame made by Bill that still carried the scent of pine, was hung on the wall. The place was so cozy, so warm, that Bill sometimes had the illusion that they were meant to be a couple living together like this. Bill carefully packed away the shell wind chimes they had made together, the manta ray carved by Anna, and the small bucket he had personally made for Anna to build sandcastles, among other things. He tidied everything, waiting for the day they would return. Everyone knew that Anna had been hidden by Bill, but those who knew believed Lord Voldemort was hunting them, so hiding Anna was a task Bill had to complete. No one noticed the hint of Bill's personal ambition mixed within it. But Dumbledore, that old fox, certainly knew. Although he was reluctant for his precious daughter to marry off so early, he thought highly of Bill, so he turned a blind eye to Bill's little tricks. Grindelwald, however, found it completely unacceptable. Compared to the Weasley family, he favored the sole heir of Malfoy family, as Draco Malfoy had an overwhelming power in front of Anna. Bring her back quickly. I don't want my precious grandson to have red hair. As the words left his mouth, Dumbledore's expression darkened instantly. I'm truly sorry. When I was young, I also had red hair. Well, you're an exception. Grindelwald, uncharacteristically flustered, how could he have forgotten this? Dumbledore had red hair when he was young, and although it was a different shade from the Weasley families, it was still red. All right, Mr. Grindelwald, you may leave. Dumbledore issued an eviction notice. He needed to catch up with his beloved daughter, talk about Lord Voldemort, and also make some arrangements. Anna watched Grindelwald being pushed out of the principal's office. She actually missed him. It seemed they were going to argue again. When would her two fathers learn to treat each other with respect? Anna told Dumbledore the information she had gathered from Riddle during these days, and also learned that the Triwizard Tournament was approaching. None of them knew what would happen to the Triwizard Tournament with Riddle's infiltration, but thinking that everything was under the control of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, she was quite eager to see an interesting Triwizard Tournament. It was just a pity that she would no longer participate as a Hogwarts student. She was still a Durmstrang student, just like Draco Malfoy. However, when she saw him again, Anna could barely recognize him. He stood there like a young white poplar, completely shedding the immaturity of youth, standing at attention with a serious and upright posture, like a young general who had been through years of military training. But the moment he saw Anna, he broke down, tears wetting his collar insignia, a truly sorrowful display of genuine grief. Yet, he had learned to control himself now. With a casual wipe of those liquids, he extended his right hand. "Welcome back, Ms. Dumbledore." He held Anna's hand for a long time, unwilling to let go, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Anna. Did you have a sex change?" He was suddenly so refined. "Correction, I've become stronger." Draco finally showed his mischievous smile again, wanting to get closer to Anna and touch her head, but Bill stopped him. "You should return to your team, Malfoy." Bill pulled Anna back into safe range, shielding her behind him like a mother hen, not wanting to give Draco any chance to get close to Anna. "It's not time for assembly yet, Professor." Although Draco had gradually adapted to military management at Durmstrang, being a Weasley, he still had a rebellious streak. "Obeying orders is your duty. Leave now immediately," Bill roared, startling Anna. He really sounded like an instructor. "Yes, sir." Draco didn't want to leave, but his reflexes had already made him say those words, and he had no choice but to depart. But it didn't matter, he still had plenty of time to catch up with Anna. He didn't believe the Savior and his friends could win over him, being from the same school. "You just wait for me." Draco left reluctantly. Anna breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Bill. He could finally go and chat with Harry and the others. They didn't even know she was back yet. "Thanks, Professor Bill tilde he. I'll definitely repay you well next time." "No need to thank me." "Why not repay me now?" Bill gave Anna no room to refuse and pulled her to his dormitory. "Why?" Anna looked at the few clothes soaking in the basin, completely confused. "Why wash clothes?" Anna regretted asking as soon as the words left her mouth. "Why else? To wear them, of course." Bill didn't mind Anna's silly question at all and patiently explained, "My burns haven't fully healed, but I'm running out of clothes I can wear." "You wouldn't want Professor Weasley to appear naked at tomorrow's opening ceremony, would you? Then why don't you use magic?" Anna still didn't understand Bill's good intentions. "Those are liquids produced by dark arts alchemy, and spells don't work. Maybe I didn't get my mother's true legacy," Bill lied through his teeth, but Anna's heart softened and ached. Bill had gone to great lengths to rescue her. He must have suffered so much. So Anna dutifully began washing clothes, missing the opportune moment. She would just have to make a grand entrance at tomorrow's banquet. Bill picked up his paint brush again and drew Anna diligently working. It had to be said that his painting skills were becoming increasingly superb. Of course Bill didn't really want her to wash clothes. He just found an excuse to be alone with her, not wanting to see Malfoy get close to her. Now he changed his invitation, asking Anna to help him organize tables. He always found ways to make Anna happy, even if it was just simple companionship. Chapter 234. Bill Weasley's Ending Part 3. Anna hadn't expected that even though she had just returned to Durmstrang, Krum would still arrange a spot for her in their first Hogwarts debut performance. "But I can't do cartwheels or flips, and I certainly can't play with fire." The thought of having to brandish weapons in front of the beautiful Beauxbatons girls made Anna shiver. "Of course not, Anna. Those are too dangerous for you." Krum clearly looked extremely disapproving, lecturing Anna on safety rules, making Anna feel terribly wronged. "But isn't this the performance you designed?" Yes, that's right, but you're still young." Krum was choked by Anna's words and changed the subject. Finally, after Krum's persistent persuasion, Anna was assigned to the final pose. 2 Durmstrang strongmen would lift her like a cheerleader, and she would use a fireworks spell to illuminate the entire Hogwarts Castle Great Hall, the kind that could interact with the ceiling. Anna was a little worried that Bill and the others would strongly object if they found out, but when the moment actually arrived, she saw Fred and George even stand on the tables, cheering for her. She didn't know if it was because they hadn't seen her for so long, or if it was the Gryffindor factor in them that made them think it was a cool thing. Of course, Harry and Hermione thought the same, as she could already hear Hermione's sharp cheers. Snape also stood up, but with a questioning gaze towards Karkaroff, who silently wiped a bead of sweat. He too was hearing about this for the first time. Otherwise, how could he possibly let someone lift that big baby? Did he think his head was too comfortable on his neck? Although Bill was a bit worried, he still acted very supportive of Anna in front of outsiders. It was just unknown what he was thinking beneath his gentle gaze. Dumbledore and Grindelwald's reactions were completely opposite. One toasted Anna, while the other gulped down his drink. Anna's performance was generally very good, except for one difference. The Durmstrang strongmen who were supposed to lift her were replaced by Draco and Zabini. This truly caught Anna off guard. "Time to lose some weight, piggy," Zabini could barely conceal his inner excitement. She was finally back. "Shut your mouth, Zabini," Draco spoke up even earlier than Anna. Anna was somewhat surprised by Draco's protectiveness. "Thanks, Tilde," Anna whispered to Draco when she was put down, only to see his "I've got this" expression. He had really grown up. Not as fun anymore, haha. As soon as Anna landed, she was surrounded by Crumb's brothers and brought before him. He greeted her like a king, helping her to the Slytherin long table. Draco, blocked outside, cursed under his breath, and sat opposite Anna. He made "I'm watching you" gesture, then stared with wide eyes, waiting for everything to end so he could take her away for a private talk. But clearly many people thought the same, though none of them managed to get ahead of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, so Anna ended up being a referee for the entire night. However, the boys waiting for Anna at the door suffered a chaotic brawl. Fred, George, Draco, and Zabini all ended up in the medical wing, awaiting the professor's judgment. Therefore, early the next morning, Anna was taken away by Bill, who reaped the benefits. "Did you sleep well, princess?" Bill presented her with a bouquet of freshly gathered flowers from the Forbidden Forest. "Princess?" Anna was very surprised. It was the first time he had called her that. "You're not going to ask me to wash your clothes again, are you?" Anna's wary expression, even in her small form, was the cutest in Bill's eyes. "How could I?" Bill chuckled and picked Anna up. He couldn't bear to keep making her wash his clothes, nor would he tell her that she was like a princess being coveted by so many evil dragons. "I'm taking you to eat." "Oh, this is my home, I won't get lost." Anna didn't understand Bill's worries, but if someone was willing to be her ride, she certainly wouldn't refuse. This reminded her of the Centaur. No, now it should be the Centaur tribe leader. She heard that Kessie was now a highly respected and beloved leader, and had even collaborated with Dumbledore on something. Anna felt it was related to her, but no one told her the specifics. Later, she was kidnapped and had no chance to contact Kessie. She hadn't even contacted the Savior much, wondering if he would become a Triwizard Tournament contestant, because this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was Sirius Black, and Mad Dai Moody hadn't appeared, meaning Barty Crouch Jr. hadn't succeeded. This made Anna breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to Riddle, she was more afraid of being with Barty Crouch Jr. because she understood Riddle. He wouldn't do anything to her, but Barty Crouch Jr. was like a true madman, a ticking time bomb, and she didn't know what he would do. But on that day, Harry Potter's name still appeared in the Goblet of Fire. At that moment, Anna was being celebrated on Crumb's shoulders, as he had become a Triwizard Tournament contestant. He was practically ready to carry Anna backstage to show her off. Anna personally saw Harry Potter's name fly out of the Goblet of Fire and land in Dumbledore's hand. Her first glance was at Karkaroff, but he was clearly startled and angry, believing Dumbledore had cheated. Then, Anna looked at Snape, who also looked displeased, apparently having been landed with a huge problem. He was one of the people who least wanted anything to happen to Harry. After all, he was Lily's only child. Harry was a bit flustered, instinctively looking for someone in the crowd to give him a sense of security, and then he naturally found Anna. Anna gave him a cheering gesture. Harry barely managed to smile, just wanting to reassure Anna, but the boos from others came in overwhelming waves. Everyone unanimously believed that Sirius had pulled strings, allowing Harry Potter's name to appear in the Goblet of Fire. Sirius, of course, wouldn't admit it, but his smile made Anna suspicious. If it really was Sirius, he should have strongly opposed Harry Potter participating in such a dangerous competition. But now, Sirius was constantly comforting Harry, telling him not to worry, and that he would help him. That wicked smile made Anna think of someone. "What's wrong, Anna?" Bill saw Anna enter the backstage, and followed her, not wanting to see such a frightened look on her face. He supported Anna's shoulders with great concern. "Nothing. I'm fine." Anna felt Sirius's gaze on her and quickly turned her head, not wanting to reveal anything. She had already begun to suspect that the Sirius was him. That madman Barty Crouch Jr. "Woo woo woo, everyone's gone to school and no one's watching, woo woo woo," crying, "but I'll stay here and wait for you to come back, but cute Arabic wow." Chapter 235. Bill Weasley's Ending Part 4. Professor Weasley, isn't this a bit much? Openly flirting with a female student? Sirius's words immediately shifted everyone's attention from Harry Potter to Bill and Anna. "No, I was just too concerned about her." Bill quickly withdrew his hand, but only he knew the panic of having his thoughts guessed, and Sirius had no intention of letting him off the hook. "That is indeed a bit of overstepping concern. Sirius continued to point his spear at Bill. "She's not a 5-year-old child. Right, Miss Dumbledore?" Sirius's teasing glance further convinced Anna that the man in front of her was Barty Crouch Jr. So Anna boldly interrupted him. "Thank you for your concern, Professor Black. By the way, how is your house elf, Dobby? Please, tell him I miss him very much." "Ha. Then you should tell Malfoy. I only have a creature here." How could Barty be so easily fooled? He had been lurking near Black's house for so long to help Riddle find the hidden locket, and had been impersonating Sirius Black all this time. Getting to know a house elf was very easy for him. So Anna's plan didn't work, and she could only awkwardly smooth things over. "Yes, I meant creature. Thank him for his care at the time." Only then did everyone's attention shift back to Harry, but Harry, seeing Anna come for her, subconsciously wanted to stand with her to alleviate his unease. However, Professor Grindelwald, Bill, and Sirius were all blocking his way. Anna could only smile helplessly at him. She was also very helpless, cautiously observing Sirius's micro-expressions, trying to discern his schemes. But this observation made Bill's heart ache. Could it be that even a few extra glances at other men would make him unable to breathe? Bill moved to the side, blocking Anna's line of sight, and silently mouthed, "I'll take you away first." Anna still wanted to hear how things were resolved and shook her head. This made Bill's heart ache even more. Anna didn't know how Bill had fallen silent, only that in the chaos, he had been holding her hand. That state was a bit off, like clutching a piece of driftwood in the ocean. "What's wrong, Bill?" Anna's question only received a shake of Bill's head. After all, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. She knew Bill was very sad right now. The last time she saw him like this was when she got lost. "Never mind, let's go out first." No matter what, Anna didn't want Bill to be so dejected. In her memory, he was always that sunny, handsome older brother figure. She wondered if Bill would be like this when he faced Fleur. Unlike the original story, their first meeting should have been during the last event of the Triwizard Tournament, where they met briefly. Their feelings developed later. But now, with Bill appearing before Fleur as the youngest professor, that beautiful woman already showed a shy demeanor. From the moment Bill entered until he left, she kept secretly glancing at him. Anna found this discovery a bit hard to accept. In her impression, Bill had always only looked at her. She was his most precious little lion. But now, it seemed his gaze was about to turn elsewhere. Anna's heart was filled with bitterness, as if the favoritism she had always received was about to be shared or taken away. She poked Bill's waist. That sore, swollen feeling desperately needed an outlet, even if it involved a bit of a gamble. "Bill, did you see? That beautiful older sister keeps looking at you. Congratulations. You're about to get a partner." Anna herself was almost in tears as she spoke. I know Bill was also in a daze at this moment. His mind was completely occupied by Sirius's words, thinking his dirty thoughts had been discovered, and he didn't consider the deeper meaning of Anna's words at all. He had indeed been annoyed by that girl recently. She was very pretty, but she wasn't the person he liked. She always seemed to appear in front of him, pretending it was by chance. Of course, he could guess her little intentions. But now, Anna mistakenly thought he already knew Fleur's feelings, and understood they would soon become a couple. Anna, having cornered herself, shook off Bill's hand, then go congratulate her quickly. "Why are you following me?" Anna was like an angry little lion. Bill finally snapped out of his own entanglement, unclear why Anna was angry, and chased after her. "Who am I congratulating? Anna? Harry?" He was completely out of the loop. The scene of one running ahead and the other chasing behind was comical, but no one could laugh because they were each preoccupied with their own thoughts. It wasn't until Fred and George appeared before them that Anna stopped, and with a touch of pique, she directly threw herself into their arms. Once in Fred and George's arms, they certainly wouldn't let Anna leave easily. "Well done, Nom. No May. Did you find anything out? How's that Harry boy doing?" Fred and George didn't sense the strange atmosphere between the two of them, and were still thinking about Harry, believing Anna had heard some incredible news, and was about to tell everyone. Then they absolutely had to be the first to know. At this age, Fred and George were already about as tall as Bill. He didn't know what they had eaten, but they had shot up so much in just one holiday. Now Anna had to crane her neck to look at them. "Anna, I still have something to say to you." For the first time, Bill felt his brothers were in the way, at least today, and at this moment. "Later, I want to talk to my friends about Harry." She was angry and didn't want to deal with him for now. "It's Fred Geege and George Geege." Fred and George seized the opportunity and carried Anna away. They were still waiting to discuss with Anna how to help Harry win first place in the competition. Anna and Bill suddenly seemed less close that night. Whenever Bill wanted to say something to Anna, he would see her looking somewhat bothered. Was it true that he could no longer stand next to Anna with those feelings? And Anna, of course, wouldn't think Bill's care for her was out of line. It was just that every time she saw Bill, she would subconsciously think of him becoming intimate with Fleur. At that point, she might be even more uncomfortable, so it was better to keep her distance from Bill early and get used to life without him in advance. During this period, both of them suffered greatly. Chapter 236. Bill Weasley's Ending Part 5. The harmony between them suddenly seemed to wane, as Bill could no longer look Anna directly in the eye. Whenever their sapphire-like gazes met, his heart would race, and his mind would become a blur. Normally, this might have been fine, but in class, he would make verbal blunders and cause classroom incidents. He didn't want Anna to see his unseemly thoughts. He had always believed Anna saw him as an older brother, yet he wished for her to look only at him forever, to become part of his Weasley family. Now, Anna also clearly felt that Bill was deliberately avoiding her gaze. Not only did he stop carrying her to and from school, but even holding hands felt awkward. Anna was a bit surprised. What was going on? Was he changing so quickly? But she hadn't seen Fleur and Bill together, had she? Most of the time, everyone gathered to watch Harry practice the summoning charm and improve his broomstick training. At times like these, Draco would angrily drag her away with Zabini. Have you forgotten which school you belong to? Who is the champion you should truly support? Crumb, but he's here too. Anna was a little helpless. Ever since Bill deliberately kept his distance from her, everyone else became more active, eager to spend time with her from morning to night. What? Draco grew even angrier, but it was anger at Crumb. What are you doing mixing with them? Most importantly, he was by Anna's side, even earlier than him. We are friends, Malfoy, Crumb retorted impolitely. Ever since Draco entered Durmstrang, taking advantage of Crumb not being in school and busy with training, he had managed to gather quite a bit of influence. Now, with the support of Zabini and Nott, he even threatened to surpass Crumb. If Crumb hadn't won the World Cup, Draco might have gained even more followers. Anna looked around at the people surrounding her, feeling a little lonely. Why wasn't Bill coming to find her? He hadn't eaten with her for 3 days. Was he helping Fleur train? This thought made Anna even more flustered, and then Fleur approached her before the first task. Anna was preparing for Snape's exam at the time. The courses he taught were now very advanced, and it was difficult to complete them with just the knowledge in her head without putting in some effort to understand. Fleur walked over, chatting and laughing with her classmates. It was Anna's first time seeing her, with her violet blood, up close. She had to admit, she was truly beautiful. Ron was once again stunned. Hi Tilda guys. Fleur flashed a charming smile. Hi Fleur. Tilda. Ron almost bit his tongue. Calm down, Ron, don't forget we are enemies now. He's from Beauxbatons. Hermione pulled Ron, who was stepping forward, back. What about Anna? She's from Durmstrang. Ron was tugged, and suddenly felt he had lost face in front of Fleur, so he retorted with some irritation. Sorry, I'm leaving now. Anna also didn't know how to face Fleur, and then poor Anna was interpreted by Fred and George as being bullied by their foolish younger brother. Fred and George hooked Ron's neck, one on each side, squeezing his head hard, distorting his head shape and turning his supposedly good hairstyle into a mohawk. He struggled awkwardly. Let go of me. That's not what I meant. She wanted to leave on her own. Please wait, I have something to talk to you about. Fleur immediately stopped Anna when she saw her about to leave. At the same time, she was observing this girl rumored to be the most beautiful at Hogwarts. She was a Durmstrang student, yet called the most beautiful at Hogwarts. However, she did admit that although she looked young, her spirited beauty was rare even among pure blood Viola. No wonder Bill always talked about her. His sister, next to her, was always the cutest. She wanted to be friends with Anna because of Bill. She was willing to get to know his friends to understand him better, but since his close friends, besides the professor, were the Weasley family boys, she wasn't very keen on interacting with them, so she chose Anna. Fleur put aside her arrogance, ready to have a good chat with Anna, but Anna didn't seem to like her. How strange. Did she know about her plan? Sorry, I have something else to do. Maybe next time. Anna wanted to leave, but was surrounded by the tall French girls. Fleur was their queen, of course, no one could defy her. Fred and George wouldn't let those girls succeed. They immediately used a magic trick called dung bombs, and in the chaos, they whisked Anna away. It was a bit too stimulating for these elegant French ladies. Amidst their screams, Anna was rewarded with detention. This was a big deal. If Fred and George were to take the blame, it would be boys bullying ladies who had traveled a long way, which would cause a huge problem between the schools. But for Anna, as long as she stuck to the reason of self-defense, with Dumbledore and others protecting her, she wouldn't have any trouble. Detention was just helping Snape. She was already very familiar with it, but for two other people it was a bit different. One was Ron. After seeing that dirty, disgusting stuff smeared all over Fleur's face, he could no longer feel any romantic emotions towards Fleur. In fact, every time he saw her face, it would trigger a chain reaction, reminding him of his nightmare memory of spitting slugs in his second year. The other was Bill. He quickly heard about Anna bullying Fleur. Fleur tearfully accused Anna of what she had done to her, saying she only wanted to be friends, but Anna had subjected her to such humiliation. Bill, of course, wouldn't immediately believe Fleur's one-sided story, but he habitually apologized to her on Anna's behalf, as Anna being punished with detention was an undeniable fact. He was eager to comfort Anna, and wasn't paying much attention to what Fleur was saying. Anna saw Bill rushing over. As soon as they met, he asked her, "What exactly happened between you and Fleur?" Anna automatically assumed Bill was calling her to account, thinking she had bullied his future wife. "So you also think I bullied her?" Anna's little face crumpled into a frown, clearly sulking. How could Bill not see it? Of course not. Did she bully you? Bill knew Anna well. She wasn't a girl who would casually bully others. Even with her status, she could walk around Hogwarts as she pleased, yet she never caused trouble. But Anna didn't give Bill a chance to show his concern, pushing him out of the classroom. "Go concern yourself with your girlfriend. Leave me alone." Bill, who had been walking out in accordance with Anna, instantly stopped. "Girlfriend? What are you talking about? Did she tell you that?" Bill became serious and stern. Anna could no longer push him. Chapter 237. Bill Weasley Ending Part 6. "It's only a matter of time anyway, you should ask yourself." Anna pulled out her wand, and used a levitation charm to throw Bill out. Bill, who had fallen to the ground, was stunned. "Anna, is she jealous?" Bill was startled by this thought, and though he didn't want to admit it, his heart was already overwhelmed by turbulent emotions, with only one sentence repeating in his mind. "Anna, jealous. She's jealous for me." Bill felt a bit lightheaded and wanted to further explore Anna's feelings, but he held back. He had to help Anna clear her name. For this, he went to question several other people who were present and learned that Fleur had indeed lied. She had even had her friends surround Anna, and considering Anna was more than a head shorter than them, and much younger, how could they be so heartless? So Bill gave them a warning that very night, having someone draw their embarrassing moments from that day, which was then circulated throughout Hogwarts the next day. Fred and George, whom Anna had protected, also received their punishment from him. Fred and George were punished by being made to clean all the toilets in the school, without using magic. This made them miserable with no way to resist, for they had indeed done something wrong to Anna, so they could only endure it. Anna, seeing Bill truly leave, felt even more dejected, constantly telling herself never to speak to him again. But the next day, when she learned of everything he had done, she couldn't help but wonder if he was standing up for her. Just like that, the first task began. Pushed by Barty Crouch Jr., Harry was even more swift than in the original story, and with the support of love, he flew back with unparalleled bravery. However, because of his excessive speed, though he got the dragon egg, he didn't completely shake off the Hungarian horntail. The ferocious dragon returned, and everyone in the arena was in an uproar, frantically pushing towards the exits. Anna's seat was right at the professor's table. Dumbledore immediately pushed Anna to Grindelwald, saying, "Take her away." Grindelwald, of course, wouldn't abandon someone, so he mimicked Dumbledore, and also pushed Anna to Snape, who was nearby. "You take her and leave." Snape picked up Anna, but how could he leave with peace of mind? He frowned and stared unblinkingly at Harry Potter and the crowd. He couldn't leave yet, at least not now. "Give her to me, quickly!" Sirius roared at Snape like a madman, simultaneously reaching out to demand Anna from him. They had known this Sirius was a fake, thanks to Anna's reminder, so Snape certainly wouldn't hand Anna over to him. Compared to Hagrid, he could only choose Bill, who was anxiously watching nearby, Snape would rather choose the Weasley family. "Give her to me." Bill caught Anna, and at the same time, received a furious glare from Sirius. "This has nothing to do with you, Weasley." "What? Not pretending anymore?" Bill didn't give Barty a chance to think, throwing a jinx at him. Barty dodged it and tried to continue his disguise. "I don't know what you're talking about, but you'd better check on the students." With that, he slipped into the chaotic crowd. Anna clearly saw Barty glance at her, and then at Snape in a short amount of time. Had Snape also had contact with Riddle again? Had he once again become a double agent? Sure enough, Snape stopped Bill's urge to chase after him. "Get her out of here first. Nothing must happen to her." Whether on Dumbledore's side, or Lord Voldemort's side, Anna was the only one who couldn't be passive. And deeper still, there were the Cent, or tribe, the Malfoy family, and many more families. "Understood, I'll be back as soon as possible," Bill said, then unhesitatingly picked up Anna, who was still trying to say something, and left. Anna, in Bill's arms, really wanted to warn Snape to be careful of Barty, but Bill gave her no chance, almost making her bite her tongue. That person is, never mind." "Don't talk yet, be careful not to bite your tongue." Bill thought for a moment and added, "I won't go looking for Fleur, we're not even friends." This warmed Anna from her heart all the way to her toes, though she also felt embarrassed. Who mentioned her? It made her seem like a jealous woman, even though her heart was indeed sour. But now it felt as if she had been healed all at once, her stiff posture softened, and she leaned into him. Had she been worrying for nothing all this time? Anna was carried by Bill to a safe place and set down, but as they separated, neither of them wanted to leave the other at that moment. So they gazed at each other, and finally, Anna couldn't resist and once again threw herself into his arms. "Come back soon." "I must." Bill was also healed by Anna. Had they made up again? If he had known it was this simple, he would have cut ties with Fleur long ago. Why wait until now? Bill squeezed her hand firmly. "Don't run around." Anna nodded obediently, watching Bill disappear into the crowd. She suddenly felt that the atmosphere between them had changed again, a never-before-felt intimacy, and it wasn't one-sided. Anna's face began to flush. How could even his back be so handsome? Finally, everything settled down. With the efforts of all the professors, the fierce dragon was once again brought under control, and Barty was also gone. They found the hidden Sirius in a secret passage in the office. Fortunately, he was not in any life-threatening danger, aside from being somewhat thin and dehydrated. After all, he had been in Azkaban. How could he be defeated by this level of imprisonment? It was only after he came out that he learned Harry Potter was forced to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and he felt a bit eager to try it himself. Later, he realized he was overage and no longer a Hogwarts student, which left him feeling a bit lost and sad. Suddenly feeling that Harry might be in danger, his mood became complicated. Dumbledore comforted him for so long that Grindelwald once again had an opinion and simply ran away from home, making the already overwhelmed Dumbledore even more exhausted. Anna could only stay by Dumbledore's side, becoming his emotional support, until she was once again abducted by Barty, who was lurking in Hogwarts. It was during the Triwizard Tournament ball. Anna had already been booked as Bill's dance partner, but with Dumbledore present, he could only be behind Dumbledore. Harry had also invited Anna for the first dance, and Dumbledore wholeheartedly approved. And Fleur, once again unwilling to give up, invited Bill to be her dance partner. Do you all want to see Fleur succeed or not? Chapter 238. Bill Weasley's Ending Part 7. When Fleur shyly extended an invitation to Bill, he directly refused her. "I'm very sorry, but I already have a dance partner." Even though Anna hadn't agreed yet, he had already decided that his dance partner could only be Anna. Even if she wasn't willing to be his dance partner, he wouldn't have any other alternatives. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would definitely have a chance to dance with Anna. Harry had wanted Anna to be his dance partner for a long time. When he realized he needed to find a lead dance partner, he saw Fred and George confidently exchanging glances, as if there was no reason not to choose them. But Harry's mind was filled only with Anna's face. While Fred and George were still bickering about who would be Anna's dance partner, Harry had already run up to Anna. Anna was discussing what kind of dresses to wear with Hermione and Ginny at that time. Ginny and Hermione saw Harry approaching and both became nervous. They guessed Harry was going to invite someone, but who would he invite? Ginny thought despairingly that Harry definitely wanted to choose Anna, but there was also a tiny bit of hope that he might invite her. She pressed her lips together and clenched her fists. Hermione was also worried he might invite her and then Ron. Never mind, why should she care about him? Anna, having a strong premonition about Harry's intentions, kept finding topics to talk about and pushed Ginny forward. Ginny, didn't you have something to talk to Harry about? Go chat with him. Ginny was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized Anna was helping her. However, she was already very nervous and completely unsure how to react, so she could only nod stiffly. I'm just going to the restroom first. Anna slipped away. Harry retreated for the first time, but he turned to Ginny and Hermione for help. You too, how should I ask Anna to be my dance partner? Harry's words made Ginny's heart sink instantly. She shouldn't have held on to any expectations. She simply retorted to Harry, then you should go ask her, and turned to accept an invitation from a handsome young man. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Harry with a look of exasperation. Couldn't he see what was going on? But when it came to matters of the heart, she couldn't say much, so she could only go after Ginny. But Harry still cornered Anna a second time. This time, he didn't hesitate, afraid that Anna would leave again or that someone else would get a head start. Will you be my dance partner, Anna? Please. I don't know who else to ask. Harry again showed a pitiful puppy dog look, gazing innocently at Anna. Anna really didn't know how to respond. Ginny's feelings were practically written on her face just now, and he's telling her there's no one else? You could ask Ginny. After Anna spoke, she realized she might have been too direct, so she quickly added, I don't think Headmaster Dumbledore would agree. He'll agree, I'll go beg him right now, Harry said, then turned to find Dumbledore, even calling on Sirius to help him. While Fred and George were still figuring out how to romantically invite Anna and outdo each other, Harry had already secured this precious opportunity with the endorsement of Sirius and Dumbledore. In Dumbledore's words, then I'll temporarily let you have the first dance, implying that Anna would need to be returned after the opening dance. Sirius also on his own accord arranged a dance for himself and Anna. He was truly fond of that beautiful little girl. As an elder, he thought it wasn't excessive, right? Moreover, thanks to her, he was able to see the light of day again, and he really wanted to repay her well. Harry also didn't understand Sirius's peculiar thought process. Why repaying Anna required dancing with her? Was it some kind of reward? But the truth was, it might cause dissatisfaction among his fans. However, seeing how enthusiastic he was, Harry didn't have the heart to say anything, because he wasn't even sure if he would be able to get in line that day. So when Bill shook off floor and finished another class, his cue could only be behind Fred and George, just one spot ahead of Malfoy. Bill was somewhat exasperated and amused. His little Anna was so popular. On the night of the ball, Anna received a mysterious package. Anna was supposed to choose a trendy dress specially designed for her by Madame Malkin, but when she opened the package, she was instantly captivated by the Chinese-style gown. Although she didn't know who sent it, it was clear that he knew her size well. The orange-yellow Chinese-style dress perfectly blended the design of Hanfu. The sleeve ties and waist sash beautifully preserved the ancient charm, and the wide skirt made Anna look playful and cute. A pair of light butterfly hair ornaments were even matched for her. Even the shoes were an improved version of embroidered shoes that wrapped around the ankle to the calf, adorned with tassels and apricot blossoms. Anna loved them, but who sent them? In fact, she had received many dresses. Some were too ornate to the point of being gaudy, others too individualistic to be flamboyant, and there was also Dumbledore's perennial pink, which made her worry she was Umbridge II. No, Umbridge hadn't appeared yet, so she was Umbridge I. Anna used a magic spell. A comb flew up and automatically styled her hair into a playful, simple, ancient-style updo, which became the perfect finishing touch. Anna would definitely be more Chinese in style than Cho Chang. What happened next was a bit comical. Other dance partners each had one prince, but when Anna emerged from the basement, a whole row of princes stood neatly. Draco seemed to have fallen in love with the German military-style formal wear, and it must be said that he looked exceptionally tall and dashing in it. His hair was still perfectly slicked back with gel, giving him a bit of a domineering CEO vibe. In contrast, Zabini next to him was much wilder. His deep V-neck suit was bold and sexy, with a wine red silk shirt that would look greasy on anyone else, but perfectly complemented his temperament, exuding a sense of free relaxation. Not also made a rare appearance beside them, in a well-fitting black suit, very much like a holy and solemn priest from a painting. He hadn't invited Anna because he didn't want to cause her trouble, but that didn't mean he didn't want to. They formed a trio, while the other trio consisted of Fred, George, and Harry Potter. Fred and George wore suits they designed and made themselves, leaving Ron with envious eyes. Why hadn't he thought to ask them to make one for him too? Although they were wearing popular Muggle worldwide leg pants which looked a bit odd, they were still better than his grandmother's dress. To be continued in the next part of the Balbacute Arabiquow. Chapter 239. Bill Weasley's Ending Part 8. Fred and George jostled each other, seemingly wanting Anna to see him first, or perhaps trying to intentionally block the smug Malfoy next to them. Today both of them had dressed up, much more formally than usual, with a rare hint of shyness. Harry, on the other hand, looked like he was about to suffocate from nervousness, constantly wanting to pace back and forth, but fearing that too much movement would make him lose his spot later. He wouldn't have thought that Fred and George would be kind enough to make room for him. It might be fine for other things, but when it came to Anna, it was a different story. Harry Potter chose the robes provided by Madame Malkin. Since there was a sponsorship, he didn't have to pay. Madame Malkin also secretly contributed to her favorite CP by subtly designing Anna's outfit with details that echoed Harry Potter's. Unfortunately, she miscalculated Anna's sudden change. Harry could only discuss his hairstyle with Ron and Sirius, so his hair always looked a bit awkward at the time. He didn't know how to style it, so he followed Sirius's suggestion and gave it some slight curls. Sirius stood beside him. The two of them looked like father and son, a large and small version. Sirius was also very much looking forward to seeing his godson's first stirrings of love. Seeing them always reminded him of his student days, which were always beautiful. Next to Sirius was Bill. He didn't stand in a line with the other boys. He was waiting for Anna to walk up to him. But when she appeared like a goddess in a Chinese-style gown, Bill's movements were quicker than anyone else's. Bill wore a robe made of dragon hide, which, though eccentric, was incredibly valiant. He immediately pushed a head down, embarrassed Ron aside, stepped forward from his spot, and gallantly extended his arm to Anna. Compared to the boys who were stunned by Anna's beauty, Bill, the creator of this dress, had imagined this scene countless times. Of course, the effect was even more beautiful and dreamy than he had imagined. Bill's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. His Anna was indeed the most beautiful. Only after they passed the boys did everyone awaken as if from a dream. Anna didn't expect that she would suit that ancient charm so well. Even though she had golden hair and blue eyes, her mysterious and elegant demeanor seemed even more suited to Chinese style than Cho Chang's. If Anna knew, she couldn't very well say that she was 100% Chinese at heart, could she? After Draco and the others recovered, they all chased after her. The most dejected was Harry Potter. Wasn't Anna his dance partner? Why wasn't she entering with him? To avoid awkwardness, he quickly squeezed next to Anna. Bill didn't hand Anna over to Harry until they reached the center of the hall, casually adding, "Don't step on her." His teasing yet serious demeanor made Harry's ears turn red. He had practiced diligently for tonight. What Anna didn't expect was that Professor Grindelwald had returned. He was looking at her with a playful expression. Dumbledore was also looking at her, but in Dumbledore's eyes it was an expression of pride and joy. That was his daughter. He seemed to pay no mind to Professor Grindelwald. Anna thought they had made up and happily waved to them. Her and Harry's late dance began as abruptly as in the original story. He just didn't expect Cedric's partner to be Hermione instead of Cho Chang. Fleur chose a very handsome Slytherin senior. And Krum? He didn't even show up. At the same time, Karkaroff appeared in the ballroom, looking tense. He seemed to be constantly on edge. Anna didn't know if it was his habitual fear and trepidation, or if there was another hidden reason. Could Lord Voldemort also be here? But she guessed wrong. It wasn't Riddle, but still his henchman Barty. This time, he had transfigured himself into Professor Grindelwald, but he didn't fully know Professor Grindelwald's background. Therefore, even though he forcefully took Anna away after the lead dance, she still discovered clues when they were alone. "What did you call me? Professor Grindelwald? Miss Dumbledore, madam? Or do you prefer I call you Anna?" "You're not Professor Grindelwald. Her cheap dad would never call her that unless he was angry." "It doesn't matter anymore." Barty used a confundus charm on Anna. Then, Barty greedily gazed at Anna's face, incessantly sniffing her delicate fragrance. After escaping Hogwarts, Barty Crouch Jr. realized that he missed that interesting little girl every single second. From her toes to her hair, she captivated him. So he did something he never thought he would do. He abducted her again at the Triwizard Tournament Yule Ball at Hogwarts. He sent her out of Hogwarts through the vanishing cabinet hidden in the Room of Requirement. However, what Barty didn't expect was that the house elf he had arranged to meet Anna was brutally killed underfoot by a black-haired woman. And that woman was Bellatrix, who had come looking for her. She didn't know that Barty intended to elope with Anna to a place where no one could find them. Bellatrix just wanted her dead. So Anna, while unconscious, was subjected to an unforgivable curse by that deranged black-haired woman, instantly losing consciousness. In the last second before her consciousness dissipated, she recalled the strange witch at the Quidditch World Cup. It turned out she had warned her to be wary of black-haired people, not just one, but a combination. Anna also didn't expect to die in this world, but she was content. It was much longer than her original lifespan. She just had some regrets. She probably liked Bill, otherwise, she wouldn't deeply regret not realizing her feelings sooner. Had Bill ever liked her? Anna didn't know. Who cares? She was already dead. Anna then saw her soul float higher and higher, watching Bellatrix torment her body before throwing it into the Black Lake. Anna becoming a ghost was also quite novel. Her first thought was to rush back to Bill's side. She thought she would be like Sir Nicholas, at least visible to others, but she wasn't. Even when she stood beside Bill, watching him pace back and forth with an exquisite small box in his hand, looking like he was about to propose, he didn't notice her floating directly above him. Wait, propose? Who was Bill going to propose to? Even if it wasn't a proposal, this situation was unusual. Anna felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed they were destined not to be together. Would he still marry Fleur in the future? They had no relationship at all. Bill's future would no longer include her. How strange, how could a ghost feel heartache? Surprise, surprise. Letter I, 2, 4, 2 letter I, 1, if, 4 wahahaha tilde. Chapter 2, 140. Bill Weasley Extra Chapter 9. Strange feeling to witness your own funeral. Anna would probably never want to recall that night when, after searching for her for a long time, her relatives and friends saw merpeople deliver her body to the surface, and their grief and indignation erupted. No, this isn't real, this isn't my sister. Am I still dreaming, George? Fred and George stumbled disconsolately before Anna's body, too heartbroken to even know how to cry. And Dumbledore, that aged old man, a father weathered by time, actually knelt straight down from the sheer force of his grief, his trembling hands cradling Anna's broken body, weeping silently, his lips slightly parted, his mind a blank. Dumbledore's worst-case scenario was that Anna had traveled through time again. He would just need to accept Grindelwald's suggestion, become younger through the Philosopher's Stone, and gain a longer lifespan to search for Anna. But now, all his hopes were shattered. His Anna, his only child, and hope. Now he didn't know who to blame, mostly himself. Why had he been soft-hearted enough to let Grindelwald and Anna be alone? Hermione and Ginny arrived shortly after, immediately bursting into painful sobs, crying uncontrollably. Fortunately, Ron supported Hermione and Bill supported Ginny. Bill was expressionless. He refused to believe Anna was dead. This must be a Death Eater plot and he would bring Anna back. After quickly comforting his sisters, he silently left Hogwarts and also submitted his resignation to Karkaroff. Harry Potter collapsed the moment he saw Anna's pale, limp, drooping arm. He immediately roared and charged towards Anna, but Sirius held him back tightly. Calm down, Harry, it might not be Anna. It might not be. Sirius was also in a daze. He hadn't imagined that sweet little girl would die. He was completely stunned, the unreality of it all making him recall that tragic night years ago. He lost his best friend, Harry lost his loving parents, and now he was going to lose the girl he loved most. Sirius didn't dare to think further, only able to use all his strength to restrain Harry. But some couldn't be stopped, like Draco. He directly broke through Karkaroff's defenses. Perhaps Karkaroff wasn't even guarding him. Draco knelt beside Anna. His previously neat hair was already disheveled. Now he hung his head, making it impossible to see his expression, perhaps to hide his tears. He coldly told Dumbledore, "Give her to me." But how could Dumbledore let Anna leave his arms again? Ignoring Draco's words, Draco grew agitated from the lack of response, shaking Dumbledore's body forcefully. "You killed her. You don't deserve to be her father. Give her back to me quickly." Draco's words pierced Dumbledore's heart like needles. He stared blankly at Draco, seemingly thinking of something. Perhaps her other father could save her. Although Hagrid was also crying hysterically, he still couldn't accept anyone slandering Dumbledore, so he forcefully led Draco away. "Don't touch me, you filthy troll!" Draco punched Hagrid in the face. Snape rushed over and took him away. "Draco, come with me." Similarly, Snape, who had long served as a double agent, would not easily believe Anna was dead. He needed to pull himself together, keep a clear head to think, to judge, to look for clues. Yet, his fingernails were digging into his palms, and he couldn't control his trembling legs. And at the same time, the person they were searching for was right beside them. Anna could only stand there, anxiously watching them pass through her body, crying even more uncontrollably. "Look at me, I'm standing right here." Anna gave up after shouting at Dumbledore in a breakdown for a long time. Soon, Anna's funeral arrived. Of course, her emotions were not as turbulent now. Instead, there was a sense of relief. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about dying again. At the funeral, Dumbledore took her back to Godric's Hollow and buried her in the Dumbledore family tomb. Even though some people were unwilling to believe it was real and did not attend the funeral, the scale was still enormous. All the villagers of Hogsmeade came. Aberforth almost got into a fight with Dumbledore, believing Anna should have been buried in Hogsmeade so he could see her anytime. But now he had no strength to stand. He hadn't eaten or drunk much for a long time. "Mrs. Molly's cries still echoed through the sky. Professor McGonagall's eyes were red and swollen, and she had cried all her tears dry, constantly wiping Anna's face with her own hands, wanting her to be buried as beautifully as possible. Hermione and Ginny personally made a beautiful scarf for Anna and wrapped it around her, hoping she wouldn't be cold below. Dumbledore patted their shoulders. "I believe Anna will love your work very much. Thank you for coming to see her off one last time." Dumbledore's words made the two girls, who had sworn not to cry, break down again, ruining their carefully prepared makeup. They had originally wanted Anna to rest assured. Now they were huddled together, crying bitterly. Cedric also came. He solemnly placed a bouquet of flowers in Anna's hand inside the coffin. No one knew that a love letter that would never be known was hidden inside that bouquet. The usually cheerful and sunny boy's eyes were red, and he was reluctant to take his gaze off Anna's face for a long time. Nott and Zabini also came. They didn't socialize with anyone. After placing their last bouquet of flowers for Anna, they stood silently to the side, watching the entire ceremony from beginning to end. Perhaps because Anna had become a ghost, she could see Snape, who was using an invisibility potion. He was actually wearing colorful clothes with a white flower pinned to his chest. Anna suddenly recalled that she had once asked him if he had ever worn colorful clothes in his life. Now, he was probably trying to make up for his regrets. Halfway through the ceremony, a centaur escorted by Hagrid arrived at the venue and almost dug up Anna's coffin. He was finally pulled away with the help of Sirius, Lupin, Hagrid, and Mr. Weasley. "She's mine. I'm taking her back to the tribe." Cassie regretted appearing too late. He shouldn't have agreed to Dumbledore's request to return to the Forbidden Forest to help him monitor the rogue werewolves. He should have always protected Anna. Finally, Lupin and Sirius shed heavy tears again. Anna was somewhat moved, not expecting everyone to love her so much, but what she cared about most was Bill. Where had he gone? "Woo woo woo, thank you to my darlings who still persist in accompanying me. I love you all, and I will definitely work hard, Tilda." Chapter 241. Bill Weasley Extra Chapter 10. Just as Anna's funeral was drawing to a close, real trouble arrived. Grindelwald rushed over, covered in dust from his journey. He had only gone to calm down, but he never expected that his only daughter would be separated from him by death. Unfortunately, Dumbledore did not welcome his arrival. The moment he appeared, Dumbledore immediately engaged him in a magic duel. Grindelwald had no intention of dealing with him. Why did Anna die? He needed an explanation. "You know best," Dumbledore thought, if it wasn't for his sudden departure that allowed Lord Voldemort to exploit a loophole. So he directly, and without ceremony, wanted to avenge Anna. Although everyone was unaware of the animosity between them, they did not intervene, because Dumbledore's current demeanor exceeded their understanding of him. It turned out Dumbledore also had such moments of madness. His grief and determination forced Grindelwald to retreat repeatedly. "Tell me what happened. I need to know the truth." Anna couldn't bear to watch. What she didn't want to see was her two fathers at odds, and now they were turning into enemies because of her. She was even more unwilling, but unfortunately, apart from silent protest, she had no effect. Anna simply flew back to Hogwarts, out of sight, out of mind. At Hogwarts, she saw Fred and George, who hadn't attended the funeral. They were working day and night, making some magic tricks. Were they trying to avenge her, or were they trying to fight Lord Voldemort to the death? Anna wasn't sure, but watching them repeatedly fail, and then start over made her feel sad. However, Bill, whom she most wanted to see, still hadn't appeared at Hogwarts. She even found Neville crying in a corner. He must have truly considered Anna a good friend, and not wanting to face Anna's funeral, he could only cry silently in a dark corner. Anna wanted to hug Neville, but her hand still passed through his shoulder. Neville seemed to have seen something, looked up, and then lowered his head in disappointment. Helpless, Anna could only silently watch Neville cry until dawn, then fall into a Chinese letter. Anna, of course, also wanted to know how she had died, but then she saw the insane, collapsing Barty and the madwoman's ultimate PK. Anna swore it was the most spectacular duel she had ever witnessed. At first, Anna even thought it was Riddle's command to punish Bellatrix, but later, she learned that it was purely because of her. "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid I'll tell the master that you want to take that woman away privately?" Bellatrix, as crazy as she was repeatedly forced to retreat by Barty, who was attacking like a wild dog. Dead people don't talk. At this point, Barty Crouch Jr. was completely insane. The moment he learned that Anna had been killed by Bellatrix, the mental world he had built for himself and Anna completely collapsed. He now lived with only one thought: to avenge Anna. To hell with his master, to hell with his pure blood world. He just wanted her to rest in peace. Once upon a time, he was the one who least believed in Merlin's ways, but now, if Merlin could bless Anna back to life, he would be Merlin's most devout follower. Unfortunately, there was no Merlin. He wanted her dead. "The master won't let you get away with this." Bellatrix barely managed to cope, facing a mature, academically excellent student, and most importantly, a complete lunatic. Bellatrix even admitted she was inferior. "He won't know, and I repeat, I'm not afraid if he does know." At this point, Barty had long lost the will to live. What made Bellatrix despair was that Riddle, who subsequently appeared, did not become her savior. Instead, he sided with Barty, mercilessly casting the Cruciatus curse on her. "Master?" Bellatrix couldn't believe it, prostrating herself on the ground. She looked up at Riddle in shock, telling him of Barty's betrayal. But Riddle was no calmer than Barty at the moment. And when he went mad, he was no less formidable. He not only tortured Bellatrix, but also her husband, who received the same treatment. After being tortured beyond recognition, he was healed again, only to continue suffering inhumane abuse. Because the abuse was too bloody, Anna didn't watch any further, and the task of carrying out this work fell to Barty. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. I will definitely heal you." Barty held a hooked whip, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Anna felt that every one of them had gone mad, becoming abnormal. But she still hadn't seen Bill. So Anna, through countless difficulties and dangers, flew to Durmstrang. Due to Anna's passing, 3 of the 4 Triwizard Tournament champions withdrew. Competition was called off, and Durmstrang and Beauxbatons returned to their respective schools. Anna had expected to see Bill at Durmstrang, but only found a letter in his office. Unfortunately, she couldn't open it to read. Later, thanks to Karkaroff, she saw that it was a resignation letter, but it didn't specify any place he might go. That made sense. If it were her, she wouldn't leave any clues for others if she wanted to leave. Anna was a little disappointed, but she also saw Draco, who hadn't been at her funeral. Draco seemed to have transformed into a battle maniac, locking himself in the dueling practice room, constantly practicing dueling over and over again. The self-abusive practice made his already pale face even paler. When hungry, he would just eat some bread; when thirsty, he would drink some water. His robust physique visibly thinned. Narcissa, aware of the situation, appeared at the dueling room door multiple times, wanting to persuade her son to give up, recover his health first, and then think about revenge. But she was dissuaded by Lucius. He knew that if Draco wasn't allowed to do something, he truly didn't know how his son would get through it. Similarly, if such a thing happened to Narcissa, he might collapse just like Draco. Draco continued to practice, hoping that one day he could personally kill Anna's murderer. Although he still didn't know who it was, he believed that he would eventually meet that person. Wasn't it just a Death Eater? He had seen plenty of them. Zabini and Not also returned to Durmstrang to continue their studies. What Anna found very puzzling was that they both subsequently joined the Death Eater organization. Did they also want to avenge her? But didn't most of the people inside have some familial connection to them, especially Not? Chapter 242. Bill Weasley Extra Chapter 11. Anna didn't know how long she had been drifting in the wizarding world. Sometimes she would visit the burrow, watching Mr. and Mrs. Weasley try to forget her death. They would set a plate and cutlery for her at every meal, prepare Christmas gifts for her, celebrate her birthday alone, make her a birthday cake by hand, and blow out candles for her. Perhaps it was because they worried that another collective birthday party for her would trigger everyone's grief, making it hard for them to recover for even a month, so everyone celebrated separately. Occasionally, Anna would also go to Durmstrang to see if Draco had worn himself out, but mostly she stayed at Hogwarts with her good friends. Going to and from classes with them every day made Anna feel as if she were still alive. She watched them outwit the pink toad, diligently practiced defense against the dark arts in the room of requirement, and when they practiced the patroness charm, 4 rabbits each sprang from Fred and George's wands, and 1 rabbit sprang from Harry's wand. A rocket flew out of Cedric's wand? Oh no, it was an enormous carrot. Everyone was surprised but also understood instinctively. Anna felt a bit embarrassed. Her animagus wasn't that fierce, was it? A bunch of rabbits scurried together and mingled with Hermione's patroness cat, making quite a lively scene. Anna was also very nosy, wanting to see the private affair between Cho Chang, Cedric, and Harry, but unfortunately, she only saw brotherly affection truer than pure gold. They didn't even treat Cho Chang like a girl. Instead, she was a daredevil member of a suicide squad, just like Fred and George, encouraging and cheering each other on. Cho Chang also had unspoken difficulties, although she did want to resist the tyranny of the pink toad. But to say she didn't want to get closer to Cedric? Completely impossible. It was just a shame that every day at 5 in the morning, they would run around Black Lake together, strengthening their bodies, and then go help Hagrid in his fields to build muscle. Wasn't she a girl? Yet, everyone in Dumbledore's army was incredibly serious, never stopping or changing their minds. They trained as if possessed. And Dumbledore and Grindelwald's relationship seemed to have become very subtle. Their emotions, as if due to the breaking death of their bond Anna, had become particularly estranged. If it worked to completely eradicate Riddle, avenge Anna, and then work to resurrect her. So, on a dark, rainy night, Grindelwald forcibly blasted open Dumbledore's family tomb and forcefully took Anna's body. What was magical was that Anna's body hadn't changed at all. In fact, it looked exactly as it did on the day of her burial. Grindelwald snatched the fragrant necklace from Anna's grave. It was the gift the old witch had given Anna. Grindelwald understood. There were potent herbs here that helped preserve Anna's body. Someone was secretly helping Anna, which gave Grindelwald even more confidence in resurrecting her. If he could create Anna, he could certainly bring her back again. In the darkness, Grindelwald carefully picked up Anna's body and disappeared from everyone's sight. Strangely enough, Anna, who could previously drift freely in the wizarding world, was suddenly trapped, only able to float around above Grindelwald's head. No matter where she wanted to go, an invisible force would drag her back within 3 seconds. Then Anna watched Grindelwald, day after day, year after year, brewing some potion in front of that enormous cauldron. Occasionally, he would go out, sometimes returning with blood on him. She didn't know if it was his or someone else's. Anna guessed he went to find Dumbledore or perhaps went to play with the Death Eaters. Anna's consciousness also grew increasingly weary with the passage of time, as if 10 years had passed, until one day she completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep coma. It was strange, could a ghost even have consciousness? However, when she opened her eyes again, she found something was very wrong. Who was she? Where was she? Looking up, she was in a large cauldron, with fearless spiders diligently weaving webs above her head. She didn't know what to say yet. How was she in such a dilapidated place in Hogwarts? Wait, no, her limbs were so sore and stiff. How come she couldn't float anymore? Anna's eyes widened, and she laboriously raised her right hand, seeing a slender, long hand with fingernails already tens of centimeters long. Whose hand is this? Anna only then realized her voice was hoarse and difficult to speak, barely able to make a sound. She hadn't noticed she had been asleep for 10 years. She slowly sat up from some liquid smelling of herbs. Anna frowned. It was too foul. Goodness, how long had she not bathed? Then a cold wind blew and Anna shivered, but it helped her fully wake up. Help! Anna looked down at the unfamiliar breasts on her chest. Had she transmigrated again? No, it was still her body, because she saw the necklace Bill had given her hanging around her neck, was still there. But her body. Anna struggled to climb out, found a piece of cloth to wrap herself in, and finally managed to step out of this eerie house. Then she found herself standing in a deep, old forest, with lush vegetation, so Anna retreated back inside to rest for a while. This seemed to be a location Grindelwald had specifically chosen to help her resurrect. She didn't know how long he had been gone, but he had long made thorough preparations for her, leaving a letter, a money pouch, and a portkey. The letter said, "Welcome home," but it never specified where he had gone. It did tell her where the portkey led, a familiar place, the Hog's Head pub. Anna decisively took the money pouch and went to the Hog's Head pub. She hid her face in her hood, not knowing what the outside world was like now, but she instinctively felt it wasn't good, because this pig pub, which she remembered as always spacious and bright, had reverted to its original dark and dirty state. "Isn't Aberforth here?" Anna found the familiar bartender. Bartender paused, as if he hadn't heard that name in a long time. I wish I knew where he was. He hadn't been paid in a long time. Now the whole pub was relying on him to keep it going. He really wanted to go on vacation, all right. "He's missing?" Anna murmured, a little dazed, then ordered some food and booked a room to shower. After eating and drinking her fill, Anna fell asleep, recovering her stamina and magic. This wizarding world was no longer dangerous. She transformed into her animagus form, wanting to rush to Honeyduke's sweet shop and return to Hogwarts through the secret passage. But halfway there, she encountered a shop that made her blood boil, Anna Weasley's magical mischief shop. A man resembling Weasley was made into a moving signboard, constantly doffing his hat to passers-by in salute, and from his head popped out an adorable rabbit. Chapter 243. Bill Weasley Extra Chapter 12. Anna grew excited, never expecting Fred and George to have opened their magic joke shop. Didn't that mean the Great War had ended a long time ago? But as she reached the doorway, Anna felt a renewed sense of apprehension, like returning home after a long absence. She was eager to see her long, unseen friends, yet also afraid of finding only one person to greet her. Just as the long-haired little rabbit was peering intently through the window, she was suddenly lifted into the air. Someone had pinched her by the scruff of her neck and picked her up. A very familiar and hearty voice came into her mind. "Fred, look. I'm getting new gloves. Don't scare it. It's trembling." George. They would never believe that what they held in their hands was both the pain of their lives and their lifelong love. Having confirmed that they were safe, how could Anna not cry and tremble? They could finally meet again. No longer separated by that eternally untouchable air, Anna held back until they took her into the room. Finally transforming into her human form, she fiercely pinned George beneath her. Fred and George stared in astonishment at the disheveled girl who had suddenly appeared. She was more beautiful than any girl they had ever seen, though of course she couldn't compare to their Anna. Her golden hair, like a waterfall, was slightly curled and cascaded behind her head. Her large bright eyes sparkled with tears, making her look pitiable and captivating. George thought it was another woman trying to seduce him, so he pushed her off him. "Sorry, madam, it's a pity, but we're not interested in women." Indeed, rather than finding just any woman to take Anna's place, they would rather be considered gay and live on with their memories. Ha 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 ha! Fred gallantly pulled Anna up, but wickedly curled his little finger, pretending to be effeminate. They had truly worried Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Molly. "What? You don't like women?" Anna suddenly seemed to have learned some incredible news. She instantly forgot to cry, widened her eyes, shook off Fred's hand, and once again pinned George beneath her. "You two are a couple? No wonder." Anna looked as if she had just woken from a dream, but the Weasley twins, pushed by Anna, suddenly froze. This woman's presence. Why was it so familiar? This incredible strength, and her tone of voice, and then recalling this golden hair and blue eyes, and her beautiful appearance, no less enchanting than Avela, she was. Fred, George. Does Mrs. Molly know about this? Anna found them both frozen, as if sealed, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to utter a sound for a long time. Anna could only speak herself, as she was too curious about the current turn of events. "What time is it now? Is Dumbledore well? You must have graduated by now. How long have I been asleep?" Anna? "Nah, no May?" George cautiously and gingerly poked Anna's waist. It was soft and warm. "Are you really no May?" Fred, emotionally unstable, lifted Anna up, even over his head, repeatedly checking Anna's face. "It's me, no doubt about it, Fred." Anna was a little annoyed. Had she become ugly? Or had they forgotten her? "Did you forget me? Fine, if you don't believe me, I'm going to find Dumbledore." With that, Anna kicked Fred, making him release her hand. Anna jumped to the ground, about to push the door open and leave. But the next second, she was trapped between Fred and George, tightly enveloped. The three of them were pressed together like a sandwich. "We believe you. Don't go. Don't leave. Nah, no May." Fred and George felt as if they had just woken from a dream, holding Anna tightly, not letting her leave, not even to speak of it. "Then hurry up and tell me what happened afterwards." After hearing their dual explanation, Anna finally believed their sincerity, though the two of them deliberately kept their distance. "I'll tell you, but we're not a couple. I don't like men. I don't like men." Fred and George desperately wanted to strangle their past selves from 15 minutes ago. Now, Anna had completely misunderstood. Anna sat between them, squeezed onto the same sofa. Their arms were still hooked over the back of the sofa above her back. From their words, Anna learned that 10 years had passed. She was now 22 years old. She was a peerless beauty in her prime, so Fred and George's gazes were firmly fixed on her, unwilling to leave. As they spoke, they would occasionally reach out to caress her hair or touch her face, with a mix of reverence and apprehension. They told Anna that after her death, Lord Voldemort went completely mad, acting unpredictably and unable to be dealt with by normal thinking. Under the plan devised by Dumbledore and Grindelwald, they made him believe that Anna had faked her death and had returned. They lured him to the Forbidden Forest, with the help of the Centaur tribe and the werewolves, and after Draco, Zabini, and Knott's inside help, Dumbledore personally killed Lord Voldemort. Professor Grindelwald destroyed all of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes, but strangely after the battle, no one ever saw him again. Anna believed Dumbledore must have imprisoned him once more, returning him to the castle where he belonged. Afterward, dust returned to dust. Everyone safely finished their schooling in Anna's absence. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all joined the Ministry of Magic. Sirius and Lupin took turns searching for Anna's whereabouts around the world, as did Bill. But they never saw him again. Fred and George volunteered to take Anna back to Dumbledore, wanting to give him a surprise. Anna had no idea why they seemed even more excited than she was, and it was a little embarrassing that they carried her back to Hogwarts. Anna was hoisted onto their shoulders, looking as majestic as a top scholar returning home in glory. Their bizarre appearance was quickly caught by Snape, who was on patrol. From a distance, Snape used a magical voice amplification charm to exert pressure on them. "You had better have coordinated with Dumbledore, otherwise, this will be the last time you appear at Hogwarts, I guarantee it." Snape suppressed his anger. He thought Fred and George were up to another one of their joke shop promotions, advertising at Hogwarts, and couldn't help but want to throw them out of Hogwarts immediately. Chapter 244. Bill Weasley Extra Chapter 13. "You'd better have conspired with Dumbledore, or this will be your last time at Hogwarts, I promise." But when Snape saw the woman carried on the shoulders of those two troublemakers, he almost thought he was dreaming. He recognized Anna at once, and unlike those two silly boys whose memories were stuck in Anna's teenage years. As a mature adult, he naturally thought about what Anna would look like after a year, how she had grown taller, how she looked in her school uniform, how her hair had grown long and then short again. It was truly moving and comforting. She had indeed grown up. Snape instantly became like a dud firecracker, his movements slowing. He unconsciously wanted to reach out and pat her head as he used to, but then he remembered she was a big girl now, so he refrained, letting his hand drop. His eyes slightly reddened, and he slowly said, "It's good that you're back." There was no questioning, no suspicion. He would always open his arms to her, and he would always be her strong support, her teacher for life. Anna, on the other hand, was overjoyed to see Snape and instantly burst into tears. Fortunately, Professor Snape was still alive, and he was still the same. Perhaps he was already quite mature 10 years ago, and now he was no different from 10 years ago. Snape actually had many questions for Anna, but he mischievously wanted to see Dumbledore make a fool of himself. Go on, he should be in his office now. Everyone knew who it was and eagerly awaited their reunion. When Dumbledore heard Snape's voice, he thought he had secretly turned the decorations on his blackboard into small flowers and had been caught. He even hesitated guiltily, wondering whether to pretend he wasn't there. But the person had already burst in, seemingly more agitated than usual. Excellent, you seem to be in a good mood, Severus. But the next second, when he saw the person who walked into the room, his playful smile froze on his face. A girl as tall as Professor Snape's shoulder entered, her large eyes filled with nostalgia and tears. Excuse me, who is this? Let me guess, whose girlfriend is this? Very beautiful, I approve of this marriage. Couldn't be Severus. Dumbledore again showed a genuine and ambiguous smile. You forgot me? You really forgot me? Anna couldn't believe it, thinking she had misheard. She walked up to Dumbledore and asked again carefully, her eyes filled with hurt. Fred and George couldn't bear Anna's sadness and couldn't help but fight for her. She's your daughter. How could you forget her? Anna Dumbledore. We all thought she passed away. It's been 10 years. How could you forget her? Snape pulled the two people who had lost their minds for Anna behind him. Snape immediately guessed what had happened and paused before asking Dumbledore, so you used a memory charm, didn't you? To live better, you forgot her. Dumbledore was stunned and desperately pressed his head, as if something was twisting in his mind. Why did he feel an overwhelming urge to hold that girl in his arms when he saw her face? What they were saying must be true. He must have loved her very much before. So that's why you named those shops. Dumbledore tried to lighten the mood, but Anna was clearly angry now. She pushed Snape away and ran out. Dumbledore saw the little girl's retreating figure, and his heart momentarily stopped. He truly cared about her. At that moment, Dumbledore wanted to grab her wrist, pull her into his arms and tell her, even if I forgot you, I instinctively want to protect you. Then, with Snape's help, Dumbledore remembered everything. He rushed out in a hurry. Anna hadn't run long before she bumped into Sirius. Although he and Lupin were now managing a vast ancestral estate, he occasionally came to school to substitute, teach, and catch up with Dumbledore. Sirius grabbed Anna's shoulders. Hey, it's class time, why are you running around? Then he noticed the girl was crying very sadly, but when Anna looked up, Sirius swore he had met the most beautiful woman in his life. Don't cry. Was it Snape? Was it Snape who scolded you? Or were you bullied by other boys? Sirius, of course, didn't recognize Anna at this moment. Anna felt even more pathetic and said in a muffled voice, Even you forgot me, Sirius. Sirius's brain instantly crashed. He frantically wondered what kind of connection he had with such a beautiful woman. It couldn't be, could it? Finally, as if by some strange impulse, he blurted out, I'll take responsibility for you. Anna grew even more furious and punched him in the chest, making Sirius mistakenly think he had guessed correctly. Cough, I'm serious. Anna now even regretted waking up. If she had known, she would rather have died like that, since this world had no sense of her existence anyway. So Anna wandered to the Black Lake and sat by its edge. It was strange. She felt no fear, even though this had once been her burial place. She really wanted someone right now. She was sure that if Bill were here, he would recognize her immediately. After all, he had watched her grow up. Suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded behind her. Anna instantly turned, thinking a miracle would truly appear, and Bill would be standing behind her. But how could that be? No one knew where he was. It turned out to be the Centaur who had become Hogwarts' astronomy professor. No, he was a big Centaur now. The Centaur rushed towards her so fast that he couldn't stop and actually leaped right over her head. Then the adult Centaur knelt on one knee and raised the scepter in his hand. Please marry me, Anna. Don't leave again. No, I don't agree. First come, first served, you know. No, May is mine. Fred and George, along with Dumbledore, arrived late and forcefully interrupted Kessie's courtship ritual. They were all immensely grateful that Kessie hadn't yet reached the point of hunting a wolf for Anna, thus preventing that from happening. Dumbledore, similarly, wept tears of joy as he hugged Anna tightly. It was my fault, Anna, I was terribly wrong. Anna of course forgave him. Later, at her insistence, Grindelwald was released, and their family of 3 was finally reunited, although there were still some twists and turns. Draco and Zabini also appeared one after another, and even Crumb, who was training in the United States, received a tip-off and rushed over to propose. Bill, however, still had no news. So Anna accepted Sirius's crazy idea and organized a martial arts competition for marriage. The winner would marry her. News of this competition spread very widely. Even the Daily Prophet reported on it and would broadcast it live on the day of the competition. She didn't believe Bill wouldn't come to participate. Chapter 245. Bill Weasley Extra Chapter 14. Of course, if he really didn't participate, it would mean their fate together had ended. She believed Dumbledore and Grindelwald wouldn't casually let her marry a stranger. It would either be Sirius or Draco, because those were the people they each supported. If you're wondering why Dumbledore no longer supported Harry, it's because while fighting alongside Hermione, Harry realized his infatuation with Anna stemmed from their childhood encounter, a persistent attachment like an elder sister or family member. But the one who truly allowed him to spend his life with was Hermione, who had always stood by his side. So now they have 3 children. As for Draco, Grindelwald had been eyeing him for a long time. He believed that Draco, now the head of the Malfoy family, had considerable ability and had remained unmarried for Anna. That's right, Sirius is also still unmarried, Dumbledore emphasized. Oh, that old man Tilda, he could be her father, couldn't he? Grindelwald said disdainfully. Dumbledore's expression changed. I could be your father too if you don't mind. I wasn't talking about you. Grindelwald was exasperated again. How could someone his age still be so stubborn? So, under the cover of night, he decided to go all out and used the Philosopher's Stone to turn Dumbledore into roughly his own age. However, by that time, Dumbledore had already resigned from Hogwarts and was living with Grindelwald in Grindelwald Valley. Every day, Dumbledore would pressure Grindelwald to repair the Dumbledore family tomb he had damaged, and every night, Grindelwald would pin Dumbledore beneath him and call him Daddy. Meanwhile, Anna waited anxiously for Bill Weasley's appearance. She sat in the main seat, dressed in her wedding gown. The Malfoy family provided the venue, holding the event at a manor they owned. Anna hadn't expected so many people to come, including reporters. This reminded her of the Quidditch World Cup that year. Now the entire hilltop was packed with people watching the competition, so much so that even Muggles thought a camping festival was being held and wanted to join. But with so many contestants, not a single one was Bill. She was also very puzzled. She had been gone for a full 10 years, yet still had so many fans. Some people even held up her old poster crying and shouting for her autograph. I grew up looking at your poster. She hadn't expected the number of registrants to far exceed her expectations. How did Sirius also participate, and Neville? Anna watched as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley kept assuring her that Bill would definitely come, while Fred and George loudly accused them of favoritism. They were Anna's husbands. Mrs. Molly chuckled. Of course, Anna will only be a daughter-in-law of my Weasley family. At this, Anna's mood brightened a little. Dumbledore, for Anna's sake, also changed the competition rules, allowing challenges at any time before the end of the competition without needing to register. This greatly displeased Draco, the sponsor, as he had bribed several people. However, Draco wasn't afraid. During his years at Durmstrang, he had already honed his dueling skills. What he hadn't expected was that this competition not only involved physical combat, but also intellectual contests, including exams and potion making. No need to guess, it was all Professor Snape's idea. Ha ha, Snape curled his lip into a cold sneer. Did they really think a potion idiot could marry his only prized apprentice? After several days of competition and contention, Draco ultimately emerged victorious, like a hexagonal warrior. Anna's emotions were complex. She couldn't say if she was happy or sad, as if she had long anticipated this. Grindelwald was very proud that he had bet on the right person, and could now fully enjoy his reward tonight, appearing even happier than Anna. Draco was even more incoherently excited. To avoid making a fool of himself, he simply took Anna's hand without a word, basking in everyone's gaze. Fred and George gritted their teeth, and Neville, despite his age, cried until he choked. Sirius, on the side, yelled that the competition was unfair and demanded another round. Anna smiled, but the light had left her eyes. She had given up. Just then, a shriek echoed from the sky. Someone used a sonorous charm to amplify their voice across the entire venue. Wait a minute. I haven't competed yet. A huge shadow appeared in the sky. Someone was riding a Chinese dragon, appearing directly above Anna and the others. What came into view were a pair of straw sandals and the person wearing a flowing white Taoist robe. The dazzling red hair, coiled at the back of his head, was still as cool as ever. Bill Weasley had returned. It was then that everyone realized Bill had gone to China. It turned out that Bill had gone to a Taoist sect in China all these years to learn magic. He knew there was a Chinese spell that could bring a soul back into a new body. However, becoming a closed-door disciple was quite difficult, so he diligently cultivated, hoping to recall Anna's soul and then create a new body for her. It was on that day, after emerging from his seclusion, that he saw news of Anna in a newspaper delivered by a white crane. But by then the competition was already nearing its end, so he immediately rode a dragon and rushed over. Thankfully he made it. Anna. Bill gazed at Anna with tenderness and longing, that one name imbued with 1,000 words, so much remembrance and unspoken love. You're too late, Weasley. I am already Anna's man. Tomorrow we will hold our wedding at Malfoy Manor, and you are welcome to attend. Draco, like cutting through tangled threads, immediately took Anna and left. Subconsciously, he also had a premonition. No, it's not over yet. According to the rules, I can still compete. What, are you scared, Malfoy? How could I possibly be afraid of you? But I've already won. Draco was not an impulsive child. How could he not see through Bill's provocation? Whether it's over or not is not up to you. You have to ask the judge. Bill looked confidently at Dumbledore. He was sure Dumbledore would side with him. That's right, the competition isn't over yet. Now Dumbledore was the one feeling triumphant. In front of Bill, how could he let his precious daughter marry Malfoy? He especially wanted to thoroughly annoy Grindelwald. At this, Draco had no choice but to accept Bill's challenge. All right, one last match. I'll give you this, Dumbledore. He then turned, took Anna's small hand, and quickly kissed it. Wait for me, we're going home soon. Crack! A bolt of thunder and lightning split the sky. Bill glared fiercely at Draco's dirty hand. Coincidentally, that's what I was going to say. Their duel was incredibly exciting. Although Draco was as fierce and aggressive as a mad dog, when he met Bill, who had learned magic, they were no longer on the same level. Could you believe he could burrow into the ground? He could also summon wind and rain and call forth divine beasts. How could one fight against that? Everything felt like a dream. Draco woke up, his efforts futile. Anna woke up. Bill had truly come, and he was really going to marry her? Bill also woke up. The meaning of his life had returned. The two young people embraced tightly. No one knew who started the applause, perhaps Professor McGonagall, or perhaps Dumbledore. Certainly not Fred George or Sirius. One more chapter to wrap up tomorrow, then I'll start writing about the next male lead. If all goes as expected, it will be Riddle, the twins, or Draco, one of the three. Chapter 2, 146. Bill Weasley Extra Chapter 15. Draco gritted his back teeth, watching Anna being picked up by Bill onto the dragon's back. Embracing, Anna finally felt truly alive at that moment. She could clearly feel Bill's rapidly beating heart, strong and powerful, just like his embrace. They held each other tightly. If he could, Bill really wished he could knead Anna into his body so they could be together forever. However, he believed that day was coming soon. Anna, you're finally back, my little Anna, Bill murmured, leaning into Anna's ear, repeating the same words softly and brokenly, making Anna's heart melt. His tears flowed down Anna's neck to her collarbone, burning hot. Under everyone's gaze, Bill didn't have time to show off that Anna was his. He soared into the sky on the flying dragon, taking Anna away from the venue. He had too many things to tell her, and seeing her teary-eyed, he longed to kiss her lips and swallow all her grievances and choked sobs. Most importantly, Anna's current appearance was simply too shy and tempting. He didn't want to share her with anyone, not even his brother. If they stayed, they would definitely need to exchange pleasantries with the family. So he took Anna and left, feeling a little apologetic, but it didn't matter. Tomorrow he would take Anna to see them and discuss their wedding plans. After they left, someone else still helped Bill finish the remaining tasks. Ron and Harry, with mischievous grins, sidled up to Malfoy. Too bad, Malfoy. This time it's our turn to invite you to Bill and Anna's wedding. That's right. Welcome to attend. Maybe Bill can even give you a best man position. Ha 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 ha. Harry was still very happy. Although he no longer had romantic feelings for Anna, he also didn't want to see Anna marry Malfoy. Bill had always been his admired older brother and was very suitable for Anna. Don't get too smug too early, Weasley. Draco meant that as long as they weren't married, he still had a chance. But Ron misunderstood, pulling his beautiful wife, Fleur, closer. Of course I won't be smug, I have a wife. Their story was a bit complicated. It turned out that Fleur had also been very concerned about Bill. He had been missing for a long time, but as time passed, only Ron still paid attention to her. So, over the years, all the people who pursued her gave up on marriage, but only Ron persisted. And Ron was also very capable, becoming an excellent Auror. In an accident, he selflessly saved Fleur, and then their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. Now they were about to become parents. What Draco didn't expect was that Bill and Anna's wedding was prepared in just 3 short days. It seemed these things had been ready since Anna was 7 or 8 years old. Now, they were just taken out of the vault and warehouse, still brand new. And Bill also took out that ancient box, the one Anna had seen when she was a ghost. That night he had lingered at the door for a long time, but Anna only now saw what was inside. It was a silver ring he had handcrafted, very exquisite, a combination of a dragon and a phoenix. Every feather was lifelike. Anna was very surprised. How many repeated experiments must it have taken to achieve this? But Bill kept saying it's worth it. They had 2 weddings, one held in Godric's Hollow and one at the Burrow. This was because Dumbledore and Grindelwald were almost fighting again over the wedding. Grindelwald didn't want Anna to marry so quickly. He actually wanted to help Draco win more opportunities, but Dumbledore, of course, knew his little scheme and immediately agreed to the Weasley family's request for a wedding in 3 days. Grindelwald had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, applying for an extra wedding for Draco, giving him a chance to attend and take Anna away. But on that day, Anna was protected like an iron barrel by the Weasley family boys, as well as Ginny and Hermione. For Anna's first wedding at the Burrow, Draco and Zabini couldn't find the entrance at all. The Weasley family, to ensure the wedding proceeded correctly, only invited their closest friends. Sirius was almost turned away. If Harry hadn't pleaded for his poor old godfather, saying my godfather's romance ended before it even began. Can't you let him see Anna happy? Bill finally relented, and used a spell to ensure Sirius wouldn't cause trouble. But everyone was still worried he might act erratically, like trying to snatch the bride. And it really happened later. He actually cried himself unconscious, which left everyone speechless. Anna, dressed in the Chinese-style gown that Bill Weasley had continuously made and improved for her over the past decade, walked down the aisle. On it, a phoenix was embroidered with double-sided embroidery, vivid and lifelike. It complemented Bill's dragon patterned embroidery, and conspicuously on his cuff was a cute, long-haired rabbit, which must have been Anna's animagus. Anna searched her wedding dress, expecting to find Bill's animagus, the little lion, but there was none. There was only a line of cursive script on her heart, my wife, Bill Tilda. Seeing that secretly thoughtful gesture, Anna felt as if she was soaked in honey, happily marrying Bill. Everyone blessed them with tears and laughter. At the second wedding, Draco finally rushed in, but unfortunately, Bill had already taken Anna to China. He wanted to introduce Anna to his master and fellow disciples, and the most important reason was to shake off Anna's flies. And Draco and Sirius really did follow Anna and Bill like their tails, traveling all over China's authentic beautiful landscapes. Even after Anna and Bill already had a child, Draco still didn't give up. Later, because Anna was pregnant and constantly nauseous, Bill, heartbroken, took Anna back to Hogwarts, her most familiar place, where Snape and Professor McGonagall were, ensuring Anna would receive the highest level of protection. When Dumbledore found out, he deeply regretted retiring and living a carefree life with Grindelwald. He should have always stayed at Hogwarts, at least now he wouldn't need to report to see Anna. Later, Dumbledore even moved directly into Hogwarts as an honorary principal, which was tough for Grindelwald, who had to commute daily through a secret passage. Dumbledore also felt some regret. If he had married Anna to Sirius, would he still go a year without seeing his daughter a few times? Would he still need to apply to see his daughter and grandson? Dumbledore regretted it. However, the love between Anna and Bill grew stronger with time. Bill also returned to teach at Hogwarts for Anna, offering an elective course in Chinese magic, which was always packed. Bill instantly became Hogwarts' most popular professor again, but his gaze would always only rest on Anna. They later had a very cute son, but after seeing Anna's pain during childbirth, he drank a potion himself, ending any possibility of Anna suffering such pain again. Anna was also very satisfied with her current life. It would be even better if Draco didn't bother them so often and always tried to trick her son into calling him dad. Why did her son inherit her blonde hair? No, she needed to quickly have a red-headed daughter. Otherwise, if Bill got jealous, she really couldn't handle it. Bill's story ends here. Next up, Draco wins. Chapter 247. Draco Extra Chapter 1. The plot returns to Anna after Bellatrix's pursuit. At this time, she is in her animagus form. Friends who have forgotten can refer back to Chapter 231. Just as Anna closed her eyes in despair, she heard the sound of Avada by her ear, but the pendant given to her by the old witch suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Even with her eyes tightly shut, Anna could still feel the scorching heat of the light. It seems the old witch's prophecy was very accurate. She was not only killed by someone with black hair, but the pendant she gave her indeed saved her life. When Anna opened her eyes again, she found that she had become a wisp of a soul. She could only attach herself to paintings, which meant she could now only exist within portraits. Anna panicked. Would she be trapped in paintings forever? However, she was also fortunate that she was automatically absorbed by a landscape painting a boundless field with golden wheat. Anna liked this painting very much, but she needed to find Dumbledore. So Anna painstakingly jumped between various paintings, hoping to successfully leap into a Hogwarts portrait. But guided by what seemed to be her friends, Anna unexpectedly jumped back into a portrait at Malfoy Manor. The main reason was that this self-portrait was the one that had appeared in Anna's room when she lived at Malfoy family. Standard blonde hair, an arrogant demeanor, a proud and solemn expression, holding a jeweled scepter, and a fine fox fur hat covering most of his face. Who gave you the nerve to try and seduce me? It was the portrait of the previous head of the family, Abraxas. He finally narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her, and then exclaimed, Anna? Anna Dumbledore? How did you die? How could Dumbledore let you die? Did Dumbledore cause your death? The old man's expression changed instantly, showing the same pity as if he had seen a Malfoy family heir. He offered his throne to the disheveled-looking Anna, at a loss as to how to entertain her. In the past, she and he had an insurmountable age gap, but now they would no longer be disturbed by time. Is this Malfoy Manor? I need to go to Hogwarts. Can you help me find the way? Anna was truly anxious to reunite with Dumbledore and the others, worried that they would be devastated by her disappearance. Isn't it good here? I can have them write your name into the Malfoy family's family tree. The portrait of Abraxas still held deep anticipation. The other portraits of Malfoy family heads nearby were eager to try, but were pushed out of the frame by Abraxas. Seeing this, Anna could only continue to explore on her own, while the old man followed behind her, waiting for her to turn back and beg him. But Abraxas was disappointed, because when Anna jumped into a painting in someone's home, she encountered a portrait of Newt. He existed in a huge painting of landscapes and magical creatures. He still smiled shyly at Anna, gesticulating to express his happiness and joy at seeing her. At this time, Newt was still too young, which made Anna somewhat hesitant to believe him. Stay, Anna. I'll introduce you to my friends. Newt was truly surprised to see Anna, even though they had both become portraits. Oh please, your friends aren't even people. Abraxas, who had been following Anna, said this lightly and mockingly, waking Anna from her contemplation. She couldn't waste time here. Who said that? They are all people. Newt still argued stubbornly, emphasizing his point repeatedly. I know, thank you, Newt. By the way, say hello to Rolf for me. Anna was very grateful to Newt for treating her as a friend, but her words confused Newt. You're welcome, it's my pleasure, Anna. But who's Rolf? Newt looked very surprised. It seemed he was hearing the name for the first time. Anna thought he didn't know his own grandson and kindly explained, That's your grandson, Rolf Scamander. My grandson? But I'm not married, am I? And I don't have a son. My whole life has been dedicated to magical creatures. Of course, I once met a good girl, but she appeared magically and disappeared magically. At this point, Newt's gaze towards Anna became very strange. But seeing Anna look uncomfortable, he withdrew his gaze. Then let me take you to Hogwarts, Tilda, may I have the honor? Yes, of course. Anna was a little taken aback. It was the first time she realized that she seemed to have changed history, making Rolf disappear from it. Was it because of her? So Newt remained unmarried his whole life. No matter what, Anna was in a daze until she returned to Hogwarts. She seemed to have unconsciously done something bad again. Newt's portrait indeed knew exactly how to get to Hogwarts, but he wouldn't tell Anna that he was doing it to secretly watch her. Abraxas, who had been following them the whole time, scoffed and went to find help. He went to find Lucius Malfoy, hoping he would help him win the beauty's heart in his infinite life. But Draco overheard. "What did you say? Anna isn't a painting?" Draco even lifted the portrait Abraxas was in. "Don't be rude, Draco. That's your grandfather." Although Lucius was annoyed that his father had taken a liking to Anna, the good news was that she had been found, and she was at Hogwarts. He just didn't know if Dumbledore would accept his daughter becoming a painting. However, Lucius Malfoy was only met with Draco's retreating back. He went straight to Hogwarts and found Anna, who was hidden in a painting, because Dumbledore and the others were still at the Quidditch World Cup dealing with things, looking for her. So Draco easily tricked Anna back with a few words. "I'll take you to Dumbledore." He effortlessly had Anna reside in the pocket watch hanging around his neck. Inside the pocket watch was a miniature painting, an image of a rustic cottage. Anna lived there quite comfortably, even more so than in Godric's Hollow. And so, Anna temporarily moved in. Unexpectedly, after a final tally, Draco won. And for those darlings who wanted to see Newt and Abraxas, that's how it is till they became paintings. Chapter 248, Draco Extra Chapter 2. But Draco, of course, did not take Anna to Dumbledore. He trusted no one now except himself. If not for Dumbledore's negligence in entrusting Anna to unreliable people, how could Anna have been taken away? And as for her poor friends, he looked down on them even more, so he decided to keep her tightly by his side, until he found a solution to bring Anna back. Of course he wouldn't forcefully trap Anna in his pocket watch. In his dormitory, he prepared various paintings for her, by the lake, of churches, markets, and the seaside, among others, with a few cute children accompanying her in them. However, during classes, he would still carry Anna in his pocket watch, which often led to the sound of a cute girl coming from his pocket watch, making everyone believe that Draco had mastered Thai witchcraft and could carry an evil spirit with him. Most people kept their distance from him, which suited Draco just fine, as it wouldn't attract that fellow Crumb. But there were also those who were bold enough to seek him out for lessons, all of whom he sent flying. Anna also tried. Her only movable trajectory was the paintings nearby, but no matter how she moved, she would always end up in the 8 trigrams formation Draco had prepared. Just how many paintings had he prepared? He could even accurately find paintings without any other people in them. It was only inside his pocket watch case that escape might be possible, but Abraxas and Newt were always guarding it then. It seemed they also agreed with this Anna protection plan. Of course, this also had its drawbacks, such as when Draco wanted to secretly glance at the little girl kept in his pocket watch, during class breaks, or when no one was around, there was a high probability he would see his grandfather's stern face, or him stomping his foot in anger, listen to the lesson seriously. "Don't cause trouble." Or Newt, holding his foolish animal friends, WOULD Chinese, letter Chinese, letter Chinese, letter greet him. Is class over? Draco could only swallow his bitterness. Who told him to make a deal with them? Another thing was that it was very easy to expose something. For example, the first time Anna came to his dormitory, she saw the opened grudge book on his desk, among the portraits displayed. It clearly recorded, on August 12th, at noon, that fellow Anna once again bypassed me to have lunch with Scarhead. Unforgivable. On the evening of August 12th, that idiot Anna called Bill handsome vomit, but never praised me. Partiality deducts 1 point. On August 13th, she didn't reply to my letter again. Damn it. I'm never sending her mom's cookies again. Deduct 10 points. On the evening of August 13th, Anna actually called me a thin dog. Although I don't know what it means, she must be insulting me. How could I be a thin dog? Potter is. I must be a thick dog. No, I'm not a dog. Was there an entire thick book filled with grudges against her? No way. Was he that bored, writing so many hateful things about her? Draco, dripping water after his shower, rushed out with only a white bath towel wrapped around his waist. He slapped his hand on his book, closed the account book, and quickly threw it into a corner where Anna couldn't see, saying with a mix of guilt and annoyance, "What did you see?" His eyes darted around, completely unsure of what he was doing. I saw that you love me a lot," Anna joked, which immediately ignited Draco's temper like a firecracker, sending him sky high like a skyrocket. I did not. Don't be so conceited. Draco jumped up and covered the painting Anna was in, but Anna had already moved from that painting to another. It was a painting above Draco's headboard, where she could see a pink cloth next to his pillow. Wasn't that the Death Barbie pink handkerchief Dumbledore had prepared for her, the one she deliberately lost? How was it on his bed? I'm not being conceited, then why are you secretly hiding in my hand? Anna's words once again made Draco spring up like a coil, quickly pouncing on the bed and snatching the handkerchief. I picked that up to wipe the table. Who knows whose it is? He secretly fumed at his own carelessness. Meanwhile, with his intense movements, the only bath towel on him fell open, but Draco was too busy hiding the handkerchief and the grudge book to notice, so he appeared stark naked before Anna. Anna was completely stunned, unsure whether to look at his chest muscles, which were white with a hint of pink, or his fully developed. Anna's scream awakened Draco's senses, so he quickly used his hands to cover himself. Luckily, Anna ran fast, scurrying into the pocket watch and not daring to come out for a long time. Was this something she could see without paying? Anna hid back in the rustic cottage, pressing hard on her wildly beating chest, unable to calm down for a long time, her mind filled with Draco's appearance just now. Even though he was as delicate as a girl, his bone structure was so clear and defined. It was then that Anna truly realized Draco was no longer that little kid. He had grown into a man. Finally, when the night was deep and quiet, Anna dared to peek out. By then, Draco had already hidden everything related to Anna and gone to bed early. And every day after that, they tacitly avoided mentioning the awkward and embarrassing memory of that night. Anna also received her punishment from Draco's grudge book much later, which was too shameful. She wished she had destroyed that book. During the day, Anna would go to class with Draco, albeit by hiding in the pocket watch on his chest. But she wasn't bored, because she could always hear Draco's incessant chatter with her, and Abraxas's forceful interjections. Draco had long been trained to let things go in one ear and out the other, not understanding why his grandfather would have contact with Anna. Hadn't he died long ago, and now he was trying to compete with him? Draco prepared to write to his father to ask, but only received vague answers. It wasn't until Draco returned to Hogwarts as a Durmstrang student that Anna had the chance to escape, running out of the pocket watch and straight to the principal's office, where she found Dumbledore. But to her surprise, Dumbledore already knew about her and also knew that Draco had protected her. In Draco's words, there was a mole among his people who had turned Anna into her current state, and he dared not trust them again. It would remain this way until Anna's body was restored. Draco indeed needed Dumbledore's help to lift the curse on Anna. Chapter 249. Draco, Extra Chapter 3. So you knew? Anna felt like she had been deceived. Of course, not just me, but your daddy too. He has already gone to find a way to lift the curse. Dumbledore's words made Anna's eyes go black. In this situation, Grindelwald was still sent away. Of course, it was also possible that he went willingly, but Anna was still very worried about the future. Is there a possibility of calling Daddy back? It's just that I miss him. Anna could only find such an excuse. Haha, don't worry, we will definitely help you return to normal, I promise. As for that person, I'm not familiar with him. Hearing this, Anna knew it was over. They were still bickering. Was it really because she was kidnapped? But she was perfectly fine, except for changing from 6D to 2D. He was very sure that she could change back. Anna was a bit sad that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were arguing again because of her. At this moment, Anna desperately needed to confide in someone. She went to the Gryffindor common room and saw Fred and George and Harry bitterly practicing how to cast Expecto Patronum. The atmosphere was too good amidst their playful bickering, and she didn't know how to join in, fearing that her appearance would make their cheerful mood heavy. After all, she had become 2D, which was indeed a bit scary. So, she kept wandering through the paintings of Hogwarts. She hadn't realized there were so many paintings in Hogwarts. She wanted to find Snape to confide in, but as soon as she entered his office, she saw him frowning and grading assignments, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. To be safe, she decided against it, lest she suffer collateral damage. Anna then thought of Professor McGonagall, but Professor McGonagall seemed to be constantly patrolling, looking very busy. She couldn't catch her at a moment when she was alone. Professor McGonagall was too busy. He also wanted to find Bill, but Bill had been sent by Dumbledore to find a way to break Anna's curse. This was what he was best at, and Anna understood. It was most appropriate to leave it to him. So after a long detour, Anna finally returned to Draco's dormitory at Hogwarts, still in Slytherin. Seeing Draco's anxious figure appear from afar, Anna didn't know why, but seeing the beads of sweat on his forehead, and the tension in his eyes, her nose felt a little sore. That guy really cared about her a lot. Why are you running around? What if you know who catches you again? Don't you care about your life? When Draco opened his pocket watch and found Anna wasn't inside, cold sweat drenched his back. Draco started frantically searching for her like a wild horse unbridled, throughout all the paintings of Hogwarts, even enlisting the help of house elves. Fortunately, the paintings informed him that Anna had returned. Only after seeing her perfectly safe in the painting again did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. But seeing the woman in the painting with tearful eyes, crying like a child, Draco's heart clenched again. His rapid-fire tone softened, and with a mix of helplessness and caution he asked her, "What's wrong again? Did Harry bully you?" While this comfort didn't help, instead, it made Anna feel even more wronged and cry even harder. But it completely broke Draco. He wished he could turn into a painting and dive in. "Don't cry, really, tell me what's wrong. I'll solve it for you no matter what." Draco's seemingly impatient promise was actually because he was completely powerless against Anna's tears. "No, it's not your business." Anna sobbed and ran to another painting. Draco panicked and began searching painting by painting. Finally, with no other choice, he went to find Dumbledore in the middle of the night. Dumbledore, with a smile, told Draco, "Is she hungry?" Draco heard this and immediately felt like he was being played. It was too absurd. But he still did as told, went to the next dormitory, woke up Nott, and had him draw a pile of food on the painting for Anna overnight, especially her favorite roasted meat. "You made her cry again?" Abraxas, who knows from which painting he snagged a fruit platter, glared at his grandson and unleashed a torrent of words. "Not again, and I didn't make her cry, it was her own doing." At this point, Draco stopped talking. There was no need, but the effect was very significant. Anna indeed came, drawn by the smell. The painting, which originally held a still life of flowers, was now crammed full of all sorts of food. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind the table and grabbed a roasted chicken from a plate. Everyone smiled knowingly, but the next second, Nott was unceremoniously kicked out by Draco. "You can go now. Goodbye." Nott, who had wanted to say a few more words to Anna, didn't bother arguing with Draco. He said goodnight to Anna, and the hand instantly retracted. It seemed Anna didn't want to be seen. Draco shot Nott a fierce glare, slammed the door shut, and hid in a corner, turning off the light. He deliberately said to the painting, "I'm too tired, I'm going to bed. See you tomorrow." Then he patiently waited for Anna to appear. Seeing that she was no longer crying, Draco's heart finally relaxed. Anna, of course, knew that Draco had done all this. She had been to this painting before, and there was only a large table with just a vase of flowers. She hadn't expected that guy to be so thoughtful. Although his mouth was always annoying, he seemed to have always cared about her, even a little too much. After that day, Draco asked Nott to draw a badge-sized painting that he could hang on his chest, so Anna could see the outside world at any time. This time, unlike before, Anna willingly stayed with Draco. However, such an arrangement inevitably drew criticism from others, such as Fred and George. They both mocked Draco while secretly plotting how to steal Anna back. And that day happened to be the selection night for the Triwizard Tournament. While everyone was shocked and protesting Harry's selection, Fred and George took advantage of the chaos and snatched the badge from Draco's chest. Draco was particularly indignant about Harry Potter's selection, and therefore didn't notice his chest being snagged by a cat's paw. That was Fred and George's request to Crookshanks, and Crookshanks excellently retrieved the badge. Fred and George excitedly jumped up, but everyone looked at them in surprise. They then remembered that Harry had just been questioned by everyone, so they decided to play along, shouting loudly, "That's great, Harry! We'll always support you." Chapter 250 Draco Extra Chapter 4 When Draco discovered his badge was stolen, he immediately went to Fred and George, but as expected, Fred and George would not return it to him. However, Fred and George were very surprised that Anna had slipped away from the badge on her own. The reason was simple. Fred and George didn't believe that the Anna on the badge was the real Anna, but rather a creation Draco had drawn using a spell. Anna couldn't tell them the truth, fearing they would come up with some wild idea and play her out of existence. During the day they would keep the badge in their dormitory, and at night they would treat the badge as the real Anna, brainwashing her with, "Are you crazy? Staying with the evil Malfoy? Everyone in his family practices dark magic. It's terrifying. Be careful not to be sold out and still help them count the money." After constantly brainwashing Anna, she suddenly felt that the Weasley family's prejudice against Draco seemed to be more than just a little. Although he was a Malfoy, in her impression, Draco didn't even have time to exploit his classmates in this world. Every day, he was either thinking about how to talk to her a bit more, or he was angry that she ignored him. So Anna put in a good word for Draco. "Draco is quite good to me. He's not that bad, right?" "Oh no." Fred and George showed expressions that Anna had been led astray by Draco, and began a new round of brainwashing. "Nah, no May, you've been led astray. You forgot." Under the unremitting efforts of Fred and George, they really persuaded Anna away. If she listened any longer, Anna would soon become depressed. She first chose to return to Headmaster Dumbledore's office, but before she could teleport back, she was stopped by a portrait near the door. The portrait indicated that Grindelwald and Dumbledore were engaged in some strange activity, so Anna had nowhere to go and returned to Draco's dormitory. Because at least she had a place to stay there, and there was good food, and Anna even missed Draco's tsundere mumbling every day. Now Anna quietly entered Draco's dormitory, only to find him going crazy. He was vigorously punching his pillow, treating it as Fred and George, throwing left hooks and right hooks, muttering to himself, "Damn Weasley. Two poor beggars, just because they don't have it, they have to touch other people's things. She's clearly mine. Damn it, damn it." Draco punched the pillow, sending it flying, then straddled it, making thumping sounds. "She's mine. Watch how I fight back. Just you wait." Meanwhile, Fred and George were sneezing wildly, happily believing that their non-May was still thinking of them and planned to take the badge out for an adventure tonight. Unfortunately, their non-May was hiding in Draco's dormitory, watching him go crazy until he was exhausted and slumped onto the pillow. Anna even thought he was crying, and she couldn't hide any longer. "Don't be sad, I'm back." Anna swore she really felt a little sorry for him. This was a very subtle change, so fast that Anna didn't even notice. She had started paying attention to Draco's emotions. And Draco slowly lifted his head. Oh no, he had fallen asleep. With sleepy eyes, he had a rare touch of childish charm, like a small child, rubbing his face against the pillow. "You're back. You weren't crying, were you?" Anna regretted speaking out, as Draco had just woken up. He sharply looked up at Anna, who hadn't had time to hide. "What? Did you see? When did you come back?" Draco was both surprised and a little embarrassed, throwing his pillow at the painting. "I didn't see anything. Otherwise, why would I think you were crying?" Anna jumped to another spot, but Draco clearly didn't believe her. His face flushed, his fists clenched. Draco turned and walked out. Anna thought he had left because she angered him, but who knew that after a while, he came back with a new badge painting. He had asked not to draw another one. "If you get lost again, I'll draw you on myself," Draco said fiercely, but performed the gentlest action, taking Anna into the portrait in his hand and carefully pinning it to his chest. "I won't." She was quite happy here. At least, her life in the painting was more interesting staying with Draco. "I hope so." Draco didn't believe her nonsense, but when he went to sleep that night, the corners of his mouth were turned up. Of course, being with Draco also led to some awkward situations, such as Pansy Parkinson's confession just now. Draco was actually deliberately avoiding Pansy. He was still busy looking for a way to lift Anna's curse, and occasionally had to annoy the savior. How could he have time for other women? But a woman in love wouldn't back down easily. Pansy wanted to invite Draco to be her Tri-Wizard Tournament dance partner. Anna immediately spotted Pansy, who was charging straight for Draco. She had clearly dressed up, and although still somewhat unsatisfactory, she looked better than usual. "Look, your romantic luck is here." "Shut up, no!" Draco, exasperated, unpinned Anna and put her in his pocket, which also gave Pansy time to catch up to him. "Draco, I need to talk to you." Pansy, out of breath, blocked Draco, nervously tugging at the corner of her clothes. The initial burst of courage had dissipated quite a bit, but this was her last chance. She didn't know if she would encounter him again. "What is it, Parkinson?" Draco stepped back a considerable distance with a hint of disdain. "I have things to do." If it's nothing, I'm leaving. Wait, I wanted to invite you to be my dance partner if that's okay? I'm sorry, Pansy. Draco tried to soften his voice, recalling his friendship with the Parkinson family having grown up together. He should be a gentleman. I already have a dance partner in mind. Who? That Dumbledore? Are you all crazy? She's been dead for ages. Pansy, hearing this, couldn't believe she couldn't even win against someone who wasn't present. She blurted out her thoughts without thinking. Draco's expression changed dramatically. He pulled out his wand and pressed it against Pansy's chin. It was an expression of extreme restraint, as if he was about to disembowel her the next second. He spoke with deliberate pauses. You'd best clean up your mouth. Otherwise, I can't guarantee my spell won't go astray. Although Pansy was frightened by Draco's never-before-seen demeanor, she still said, unwilling to give up, Do you like her that much? To this extent? I don't like her at all. Stop spouting nonsense. Draco shoved Pansy hard, with such force that he pushed her directly to the ground. For a long time, Draco didn't take Anna out of his pocket. He was afraid she had heard what Pansy said, and also afraid she had heard what he himself had said. Chapter 251. Draco Extra Chapter 5. Having known Draco for so many years, how could Anna not realize he was being tsundere again? Usually, he said the opposite of what he meant, but in this situation he claimed not to like her. Could she really believe he meant he liked her? Anna had somewhat sensed it, but the guy had never directly confessed, so she had no reason to refuse him. She couldn't just blurt out, I know you like me, but I don't accept, could she? Draco would surely be furious and call her delusional, never admitting it. So things just dragged on. Otherwise, she couldn't figure out why he treated her this way. Anna returned to Draco's dormitory once again, a familiar scene. Draco went to shower, and she ate in the painting. However, with past experience, Draco now practically wore a turtleneck when he came out of the shower. That's a bit of an exaggeration. He would wear a bathrobe before emerging. What he didn't know was that Anna had been waiting for him. Draco, tell me, Parkinson was looking for you earlier, and you said you had a dance partner. Who is it? Anna was a little concerned, wondering if he was just speaking off the cuff or if another girl had actually invited him. I'm a bit thirsty. Draco turned to look for his water glass. Have you seen my water glass? You're changing the subject. Draco. Anna gave him no chance to retreat. I'm not changing the subject, I just... All right, what do you mean? Draco slowly turned around, leaning against the table. His nonchalant yet somewhat playful demeanor made Anna swallow. Damn it, why was his collar so low? Shouldn't he be more covered up? Draco seemed to notice Anna's fixed gaze and deliberately tugged his collar wider. What, do you hope? I invite whom? You? Cough, cough, cough. This time it was Anna who coughed. She hadn't expected the sly guy to throw the question back at her. How can I dance with you now? You just need to admit I'm your dance partner, Draco blurted out, feeling a bit cheesy as soon as the words left his mouth. Do you want to try some roast duck? Not just painted it today. He quickly pulled a painting from his bag. But Anna deliberately didn't let him have his way. All right, I accept. She deliberately provoked him, but to her surprise, the guy looked incredibly astonished, his lips slightly parted, speechless for a long time, as if he had heard some earth-shattering secret. You're serious? Draco's mind was already picturing their wedding. In the eyes of pureblood families like theirs, accepting each other as dance partners was equivalent to becoming each other's companions. Only when there was at least a close, romantic relationship would they become dance partners. So, when Anna said she would actively be his dance partner, Draco's heart pounded like a drum. How could he not be shocked? She was the girl he had pursued since childhood. Perhaps in his youth, he was ignorant and thought she was his favorite younger sister. But now at this age of budding romance, how could he wake up in the middle of the night for a sister? Be jealous of her closeness with other men? Be happy when she was happy and feel anxious and uncertain if she looked at him less? Draco of course knew, but he didn't dare to truly tell her his feelings, because Anna always seemed indifferent to him. He worried that if he failed, he wouldn't even have the right to stand by her as a brother. But now, she had confessed to him. If there really was a heaven, he had already been there. Anna still thought the guy had gone crazy, but the facts proved he really had. He actually created a ballroom scene for himself, and on the night of the Wizard Yule Ball, he had Goyle and Crabbe carry her life-sized portrait, entering the hall with Draco. Of course, this would attract everyone's attention and ridicule, but Draco wouldn't pay them any mind, because they wouldn't understand that the person in the painting was the real Anna Dumbledore, and he was her acknowledged soul companion, her only dance partner. Fred and George would never miss an opportunity to mock Malfoy, but this time, their taunts made Anna displeased. "Fred and George, I'm getting angry. If you keep mocking him. Is dancing with me so funny to you?" Anna saw Draco's eyes seemed a little red, his long eyelashes got into his eyes, and she became even more agitated. "Of course not. Nah, no may. We just didn't expect Malfoy to be so desperate. He didn't even spare a portrait." "Desperate? What's wrong with me? Can't I be chosen?" Fred and George didn't understand the secret behind it, and the more they spoke, the more wrong they were, which truly angered Anna. "Let's go, Draco. Don't mind them. We didn't mean that. I meant your Anna's portrait, not the real person." "That's right, no may. Do you want to see your brother's dance moves?" Fred and George didn't want to offend Anna, even if it was just her portrait, because she was their lovely no may. If Anna ever came back and heard about this, she would definitely be angry. They had no idea that the portrait in front of them was the real person. And Draco was incomparably arrogant. "Did you hear that? She said she doesn't want to talk to you guys. Also, her name isn't Non. No." He had wanted to say this for a long time, but he had always worried Anna would get angry. This time, he finally found an opportunity. Anna was backing him up. He swaggered off with Anna to show her off. Dumbledore also noticed this, and began to consider whether he should also get a portrait of himself to hang up, to keep the Anna in the painting company. However, Grindelwald strongly vetoed it. "You can live for another 200 years. No need to prepare your memorial portrait so early." Indeed, very few living people appeared in portraits, and even for the wizarding world, it was considered an inauspicious thing. Afterward, Anna and Draco's relationship seemed to grow even closer. Before they were like bickering lovers, now there was finally a sense of mutual affection. Anna was also surprised by Draco's change. Before, he would express his thoughts cautiously, but now he was completely direct, not treating her as an outsider at all. He even asked her how to decorate his room. "What color wallpaper do you think would be good? Do you like any of these? If not, I'll ask my father to send another catalog." Draco held up a thick catalog of decorating materials for Anna to see. "This, are you saying you want me to help you choose?" Anna was confused. What did it have to do with her? "Of course. Otherwise you'll get angry again." Draco said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He didn't care, of course, he hoped she would like their dormitory. Chapter 252. Draco Extra Chapter 6. Draco's familiarity with Anna even extended to some details of his daily life. "What do you think of me wearing this today? I'll definitely look cooler than Scarhead, won't I?" "Oh no, I'm already cooler than him." Draco confidently tossed his fringe, which he hadn't used hair gel on since Anna told him he'd go bald if he used too much. Although he had loudly retorted, "Does my father's hair look like it's balding?" he secretly brewed himself several pots of potion, feeling guilty. He didn't know if his father had always used hair gel when he was young, so he was very worried about going bald. That guy is so lustful. He definitely wouldn't like him then. Now he enjoyed having a partner prepare his clothes mistakenly. He would also draw many outfits for Anna, so she could change whenever she wanted. Anna also found it strange. Did he treat her as his personal stylist, just because she reminded him to be careful about going bald? Now he dressed impeccably every day, completely on par with any movie star. "Just wear whatever you want. Why ask me?" "Because I want to." Draco haughtily presented 2 shirts to Anna, waiting for her to make a choice. Then he happily put it on in front of her, leaving Anna utterly speechless. Draco had intended to wear the Potter Stinks badge, but since Anna would also have it pinned on her, he felt somewhat apologetic to Anna, so he simply threw away all the badges. How could such a disgusting badge appear next to Lady Malfoy? Such days continued until the end of the Triwizard Tournament. Because Sirius replaced Barty Crouch Jr. as the defense against the Dark Arts professor, Harry did not win, and Lord Voldemort seemed to have never appeared. But what Anna didn't know was that she just hadn't seen or heard about it, but Harry Potter had been controlled by diary, Ben Jun without anyone knowing. Harry initially thought he had found a tree hollow where he could pour out his heart. That diary seemed to understand his heart very well. It understood his lingering thoughts and importance of Anna, and would also give many examples to relieve the pressure in his heart, pressure from the competition, pressure from studying. He was gradually controlled by diary, Ben Jun Tom step by step, and by the time they all discovered it, Harry had already been manipulated by diary, Ben Jun to go before Lord Voldemort. Now it seemed to have become a struggle between diary, Ben Jun Tom and Lord Voldemort certainly wouldn't let Harry Potter go, nor would he allow a shadow of himself to invade his power. But by that time, Anna had already been taken back to Durmstrang by Draco. As they left, Dumbledore, with great reluctance, told her that he would visit her often, and she would be able to return very soon. Grindelwald had made new discoveries, and Bill's research also seemed to be going smoothly. Anna was very content. She had considered staying, but if she stayed, she certainly wouldn't be as well off as she would be with Draco, enjoying the best of everything. No one else would ever create such luxury for her in the world of paintings. "I'll be back very soon," Anna promised confidently, but who would have thought that this departure would last 3 years? In fact, for Anna, she didn't have a very clear concept of time, because the Malfoys didn't want to tell their only son about Lord Voldemort's return and renewed conflict with the Savior. They didn't want Draco to worry, so he was kept in the dark, and Anna never saw Dumbledore or Grindelwald again. She could only wander through the paintings at Durmstrang. "Why haven't they come to pick me up yet?" This was the question Anna asked most often. "Soon, I believe." Malfoy, even though he himself was uneasy about his parents' disappearance, still comforted Anna's panic. "It's that same old line again, so much time has passed. Why haven't Dumbledore and the others written back?" Anna had sent them so much information about the Horcrux, and she hadn't received a single reply? How were Harry Potter and the others? Sirius wasn't killed by Bellatrix, was he? Dumbledore didn't fall out with Grindelwald, did he? Anna seemed worried every day, afraid of hearing any bad news, so Draco would try every method to cheer her up. For example, he would pretend to be profound, leaning by the window and playing the harmonica, or displaying his muscles in front of her, subtly taking off his clothes in a way that made Anna's eyes light up. He would then happily put his clothes back on and do it again, saying, "Don't hide it. I know you love to watch. You love this young master too much." Anna didn't know what to say until one day Karkaroff, still shaken, ran past them. The entire school was given a holiday because Lord Voldemort was completely dead. This was because many of the students there were children of second-generation Death Eater, and their families didn't want them to get involved, so they sent them there like Draco. Draco had long had a premonition, but he hadn't expected the Order of the Phoenix to succeed so quickly. In fact, this was largely thanks to Anna. Ever since Anna was made to disappear by Bellatrix, Riddle had completely taken his anger out on her, treating her as a discarded piece. And after Bellatrix's tragic death, Lord Voldemort had fewer people at his disposal. The others, seeing that even the loyal Bellatrix had been unhesitatingly abandoned, secretly began to harbor disloyalty. And the Malfoys, of course, in order for their son to successfully marry the eldest daughter of the Dumbledore family, naturally cooperated with Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix in every way, as long as Draco and Anna were safe. This was also why Dumbledore did not bring Anna back. She would be safer in Durmstrang. Furthermore, with Dumbledore and Grindelwald's strength, and Lord Voldemort having to deal with his past self, Harry Potter, relying on the Horcrux fragment within him, swallowed up Diary, Ben Jun. Thus, Lord Voldemort was completely annihilated in the 3rd year. And as soon as the horn of victory sounded, Anna was brought back to life by Bill. She finally transformed from a 2D image in a painting into a real person. She had grown quite a bit, but due to a long period of inactivity, she almost tumbled out of the painting. Bill quickly caught Anna. This should have been a very heartwarming scene. They could finally embrace each other, but Draco, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, yelled and pulled Anna away. "She's mine. No one else is allowed to touch her." Draco was distraught. He had guarded her with such care. Why should she be handed over to someone else? Chapter 253. Draco Extra Chapter 7. Anna hadn't seen Draco so distraught in a long time. He was like someone with a deep-seated vendetta against Bill, pointing his wand and wildly attacking him. Bill was genuinely taken aback by his reckless ferocity and temporarily retreated. "What are you going crazy about again? Bill came to save me." Anna was utterly confused by Draco's frantic state. "He came to take you away." Draco knew exactly what would happen if he didn't act insane. "What's wrong with me going home? I haven't been home in ages." Anna was annoyed by Draco's unreasonableness. "But you're my girlfriend." Draco said the word girlfriend with extreme trepidation, almost in a whisper. "What? When did I become your girlfriend?" Anna was shocked. "You are. If you weren't, why would you actively become my dance partner?" Draco suddenly felt a surge of fear, a panic that his wonderful life was about to slip through his fingers. No, he had to have Anna. Dance partner? Isn't that just for dancing? And it's been so many years. The more Anna spoke, the more she noticed Draco's face changing. "So, you never considered me your boyfriend? So you always considered me your girlfriend?" It was only then that Anna realized all of Draco's little gestures, emotions, and strange actions were based on the assumption that she was his girlfriend. Anna's stunned expression plunged Draco into complete despair. It turned out everything he had done was unrequited. He hadn't won her heart at all, and now she had completely seen through him. She must think he was so foolish, right? Draco stopped his frantic behavior and offered a desolate smile, saying, "You go." His tone was as cold as a stranger's. Anna wanted to try and salvage the situation, but Draco raised his hand, stopping her. "No need to say anything else, just go quickly. Then I'll go back and see what happened first." In that moment, Anna desperately hoped Draco would return with her, looking at him with hopeful eyes, but Draco didn't spare her another glance. He was afraid of seeing mockery and disdain in her eyes. Anna was very worried about Dumbledore and Harry, so she first followed Bill Weasley back to Hogwarts. She saw Hogwarts scarred by war. In this battle, Harry, due to diary Ben Jun's manipulation, forgot Anna, and because he fought side by side with Ginny, they developed a revolutionary camaraderie. Therefore, if Mrs. Molly hadn't stopped them, they might have become the epitome of marrying right after graduation. Ron and Hermione also got together, just as in the original story. Fred and George suffered no casualties and even helped the busy Sirius manage his businesses during the war, securing their first startup capital. Sirius was also astonished by their business acumen, as they effortlessly made his ancestral property flourish. It was a shame they were opening their own shop, otherwise he could have confidently been a hands-off boss. Bill, Fred, and George constantly hovered around Anna, exuding masculine charm, but Draco's golden head would always unconsciously pop into Anna's mind. Help, she was actually starting to miss him? So, she uncharacteristically took the initiative to write him a letter, waiting for his reply or for him to come find her. However, a long time passed with no news, so long that she was even at the point of being unable to eat or sleep. Why didn't he write back to her? Had something happened? Or was he really mad at her? He was mad, but shouldn't she be the one who was mad? He wanted to be her boyfriend without even a confession. How could he be so shameless? Then Anna received an invitation from Malfoy Manor. At first, Anna thought that Guy was embarrassed, and was deliberately inviting her through a family dinner, but when she opened it, it was an invitation to the engagement banquet of Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. In that moment, Anna didn't know what was wrong with her. Her heart ached so much. She seemed to have never imagined she would be so sad after seeing that Draco was going to marry someone else. Perhaps in her subconscious, Draco had always liked her. Anna silently shed tears looking at the envelope, then looked down at the scarf she was knitting. She had intended to give it to Draco as an apology gift, but now it seemed unnecessary. The almost finished scarf was ruined by Anna with a pair of scissors and tossed aside. She grabbed a pen, wanting to write and ask Draco if he was serious. But after writing it, she felt it made her seem too cheap. He hadn't made anything clear and there had been no confession. So she ran to the kitchen and asked the house elf to go and see if it was really true. But after the house elf went, Draco seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He had been waiting for Anna to come to him, and then he would tell her he was lying, that he would only get engaged to someone named Anna Dumbledore. But she didn't come, and the house elf's attitude towards him was very bad because he made Anna unhappy, and he was the common enemy of all their house elves. This reminded Draco of Anna's angry face, and instantly, that last shred of hope was shattered. Draco frantically told the house elf to get out, saying he was busy. So the house elf, on its own initiative, exaggerated the matter, and told Anna. Malfoy was particularly fierce and scolded me, telling Carl to get out. He also said he was busy with wedding matters, and had no time to deal with Miss Anna, and he even told you it's best not to appear in front of him. Carl felt that Malfoy was simply unworthy of their Miss Anna, and that it would be best to sabotage it. Is that so? So that's how it is. What the? It seems he doesn't like me that much after all. Anna had thought this invitation letter was sent by Draco to deliberately provoke her, but it seemed she had been wrong. He didn't want to deal with her at all. This letter must have been sent by Lucius, which explained the Malfoy Manor letterhead. It was probably meant to warn her that Pansy was the future mistress of the Malfoy family. Draco didn't want to see her at his engagement party at all. Anna felt that since that was the case, she wouldn't dwell on it anymore. She would just let this muddled romance end like this. So, Anna asked Dumbledore for the key to her small storage room. With the help of the house elves, she began to dig out all the gifts Draco had given her since childhood. Cartoon drawings he had drawn himself, small alchemy trinkets he had made, some precious jewelry, and luxurious clothes. Anna now understood that returning all the gifts from the other person when breaking up was a truly satisfying thing. Although they had never been together and it wasn't really a breakup, for her it was over. She still felt it wasn't enough, so she simply cut short her long hair that she had kept since childhood. As a Chinese person, starting anew, she felt incredibly light, completely unaware of how distraught Draco would be later when he saw the scene. Don't worry, darlings, it won't be angst-ridden. I only write sweet stories, Tilda. Chapter 254. Draco Extra Chapter 8. After Anna Dumbledore cut her hair short, it returned to the cute bob she had as a child, hoping her mindset could also revert to that carefree childhood state. First person to see Anna Dumbledore with short hair was Dumbledore. The moment he saw her, he couldn't believe his eyes. How did Anna Dumbledore turn back into a child? No, it was just her hairstyle from when she was 3. He took off his glasses and wiped them thoroughly, realizing his eyesight wasn't failing him. He suddenly guessed the reason for her doing this. It must be because of that Malfoy. He knew it was her voluntary choice, and she looked well now, even smiling at him, but he still felt so heartbroken he was on the verge of tears. It looks beautiful, Anna Dumbledore. It reminds me of you as a baby. Dumbledore was even a bit choked up, repeatedly stroking the back of Anna Dumbledore's head, from the crown to the ends. It was still incredibly smooth like silk, but it no longer had that graceful waterfall-like appearance. Thank you. I thought so too. I even thought you'd be angry, Dad. Anna Dumbledore saw that Dumbledore was actually very sad, but to support her, he still praised her beauty with the calmest demeanor. How could I be angry? This is your hair, your life. I only wish for you to be happy and joyful, and not to feel sad due to regret. Dumbledore held Anna Dumbledore in his arms, and tears still flowed uncontrollably. He truly felt so much heartache for his precious daughter. Comfort, Dumbledore. Anna Dumbledore hugged him back. She was now up to his chest. He had made up her mind to break off all ties with Draco Malfoy. Anna Dumbledore's short hair also caused a stir at Hogwarts. Fred and George had already graduated, but they still burst into Anna Dumbledore's classroom, braving Professor Snape's pressure, demanding an explanation from Anna Dumbledore. How? Why? Fred and George couldn't understand why Anna Dumbledore would want to cut off her beautiful long hair. It was truly heartbreaking. They were still waiting to make hair accessories for that beautiful hair themselves. And how would she wear a veil at her wedding? Although Anna Dumbledore looked very cute and pretty now, with short hair, she looked even more like a delicate doll. Wouldn't they look even less like peers when standing together? They used to love it when Anna Dumbledore called them big brothers. They were proud to be Anna Dumbledore's big brothers, but now it was different. They wanted more. When they learned that Anna Dumbledore's hair was likely because of Malfoy, the anger in their hearts instantly ignited. They decided to give his hair a good redesign before his engagement party. So, they snuck into Malfoy Manor overnight with clippers. What they didn't expect was that the supposedly elated Malfoy was not busy preparing for his engagement party. Instead, he was clutching some returned packages, crying hysterically, a picture of utter disarray. From afar, they could smell the alcohol on him. What's he throwing a fit about now? Fred, who had drunk an invisibility potion, thought he was dreaming. The future Malfoy family head, hungover? Was he up to some new scheme? I don't know, those things aren't Anna Dumbledore's, are they? George noticed some clues. Weren't those the dresses Anna Dumbledore used to wear? He had praised them so much. He never expected them to be gifts from Draco. Damn him. How dare he? It's all his fault Anna Dumbledore lost her beautiful hair. George, do you know what I'm thinking? Of course, I fully support you, Fred and George exchanged a knowing smile. While Draco was drunk and disoriented, they shaved his head into a dog-shoed mess. They quietly retreated, leaving no trace. The next day, Draco was woken by knocking at the door. Yesterday, because Anna Dumbledore had returned his things, he hadn't eaten anything from morning till night, just drank continuously. Therefore, Lucius and Narcissa were very worried about him and came to him early with hot milk. Most importantly, did he truly want to marry Pansy? Although they in the Parkinson family had always been old family friends, they didn't want to give up on Anna Dumbledore becoming their daughter-in-law, because she truly was worthy, and their precious son genuinely liked her. Draco, are you all right? And Narcissa was utterly shocked. She didn't know how her son had become like this. Draco, your hair. Anna Dumbledore. Draco was still mumbling, thinking he was dreaming. He and Anna Dumbledore were getting along as before. She was singing while swinging above his head, and he promised to draw her an even more beautiful picture of her on the swing tomorrow. But when he sobered up, he found a mess, his golden hair and some truly unappetizing vomit. Is this my hair? Draco, distraught, touched the top of his head, finding it bumpy. He then rushed to the mirror, and the sight before him made him scream. Don't worry, dear. Just a bottle of hair tonic will do. Narcissa tried her best to comfort Draco. But Draco seemed to finally have an excuse to go settle scores with Anna Dumbledore. He could finally go find her, even if she would ruin his hair, intentionally embarrassing him at the engagement party. At this thought, the muddled Draco suddenly perked up, his eyes gleaming. Mom, I'm going for revenge. Draco quickly rushed into the washroom, started washing up, and found a hat that no one would ever take off him. He sped to Hogwarts, knowing she must be there. To show his determination for revenge, Draco even pulled out a pair of scissors, wanting to scare Anna Dumbledore. But as for what to do next, he had no idea. In any case, Draco went, bursting through Professor McGonagall's classroom door, yelling from the entrance, "Bring Anna Dumbledore out to me." Ever since Professor McGonagall learned that Anna Dumbledore had cut her hair, she was so heartbroken that she cut her own hair short to support her. In her heart, she utterly hated Malfoy. In her eyes, Draco was a betrayer. Therefore, when Draco appeared at the door, Professor McGonagall, like a protective mother hen, proudly and bravely blocked all the students, especially Anna Dumbledore. She strode with a dignified gait towards the door, always in a state of readiness for battle. Is there something, Mr. Malfoy? I believe you haven't been a Hogwarts student for a long time. This place only welcomes our students. Professor McGonagall put her hands on her hips subtly, but it still couldn't stop Draco from constantly peering inside. This is between the school board and her from before. It has nothing to do with you. Well, if it's a matter for the school board, it should be handled by Headmaster Dumbledore, not by coming to my student. Professor McGonagall continued to move to block Draco's line of sight. I said it has nothing to do with you. Don't think I won't use force. She knows what she did. Don't wait until I report it to the Ministry of Magic. Then this matter won't be so easy to resolve. Draco started making threats, his eyes never leaving the students in the back. But it was so strange. Why didn't he see Anna Dumbledore's flowing beautiful hair? Where was she? Did she not hear him making trouble? Or was she not here? But the how self clearly said she was here, right? Professor McGonagall, it's all right, I'll talk to him. I also want to know how exactly I've upset school board member Malfoy. Anna Dumbledore had long anticipated that he would come looking for her. How could she have fantasized that he would regret it after seeing those things? He must be happily preparing for his engagement party. How dare you ask what happened? Your hair? Where's your hair? No, Draco had intended to thoroughly humble Anna Dumbledore in front of everyone, but when he truly saw her face, he realized he really missed her. Then he realized something was wrong. This looked very strange. Right, it was her hair. Where was Anna Dumbledore's long flowing and soft hair? Why was it gone? He couldn't accept it. Your hair is gone. Who did it? I'll kill him. Draco only now realized he truly loved her, even loved her hair. He thought Anna Dumbledore must have been bullied, and he was so emotional that he pressed his hands on her shoulders. He forcefully shook Anna Dumbledore's shoulders. Quick, Tell me, I'll get revenge for you. The scissors in his hand now seemed as if they truly would stab into someone's stomach. I cut it myself, and it has nothing to do with you. If you have nothing to do, then leave. We still have class. Anna Dumbledore was quite puzzled by Draco's somewhat haggard appearance. Was preparing for an engagement party that exhausting? It does. It does. Draco, looking utterly distraught, hugged Anna Dumbledore tightly. After hugging her, he clung to her like a drowning man to a lifeline, unwilling to let go. At this moment, Draco seemed completely broken, looking as if he didn't recognize Anna Dumbledore at all, and feeling profoundly abandoned by her. Go find your fiancé, don't touch me. Anna Dumbledore used a burst of strength and pushed him 3 meters away. Just saying your fiancé was enough to make her feel as if her heart was being cut. She was supposed to forget him, so why did he come looking for trouble again? No, I don't want anyone else as my fiancé. Draco, with red eyes, decided to go all out and tried to carry Anna Dumbledore, but Professor McGonagall froze him with a petrificus totalis. I apologize, Mr. Malfoy. For the safety of my student, I had no choice but to resort to this. I hope you understand. Professor McGonagall's face was so dark it could drip water. She told a few students to carry Draco's body out. Anna Dumbledore originally thought this matter was over, but clearly, Draco seemed to have completely latched onto her. He shamelessly demanded again that his father transfer him back to Hogwarts, even though he was about to graduate from Durmstrang. Dumbledore, of course, wouldn't easily let him return. So Draco again found Karkaroff to make him an exchange student at Hogwarts, and every day he would chase after Anna Dumbledore, demanding she drink hair tonic. You can ask your fiancé to drink this stuff and grow her hair long. You have no right to question my hair. Anna Dumbledore didn't know how many times she had refused Draco, but he would repeat the same words every time. You are my fiancé. I'm not. Pansy Parkinson is. Anna Dumbledore also stubbornly emphasized this repeatedly, even though Draco had long ago brought a weeping pansy to clarify that she knew nothing about an engagement party, and had never received a letter from Draco. But Anna Dumbledore still held a grudge. Even if he was intentionally trying to provoke her, she was still angry. Who told him to keep provoking her? Draco also suddenly realized he had been terribly wrong, causing his little darling to suffer. Although Fred and George, along with Harry, had secretly tripped him up quite a bit, he had never spoken of giving up. He was going to win Anna Dumbledore back. One day he would send her freshly picked flowers, the next he would personally draw a picture for Anna Dumbledore, with Draco and Anna Dumbledore written in the most elegant and flowing calligraphy. Or he would declare his claim over her in front of everyone, only to be beaten by Harry and his friends. He would play the harmonica outside her room late at night, only to be caught by Snape and assigned mandatory labor. All in all, Draco was miserable. Anna Dumbledore watched Draco grow thinner day by day, and constantly being bullied and injured by them, mildly ending up in the medical wing, severely ending up in St. Mungo's. Her heart ached similarly, making her increasingly waver. Until one day, Fred and George nearly caused Draco to lose his life, and Anna Dumbledore truly realized she had already forgiven him. When Anna Dumbledore heard that Draco had been kicked by a centaur and was unconscious, she immediately went to St. Mungo's. By then, 3 days had already passed. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had deliberately suppressed the news sent by Lucius and his family. They didn't want Anna Dumbledore to be hurt again, nor did they want her to get entangled in the Malfoy family's love-hate drama. But paper cannot wrap fire forever. Anna Dumbledore still found out when Ron accidentally let it slip. She still rushed over. At first, she didn't know how to face him, but she had worried too much, because the entire ward contained only him, lying there coldly. Draco's face was arguably paler than white paper, utterly ghastly, lying there lifelessly, his whole body wrapped in bandages. The reason was found. Fred and George had written a letter in Anna Dumbledore's voice, saying that if he could get Centaur Tailhair to make her a pen, she would forgive him. How could he not know it was a trick? But he wanted Anna Dumbledore to know that he could accomplish even the most absurd things, if it meant gaining her forgiveness. And Kessie, thinking he was an enemy, instinctively kicked Draco in the chest with his hind leg. Draco's precarious state, teetering between life and death, broke Anna Dumbledore's heart. She carefully took Draco's hand, hooked his pinky, and silently shed tears. She didn't know if she would cry herself to death if Draco truly passed away. But now she wanted to tell him, "I forgive you." Really? Suddenly, An echo appeared in the room. Anna Dumbledore immediately checked Draco's eyes. He didn't seem to be awake. She then looked around. Was someone there? Chapter 255. Draco Extra Chapter 9. Anna later learned that these were all Draco's schemes. Even Fred and George, no matter how crazy they were, after a year of torment, were utterly impressed by Draco's indomitable cockroach attitude and his relentless drive to achieve his goals, which gradually made them give up tormenting him. They even helped him come up with such a plan that time, though Kessie's strike was truly ruthless. He almost really sent Draco to meet Merlin. But the effect was good. The two awkward souls finally stopped being willful and straightforwardly got together. They held their wedding the year Anna graduated. The grand wedding lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Draco wished that everyone in the world knew. He, Draco Malfoy, had married Anna Dumbledore. For this, he even bought the exclusive page of the Daily Prophet for coverage. For a time, the love story of the poster girl and the heir of an old pure-blood family was intentionally spread throughout the streets and alleys, and even the door of Ollivander's one shop had posters with their wedding photos. The streets were full of people holding newspapers and discussing them, but most of them were praising how they looked like a golden couple, perfectly matched. They hoped their children would be born soon. How beautiful they would be. But it infuriated the boys, who felt he was showing off. So after the wedding, they invited Draco to dinner under various pretexts. Every day they let him return. It was almost dawn. Draco had UNSPEAKABLE Chinese letter. He had been looking forward to his wedding night for many years, and his eyes turned green every day he looked at Anna. He really wanted to sleep until dawn with his soft, sweet wife. Waking up every day with Anna in his arms, opening his eyes to see her, was truly blissful. But now he could only watch Anna peacefully sleeping, hugging an ugly doll Bill had given her, while he reeked of alcohol. He didn't want Anna to get these smells on her, nor did he want to wake her. It really made Draco furious, so he simply went all out, directly abandoning the Malfoy family's business. He secretly took Anna on a honeymoon trip. Though what was frustrating was that they actually followed again. Draco immediately flared up, not even bothering with his luggage, and directly carried Anna away from his carefully arranged romantic vacation cottage. He refused to believe he couldn't escape the Weasley family's torment. Anna, carried on Draco's shoulder, was almost dying of laughter. She had been nervous for a long time, but she didn't expect Draco to have such a hilarious expression. It was simply too amusing that gritting, teeth, holding back, curses, and then exasperated smile expression, it was too spectacular. However, she still granted Draco's wish. After all, she was also afraid her man would get too pent up. Fred and George arrived the next day with automatic surfboards they had modified with inspiration from the Muggle world, intending to invite Anna to play, only to find that Draco had taken Anna and slipped away again. Furious, they immediately spent a fortune again to buy information about Draco from wandering werewolves. This was also why they could find Anna. Wandering werewolves had extremely keen senses of smell and were excellent at finding people, willing to do anything for money. But this time they really couldn't find them, because Draco directly took Anna onto a ship bound for the United States. Yes, Draco went to the United States to develop. He wanted to further expand the Malfoy family's business, and there would be no more Weasley, and no more Dumbledore or Grindelwald visiting at any time. He could finally spend their time alone with Anna. So, the two of them, far away in the United States, spent a sweet period of time, but when Anna gave birth to a lovely little girl, they all found out their location. Because this was the first girl born in the Malfoy family in centuries. She was born with skin so white she looked like a pink little mouse. Anna was extremely disappointed. How could she not even look like a monkey? But fortunately, she inherited her parents' iconic golden hair, softly curled. Hopefully it would straighten out when she grew up. Anna's somewhat sad expression was seen by Draco, which made him anxious. In front of outsiders, he was a powerful and successful businessman who had crushed all the shops in the American wizarding world, the proud head of the Malfoy family. But he was heartbroken, squatting by the cradle every day, not daring to hold his tiny daughter, constantly brainwashing her. Selena baby is the most beautiful baby. Mommy loves you so much. Tilda Selena is mommy's big baby, for fear that Anna would dislike their daughter. Every day he dressed Selena in pink and tender clothes, personally bathed her, and even applauded and cheered for a loud fart she let out. Genius. My daughter is a genius. She truly is the Malfoy family's little princess. Draco was once again blowing smoke at his daughter, but Anna was not someone who would blindly praise her child, as that would make her too fixated on beauty or being first. "You're the world's #1 just for farting? Then, if she called you daddy, wouldn't you blast off into space?" Anna looked at Draco, who was holding the baby cradle and gazing tenderly at Selena, and fell into thought. Her man was too much of a doting father, wasn't he? When she gets married, wouldn't he cry himself to death again? Anyway, when she got married, Dumbledore was pretty much the same, and was directly carried away by Grindelwald. Draco deliberately waited until Selena was 3 months old before bringing his wife and child back to Britain, because he was very worried the baby would be snatched away, and it turned out he was right, ever since he proudly appeared at Hogwarts, with one arm around Anna and the other holding the adorable doll, like Selena. Everyone was shocked. Dumbledore shattered his magnifying glass, Snape crushed a glass, Professor McGonagall's hat fell off because she stood up too quickly, and Grindelwald lit a cigar, saying, "Not bad, I chose well." Soon after, Fred and George quickly arrived, making the already difficult situation of holding Selena even worse. Originally, Draco could only hold his daughter when Anna was feeding her, but now even feeding times were taken over by her, Hermione and Ginny. Draco regretted it. He shouldn't have brought Anna and their daughter back. So, in a fit of pique, he pulled Anna along, using the excuse of giving Selena a younger brother or sister, which often left Anna with such a sore back she couldn't straighten up. Fortunately, when Selena was born, Draco had spent a fortune buying potions for her. She didn't feel any pain at all, and even with all the tonics showered upon her, her physique, which was almost on its last legs, could now lift a heavy cauldron. So, 2 years later, Anna finally broke the curse for the Malfoy family, giving birth to another little boy who was practically identical to Draco. This gave Anna a massive headache, but Draco became even more arrogant, showing off by holding one in each arm, only for Fred and George to snatch them both away, and he couldn't get them back. Thus, they lived a lifetime of noisy happiness. Although it was always accompanied by the Weasley family's care, it truly put Anna at ease. She was very satisfied with her current life. "Darlings, I will be a bit busy these days, so updates are a bit tight. Last night's 2 chapters were combined, a bit long, but rest assured the word count is still 4,000 diamond suit. Draco's story is complete. Next is Riddle's story. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 2, 156, Riddles, Not Extra. Chapter 1. Anna painfully closed her eyes, thinking she was about to die, when a sharp Avada Kedavra almost made her laugh. How could it be so absurd? The image of Lord Voldemort from a funny video flashed in her mind. In a second, her body felt light, and she was lifted by the neck. It seems someone has grown quite capable. The little rabbit slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't the bald, noseless egg, but a handsome man, peerless like a vampire progenitor. Anna was saved by Riddle. Where was that madwoman Bellatrix? Only then did Anna notice a black-haired woman lying dead not far away. How could he kill his right-hand woman at such a critical moment? Did he really care about her that much? However, Riddle looked truly angry. Usually his anger was not a storm, but a gentle drizzle to Anna, not serious but very annoying. So Anna struggled fiercely, flapping her little legs, but a piercing pain shot through one of her hind legs. It hurt so much that her little rabbit eyes became instantly teary. Riddle then realized her leg injury was quite severe. Injured? It's good if she's lame. She won't keep thinking of running away. Though his words were harsh, he gently picked her up into his arms. She looked so fierce, but now, she's just a rabbit, Tis. Riddle's tone suddenly held some anger. As he stepped over Bellatrix's corpse, he kicked her again. It could be reasonably assumed that he was taking out his anger on her for injuring his little pet. Riddle held the miserably crying rabbit, wiped his shoes, and finding her still crying, he extended his long fingers and poked the little rabbit's nose. The little rabbit then transformed into a delicate young girl. Anna saw him close beside her, looking at her, seemingly observing the condition of her leg. Anna didn't want to bother with him and directly turned her back. She lay on the bed sobbing. Riddle watched her for an unknown period, then sighed, walked around and personally picked up Anna's injured foot, silently healing her with magic. "Stop crying, you won't be lame." Riddle truly didn't know how to comfort people. His words even carried a hint of threat. But Anna was a little surprised, not expecting Riddle to also try to comfort someone. She squinted slightly to peek and saw the handsome man holding her fair, tender foot, manipulating it with a seriousness as if he were studying some dark arts. Hempish. Anna turned around again, feeling her leg no longer hurt. She immediately kicked the donkey after it ground the mill, giving Riddle a kick to the side. This kick stunned both of them. Anna and Riddle looked at each other, both seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. Anna guiltily retracted her leg, and Riddle directly pounced on her on the bed. You want to rebel? Riddle pressed his chest tightly against Anna's, making it difficult for her to breathe. His entire weight was on Anna, the distance between them was minimal, and his heavy breathing directly sprayed onto Anna, making her face flush. You're too heavy. You need to learn to adapt. Riddle bit Anna's cheek, then climbed off her and left. Anna breathed a sigh of relief, having thought he would do something. However, given his currently weak appearance, he probably couldn't do much. Nevertheless, his captivating eyes indeed made Anna's heart race. No matter when she saw him, she always found him to be a charming man. Although some aspects of him were a bit crazy, he always seemed to treat her, especially. But soon a house elf came to check her leg, even though it no longer hurt. Riddle's magic was indeed very effective, but he still wasn't at ease and called for a house elf skilled in healing magic. At the same time, Anna found herself under stricter surveillance. The house elf who treated her was assigned to care for monitor her. She had even less freedom, but her living conditions improved. Riddle seemed worried that such living conditions would put her in constant danger, so he abandoned the Riddle family cemetery and took Anna to live at the Lestrange family manor. Because of Bellatrix's recklessness, Lestrange also incurred Riddle's wrath. Although he wasn't killed, he was exiled to the United States to develop tasks, and his property and ancestral business were occupied by Riddle and his people. Anna suddenly lived an even more luxurious life as a caged bird, but she wanted to return to Hogwarts to study even more. Riddle's attitude towards her seemed to soften, also because he was gradually merging with the other Horcruxes he had retrieved. Every day, the way he looked at Anna was extremely possessive, impossible to ignore. Anna guessed what he was thinking, but she couldn't show it, fearing it would intensify his desires. Until one day Riddle changed into a proper school uniform. Want to go back to class? At this moment, he was no longer his former weak self. He was simply a handsome, gentle, and absolutely calculating man who had just entered the workplace. Anna had almost forgotten what he looked like during his student days, but upon seeing him again, Anna still stared at his face without blinking. What do you mean? Are you going to Hogwarts? How could that be? And how did you become this student-like appearance? No, it's us. Riddle smiled, finally showing a bit of humanity. He had waited for this day for a long time, to enjoy student life with Anna. What? You too? Anna still couldn't imagine Riddle going to be a student. Who else do you want to go with? That made Anna's skin crawl. How could it be so awkward and disgusting? Chapter 257. Riddle Extra Chapter 2. Who else do you want to go with? Riddle finished speaking and skillfully bit Anna's lips. He felt that impulse towards Anna, but he had never understood what happened between them, always holding back, only able to foolishly bite her a few times to vent his emotions. Even his kisses were this fierce. Anna understood the unfulfilled desire in his gaze, but she didn't want to tell him. Besides, even if he was a handsome guy, that didn't mean she should take the initiative, right? She was a girl. Although that guy was in high spirits, transforming from someone who never showed emotion to someone eagerly pressing her down and biting her mouth, it made Anna feel a bit helpless and pity. Why couldn't he find someone else? Although Anna thought Riddle was just talking, she didn't believe he could take her back to Hogwarts. But he really did it. Taking advantage of the Triwizard Tournament, he used Confundo, or perhaps went through Karkaroff, and easily infiltrated Durmstrang. Riddle also fabricated an identity for Anna. Now she was Anna. They followed the Durmstrang students, traveling by boat across the Black Lake, and once again returned to Hogwarts. Before disembarking, Riddle pressed Anna against the cabin wall and kissed her lips, speaking with a hint of coercion. You know who you are, right? Anna. Lord Voldemort, is that enough? Anna really didn't understand why that guy was so obsessed with the surname Lord Voldemort. Perhaps it was because he hated his father's surname. Anna's face was flushed from the kiss. Riddle's kissing technique was now first-rate. In just one night, after seeing a young couple meet and kiss, Riddle had learned French kissing, making her immediately think she was kissing a playboy. Anna now fully understood that Riddle was a truly good student, learning very quickly and able to extrapolate. Now, he would hug and kiss her whenever he had nothing to do, as if he would die if he missed a single kiss. Very good. Remember whose you are. Riddle encouragingly stroked Anna's head, then took her hand and led her off the boat. Riddle stood with Anna in front of the magnificent Hogwarts and said, very casually but firmly, next time, I will make sure you appear here openly. I hope so. Anna had no confidence. She felt this would be a life-for-death situation, wouldn't it? If he appeared openly, the righteous faction would have to be wiped out. Anna's thoughts were racing, feeling a sense of returning to a changed world and a confusion about what to do. Did she really want Riddle to die? Not necessarily. If she truly wished him dead, she would have been able to push him away when he kissed her. But she seemed to be somewhat addicted to his kisses. Anna squeezed the man's palm tightly, urging him to shut up quickly. If someone recognized him, they would directly eliminate him, and his soul could then openly remain here. But Riddle interpreted this action as she is encouraging me, which filled him with fighting spirit. However, Anna was still very anxious, wondering if Riddle would be recognized. She was worried Dumbledore might recognize her, thus exposing Riddle, which could accelerate the war. She really didn't want to see those she loved get hurt. The uneasy Anna followed behind Riddle. In stark contrast, he was as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own backyard, sauntering behind the students performing acrobatics. Anna was almost dying of nervousness, always feeling that even with Confundo, someone familiar would recognize her, especially those who grew up with her. She kept her head down. As she passed Harry and Ron, she distinctly felt their gaze linger on her, but it might have been her imagination, as her appearance had always been striking. But there was always someone who could accurately recognize her. Kessie, who charged like a wild horse, kicked over the chairs in front of her, along with the people on them. With others automatically moving away, Kessie easily reached Anna. Your scent. Why do you smell like Anna? Kessie bent over, his bow fully drawn, pointing at Anna's face. Riddle slowly pulled her behind him. Anna, at this moment, must have been stunned by the sudden turn of events. How could she forget Kessie's extraordinary sense of smell? He found her as easily as picking something out of a pocket. Now, he even thought she was a villain who had kidnapped her. How could Riddle be frightened by hooves? He stood there motionless. Even when Kessie's hooves were about to land in front of him, he did not retreat. Instead, he calmly retorted to Kessie, "Who is Anna?" Riddle's composure and ease made Kessie doubt himself for a moment, but that was clearly Anna's scent. However, by this time, the Hogwarts professors had already taken action, stopping the frantic Kessie. He must know about Anna. Although Kessie had studied at Hogwarts for many years, because he was a centaur, his control over human magic was not very good. Therefore, when Kessie used his magic, everyone fell into disarray. Grindelwald looked at the person who had become the center of attention in the crowd, instinctively feeling that he indeed had a problem, but what did that have to do with him? He just wanted to find his daughter now. Kessie calmed down under Snape's potion, and was dragged away by Hagrid with effort. Riddle looked at the scent, or being led away, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his calm eyes. Anna immediately stepped forward and grabbed his hand. "He is my friend." She shook her head. Anna seemed to instantly realize he wanted to kill Kessie. Riddle clasped Anna's hand in return, "But he wanted to kill you. Unforgivable." "So you want me to tell him I am Anna?" Essentially, Kessie was concerned for her. He did nothing wrong, he just wanted her to return. "You wouldn't dare." Riddle seized Anna's shoulders and kissed her in front of everyone. Fortunately, with the help of Confundo, no one paid special attention to this event. Anna, however, was mortified. She pushed Riddle away, wiped her mouth, and ran towards the dormitory. How could Riddle let her go find Dumbledore and the others? He froze Anna in place, took her hand and asked, "What are you wiping?" I want to eat barbecue." Anna really didn't know how to explain, and chose the worst excuse, but she didn't know how he would react. Then, Riddle looked at Anna with an incredulous gaze for a long time, sighed, and still led Anna to the kitchen to prepare food for her. Chapter 258. Riddle Extra Chapter 3. Riddle seemed to have a fixation on attending Hogwarts with Anna. He really enjoyed sitting in classrooms with Anna, and missed those days. Now he had finally returned to the starting point, having longed for her presence in his student life, ever since Anna left. Now Riddle finally got his wish. Every day, like a guardian, he held her hand tightly to class, giving her no chance to talk to Harry, Hermione, or anyone else. But Anna could still feel them working hard to find her. During breaks, Fred and George were always trying to sell their magic tricks, saving money to find wandering werewolves to search for her. Harry and Hermione even formed a group specifically to investigate her violent disappearance. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were often away from Hogwarts, constantly on the road searching for her, until the Wizard Tournament tryouts officially began. However, Kessie was discovered missing on the eve of the tryouts. Anna, of course, strongly believed Riddle was responsible. She found him immediately, although he was sitting right next to her at the time, helping her sew the leg back on the teddy bear she hugged to sleep, because he was the one who tore it off. That's because when Anna was napping, she wasn't hugging his waist, but the teddy bear Bill had made for her, and she was even holding its leg. So Riddle yanked its leg off. Anna cried for a while, before he impatiently sewed the bear for her. "Hey, did you hear me? What is it now?" Riddle unhappily lifted his eyelids. What was he doing? Why was he helping her sew this stupid thing? He should have just blown it to pieces. "Here!" He threw the bear back with a sigh, afraid she would cry again. Riddle now didn't know why, but whenever he heard her cry, he would feel irritated all over and want to shut her up with his mouth. Was it a side effect of him absorbing several Horcruxes? In fact, it was just his soul returning to its place. His soul was gradually becoming complete, and would no longer be as irritable and prone to anger as before. Although he was never very stable, he was much better than when he was Lord Voldemort. Anna immediately placed all the blame on Riddle, very angry but still remembering to suppress it, telling him to step aside before venting. "Didn't you say you wouldn't lay a hand on Kessie?" Once they reached a deserted spot, Anna started scolding him indiscriminately, which immediately soured Riddle's otherwise pleasant mood. He had originally thought he might get the little lion's initiative. He had even used a freshness charm on his breath. "Who is Kessie?" Riddle was still brewing his emotions, but he genuinely didn't know who Kessie was. "You know that centaur. Because he almost hurt me, you retaliated against him, right? Where is he now?" "His identity is not ordinary. He is the future leader of the centaur tribe. I advise you to quickly let him go." Anna was extremely anxious and uneasy at the thought that Kessie might die because of her. "You think I did it?" Riddle finally understood Anna's meaning, his expression now even colder and more indifferent. "Then I can't think of anyone else who would attack a centaur." Perhaps, now, in Riddle's eyes, even if Kessie were still alive, he wouldn't let him live. After speaking, Riddle left the corner. He wanted to see what kind of centaur had such great ability. Anna was anxious, but she also realized this was a good opportunity to escape. Riddle wouldn't come looking for her for a while. To be safe, she made two preparations. First, she found a house elf, left her mark with him, and asked him to deliver it to Dumbledore. Then she rushed into Snape's office at top speed. At this time, Professor Snape would surely be sternly grading assignments at his desk. At least, that's how he always was in the past. But today was different. Because of the start of the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore had assigned him many tasks. Therefore, upon entering, it was Harry Potter and Ron who were doing detention. The two, busy cleaning the office, noticed someone had burst in, but when they tried to get a clear look at her face, they found they couldn't focus on her features. She seemed familiar yet very ordinary. Hello, can we help you?" "Professor Snape isn't here," Harry said kindly. As Little Lion, they were always extra enthusiastic. "You're not here for detention from the old bat too, are you?" Ron showed a look of schadenfreude. "It's me. Can't you see my face? I'm Anna Dumbledore. The situation is very complicated, and I'll explain later. Quickly help me contact Principal Dumbledore." Anna was dying of anxiety, fearing that Riddle would rush in from that doorway any second, take her away, and give these two foolish children an Avada each. "Anna, what are you talking about? Do you know where Anna is?" Hearing Anna's name, both of them were excited, but they didn't dare completely trust this strange person. "I am her." Anna remembered that she hadn't lifted the confundo, but it was too late. The moment she lifted the spell, it triggered a protective spell Riddle had placed. Harry and Ron hadn't even clearly seen her for 3 seconds before she was taken away by a house elf. Only two figures were left staring at each other. "Did you see how she disappeared, Ron?" Anna suddenly felt anxious. Maybe he really knew where Anna was. "No, did you?" Ron was completely stunned. He knew that apparition was not allowed at Hogwarts. "Me neither. I need to tell Dumbledore about this," Harry said, and ran towards the principal's office. Of course he couldn't find Dumbledore, so he had to write him a letter. Meanwhile, Anna was taken directly back to her dormitory by the house elf. Riddle hadn't returned. When he finally came back, he was covered in blood. The crimson blood stained his robes, but since they were black, it wasn't very noticeable. However, the strong smell of blood instantly woke Anna, who had already fallen asleep. She initially thought she was dreaming, but the dream was too real. With every step Riddle took, blood dripped from him, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the floor. He was utterly dark, as if he had just climbed out of hell. Anna screamed, hoping to quickly wake up from the nightmare. Riddle's hoarse voice made Anna a little scared. He dragged his heavy footsteps to the bedside, waved his hand, and turned on all the lights. In the light, he saw Anna lying perfectly fine in bed, watched her for a long time, then turned and went to the washroom. Chapter 259. Riddle Extra Chapter 4. Anna, who was sound asleep, had no idea that earth-shattering changes had occurred at Hogwarts while she was sleeping. Riddle, stimulated by Anna's special attention to Kessie, made a major decision. He could no longer wait to slowly infiltrate Hogwarts. If he waited any longer, Anna might be stolen by someone else, or perhaps even by something not human. So, on that night, Riddle united the Wandering Werewolves and the Centaur tribe and directly occupied Hogwarts. Kessie was indeed not taken by Riddle. It was Griffin, the leader of the Wandering Werewolves, who acted on his own initiative, kidnapping Kessie to please his master. If Anna hadn't asked him for Kessie today, he would have told Griffin to send Kessie back after he found out. But Anna's actions today had given him an unprecedented sense of crisis. Now Riddle knew the reason, but he didn't want Kessie to return. So Riddle used Kessie's safety to coerce the Centaur tribe into assisting him. On this night, when Dumbledore and Grindelwald were both absent, Riddle directly occupied Hogwarts. All the teachers and students, except for Anna, were trapped by him in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Of course, there were also friends who had traveled a long way, and Durmstrang, led by Karkaroff, was considered to be on Riddle's side. Riddle used a few small tricks to make most of the students believe that the person they were cooperating with was Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord they revered. At Grindelwald's summons, they were all very interested and completely failed to notice that Riddle was actually Lord Voldemort. All the students saw Riddle sitting in the principal's seat that night. And to show fairness, he sat there waiting for fair challenges. Anyone who opposed him could come forward to challenge him. Therefore, the blood on Riddle's body belonged to those challengers. He wouldn't go so far as to kill people in the place he cared about most. But those professors and some brave Gryffindor students did shed a lot of blood. When Anna opened her eyes the next day, she found that Riddle wasn't beside her. This was too incredible. He hadn't returned. Oh no, maybe he had sent a house elf to keep an eye on her. No, she suddenly had some recollection. Did Riddle come back last night? And did he come back covered in blood? Anna felt a chill and immediately got up, rushing to the washroom, where she indeed found blood-stained clothes on the floor. Anna was a little flustered, shouting Riddle's name and calling for a house elf, but no one answered. She simply ran out, hoping for Riddle or any other familiar person to pop out. But the corridor was still empty. Riddle, are you there? I'm going to run away. Anna was a little scared by this sudden desolation. She started running down the corridor until she reached the preaching area and bumped into someone. The person, seeing it was her, was so frightened that he nearly wet himself, backing away and kneeling on one knee. It's the madam, my apologies. That person was Karkaroff. His trembling and fearful demeanor was particularly amusing, but what Anna cared about most was the title he used. What did you call me? Madame? Oh no, it's the great Dark Lord's Madame, or perhaps Queen Dumbledore, or do you wish to be Madame Principal of Hogwarts? Karkaroff was practically bowing his head to the ground. What on earth are you talking about? Anna didn't know what he was thinking. Where's Riddle? Where is he? Is he hurt? Anna desperately wanted to see him now, to ensure his injuries were fine, or that nothing bloody had happened. But by then, the medical wing was already full of people. Although Riddle had severely injured them, it was all for the purpose of sparring, not to kill them. He only needed to display his authority, and he also wanted to vent. The thought of Anna being spied on by those guys made him unconsciously want to torment them all thoroughly. Now, Anna truly didn't know what was happening, so when she arrived at the Great Hall of Hogwarts, she saw all the students forcibly confined to their seats, with several wandering werewolves or centaurs and Death Eaters standing nearby. And in the seats that should have been occupied by professors, the one at the head was surprisingly Riddle, who had his fingers intertwined in front of his mouth, seemingly listening and contemplating something. Standing beside him were two people, a sullen Snape and a furious Barty Crouch Jr. They were now Riddle's most trusted subordinates. And the Durmstrang students were completely relieved that they had chosen the right path, and were not resented by Lord Voldemort. Even if something happened to him later, they could still tell the Ministry of Magic that they were coerced by Lord Voldemort. Anna's appearance at the doorway made Griffin, who was eloquently explaining Hogwarts' new rules and regulations, pause. Although he had only recently pledged allegiance to Riddle, he knew about the unspeakable secret between him and Dumbledore's adopted daughter. His smug expression vanished instantly. He stepped down from the platform with trepidation, glancing back at Riddle, clearly sensing that his master, who had just been drowsy, suddenly seemed energized and was staring at the girl. He immediately thought he had divined the sacred will and walked down with even greater determination, preparing to go forward and welcome his mistress. Anna, being watched by everyone, had no idea where she should look. Everyone's gaze was fixed on her. "Anna, run! Get out of here quickly! Go find Dumbledore!" Fred and George bravely shouted, but their mouths were quickly covered by Lucius. Lucius also looked at Anna, respectfully placing one hand on his chest and bowing slightly to her. "Madame, good morning." Complex emotions in his eyes made it difficult for her to understand. How could it have come to this? "Anna, come here." Just as Griffin was about to touch Anna's arm, he painfully knelt on one knee. It seemed he had misjudged Riddle's thoughts. How could a man like him allow his woman to be touched by them? Now Riddle's gaze finally held some warmth, and he revealed a corner of his seat for Anna to sit. Anna, in a daze, walked step by step under everyone's gaze and shared a chair with Riddle. Finally, Riddle simply picked her up from the chair and placed her on his lap. Riddle pushed the roasted meat on the plate towards her and said to Griffin, who was prostrate on the ground, "Continue." Griffin immediately scrambled to his feet, responding with extreme flattery, "Yes, yes, I'll continue." Chapter 260, Riddle Extra Chapter 5. Anna finished listening in the Dark Lord's arms to Hogwarts' new school rules. Riddle would be the new Hogwarts school board chairman, Snape would be the new Hogwarts principal, Barty would be the new dean of Slytherin, and Karkaroff would be Hogwarts vice principal and Durmstrang's principal. Many new school rules prohibited students from contacting the outside world, even their parents, and they were not allowed to use owls to communicate. The curriculum for dark arts studies was increased in the school, following the exact same pace as Durmstrang. This greatly displeased Professor McGonagall, who continuously appealed to the Ministry of Magic. Unfortunately, the people at the Ministry of Magic were all bullies who picked on the weak. Merely hearing the news of Riddle's return already made them very resistant, and they even disbelieved Professor McGonagall and her companions, thinking that person was just an ordinary school board chairman, recommended by Lucius Malfoy. Anna felt that classes were very different now. Before they had normal classes, and she would attend. Now, the school seemed to be exclusively for her and Riddle. If she wasn't in class, the professor wouldn't teach. Riddle would even calm down. If there was a class he was very interested in, he would directly appear in that classroom, holding Anna. This was too overbearing, but as the absolute ruler of Hogwarts now, he could do anything he pleased, including with Anna. Harry Potter and Hermione had tried to secretly contact Anna many times, but they were always exposed and received appropriate punishment. Fred and George were even injured by the house elves protecting Anna because they repeatedly tried to touch her. Now, Anna dared not make any rash moves, fearing that a word from her might trigger Riddle's nerves and cause him to lash out at someone. But thankfully Riddle's ambition didn't seem to lie there for now. Instead, he was more interested in their Triwizard Tournament. He seemed to enjoy seeing Harry Potter unable to do anything under his oppression, only able to glare at him with the most resentful eyes, the kind of look that wanted to kill him but couldn't, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. So the Triwizard Tournament continued and did not stop due to Hogwarts' change of dynasty. Instead, it was held even more grandly and solemnly, and Harry Potter was personally chosen by Riddle to participate in this competition. This again met with resistance from Professor McGonagall and others, but Riddle, of course, did whatever pleased him. He directly threw Ron and Hermione into the competition as well. Anna, of course, tried to ask him why he was doing this when Riddle was in a good mood. Of course, that would be at night in bed after he had hugged, kissed and nibbled on her countless times. Anna would lie on his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. If it weren't like this every night, she would have thought it was a dream. Finally, after much deliberation, she asked that, "Tom, why do you insist on Harry and the others participating in the Triwizard Tournament? Why do you ask?" Riddle, indeed in a very good mood, bit Anna's ear and answered her question, though somewhat evasively. It's easy for you to kill them, so why do you insist on them participating in the Triwizard Tournament? It's interesting, isn't it? And the more you worry about them, the worse they'll fare. Just thinking about it, it's quite good. Then do whatever makes you happy. Anna knew she shouldn't bring up this topic again, and could only try to give them hints as much as possible. During the competition, she sat on the judges' panel, right next to Riddle, which everyone had become accustomed to. Some people stared at Riddle's hand so intently they could burn a hole through it, especially Fred and George, who, despite being injured so many times, still tried their best to annoy Riddle. It's worth mentioning that Draco also voluntarily participated in the Triwizard Tournament, of course, through Lucius as a core Death Eater's son. Therefore, Draco endured greater pressure than Harry Potter. But for the possibility of getting closer to Anna, he would participate in the competition even if people criticized him. Worse, the competition organized by Riddle was much more difficult than in the original story, and it made them more disheveled. They had to search for a key in a web woven by so many slugs. With slugs everywhere, though not highly aggressive, the disgust factor was extreme. Fleur vomited several times directly because it was too disgusting, and then she immediately withdrew from the competition. Hermione proved herself the little queen of Gryffindor. As soon as she jumped into the slug pool, she went into excavation mode. After digging with her bare hands for a while, she remembered to use a spell. Although it was a bit brutal, with shattered slug bodies splattering on her face, she still worked hard to search. Ron had a phobia of slugs. He had already fainted from vomiting when he saw the competition involved slugs. Harry was much stronger. He secretly watched Cedric's movements and imitated him in using spells. Anna watched for a while and felt so disgusted that she left immediately. Riddle immediately called Snape to brew her some potion to relieve her discomfort. Anna only thought Riddle was deliberately disgusting them, but she didn't know this was him intentionally going easy on her friends. He didn't want to see her tears. Finally, with the united assistance of Harry, Hermione, and Cedric, the three of them jointly found the key and then respectively received bonus points for first, second, and third place. Draco had a strong aversion to such things, but he still fought hard and achieved a good fourth-place finish. Krum wasn't very eager to compete. After seeing Anna leave, he simply stood by the wall, waiting for the competition to end. Snape seized this opportunity and brought Anna to the principal's office. Through a mirror in the principal's office, she saw Dumbledore and Grindelwald, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. "Anna Tilda, I'm sorry to put you through this." Dumbledore looked very haggard, apparently not having rested well for a long time. But hearing Dumbledore say this, Anna's nose inexplicably stung. No, they were all suffering, but she didn't seem to want Riddle to die. She should be a bad woman. "I know you're not doing this willingly, but right now, everyone needs you, the entire wizarding world needs you, and so do I." If he could, Dumbledore would never want Anna to be a double agent, but now Anna was the only one who could do it. "What do I do?" Anna couldn't bring herself to refuse, only saying some ambiguous words. "I will find another opportunity to contact you. All you have to do now is gain his trust." Dumbledore's face began to flicker in and out of view in the mirror. But Anna fell into deep thought. He had already gained this trust long ago, but she really didn't want to lose it. Chapter 261. Riddle Extra Chapter 6. Sure enough, shortly after, Anna received a message from Dumbledore. It was a two-way mirror, cleverly installed behind a stall in the girls' lavatory, so even if Riddle was a pervert, he wouldn't follow Anna in there. And the scenery that Riddle couldn't see, he certainly wouldn't let anyone else see, especially not the house elves. He had already acquired magical creatures that were all after her. Hermione had sneaked in to place the mirror, and through it, Anna clearly saw Dumbledore's face, and he finally had the chance to tell Anna what had happened. It turned out that on that night, Riddle, in collusion with Karkaroff, werewolves, and others, launched an encirclement. With the help of Lucius and Snape, they successfully occupied the entire Hogwarts from both inside and out. Dumbledore also told Anna that they had found a break through and needed her help to administer a potion that could make him unconscious. They weren't asking her to poison Riddle directly to kill him. Even if it couldn't make him unconscious, at least it would paralyze his nerves. "You want to poison him directly?" "If you nod, yes." Grindelwald couldn't stand Dumbledore speaking to Anna so gently. Time was limited, and he still had the leisure to enjoy parent-child time. He simply interrupted him. "He won't die. There are still things to be done." Grindelwald was determined to wipe away his past disgrace. It wouldn't do for that fellow Dumbledore to always be played by others besides him. He wanted to torment him properly. Anna knew she would definitely help Dumbledore, even if her original intention might have been for them to coexist peacefully, but now it seemed difficult, so she couldn't let her friends down. She hoped they could live well. So Anna nervously accepted the special potion made by Snape for Riddle, a potion that could paralyze Riddle's nerves. As Anna took the potion bottle, Snape noticed her hesitation and said in his usual tone, yet very firmly, "Do you want me to do it for you?" Anna looked at him in a daze, not expecting Snape to make such a sacrifice for her. The meaning of his words was that he was willing to undertake this dangerous task, which would essentially be facing death directly. "It's okay. This matter. Only I can do it." Anna was very clear that only if she did it would Riddle drink it without hesitation, and even if things were exposed, she might not be killed. She had made all the mental preparations, ready to complete this task after the Triwizard Tournament ball. Although she might feel a bit ashamed, Snape, Sirius, and Grindelwald would all be watching her administer the drug at the designated location, and then they would work together to suppress Riddle and dismantle the current Death Eater structure from within. Anna was exceptionally beautiful today, having transformed from a delicate little girl into a graceful beauty with a captivating aura. She wore a long gown that complemented Riddle's attire, and with her arm linked in his, she slowly descended the stairs. Under the gaze of everyone, Anna felt so guilty and anxious that she almost couldn't stand steady. She really couldn't do it. But Riddle merely thought her high heels weren't suitable for her and quickly gestured to Lucius nearby to get her another pair, and then coolly said, "If you don't want them to look, I'll tell them to close their eyes." Anna shook her head. Then, why did he insist on her leading the dance with him? Weren't they all champions? What was he showing off for? "No need, let's just dance quickly." With something on her mind, she was in no mood to dance, but Riddle was the complete opposite. He usually disliked such things. In his student days, he only wanted to dance with Anna alone. For this, he had refused many invitations from noble ladies, and on the rare occasions he had to dance, he would thoroughly wash and sanitize his hands afterward. But now Riddle could finally hold Anna's hand and dance. He took this matter very seriously. It was another good opportunity to show that she belonged to him. Anna, with a complex mood, was led by Riddle into the dance floor. There were many factors in her gaze towards him, but more so apology and nostalgia. He must have felt Anna's gaze like this for the first time, and he liked it very much because she seemed to like him a lot. Therefore Riddle, in a great mood, kept dancing close to Anna. Anna wanted to engrave this scene firmly in her mind, as such a thing might never happen again. Fred and George were still unaware of what would happen tonight, so they also took advantage of the excitement, making some special fireworks outside Hogwarts. This successfully attracted the attention of most of the Death Eaters. Anna was able to pull Riddle to the prearranged ambush spot, which was on the astronomy tower. Anna loved coming here to look at the Zing Zing star, but in the past, it was always Fred and George or Bill who accompanied her. So as soon as Riddle heard, he brought her up. Why couldn't he accompany her? It was just right to see the fireworks launched by Fred and George, and below, the Death Eaters were scratching their ears and cheeks, irritated by the itching powder in the fireworks. "You like it?" Riddle looked at Anna's profile with an ambiguous expression. As long as she said she liked it, he would have people set off fireworks every day. It was no big deal. "I don't like it," Anna subconsciously replied, thinking he was asking if she liked him. How dare he be so direct? Okay, Riddle still wanted to do it, and seeing the strong wind, he even put his cloak on Anna. Anna immediately felt an extraordinary warmth, and a feeling of being completely enveloped by his scent. Her nose became a little sore, as if she was about to cry, and she showed a smile. "Thank you." "Oh right, my potion." Anna took out the potion bottle from her bag, but deliberately placed it on the table. Of course, she was also truly not mentally prepared. "Why aren't you drinking it?" Riddle indeed had Snape brew some nutrient solution for her every day, so he didn't feel any difference. Anna didn't dare to look into his eyes. Even now he was still caring about her. It doesn't taste good," Anna said with some difficulty, uttering the pre-planned words, "unless you feed me." Riddle looked at Anna's flushed little face, and his actions spoke louder than words. He directly took the potion, hooked her shoulder, and made to feed it to her mouth, but this was not Anna's intention. "Wait. With your mouth. You try how bad it tastes too." At that moment, Anna took a large mouthful of potion, aimed at Riddle's mouth, and entangled with him, feeding the potion into his mouth in the process. Riddle took the opportunity to tightly embrace Anna's slender waist, thoroughly enjoying the little one's actions, until he realized something was wrong. His body was petrified. At the same time as looks of disbelief and disappointment were cast, Grindelwald and Sirius rushed out simultaneously, pinning Riddle to the ground. Chapter 262, Riddle Extra Chapter 7. Anna would never forget Riddle's desperate and wronged gaze when he was pinned to the floor, a look she found hard to imagine seeing in the eyes of a Dark Lord. It gradually transformed into anger, and he struggled fiercely, but Snape's potion was too potent, leaving him powerless to resist as they dragged him away. Those few short seconds of him being taken out seemed like an eternity to Anna, and her tears streamed down. Although he didn't blame her even a single word, he no longer wanted to look at her. Riddle closed his eyes, contemplating the best way to escape. Grindelwald, who stayed behind, embraced the wailing Anna. He hadn't seen his daughter this heartbroken in a long time. "Why are you crying? You did very well," Grindelwald said, exceptionally proud. "Wah, he'll never forgive me again." This was the first time Anna had ever thrown herself into Grindelwald's arms like this, which surprised him a little. She used to always go to Dumbledore. So, Grindelwald didn't take his daughter crying over a man to heart. He won't have that chance. Grindelwald's comfort only made Anna more heartbroken, as it sounded like he would die. However, things did unfold as everyone expected. Sirius, disguised temporarily as Lord Voldemort using Polyjuice Potion, issued a direct order for the Death Eaters to withdraw from Hogwarts, much to the surprise of Barty and Griffin. But not everyone wanted war, such as Lucius and Snape. They all knew what was happening and secretly helped the righteous side get back on track. Therefore, by the time of the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, Hogwarts had largely returned to normal, and students could freely write to their parents. Under pressure from the Ministry of Magic, Riddle became a criminal and was imprisoned at the Ministry of Magic. In the days leading up to Riddle's transfer to the Ministry of Magic, Anna visited him every night. Although they were separated by an unopenable iron cage, Riddle never responded to Anna's words again. Anna would bring him delicious food and books, and she would try her best to tell him what had happened, naturally omitting the fact that the Death Eaters were gradually being dismantled. To Anna's immense sorrow, her fears came true. Riddle resented her, no longer trusted her, or treated her kindly. Although she had anticipated this, and had prepared herself mentally, when it actually happened, she was still so sad she wanted to cry. "Today we're having pizza. Do you want some ketchup?" Anna tried to float the pizza to his plate in front of him, but Riddle wouldn't even spare her a glance. He just kept his head down, and even when he heard Anna crying, he remained indifferent. Only after she left would he throw out the things she brought him. Whenever this happened, Anna, hiding outside the door, would cry heartbrokenly, her heart pierced as if by a knife. Yet, if she had to do it again, she would still choose to stand with Dumbledore. With Riddle imprisoned in the Ministry of Magic, he awaited legal judgment. He might be confined in Azkaban until his death, yet because he had used Horcruxes to resurrect his main body, he himself didn't truly know how long his lifespan would be. Now Riddle's greatest purpose was revenge. He wanted to punish that woman, the woman who betrayed him. He began looking for an opportunity to escape, convinced that he could do it. Anna would also secretly ask Dumbledore to take her to the Ministry of Magic to see him, but by then, he resented Anna even more, wishing he could bite her to pieces and devour her. Yet, Riddle still avoided looking into Anna's eyes, fearing that if he looked too long, he wouldn't be able to resist cupping her neck and kissing her fiercely. He had long grown accustomed to sleeping with Anna in his arms. Now, he couldn't sleep soundly at night, often waking up in the middle of the night, unable to hold the little one close and kiss her passionately until she was breathless. Now he could only huddle in the corner, gnawing on his fingernails, imagining they were Anna's lips, unwilling to stop until they bled. He would often fantasize about Anna being with other men, and he couldn't help but bang his fists against the cage, making it clang loudly. But when Anna actually came, he lost the courage, and, until he escaped, Anna never spoke a word to him. At that time, Anna had already graduated from Hogwarts and stayed on to become Dumbledore's secretary. With Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, she didn't have much to do. One could say she was a complete freeloader with a backdoor entry, earning a salary. Although she lived a carefree life, her friends would often invite her out for meals and outings. But whenever Anna was idle, she would always recall the man who loved to make her barbecue. His steady voice, his secure embrace, and his care that was shown more than spoken. She knew Riddle was there, but she couldn't find him and he didn't want to see her. Anna felt a deep unease. Anna could only keep herself busy to forget her feelings for Riddle. She was either helping in Professor Snape's office, listening to Hagrid talk in his hut, or helping Professor McGonagall grade assignments. She was completely unaware that her every move was being monitored by a house elf, who then reported to Riddle, far away in Bavaria. Riddle was still not giving up, still wanting to gather his contacts, reclaim his possessions, and incidentally make that woman who betrayed him pay. When that day truly arrived, Anna was far more composed than she had imagined. She knew Riddle would come for revenge sooner or later, so she had prepared a potion early. Rather than being tormented and disheveled or having her sanity shattered in front of the man she loved, it would be better to die quickly. So, when Riddle, with his new right-hand man, cornered Anna again, she was on the small path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. This was the first time Anna had encountered Riddle after so long. He was still as handsome, but the way he looked at her was so unfamiliar, which made Anna want to cry again from sadness. This time, Griffin again walked towards her. Riddle stood there motionless, his indifference tacitly allowing Griffin's disrespect towards Anna. Well, 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 let me see what this little girl is doing. Tusk, Griffin showed a malicious smile, and seeing his master's tacit approval, he ran up to Anna, baring his fangs. Isn't this our Miss Traitor now? Why aren't you with your protector? Anna looked at Riddle for help, but received no response. Anna was disappointed. Yes, how could someone as arrogant as him easily forgive her? Anna gave him a pitiful look, hoping he would look at her. Chapter 263. Riddle Extra Chapter 8. Before today, Anna had repeatedly instilled in Riddle her hope that they could coexist peacefully, and though it was difficult, she still spoke her aspirations to Riddle in his cage as if making a wish. We'll live happily together. You can be president or prime minister in the Muggle world, dominating those Muggles. Isn't it better to utilize them? Why insist on killing them all off? Then so many things will be available, and perhaps you don't believe it, but Muggle weapons kill just as fast as magic. What Anna said at the time only annoyed Riddle more. He thought she had truly fallen, even believing that Muggles were stronger than wizards. Foolish. Her betrayal was unforgivable. Now Anna stood before Griffin, and he tacitly allowed Griffin to insult and provoke her at will. Anna, not one to be outdone, pulled out her Death Barbie pink wand, suppressing her disappointment and tears, and pointed it at Griffin's neck. Ha 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 ha, what are you holding? I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Is that a dwarf's candy stick? Too weak. Griffin lunged forward and pushed Anna to the ground. Anna retaliated with a Sectum Sempra, sending the previously smug Griffin flying. She then turned and ran into the forbidden forest nearby, but even if she could outrun a werewolf, and despite her powerful magic, the rogue werewolf pack's coordinated efforts cornered her by the Black Lake. She couldn't see Riddle. She wondered if he had given himself a death order, that he simply didn't want to act. Was he worried about regretting it, or was he disdainful of acting against her? But he wanted to kill her. Anna felt a chill run through her body, and without looking back, jumped into the Black Lake. The biting cold water instantly submerged her head. For a moment, the thought in her mind was to just die like this, but then she remembered all the people who loved her. Even if her heart ached so much that it was hard to breathe now, surely with just a memory charm, she would be fine, right? A glimmer of warmth flickered in Anna's desolate heart. She couldn't die yet. She tried to apparate, but unfortunately, her current location was still within Hogwarts range. Then she transformed herself into a fish, temporarily escaping the pursuit of the rogue werewolves. However, she was severely injured. When Griffin returned to report with Anna's blood-stained clothes, Riddle realized he couldn't remain calm. He did want her to die, but seeing the potential harm Anna had suffered, he still wanted to destroy the entire world. Master. Haha. I succeeded. That stinking bitch is either dead or flayed. Look. Griffin still craned his ugly head, awaiting Riddle's reward. The joy on his terrifying face didn't last long before it transferred to Riddle's face. You said, what did you do to her? Riddle slowly walked closer, his eyes fixed on the blood-stained clothes in Griffin's hand. The blood had soaked the entire garment, dripping down his arm. Riddle's smile grew more chilling, making Griffin's smile falter. He panicked. Had he guessed wrong again? Did Master just want to scare her? Had he actually killed her? Ah ha ha ha. I just scared her a bit. She jumped into the lake and ran away. Oh, you forced her to jump into the lake, while bleeding profusely. Riddle's voice became too cold to understand at the end, and Griffin, already terrified, knelt on the ground begging for mercy. But it was too late. Riddle's hand covered Griffin's crown, and with a gentle press, the sturdy werewolf's skull was pierced by Riddle's magic, collapsing to the ground, instantly dead. Riddle didn't have time to deal with Griffin's body or whether he would be exposed. He just wanted to quickly confirm that the woman was all right. But Anna only saw him chasing after her, not the disappearance of coldness from his face, but rather a hint of urgency. Anna had already decided to cut ties with Riddle, and no longer held any hope for him. Rather than being tormented in his hands, it would be better to die directly, without implicating others. Anna quickly took out a potion she had prepared earlier from her necklace. It would make her fall asleep and never wake up again. Good, this was the fake death potion she had prepared long ago. If she could survive, Snape would bring the antidote to save her. If Riddle wanted her dead, she wouldn't feel any pain. This was perfect. Anna bit open the stopper without hesitation and poured it down her throat. Riddle, seeing this scene, let out a pained roar. He instinctively felt Anna's complete lack of will to live. She wanted to die? No! How dare she? He hadn't forgiven her yet. How could she dare to die? He forbade it. Anna Dumbledore, your life is mine. Riddle's spell accurately shattered the potion bottle in Anna's hand. But it was all too late. Anna had already chugged a large mouthful. The powerful effects of the potion instantly made her lose consciousness, and she fell into the Black Lake. Riddle thought seeing Anna's betrayal had already made him understand what pain was, but he was wrong. Now, seeing Anna commit suicide before his very eyes was the moment of his despair. No! Warm liquid flowed down Anna's cheeks, making Riddle feel unfamiliar. What was this? But at that moment, he had no time to spare for that strange physiological phenomenon. He flew into the water like a madman and pulled Anna out. He frantically pressed her abdomen and clutched her throat. She was soaking wet, her slender body appearing even more fragile due to her undergarments clinging to her. Her once rosy little face was pale and lifeless. Anna was indeed no longer breathing at this moment. Riddle cried like a child who had lost his mother. Although his voice was still somewhat sexy, those tears were truly his own. Riddle shook Anna's body forcefully, then hugged her tightly, rubbing her shoulders and back vigorously. Looking down, he saw the blurry, bloody marks of werewolf claws on her back. Riddle continuously used healing magic, trying to make the wounds on her back heal. He couldn't even imagine how terrified Anna must have been at the time. She was so afraid of pain, and he had made her suffer so much. Riddle suddenly seemed to remember something, picked up Anna, and flew towards Hogsmeade. He wanted to take her to St. Mungo's. He needed a fireplace. She absolutely could not die. That night St. Mungo's emergency hall was brightly lit day and night. Everyone who could come came. They heard about it, and couldn't believe that the Dark Lord would be crying like a child by Anna's bedside. This was the most peaceful period in St. Mungo's history. Death Eaters and members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered together because of Anna. War was not allowed here. Just like the Red Cross in a world war, it would not be attacked. Everyone saw Anna's death and couldn't believe it. They thought it was fake. Chapter 264, Riddle Extra Chapter 9. No one expected Anna to die, nor did they expect Riddle would actually let her die. But since he was the one who killed Anna, and he got his wish, why was he crying so ugly here? No one wanted to see him put on a fake performance in front of Anna, but no one could pull him away from her either. Finally, Riddle simply took Anna's body and left St. Mungo's. No one knew where he went. Snape, who had rushed over, couldn't catch up with them. Snape frowned. This fake death potion was a secret only he and Anna knew. To avoid being discovered and to make it more realistic, they hadn't even told Dumbledore. Because Anna said that as long as they didn't know, they wouldn't be troubled by legilimency. She also wouldn't have to worry about them being scared. And Riddle, with Anna's body, began a frantic search for a place to revive her. At this point, Riddle had completely forgotten his political ideals and ambitions, only thinking of bringing Anna back to life. At the same time, he also began to try and create a world for her that she had envisioned. Although he hadn't uttered a sound during his period of confinement, his excellent memory had already clearly remembered everything she had described. Anna seemed to have a long dream, sleeping deeply, not knowing how long she had slept. The potion's power was indeed immense, and finally, one day, the potion wore off. She slowly opened her eyes, pondering who she was and where she was. That's right, she was a transmigration girl, and not a very successful one. She seemed to have someone she really liked, but they had missed each other. A handsome young man with scarlet eyes flashed in her mind. Riddle, who knew she would fall in love with a Dark Lord? So where was she now? Had she been reborn again? She couldn't possibly have transmigrated into Harry Potter's daughter again, could she? No. She could hear the sound of a television. The wizarding world shouldn't have such a thing. Was she a muggle this time? The magic flowing through her body helped her slowly sit up. She seemed to have been immobile for a long time. Her limbs were stiff. This was a very luxurious room, or to be precise, a muggle room. A television was placed in front of her. She glanced at it casually. It was a broadcast of the United States president attending a meeting. But when Anna saw the person on the television, Anna froze. That tall, handsome man with black hair and a very friendly smile, how could it be Riddle? How did he become the president of the United States? Wouldn't he be discovered? But standing on the podium, speaking, he was so confident, exuding an irresistible charm. Everyone below cheered for him, enjoying the visual and auditory impact he brought to them. Anna was a bit surprised. So where was she now? She couldn't be in the White House, could she? But when she looked out the window, those rows of white security guards, something wasn't right. Anna struggled to move her body, wanting to go out and see, but she hadn't gone far when she saw the man on the television, who had been so spirited, suddenly show a complex expression, directly leaving everyone present and retreating. Anna was still wondering where he went, and not long after, that figure appeared behind her. Although Riddle detested muggles, he had to admit that muggle technology was indeed somewhat different. For example, the camera that had been constantly monitoring Anna. As soon as she stirred, he could rush back immediately. And the television, ever since he discovered that Anna would have a slight reaction to the sounds from the television, he had kept it playing 24 hours a day, non-stop. And what's more, all those things he had always been curious about and couldn't find, were shown to him on the midnight television programs. So that fire cooped up inside him should be vented that way. He was a bit impatient. It truly was hard on Anna. She hadn't even gotten used to walking a few steps before she was once again pressed back onto the bed, unable to get up for several days. Riddle was truly a veteran, still sharp. Although the two had even done the most intimate things, Anna still didn't plan to talk to him, just like his cold treatment of her during those days. Riddle, of course, was well prepared. He naturally displayed his apology and determination to her one by one. It could be said that Riddle had basically accomplished the beautiful world Anna had once described. Except for coexisting peacefully with her wild men, even now, those 3 little brats from the Weasley family still wanted to break in and take Anna away. To hell with rest in peace, Anna wasn't dead. He would never let Anna be trapped in the cold ground. Now he would guard her well. And now his waiting was worth it. He had created the world she liked for her, dealt with muggles deceptively, and stood at the pinnacle of the muggles, far from Dumbledore and them, without killing any more of her friends. So she was back. She had forgiven him. Having her was what he deserved. Riddle felt he could feel his heart beating again. Anna always adhered to her principles, refusing to speak to him before forgiving him. Even in bed, she tried to remain silent, unless she couldn't control herself, like old wood sprouting or an old house catching fire. She was utterly defenseless. Soon, with Riddle's efforts, Anna had a little Riddle. Of course, this had also been in Anna's fantasies. Now Riddle acted even more pitiful, fearing that if he was not careful, Anna would abandon him and their son. It's hard to imagine the Dark Lord, who had regained his 7 emotions and 6 desires, being so humble. He truly couldn't accept any mishap with Anna. If anything else were to happen, he would actively destroy this world. As Anna's belly grew larger, she also unconsciously became somewhat panicked. Riddle could only hold her tighter, wrapping his arms around her, constantly stroking her belly and transmitting magic to her. Don't be afraid. I want to see Dumbledore. And the Manna finally spoke to him. Riddle was overjoyed yet extremely jealous. She was finally willing to speak to him, but she still didn't want to be with him. You can, but you're not allowed to leave me. Riddle could only compromise. He was now the leader of a country muggle, had experienced the joy of manipulating muggles, yet was being ordered around by this pregnant little woman. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Anna gave birth just before they were about to board the ship, giving birth to a beautiful little girl. Now Riddle was even more unwilling to let Anna and the child set foot on British soil. You're lying, Riddle. Anna in Riddle's arms looked very much like she was pouting. Sage, be careful not to wake her. Only Merlin knew that Riddle was completely hands-on and watching over the mother and daughter, having just managed to lull the child to sleep. Don't worry, I'll take you both back. Riddle said, then once again pressed Anna beneath him. Anna hadn't expected that Riddle would actually send them back later, but it was when their daughter was 11 and went to Hogwarts for school. Riddle's arc ends. Next up are the twins, Fred and George. You've waited long enough. Ha. Chapter 265. Gemini Extra Chapter 1. Anna closed her eyes in despair, nervously awaiting the pain that was sure to follow, but a miraculous scene unfolded. The pendant around her neck, at the moment she was struck by magic, activated a magic circle, and she was teleported away. When she came to her senses, she was back in the tent that had once looked eerie. This time, she finally saw clearly that the other side of the tent revealed the Amazon rainforest. You've arrived, my child. The original old woman had transformed into a sexy, charming young woman holding a cup of hot chocolate, seemingly having been waiting for her. You returned so quickly. So quickly? Anna struggled to her feet, caught by a chair conjured by the woman's magic. But I've been gone for a long time. That's right, Tilda. I'm already used to the passage of time here being all jumbled up. The beauty handed the hot chocolate to Anna, then waved her hand, and Anna felt a cool sensation on her injured right leg. Is the time here different from outside? Indeed, you should feel it very soon. The woman looked at Anna as if reminiscing, as if seeing someone else through her. Anyway, thank you for saving me. Anna felt much better after drinking the hot chocolate. Although she didn't know what had happened, she had truly escaped a close call. You're welcome. I'm also fulfilling a promise for a friend. If you ever get a chance to see him again, you can tell him that I've done it. The woman lovingly stroked Anna's head. Who is it? How do I not know? His name is Newt. The woman seemed to recall their first meeting in the Amazon rainforest. His endearing clumsiness, yet his knowledge of every magical creature, and the joy that sparked in his eyes when he spoke of his friend Anna. Newt, you've seen him? Then I probably won't see him. He must have grandchildren by now. Anna suddenly remembered that Luna Lovegood's official partner was his grandson, wasn't he? Well, that's truly a pity. I thought he wouldn't get married. In fact, he hadn't gotten married, because she had attended his funeral. But she didn't know if this girl named Anna would go back in time and meet him. Ah ha ha, he would, Tilda, why wouldn't he? Anna was still immersed in the original plot, completely unaware that her appearance had changed history. That's very true, just not with her. The woman smiled, hiding the regret in her eyes. It was rare for her to feel moved for the first time in 1,000 years, but alas, the goddess was willing, but the king of Xiang was not. It's time you should go back. The woman familiarized herself, pulling Anna and pushing her towards the tent's entrance. Anna was still surprised. Go where? It's very dangerous there, huh? My leg is completely healed? So fast. When Anna came to her senses again, the scenery on both sides had completely changed. It was no longer the magical tent, nor the vibrant Amazon rainforest, nor the desolate, bleak graveyard. Was she now in a corner of Diagon Alley? She could even hear the cheerful music playing on the main road. But why was the sound so familiar? It sounded like Fred and George's singing. How could they have a song playing in Diagon Alley? To be safe, Anna cast a silent charm on herself before stepping out. In the bustling, most crowded part of the street, stood a peculiar but interesting shop. The main feature was a little girl with 2 golden pigtails, and her mouth was a door. Whenever she smiled, her 2 pigtails would perk up. She looked especially cute looking at it this way. Wasn't this big doll herself? Those blue eyes and golden pigtails, she looked so much like her younger self. Then she looked at the sign. Anna Weasley's Magic Trick Shop. What time was it? Why had this kind of shop opened? And who came up with such an embarrassing name? Did Dumbledore approve? Anna couldn't help but walk into the shop. Sure enough, the song she had just heard was playing from a player on the girl's hair clip. The shop was incredibly lively, even crowded because it was the weekend. The interior decor was also very dreamy, like the theme from Anna's favorite magic storybook. She remembered how they always used to tell her this story when she was little, and then when Ron would come over wanting to listen, they would secretly open the spider page and release spiders to scare him until he cried. Now, the story from that storybook appeared before her in this form, with a monkey tree, a moon sofa, a treehouse growing in a fountain, and so on. Different shelves, filled with a dazzling array of magic tricks, were arranged around this theme. The logo for each of their products featured the big heads of Fred and George, with a small girl's head in between, smiling with squinted eyes, her 2 golden pigtails very distinctive. Welcome to our cozy home, Tilda. That's right, we have everything you need here. Fred and George enthusiastically swung down from a tree, performing a hanging golden hook on either side, surprising everyone and eliciting gasps of delight. Everyone was excited, and Anna even more so, especially when she saw that they had both grown up, becoming more mature, but the vibrancy and sunshine on their faces were still as bright as ever. However, Anna was saddened to see that Fred was missing an arm, and George was missing an ear. They had still been injured in the war, so had it reached this stage already? And had the war been won? Had they become successful businessmen? Anna then realized that she herself had also grown up. Her robes were already stretched tight, especially around her chest. No wonder she had felt a little breathless since earlier. Looking at her exposed wrists, yet still slender limbs, and the fact that this dress could still be worn, was she still too short? And how many years into the future had she come? Unconsciously, Anna's face was already covered in tears. She stood silently in the crowd, gazing at the two boys who had grown into reliable men. They were still so cheerful, which was good. She was glad they were still alive. In the depths of their hearts, Fred and George felt something. Why was there always an empty space there, constantly moving? Was it Harry, that kid? No way, he was already an Auror. Was he still pulling this trick? They had already explained to him that this name was told to them by Anna in a dream, and his opposition was invalid. Chapter 266. Gemini Extra Chapter 2. Fred? George? They exchanged glances, made a signal only they understood, nodded at each other, and silently counted to 3 in their minds. 1, 2, 3. Both of them leaped forward, tackling the empty space where Harry Potter had been, pinning him to the ground. Got you. Surprise, Harry! Fred straddled Harry's body, while George held down Harry's legs. But they didn't hear Harry's pleading voice, nor did they uncover the invisibility cloak. Instead, they heard a sweet, melodious female voice let out a soft whimper like a small animal. Oh, Tilda, that hurts. Anna had fallen on the back of her head, and physiological tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She felt so wronged. How dare they bully her like this? Just as she was about to speak, she saw Fred and George spring away from her as if they had touched something unclean. They stood up, bowed 90 degrees, not daring to look at her. We are extremely sorry, madam. We thought it was a prank by a friend. Fred and George were utterly regretful. How could they have pinned a girl down? Anna would be angry if she knew. She wouldn't come back to see them anymore. However, entering our shop in such a manner, your motives are also open to question, aren't they? Reveal yourself quickly. Fred and George changed their tone, lifting the spell on the woman on the ground. Finite incantatum. Anna felt even more wronged now. Why did her disheveled appearance have to be exposed in front of so many people? She started crying even louder. Why? I'm leaving now. I want to go home. Fred and George couldn't believe their eyes. The disheveled woman, crying profusely, with rosy cheeks and a charmingly naive expression. Why did she look so familiar? Her long golden hair was spread behind her head, with a few strands clinging to the corners of her mouth, and her large, lively eyes were wet with tears. Her slender wrists constantly wiped away her tears. Even in her disarray, her peerless grace was evident. Her ill-fitting clothes revealed her long legs, from her calves all the way to her thighs. Although they hadn't seen this person in a long time, they had dreamt of seeing her. Fred twisted George's cheek, and George twisted Fred's, saying foolishly, Fred, am I dreaming? George, has Anna returned? You're not dreaming. It's her, it really is her. The two of them were in a daze, then they both sobered up and realized one thing. Anna had just said, she doesn't want to stay here anymore, she wants to go home, she's angry, she doesn't want to be with them anymore. No, no, no. No, no May. Fred and George rushed to Anna like madmen, simultaneously taking off their coats and wrapping her tightly. Then they both remembered that they couldn't let others see her. The two of them stood up at the same time, even bumping their heads together. Ouch! Their heads collided with a loud bang. Then, completely losing their composure, they chased all the customers out of the shop. Emergency. Closed for business. Come back tomorrow. No, come back next month. Our shop is closed. Sorry, let's talk about it next time. Fred and George couldn't hide their excitement, even directly carrying an elderly grandmother who had difficulty moving out. Finally, they remembered that the little one was still sitting on the ground. They bumped into each other again. What's going on? You didn't help her up? I thought you helped her up. I didn't. The two of them were in a frantic hurry, but to be safe, they first went to separately lock the doors and windows to ensure Anna wouldn't sneak out. Finally, both of them knelt before Anna, begging for her forgiveness. By then, Anna was already sitting like a queen at the dining table, eating the pasta they had made. In front of the dining table, Fred and George voluntarily knelt on the ground, holding durians. They were sincerely repenting, just as they always did with Mrs. Molly, but this time they truly knew they were wrong. What a scoundrelly thing they had done. They had actually pinned Anna to the floor. No wonder, she was so soft and smelled so good. They had also ridiculed her, making her embarrass herself in public. Anna was originally angry and wronged, but now she was eating delicious pasta and saw Fred's empty sleeve, with a grotesque doll at the cuff, seemingly despising anyone who looked at his arm with strange eyes. George's missing ear was even more pitiful. He was wearing a fake elf ear that looked very cool, but thinking of the suffering they had endured, Anna's heart ached, and she started to cry again. This greatly distressed the two brothers, known as the kings of pranks. They only wanted to make Anna happy, and had never intended to make her cry. Two of them rushed to Anna's side, one making a funny face with his one hand, and the other forming a heart shape with his fake ear. "My lady, don't cry. Why don't you hit George? Give him a beating. And then hit Fred again." The two fellows showed genuine expressions, which made Anna very annoyed. Why did it feel like they were teasing her? So Anna gave them 2 solid punches, which instantly made Fred and George seem to break free from a seal. They rushed forward and hugged Anna. "That's more like it. This is our no May." Anna's gaze just now had scared them, and they thought Anna would never speak to them again. If that were the case, how could they marry Anna? Ever since Anna disappeared, Fred and George had secretly made a decision. They would definitely wait for her to return, then give her a grand proposal, and then the 3 of them would live happily together, never to be separated. Anyway, they couldn't tell who was Fred and who was George. Unfortunately, later they could tell them apart, but their resolve remained firm. Even if Mrs. Molly talked to them again, urging them to go on blind dates and forget Anna, it was no use. Now, even that kid Ron had found his beautiful bride, while the 2 business geniuses were still single, exercising daily to maintain their best condition to see Anna. Fortunately, they persevered, and Anna finally returned. After more than 10 years, they also finally had the means to give her the best life. But now, they seemed not quite worthy of her. One with one hand, one with one ear. Although they were rich, they couldn't compare to Draco. Discussing childhood sweethearts, they couldn't compare to Bill. And then, at that moment, their smiles were somewhat forced. Their hands holding Anna loosened a little. Were they really still worthy to stand by Anna's side? However, all those little thoughts were hidden the moment they saw Anna. At least as her brothers, they could always be by her side, even if it was with immense melancholy. Chapter 267. Gemini Extra Chapter 3. Fred and George's meaningful gazes made Anna feel a bit uneasy. She seemed to have figured out their little secret. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine anyone using their own portrait as a logo, or even naming their shop after her. If it truly was for a sister, why not Ginny? Wouldn't that be better? After much thought, Anna felt their feelings for her must be different, but she wasn't ready to be in a relationship with them. Although they were both nearly 30 now, and her own body had long since matured, at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's age, they would have had a basketful of children. But she wasn't ready. Was she supposed to choose one of them? That would be too cruel to the other. They had always been inseparable, but with her, how would that work? So Anna retreated from their emotions, thinking that if they confessed, she should talk to them. But the reality was, it seemed she had overthought it. They were more restrained and distant than ever, seemingly pulling back faster and further than she did. Aside from the intimate embrace they shared when they reunited, the 3 of them, there had been no hand holding at any other time. This, ironically, made Anna very uncomfortable. Before she was imprisoned by Riddle, they would even escort her to the restroom entrance. But now they stood on her left and right, about half a meter away, which made the accustomed Anna very uncomfortable. Had she misunderstood? Did they really just see her as a sister, and used her name because they missed her? For some reason, Anna, who should have felt relieved and unburdened, instead felt an inexplicable sense of loss. However, in the days since Anna returned, Fred and George had been inseparable, always following behind her. They had even handed over the management of their shop to others, which everyone found incredible, as they were famously hard workers, always working year-round and personally handling everything. Although Anna knew they had always looked out for her, she didn't feel they were as close to her anymore. So much time had passed, They must have had many girlfriends. In the original story, didn't they both like the same Indian girl? The more Anna thought about it, the unhappier she became, so much so that even Grindelwald noticed. He stepped on Anna's foot under the table. It seems someone is about to cry from emotion. It was then that Anna realized she was at a family dinner at the Burrow, which was also Ginny and Harry's engagement party. In the long days past, Harry Potter, unable to accept Anna's departure, had used Obliviate on himself. Therefore, in the days without Anna, Harry and Ginny had still followed the original plot and gotten together. This was their engagement party, and relatives and friends had all come. Because Anna, Dumbledore would definitely be there, Grindelwald reluctantly came as well. Although he looked grumpy, he was constantly monitoring Anna's condition. He couldn't let that little one have any more mishaps. He couldn't appease that old man Dumbledore again. Now, Anna looked like she was about to cry in the joyous scene, which naturally drew everyone's attention. Because on this auspicious day, everyone was worried that Anna was upset because of Harry Potter. After all, when Anna left, Harry was so heartbroken that he almost dropped out of Hogwarts, and it took him 3 years to completely erase his memories. Everyone was worried that she and Harry had once loved each other. Ginny was the most worried. As a mutual friend of Harry and Anna, she of course knew how Harry felt about Anna, but she couldn't be sure of Anna's feelings for Harry, because she had never mentioned it to anyone. Her age at that time was awkward, neither too old nor too young.